On my first day of kindergarten, I said to the school leader, "We must be serious when working." The opening ceremony was turned into a work inspection by the leader, and netizens exclaimed, "How does this child seem like a leader?" When participating in variety shows, I even said, "We must pay close attention to food safety and ensure that the people can eat with peace of mind." Instantly, countless netizens exclaimed, "This is a good cadre of the people." All this is because I obtained the little cutie system from Crossing Over. By consuming emotional value, I can customize my appearance when I grow up, and also enhance physical abilities such as strength and speed. At this moment, as I just arrived at the school gate, I saw a business card with New Star Youth Class printed on it. Several people carrying cameras were filming next to it, and suddenly my eyes lit up, as I was just wondering how to gain emotional points. Thinking of this, I immediately went to a female teacher to inquire about the situation. When the teacher told me that it was the TV station recording the program New Star Youth Class, I heard the system prompt in my mind, "Good impression. Emotion +1. I quickly turned my gaze to the photographer next to me, unable to help but wonder whether it was the emotion contributed by the female teacher or the camera. To confirm my thoughts, I borrowed a phone from the teacher to call my grandfather to say hello. After the female teacher entered my grandfather's number and dialed it, the old phone in my pocket rang. The female teacher looked at me puzzled and asked, "Did your grandfather's phone fall into your hands?" I hung up the phone and said in a childish voice, "I know your number. I will call you when I have time. See you at school." After speaking, I rushed into the school under the surprised gazes of the female teacher and the photographer. Just now, the emotional value in my mind increased rapidly, and I immediately confirmed that this program was in a live broadcast format. The netizens in the live broadcast room were extremely surprised by my actions. So young and already good at flirting? Is this a natural rogue? At this moment I arrived at the classroom, sat in my seat, thinking about how to blend in with the youth class. Just now, the scene at the school gate raised my emotional value by 80,000. This opportunity must not be missed. On the other side, in the temporary studio set up by the school, the program director Lao Mozi looked at the data on the screen with a smile on his face, then asked the assistant to coordinate with the school leaders to arrange for me to join the youth class, and also bring over the information of this child. Hearing this, the assistant immediately went to communicate with the school leaders, while who was preparing to go on stage, smiled and said, "Knowing the tricks at such a young age shows intelligence. It's not unreasonable to give a chance, but it means a bit precocious in this context." The old director shook his head slightly amusedly, then looked at "Get ready, the homeroom teacher and Chinese teacher." Time arrived at 8 o'clock. The first class began. Parents stood at the back of the classroom watching their own children perform. At this moment, the class teacher walked in with the school leaders and asked me if I wanted to join the youth class. Upon hearing this, I immediately agreed. I had originally planned to show off a bit and then have the production team include me in the youth class, but I didn't expect to be arranged directly. At this moment, from the youth class had already finished introducing himself on the platform. He then asked the new students of the youth class to come up one by one to introduce themselves. However, the new students either introduced their dad as a director or their mom as a district head. Beside them couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Letting you introduce yourselves on stage is like comparing your parents' strength. At this moment, under the leadership of the school leaders, I arrived at the youth class. "Teacher Linley will be handed over to you. This child is very smart." The photographer behind immediately aimed the camera at me, and many viewers in the live broadcast recognized me as the boy who was flirting with girls at the school gate. And the barrage instantly started saying, "Little brother, what's he brought me to the front of the stage, welcome our new classmate to join us." Then let me introduce myself. The parents on the scene were a bit strange. Is this the child of some leader? After all, they all know that there are only 35 spots for members in the youth class. In order to secure this spot, they had to pull a lot of strings. But looking at the image of this child, it's hard to guess. He doesn't look like a leader's child at all. I heard C's words and cleared my throat before saying loudly, "Hello everyone, my name is Linley. Lin from the forest. Lee standing tall. I am 8 years old this year. This name was given to me by my grandfather, with the meaning of making me like the towering trees in the forest, standing tall and upright, being a dignified person." Just as they were shocked, Linley's self-introduction wasn't completely finished. He continued in a high voice, not in the least bit timid. "I am deeply honored and fortunate to be in the junior class, and the future is in the junior class. I will study hard and deeply understand the main points taught by my teachers. Consciously listen carefully, do not desert, turn in homework on time, and unite with the class. Strive to be a pioneer in your studies and the best in your class, the best of the best in the eyes of the teacher." In 3 sentences, it took everyone straight from the talented self-introductions they had just made to all the scalps. It's an introduction, isn't it? How does it have a kind of? What does personal speech mean? Many parents admit to themselves that if they were introducing themselves, they would never be able to speak like him. Is this 8 years old? He's the same age as my own kid. How come he's so articulate? Lindley's self-introduction continued. Likewise, I will act as a role model and bring the class together to learn and put an end to the bad habits of life, strengthening ideas and virtues, continuing to maintain the sunny, energetic, and cheerful spirit of being a student. Cultivate yourself to learn and apply what you have learned, and strive to be clear and active in your own mind and serious about your studies. At this moment, all the netizens watching, the parents and teachers on the scene have been horrified. One's mouth was open and his eyes were wide. Now they were beyond sure that it wasn't a self-introduction. It's a ing personal speech debriefing. And it's still a presentation at a formal conference of the judicial unit, governmental unit kind of thing. Listening to his diction, his tone, and his expression of boyish frankness, throw in his baby voice and it's like a leader giving a speech. A kid introduced himself in front of him. His dad is the chief, the district commissioner. But, at this moment, the Lindley in front of them was Director Lin in their eyes. Backstage, the old mogul's eyes were popping out of their sockets. It occurred to him that the kid might have a show, but I didn't think it would have such a big program effect. Seriously, at his age, he's seen it all. I've seen all kinds of original program effects in the entertainment industry, but I was still dumbfounded by Lindley. He quickly picked up the piece of information that had been sent to him from the school from in front of the screen. Look closely. That's right, it's an orphan. Why does it feel like this talking style? As if there is a big official above the hall level in the family. Junior class. In the end, I always insisted on having the motivation to study and not to cause any trouble for my school teachers, to develop the idea of making school your home and to always be down to earth in your studies and diligent in your endeavors. Shine the light of the junior class, conduct the junior class, establish the wind of the junior class, and guard the door of the junior class. Give yourself over to your studies, your progress to your teachers, and your grades to your school. Be a good third-grade student. Lindley said all that in one breath, his little face a little flushed, and he turned to the stage parents and the camera and bowed deeply. Thank you all, and feel free to monitor me. After the last sentence was said, he stood upright with his back straight by the side of he awkward. There was a delay in hearing any applause, even the slightest sound. Why don't you say anything? Am I wrong? His expression was bland, and he looked down with the scrutinizing look of an old cadre. TM. Who taught him to say that? I just had a vision of it. It's like our school leaders are talking. Why does this kid talk like that? Someone in his family is an official, right? Just the temperament he just spoke with. Proper provincial cadre or above. Someone in the family is definitely an official. And this is taught by example. It was natural for him to show it like that. And I'm sure there's an official in the family. Or one of those big ones. I thought introducing myself by name was already awesome. But I can't imagine the back. I'll go. The people in the junior class are so disrespectful to Lin Hall. They don't even give applause. They're all downgraded. In the junior class, he awkward had already snapped out of his shock at this moment. With strange eyes, he looked at Lindley, who was 2.5 heads shorter than himself. A moment that made his years in the business. The mouth that hosts multiple grand stages doesn't know what to say. Chapter 5, Auntie, you are so charming. Null. Chapter 6, let me be class president. My family has money. Yes, kids are really good at talking. Summer Brooks' mom laughed happily. A woman likes to be told she's pretty. Although it was a hairless brat who complimented her. But what's the saying? Kids don't lie. So she's really pretty. Riku, in the future program, Creek will be your classmate. You guys are going to help each other learn from now on. Okay, good. Lindley agreed in a single breath. What kind of thing was this? Hearing this, she spread her face and smiled, her small tiger teeth showing up in a cute manner. We're good friends now. Well, good friend. If anyone ever bullies you in the future, you let me know. I'll do you justice. Yeah. With a small whimper, Shashi reached into the drawer with her right hand and then he took out a golden foil-wrapped chocolate ball that Lindley had never seen before and handed it to Lindley. Here you go. Thanks. Lindley didn't refuse, and after receiving the chocolate ball, he didn't eat it straight away. Instead, put it in a drawer, then proceeded to listen to the introductions from the podium with an old-fashioned look of great leadership. Soon after, all the students in the junior class introduced themselves. Immediately after another short speech by he awkward, the first class ended. The purpose of the first class for new students is to get to know each other. Parents, on the other hand, are on the sidelines to appease children who are apprehensive about going to school. Seeing as how all of my kids do well in one class, there was no bickering either, all with expressions of pride for their children. He awkwardly greeted the students' parents as they left and came together outside the classroom. Inside the classroom, without parents and teachers, the children were suddenly active. The children of the rich family at once took out snacks from their school bags, or else ate them up themselves. Be socially inept to share with neighboring children. Might be running for class president. Oh, everyone vote for me then. Nowadays, kids are very precocious. Don't look like they're only 7 or 8 years old. But with the impact of the internet, reinforcing the data push flow situation, a lot of what they're brushing up on with this group of kids is the school. It is also clear what positions are available in the class. Besides, these rich and powerful children are influenced by their family upbringing. No more than a normal average family kid. Their parents had long ago told them, on their arrival, to behave themselves in the junior class. It's best to compete for some class positions. Class officers represent a superior ability, and once they are, undoubtedly showing the friendship of their own children to viewers all over the internet. Class, if you're running for class president, everyone vote for me. I'll bring lots and lots of snacks for everyone, and my family has money. Wang Tianyu stood up and shouted to the class, and opened his luxury book bag. A large bag of snacks was dumped onto the guest table. The photographer captured the scene into the live feed. It was a laughable moment for a bunch of netizens. Good man, you know how to bribe at a young age. Buying people's hearts with snacks, huh? Grow up no more. Definitely a crook. Engaging in an illicit relationship. Are kids so precocious these days? It's called an earful. And it looks like his old man didn't do this much. Be careful what you say. This Wang Tianyu I remember, came down from a Rolls Royce at the start of the broadcast. The license plate is still the Magic City number. I didn't think there was much to the kids' variety show, but now it looks like it doesn't seem to be what was originally thought. Kids are real, they don't hide, and when given the chance to perform, he's really on, and it is so prominently displayed that it is in line with contemporary social phenomena. The effect of the program can be pulled full circle. In the classroom, you're the only one with snacks? Make it sound like anyone's family doesn't have any. In the back row a taller, chubby boy, who had similarly opened his book bag, was spilling a full load of snacks, exclaimed, everyone voted for me for class president, and not only are all these snacks yours, I'll buy everyone dinner after school. When Wang Tianyu saw this, his small eyebrows immediately raised. Unhappy, what are you? You dare to steal the class president from me. My father is the president of a listed company. Che, whose dad isn't a president like. Little fatty skimmed his mouth and said condescendingly. Wang Tianyu said aggressively, I'll be the class president of this class. No one can stop me. The little fat man didn't even pay attention to him, but greeted his neighboring classmates. Come to your own table for snacks. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu immediately pulled people together and distributed snacks. The children in the junior class are either rich or rich at home, and under the influence of their parents. Both wanted to compete for class president, so some of them refused both of their snacks and made it clear that they wanted to be class president as well. That's bribery. Do you know that? And it's punishable by jail time. Li Jianran refused Wang Tianyu's snack reprimand. Yuan Hua, that is, you bribed the sons of officials. Bad competition. I'm going to report it to the teacher. Xia Shi, who was leaning against the window, saw that the class was all vying to be class president and asked Linli in a soft and sticky voice. Linli, aren't you going to argue? You don't want to be class president? Linli didn't answer directly, but asked rhetorically. I'd like to be, but I'd rather be the Arts and Culture Committee. Xia Shi said. Linli smiled. Good. When I become class president, I'll recommend you to be the literature committee member. The position of class president was his for the taking, not to mention getting viewer emotional value for the show. Mostly, he didn't want to be ridden by these little kids. Yeah, I'll give you lots and lots of snacks then. I'm sorry. Summer Brook smiled sweetly at the news. No need to bribe me. As a future successor, it must never be corrupted by corruption, and it must start with the children. At the moment, there were more and more people competing for class president within the class, and the situation was extremely tense. 36 people, 30 of them want to be class president. This made it so that little Fatty and Wang Tianyu couldn't deliver their snacks at all. Besides, we're all kids from good families. Who's worse off than this snack? Obviously, bribing with snacks. This ploy is wrong. Laughing my ass off. I can't believe how effective the kids' programs are. A little social formality. But then again, why isn't Lin Hall running for office? Yeah, where's Lin Hall? Can the cameraman give Lin Hall more shots? I don't know if we can vote, but if we can, this is my vote for Lin Hall. Lin Hall looks like he's cut out for big things. Class president will surely run for it. If he doesn't run, his persona collapses. What does one know about persona at such a young age? False. Kids don't know any less than we do these days. The crew was obviously concerned about the pop-ups that immediately arranged for the cameraman to turn the camera away from the small children who were fighting over the red faces to Linley. I just saw that he was talking and laughing with the little girl on the side of the room. It didn't seem like there was any intention of competing for class president. This was a bit of a disappointment to many of the viewers who watched the sliced video and came to it famously. Lin Hall's midway collapse before he was halfway through his business venture has already been captivated by the female sex. Chapter 7, when he opens his mouth, he knows who the class president is. 66. But this little girl is really quite good looking. She'll be a beauty when she grows up. Lin Hall still has vision. Well, it looks like Lin Hall Matters isn't going to run for class president and is already addicted to women. It's true. The female sex is a great enemy on a man's way to success. Backstage studio. Lao Mozi said to Awkward over the intercom. The second lesson will be delayed for a while. What's wrong, Director Zhang? Lao Mozi looked at the screen and said, the children's program worked well. You will step in when things appear to be out of control. Got it. He awkwardly returned immediately. No one cares if this affects their studies. We all know that this place is here to learn, don't we? Take a step back. And even if these kids make a mess for an entire semester, the second semester begins. With their respective family situations, they will still be able to catch up with the other children in their studies. Granted, it's a little early to be running for class president. And what kind of person picks class president on the first day of school? It's all going to take a few days to see how the students in the class are doing before it's finalized. At this moment, many parents have not left the school, but have come to the specially arranged classrooms of the. Look at the picture on the projector. 1 minute you'll be bragging about this kid, the next you'll be nagging each other to expand your network. Grown-ups, there's a world of grown-ups. The world of adults is, at best, one of cooperative interest. In the junior classroom, when Lindley saw that the bell for the bright second class had rung and the teacher hadn't arrived yet, his mind gradually became clearer. Want to see how the show works, right? It's just a chance for him to show off, isn't it? Seriously, for a normal class, Lindley couldn't think of any program effects that would appeal to the audience's emotions. Nothing more than being a saint in front of people, displaying their own knowledge of their own 9 years of compulsory education in their last life to shock them a bit. That's all there is to it. Nothing else really. Lindley said to Xiaoxi, watch how I take them in. With that, he stood up and came over to the podium. All be quiet. His voice carried clearly into everyone's ears, and at once the noisy class paused for a moment and everyone who was either eating snacks or playing with their cell phones looked up at Lindley by the podium. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Lindley on stage, each one of them showed an expression of having a good look in front of the screen. Currently, Lindley is the most popular student to follow in the program. How many people came to see him because he introduced himself in the hall? Now, seeing as he seemed to be running for class president, they all wanted to look forward to it with extreme anticipation, even with Lao Mozi in the background, as well as some of the star teachers such as Awkward. Lindley cleared his throat. I was just sitting there, watching everyone run for class president. Before he could finish, Wang Tianyu disdainfully interrupted. Why do you want to argue too? Lindley wasn't the least bit offended by his impolite interruption, and he began by nodding his head and, a moment later, he shook his head. Yeah, I was going to run for class president, but now that everyone's so good, I don't think I'm up to it, Li Jianrun said nonchalantly. Then what are you doing up here? Since you're not running for office, vote for me then. The other kids were up in arms. That's right. Why are you up here if you're not running? Interrupting our canvassing. Boring. Kids have a pet peeve about being in the limelight, especially boys. Lindley's opening self-introduction, though they couldn't quite hear it, didn't quite understand it, but at that time, you could tell a little bit from the looks on the faces of Awkward as well as the parents. Plus they don't get that warm applause when they introduce themselves. Lindley has. This meant that the limelight had all been stolen by Lindley. They're jealous. She was the apple of her family's eye and grew up enjoying the compliments and flattery of those around her. Always think of yourself as the center, the protagonist. But, now that he had been snatched away by Lindley, he was definitely upset with him. Lindley smiled without any expression of anger. Speaking faintly, he said, the students who can come to the junior class must all be excellent. That's for you to say. There was immediate pride at the bottom. So whoever we pick as class president, everyone else is sure to be offended by that, even if it's the teacher's designated class president. At first the viewers of the broadcast were wondering what Lindley would campaign with, but seeing him drop out of the race, some began to wonder, but soon some of the quicker thinkers that, netizens who specialize in human interaction immediately exclaimed, Lin Hall definitely has an unlimited future ahead of it. What a great move to advance by retreating. Is this 8 years old? Naya, being polite and humble, then complimenting everyone in, and again showing the fairness of the class president election. Now start digging a hole for them. Master. Absolute master. So small. So many sets. This isn't a routine. This is wisdom. Who the hell is this kid? So good. Lin Hall is definitely the class president now. These kids can't play with him. After some of the webmasters, others who didn't understand instantly understood. Nice guy. Everyone straight up called a great guy. The eyes of Lao Mozi in the background as well as He Lian and the others kept flickering. This kid is a demon. At a young age, you know how to use tactics to get what you want, instead of ganging up on the other kids in a crude manner. Don't look at these words in their simplicity and purity, but the wisdom and tactics they contain, totally beyond his grasp as an 8-year-old. It's just innate official sacred body. Such a person grows up to be a fish out of water in absolutely any situation. In the junior class, Lin Li continued. So, we're going to run for someone that everyone is convinced is going to be class president. The little kid didn't understand it very well, but it was obvious that he had been brought into the rhythm by Lin Li. Yuan Hua said, I think you're right. My father always said, be a good leader. Just lead the team so that everyone is convinced of you. So what do you say? How to run for class president? Wang Tianyu straightened his back and said, right. Then you say the way of the contest. Just. Lin Li laughed softly and said aloud, it's simple. Let's discard our family backgrounds for now. It's completely on your own personal power. I know. A lot of people have money at home and a good father. As soon as the backstage veteran strategist heard this, he immediately gave a thumbs up to Lin Li on the screen. He had read Lin Li's profile and knew that he was an orphan. And with this move, undoubtedly, the most unfavorable way to run a campaign is weeded out. This kid is awesome. He knows how to build on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. It's unbelievable. At this point Lin Li continued, but home is home, and we're on our own. It should never be a plus for one's campaign because of the glow of parenthood. Therefore, we should put everything aside and decide who will be the class president based on our own strength. Lin Li saw that the little children were beginning to listen to him attentively, and a hidden light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 8, The Numbers Game. Setting up the whole class. We students are naturally focused on academic achievement, and likewise on convincing others of what we have learned. So let's play a numbers game. The constant ringing of Lin Li's words at the podium not only made the little children wonder in what way he was going to. Parents and live viewers alike were curious, only to hear him say, the rules of the game are so simple that it's guaranteed that everyone who's ever been to kindergarten will. There would be none that wouldn't. Lin Li said, moving the stool from one side of the podium, and then grabbing the chalk from the podium. Climb onto the stool and write up the game on the board. Rules of the game. Write from 1 to 500 in Arabic numerals. Request. 1. No scribbling during writing. No going back and forth. No adding strokes. No retracing. When it's one stroke, it's one stroke. When it's two strokes, it's two strokes. 2. Write the numbers in the order before and after. E.g. 91. Only 9 and then 1. You can't write 1 and then 9. 3. Write the numbers in the order in which they appear. E.g. 789. Not 7 to 9. In the middle of the writing 8. Any of these mistakes will result in immediate elimination from the class presidential race. One chance only. The person who writes the most without mistakes wins. If 2, or more, are successful at the same time, one extra game is added. The rules of the game are simple enough for a child to understand, not to mention an adult. No one was surprised that Lin Li could write so many words, because nowadays, children can basically write a word. Besides, there are no those out-of-the-way words here. More difficult to write the font. After Lin Li finished writing, he got scared off the stool and tilted his head to look at the words on the blackboard. Well, that's good. It's pretty neatly written. He purposely wrote slowly, one stroke at a time, so that these kids could read and understand. There is no scribbling to carry over the dragonfly. I guess everyone should be okay with it. If they can't even participate in such a simple game, you can just get your parents to quit the junior class. Junior class. No losers. Kids can't stand to be aggravated. Especially this group of young masters and young ladies who consider themselves the pride of heaven. No, the children who were originally hesitant and frowning, or for why it was Lin Li who had come up with the question. Anger mounted and he cried out, looking down on who? I could write to 100 in kindergarten. My mom was an accountant and had the greatest sensitivity to numbers. I inherited the numbers gene from her. This one is child's play. Me first. Seeing the group of excited brats, Lin Li's heart was about to burst with laughter. Kids are kids. They're just easily irritated. In order to get them to agree to a game where they come up with their own questions, he purposely used language to irritate them. In this way, the good spirits are aroused. Also, when their emotions are messed up, it's easy to make a mistake playing this game later. It is important to know that the game is played with calmness, and the slightest emotional upheaval, or if outsiders interfere and cause the brain to be distracted, it is easy to make mistakes. That's one of the reasons he chose this game. Kids, unlike adults, you can self-soothe and calm down, and you still have to be coaxed by outsiders. Besides, this type of numbers game is the most compatible with them, because everyone does, and if they come up with other topics, other ways to play, some people won't be able to. It would feel like a loss of fairness. No need to guess. Lin Hall will get the class president position. That's right. Lin Hall has already won. All these little children have fallen into the trap of the forest hall. Tell me more about it. Big brother, isn't it simple? Say simple, go have some fun yourself. $20 a handful outside the park down the road. I thought it was easy at first, too, but then I played a hand behind me and lost without even writing 50. Lin Hall has hyperventilated these little kids. You have to be calm to play this stuff. He even broke the back of those little kids' rebuttals. Hi, the game is not new to many online users. There must be a lasso program outside the park. Just like the lasso program, some adults can't always write it down, let alone these little kids. Besides, he was a little agitated. You know, the game is really that simple. It's not like there will be people outside the park setting up booths specializing in this to make money. Who's first? Lindley said smilingly from the podium. This smile of his was like a little fox that had succeeded in its plan in the eyes of those adults. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This kid, he's been raised to play with power. At the moment, the students were excited by Lindley, and each of them was eager to try. I'll go first. Wang Tianyu was the first to walk out. Me first. Little Fatty was no better. Me first. My dad is Li Gang. I'll go first. Lindley said, don't be in a hurry. Everyone has a chance. You go first. He pointed to Wang Tianyu. You do it, after all. You're the first one to interrupt me. Think you must be the most powerful. The surrounding students didn't feel anything when they heard it, but the adults in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only does this Lindley hold grudges, he also likes to kill people. You know, in anything, the outlier is the one who dies the worst. Being the first to play a game is bound to get you noticed by the whole class. This can be downright stressful for people with poor mental capacity. Unless there is absolute strength, then the first one on the field, with all the attention of. It's a vanity satisfaction like no other. Wang Tianyu's mom in the classroom next door saw her son being played with, and foolishly volunteered to cooperate by jumping into the pit. Her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Silly boy. It's going to be a big loss, but that's good. Let the kid suffer. It'll teach him a lesson. No one knew better than her what her own children were like. This Lindley is too smart. The parents on the side discussed. Yeah, my kid sure can't fight him. I always thought that my own children were, as they say, other people's children. This Lindley is the one who is someone else's child. Too good. Kenny Lee's mother gave an emotional sigh. Xiaxi's mother looked at Lindley in the screen, and was truly speechless with shock. This kid, he's got a great future ahead of him. What a high place to stand in the future. When we get back from school, we'll have a good talk with our own daughter about how we must be best friends with Lindley. Better yet, make it a childhood friend. In just over an hour, Lindley's excellence had already penetrated everyone's hearts. At the moment, the classroom, Wang Tianyu was already sitting in his seat, writing furiously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The first 20 he wrote very smooth, the heart proud up. It is not difficult. Che, I thought it was so hard. Look at this. Now that you're the first to write, and everyone's watching you, he himself is the senior of the class. Chapter 9. A good leader comforts his subordinates. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. At first, he wrote quickly and smoothly, but as the numbers got bigger, he started to slow down. By the time he reached 50 forward, Lindley noticed that a little sweat was starting to appear on his forehead. Are you getting nervous? That's a good kid, carrying all those people's eyes and getting to over 50. A little bit of mental toughness. Oh, he misspelled it. But, not much. No. The blunder appeared in Wang Tianyu wrote 77 to 78 with 8 first. You're wrong. You're out. Wang Tianyu, you're short. 100 is not even written. The students on the sidelines started to get up in arms. Wang Tianyu stared blankly at the paper. How could it be possible that he had written it wrong? It was a little hard for him to accept. At first, he was extremely confident when he wrote it, but the further he wrote, the more pressure he felt. It's not that he doesn't remember the numbers on the back, it's that he's afraid his classmates will laugh at him if he writes it wrong. He can't misspell it, but the more he thought about it, the more nervous he got, which directly led to less than 100, and he was eliminated. Lindley saw the dazed and frozen Wang Tianyu and said, You failed. Give me another chance. I'll make it. Wang Tianyu was unwilling to admit his failure. He felt that it must have been because he had just been quick with his hands. How did you misspell the numbers when you clearly remembered them? Just give yourself another chance and we'll definitely slow down and think carefully. The rules of our game are one person at a time. Are you trying to cheat? There was no need for Linley to speak at all, as Jianrunli and the other students began to scream. Are you unable to play? Willing to bet? Juggling? Shame on you. These words reached Wang Tianyu's ears, causing his little face to turn green and red for a while. I'm not. Linley stepped forward and reached out to put his hand on Wang Tianyu's shoulder, revealing a warm smile. You're already pretty good at writing so much. He then said to the students who were up in arms and jeering, don't laugh at people. It's amazing that Wang Tianyu was the first to resist the pressure to write. We should all give him a round of applause. With that, he led the applause. Come on, don't be discouraged. Listening to Linley's words, as well as feeling his heartfelt applause, Wang Tianyu felt a little moved. It seemed that this Linley wasn't so annoying. Everyone else was laughing at themselves, but he was as encouraging and comforting as his mom and dad. He's a good man. Thank you. I won't feel surprised by any operation in Lin Hall anymore because it's already numbed by shock. Let's call this trick buying people's hearts. While everyone was mocking Wang Tianyu, Linley was supporting him by saying good things. 6 I have a hunch that this Wang Tianyu back there is going to become Lin Hall's #1 horseman. What kind of family does Lin Hall have? It feels like he can even mix it up when he goes to college. When I was a kid I was still playing in the mud and he's already playing with power. For S sake, the audience is to see Linley this move to buy people's hearts operation. Each straight call 66 Now, after slicing and dicing, bloggers keep cutting Linley's highlight reel moments into clips to stream on short videos. The live stream has been watched by over 5 million people. These more than 5 million people are all real viewers, and there is never the slightest possibility of adulteration. And all of those 5 million or so people were shaken to the core by Linley's maneuver. At this time, in the junior class, the second student's challenge had already begun. The second challenge was a girl. Linley learned from the students on the side that her name was Song Ishue, wearing a pair of glasses and being nearsighted at a young age. Linley knew that this little girl was probably a bit on the level, as evidenced by her glasses. There's no shortage of early remedial learning at home, and the mental toughness was good, all the way from 1 endurance to over 400. Linley had made her the second one just to put pressure on the others, and sure enough, not to his surprise, the little girl is very competitive and has written to over 400 with no mistakes. Awesome. Yeah, it's over 400, so it doesn't really seem that difficult. It's just that Wang Tianyu is too much of a rookie. What did you say? Wang Tianyu heard this and immediately looked at him angrily. Linley frowned, his kingly aura on one side. Be quiet, don't disturb people. You guys don't want chaos on the sidelines when you challenge later. Upon hearing his reprimand, all of them shut up and quieted down. Song Ishua wrote steadily, but in the end it was a pity that, as she reached 456, in writing 457, she made a mistake and wrote 466. Awesome. When she failed, Linley immediately complimented her again, this time sincerely. Song Ishua coyly lowered her head and said in a milky voice, thank you, you're probably the most likely to be class president. Linley said, oh. Song Ishua's small face flushed. A third student then began the challenge, followed by a fourth, a fifth. 10 students in a row went by and none of them completed the challenge. That's when the students woke up to the fact that this game is pretty difficult. Especially the second place Song Ishua's number of 456 made it feel pressurized. Because, if they can't get past 456, they're not eligible to win no matter how smoothly they've written in front of them. In other words, the starting point for trying to win becomes higher. Many students have backed off and are no longer as enthusiastic as they were. Although the people who challenged them all failed, Linley would give the most heartfelt encouraging compliments every time. It's a good idea to buy people's hearts and minds. Is there anyone else coming? Seeing that there were no students who took the initiative to request a challenge, Linley, immediately, he bellowed. The students looked at me, I looked at you, and no one spoke up. Even Li Jianrun, who initially screamed the most fiercely that his father was Li Gang, unconsciously took a step back. There was also the little fat guy who was just as broad as Wang Tianyu. Having said that, there are a few headstrong ones who want to give it a try. Unfortunately, the end result is all the same. Failure. What's more, writing to 20 is wrong. The successive failures made others who hadn't challenged them want to do so. Besides, there's that one 456 mountain in the air. Anyone else? Linley asked with a smile. Everyone else shook their heads. Since there's no one else, I'll challenge. Linley's final finale begins. He took out a new A4 sheet of paper, took his seat, and instead of writing, for the moment, in the system arcade, purchased 5 minutes of mental focus with 5 W mood points. In other times, Linley naturally didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to write it down completely in one go. If it's at a playground or something, it's fine because it's a lot of times. But the rule that this site has set itself is that there is only one chance. Chapter 10, Linley is the one who is expected to be the class president. At the same time he knows how difficult this game is. The biggest difficulty is that it is easy to be distracted by people around you, which leads to Shakti distraction and writing mistakes. A word from anyone in the neighborhood, be it a compliment or a boo, it will eventually cause some ripples for the challenger. So, to write it down in its entirety, you have to be mentally focused at all times without any hiccups. Something worth mentioning is that the system really does redeem itself for anything, as long as you're in the mood for it. In addition to banknotes, physical material assets, after purchasing it, Linley began to write it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The students gathered around the edge and watched him carefully as he performed. Meanwhile the camera was giving full close-ups of Linley. The audience had high expectations for Linley, thinking that since he'd come up with this game changer on his own, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Otherwise it would be a joke, wouldn't it? Awesome. He's got to be fast all the time, a student exclaimed. At this moment, Linley has written over 400. Really just breath stabilization. Write steadily without haste. Natsuki gave the boy who had opened his mouth a small glare with wide eyes. Don't talk. Write. Don't disturb him. Song Ishua also spoke. She always remembered that Linley had said the same thing when she wrote it. 456. Super. As soon as he writes 457, he'll surpass Song Ishua. Everybody tense, holding their breath. 457. Linley wrote it out. He didn't stop. Continued. 492. 493. When it was written this way, the students in the class could not help but shout out in unison. 494. 495. 500. Yay! It worked Xia, she immediately jumped a little and, happy as if I had finished writing it myself. Awesome! Wang Tianyu exclaimed. Those who have written it realize how hard it is. However, at this moment, Linley was successful in writing the challenge. Pa pa pa. Song Ishua took the initiative to clap. A clap of admiration for Linley. Snap. Applause gradually rose through the class. Linley stood up and did not show any expression of pride and complacency. It was quite plain. Any more challenges? At this moment, seeing that Linley had succeeded in his challenge, the people who had initially backed off began to leap forward again. If Linley can, why can't we? It's not like it can't be accomplished. No, someone has succeeded. So, with renewed confidence, they began the challenge. Typical. You're good. I'm good. But it's a shame. Several challenges came down in succession. And again, as usual, no one succeeded. This made everyone completely cut off any thoughts of another challenge. Seeing that it was almost time, Linley spoke. Then unfortunately, according to the rules of the game, the class president is me. Which one of you agrees? Who's against it? As soon as these words came out, Xia she immediately raised her hands high. I agree. Song Ishua, I agree. Many of the students who failed in the challenge had received relief and encouragement from Linley, so that at this point they all opened their mouths to agree. Linley is the one who deserves it. Be a squad leader. Be a squad leader. Although there are still a few students who are not convinced, such as Kenny Lee, such as Li Jiachi. However, they know that they are willing to gamble and lose, and if they sing the opposite tune at this time, they cannot afford to play. Eventually, you will be ostracized by the other students, so they don't support it, they don't oppose it, they choose to be silent. I agree, Wang Tianyu said. The students froze when they saw that Wang Tianyu, who was the most eager for the class president, supported it. What's going on? Is this what they call joining if you can't beat them? Lin Hall is awesome. It's really a crowd pleaser. From the beginning I was sure that Lin Hall would be the class president. He's a descending blow in this junior class. Compared to him, I think I'm just a mere schoolboy. The netizens admired Linley, an 8-year-old child. In their eyes, even if this child does not study well, on this Mind City Inn, grow up and make a name for yourself wherever you go. No kidding at all. For such a wonderful program gimmicky enough class president campaign segment, the backstage Lao Mozi is very satisfied. Smiling, he said, too smart for this kid. Kind of like this kid. When the time comes, let's see if there are any scripts that need a child actor, and give him the whole thing once in a while, high or low. Oh, I'm tempted to take him to a variety show. I'm curious to see if this kid can set the artists up when he plays the game. I think the show must have a big effect. He awkwardly looked at Linley in the screen and, the more you look at it, the more you like it. Yeah, you can. You'll see what kind of wise guy programs are out there when you. This kid can't say that he can really play the adults around. Old Mauser was looking forward to it. Of course, They were not the only ones thinking this way at the moment. Many of some of my fellow directors who heard about the movie and came to watch it thought the same thing. This Linley is simply too eligible for variety to get the effect of the show that. Besides, the kid seems to be very popular at the moment. Plus, the kid has no debut and is cheap. So, they started beating up Linley. Okay, you can go over and run the show and follow the process. I don't know, the old mogul said to he awkward. Aha. He awkwardly nodded and turned to go out. Inside the junior class at the moment, the race for class president has sort of come to a complete end, regardless of the fact that some people are still unconvinced. But for the moment, Linley becoming class president is a nail in the coffin. Just waiting for the class president to say the word to make the honor official. Linley was enjoying the bragging rights of the little kids, especially Wang Tianyu. A stream of snacks he couldn't give away went straight to Linley's desktop. Class president, congratulations. You're welcome. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. Linley smiled faintly. Hey, squad leader. Since you're squad leader, then can I be that vice class president at that time? Wang Tianyu also had many small minds. Since we can't be class president, isn't there a vice president here? It's not the highest position in the class, but at least it's the second highest, right? Linley took a serious look at him. Good boy. Sure enough, there isn't a single oil lamp in this junior class. Bragged about himself and then hoped that through his class president's influence, he would be supported as vice president. This kid knows how to take a back seat. He's a talent. Look at that class president call. Wang Tianyu, as you know, the vice class president one is not up to me. I'm sorry, Linley justly refused. Don't, squad leader. If you support me, you can have all these snacks. I'm sorry. Wang Tianyu shoved the snacks on the table. Linley immediately frowned, his voice rising slightly. Are you trying to bribe me? His voice instantly reached the ears of the students who were watching him at all times. There was a flurry of heads turning to look at him. Meanwhile the camera focused on Linley again. Chapter 11, Test a cadre with this? Wang Tianyu immediately felt that he was again being paid attention to by the whole class, and his vanity and satisfaction immediately came up. It's not a bribe. I'll be vice president, we'll run the class together. Not far away. Li Jianran and Yuan Hua heard it and immediately got up from their seats and came over. Meanwhile, the little fat guy, Wu Chang, is doing the same, and holding over his desk the same snacks he never went out for at the time. Kids are all monkeys these days. Once they heard Wang Tianyu's words, they probably understood what he was looking for Linley for vice squad leader. Although they couldn't be the class president, they immediately became interested when they heard about the vice president. Wang Tianyu, you're actually engaging in the bribery set again. Li Jianran bellowed in accusation. That's just it. This bad trend, if it spreads, will have a great impact on the whole class. I'm sorry, Yuan Hua said in an adult tone. Little fatty Wu Chang, on the other hand, stuffed the snacks into Linley's arms. Squad leader, let me be the vice squad leader and I'll buy you dinner. Wang Tianyu looked at them angrily. I said it's not a bribe. Then what do you think this is? Li Jianran said without relenting. Wang Tianyu's small face was suffocatingly red. After a half-hearted attempt to explain, it's a snack I share with my best friend. He's the class president now, and you're giving him something as a way to gain a position. That's bribery. In the end, Yuan Hua, who is from a family of officials, said with a flourish. A few of them argued again with one word from you and another from me. The live audience watched, exclaiming that the show was back on, laughing my ass off. It feels like this class is just like Legend of Donnie Darko. No, it's like In the Name of the People. Power struggles, corruption, crookedness all around. It also feels better to stop calling it Rising Star Teen Class and call it In the Name of the Student instead. +1. Let's see how Lin Hall, the freshman class president, resolves this. Looking forward to the Lin Hall show. Seriously, this is the show I'll be watching. Lin Hall. Linley had a bit of a headache. The noise was so close to a fight. Sighing in his heart. Originally he was too lazy to care about this kind of thing, but he couldn't help being the class president. If you're in a position, you have to do your job. Besides, he had just taken office and had to regulate, or else he could easily be impeached by many people for his next term. Not everyone in the class is convinced of him now. The danger is still there. He said angrily, don't even argue. What's it like to argue? This roar instantly silenced them. Linley continued, all comrades in the same class. Classmates, let the other classes look at the joke. With those words, he left his seat and came to the podium again, clearing his throat. Classmates, I know that there are still a lot of class officer positions available within the current class, and know that a lot of people want to be this class officer, but you can't get it through this kind of bribery. It's a very bad social climate that we should stamp out. Also, let me tell you that I am a clean class officer. No bribes will be accepted. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard his words and all of them sent the word good to the pop-up screen. What does it mean to be an awakening? This is an awakening. Linley's voice continued to reach their ears. If you don't believe me, you can corrupt me any way you want. I'll let you all fall through. This social malaise will be rectified from my side. That means that any of you who come to me for business will have to give me a gift, and I can do without it. But you can't not deliver. I'll show you what it means to be a clean official. What it means to resist temptation. Linley's face was resolute, and his every word was filled with power. And it was as if he was declaring his determination and conviction to everyone. I don't share in corruption and bribery. After shouting once more, Linley ignored the crowd of dumbfounded small children and straight back to his seat, returning the snacks on the table to the frothing Wang Tianyu and Wu Chang. Pointing to the snacks, he said, "You take these back and test the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand such a test?" he said, and sat back in his seat, glaring at them with plenty of energy. He didn't know if these kids understood what he was saying, but he knew that his word of mouth had been well received by everyone on the air, simply because the system beep in his head sounded uninterruptedly after he finished speaking. Lin Hall, take my knee. Damn, kids these days are so damn aware. This is not the head of the junior class, it's the head of the people. Just these words from Lin Hall. How many officials have been hanged? If Lin Hall goes into politics in the future, he'll definitely be a clean official. And will definitely be able to benefit the people in the area. Not only are you highly intelligent and tactful, but you're also so damn rigid. At this moment, the image of Linley, an 8-year-old child, was constantly towering in their hearts. How many people clapped their hands at that comment? They're all cadres, and an 8-year-old class cadre is so highly aware. How embarrassing for the other cadres. At this time, in the junior class, he awkwardly walked in, holding his cell phone to watch the live streaming attention as he came in. So he had heard Linley's words. He walked into the middle of the class and applauded. Linley said it very well. That's the kind of crookedness we should put an end to. I saw what you guys just did on the show, so I've decided that Linley is officially the class president of the junior class. I hope he will stay true to his original vision and lead our class in creating a positive and an environment that obliterates bad vibes. Seeing he awkward come in, all of a sudden, all the students immediately returned to their seats. Who is the child's greatest fear? One is the parents and the other is the teachers. Hearing he awkward's words, Wang Tianyu and the others' small faces turned red, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill down. As for Xiaxi, Song Yishui and the others, they applauded after he awkward. Linley felt surprised that this had been botched. Originally, he was still thinking about how to get he awkward to directly recognize himself as the class president, but it turns out, now that the position of class president had completely fallen to him, he felt he had to say something. Standing up, "Thank you, Mr. He, for your trust and high hopes in me. I will not fail you. I accept the supervision of all my classmates, and if anyone finds out that I'm corrupt, I don't need you to tell me that. I step down as class president on my own accord." Snap. Applause again. The more he awkwardly looked at Linley, the better he looked at him. The kid was really good at talking. Linley nodded to his classmates with a smile, then sat down, with the thought in mind that this squad leader is basically sitting tight. What could they possibly come up with to test themselves? Even if it was money, he thought he could resist. How can you say that you are also a hanging wall with a system? Can a mere mortal object touch you? Absolutely not. Chapter 12, Star Teacher? Teacher, I want to get better so badly. But to say there are any weaknesses in yourself. Aha! There is. That's the female color. It was his greatest weakness and the one that corrupted him the most. But, you're only 8 years old yourself. Who corrupts me with female sex? The class president farce is over for good. He awkwardly opened his mouth. Okay, classmates, don't be discouraged if you didn't become class president. There are still many class officer positions in the class that you can sign up for. But then, for the time being, the other class officer positions I'm going to be judged by the performance of everyone in the back of the room. So, everyone must behave themselves. Yes, the students shouted in unison. Well, now I'm going to introduce you to the teachers for each of your courses for the upcoming semester. He awkwardly finished. Backstage, Lao Mozi then called all the scheduled star teachers over the intercom. In no time at all, one of the biggest stars you can only see on screen appeared in the junior class. Looking at all these stars, the live audience called out the luxury. The star teachers stood lined up in front of the podium. He awkwardly said. Teachers introduced themselves to the class. The students on stage were excited. It's not a starstruck moment yet, but it doesn't stop them from liking it. One wore a lady's elegant gray professional suit, and underneath, a bustier with 2 long, slender legs that, in black silk, on black heels. The actress with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her delicate face spread her smile and introduced herself to the students. Hello class, I'm your math teacher, and ideology teacher, Mimi Young. Yang Mi's math skills rank among the best in the entertainment industry. After all, I heard that his eldest uncle was a math professor at Qingbei. Teaching first grade is enough. Wow, it's beautiful. MS. Yang Mi, you're beautiful. Both male and female students were shouting out compliments. Thanks. Yang Mi let out a smile. The second teacher began to introduce herself. Again an actress, wearing a white fairy dress. Hello, students. I'm your English teacher, Lu Yifei. I'll be teaching everyone's English for the rest of the year. And of course I'll be your art teacher. Lu Yifei has been in Hollywood and can normally communicate with foreigners on a daily basis. Besides, her nationality. So it's no problem at all to serve as an English teacher for the junior class. Wow. Heavenly sister. Mommy, I saw the fairy sister. The third teacher, still female, wore blue short sleeves and baggy jeans. Hello students. My name is Deng Ziki. I'm your music teacher. And I also work part-time as a science teacher. Music teacher. There are so many people in the entertainment industry who could do the job. However, it is currently noticeable that many celebrities are holding two positions. Deng Ziki is a science student, though not exactly a science senior, but it's more than enough to handle first grade. Sister Deng Ziki, I love listening to your songs, Little Goldfish. Deng Ziki heard someone call her a little goldfish and puffed out her cheeks to match the students. Ha ha. Immediately, the students were greeted with a chorus of laughter. The fourth teacher then introduced herself. This time it's a male star. Hello everyone, I, Deng Chao, serve as your gym teacher and computer teacher. This gym teacher is much better to find in the realm of entertainment. Just be a man. But in order to have a programmatic effect and not seem so boring, the latest generation of harmonicas, Deng Chao, is here. At this point, the four teachers have introduced themselves. Linley froze as he looked at the few of them, inwardly calling out that the program group had spared no expense. He is a top streamer in domestic entertainment, a RTHK diva, a movie star, and a gold medal host. This program is running to be the #1 variety show in the entertainment industry. You know, they're not on this show for one episode and then it's over. It's the resident guest. 66. Good. With the volume of fans these stars have, this emotional value of their own definitely adds up old fast. Damn, why am I only 8 years old? This big power in Lu Yifei look seems to be much younger than what he saw on the screen in his last life. No, I have to learn from both teachers. The two of them appeared, instantly igniting the fire in Linley's heart that wanted to learn. He wants to get ahead so badly. Bullish when it was said to be an all-star lineup. This look is awesome. It's really the first time I've seen Big Power and Lu Tianxian participate in a variety show together. All the teachers looking for are great. It's just that it seems like Chao is looking a bit random and haphazard. Ha ha, it's the gym teacher after all. Chaste. If my elementary school teachers were them, I'd definitely pay attention. Is it too late for me to sign up? He awkwardly spoke. It seems that everyone knows our teacher. Then I believe that later on, during class, everyone will listen carefully too, right? Yes, the students were very loud, which showed that they also wanted to progress. Good, now we'll start handing out textbooks. Saying this, he awkwardly came outside the classroom with Yang Mi and several others, receiving the books delivered by the staff. They then handed them out one by one. Yang Mi was holding a stack of math textbooks when she sent them to Linley's desk. Kazran's wide eyes surveyed the hallowed child. Mr. Yang, don't look at me like that. I'll be shy, Linley said shamelessly. As the saying goes, opportunity is for the brave. No, the other students were not wowed when they received the books they were handed out. It's just not a nutritious compliment. The opportunity won't even be taken. Hearing this, Yang Mi's eyes contained a smile. You're still shy. I really didn't see it. I'm actually still shy. Trust me. Linley widened his innocent eyes. Ha ha, Lin Hall, you're so funny. Ha, Lin Hall? Linley was surprised. Wasn't his name Linley? The audience saw your performance and gave you your title. Yang Mi smiled and explained that it was rare to see such a funny kid. Oh, how am I only a hall level cadre? At least a ministerial level. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi burst out laughing and he stretched out his scallion white jade finger to point at Linley's little head. Man-child, still at the ministerial level. Who taught you that? Linley squinted his eyes in a very serious manner and said, you have to call me Linbu. Fine, Rinbu. Yang Mi chakra was amused by the seriousness of the mo. Study hard. She nudged Linley's head again, smiling sweetly, and the distribution of textbooks then continued. Linley looked at the flavorful and seductive Yang Mi, and really hated that he was only 8 years old. Hey, have a heart. Powerless. That's when Lu Yifei textbook was sent to his side. Linley said, Teacher Lu, you're so beautiful. I want to learn English from you. Chapter 13. 2 birds fly in the tree. 5 more fly away. Louis Fei smiled gently and reached out to touch Linley's small head. Then you have to listen well in class. Don't desert. Okay, said Linley, lifting his little stylus and drawing an OK sign. Louis Fei smiled sweetly at his budding energy. Too funny. Ha ha. Once the textbooks have been distributed, the second class will officially begin. Technically it's third period, since second period got bumped off by the impromptu campaign for class president. He awkwardly took Louis Fei and Deng Chao a few people to leave the class, leaving only Yang Mi behind. Obviously, this second class was a math class. Linley felt like he was probably going to be pretending again. How hard could elementary school math be, especially in first grade? Isn't it just the multiplication table? Middle school math. With his current memory, he had long forgotten all about it. But in first grade, he'll show everyone what it means to be a genius at quick math. So, he sat in his seat with his back straight. What's this? It's a sign of confidence. Yang Mi stood on the podium and said in a loud voice, "Students, today as the first class, I'll test everyone's math skills first." With that she took out her chalk and listed a few topics on the board. 5 plus 5 equals? 9-5 equals? 3 plus 6 plus 8 equals? 10-2 equals? 19-7 equals? 9-3 plus 6 equals? Linley looked at these topics, so simple that they couldn't harvest much emotional value. It's better to give that opportunity to someone else. It's just the simplest addition and subtraction, not challenging at all. Okay, which one of you will be doing these questions? Yang Mi finished writing. Turning and smiling, he asked, "Raise your hand if you know how." Brush. In no time at all of the class, except Linley, raised their hands. The current educational environment is such that the multiplication tables are taught in kindergarten. Adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing up. It won't be a big number, but if you can wiggle your fingers out of it, basic kids do. Besides, this group of teenage students had been receiving home-based early childhood education much earlier. They have that, and who doesn't want to start with a baby? Yang Mi ordered Kenny Lee to get up and answer the question. 5 plus 5 is equal to 10, replied Kenny Lee with a confident face. Okay, classmates sit down. Yang Mi smilingly called up another one to answer the following question. When all the questions have been answered and there are no errors in the... Yang Mi laughed. It looks like the past students have a solid foundation. Mr. Yang, make it harder. This is too easy. Yuan Hua shouted despite the classroom discipline. Yeah, on the hard part. The others were up in arms. They remembered the teachings of their parents when they came here to do well in the junior class and strive to be the class president. Now the class president didn't do it, but this answer can never be lost. One is riveted. I didn't think I'd be in my 40s answering first grade questions after elementary school kids. Seeing them in class makes me kind of miss being a kid. Do you guys remember first grade? I forgot anyway. No, how come this topic is so easy? That's not how my kids' first grade questions were, and it almost drove me crazy. Classes are easy. Homework is hard. Don't you get it? Teach the easy ones to yourself. It's hard to get your parents to teach, and the main one saves the day. Brothers are right on the money. Junior class next door. Parents are bragging about their kids to each other at the moment. My child is already studying elementary school OU. This topic is too simple. It's not hard to beat my kid at all. Li Jianrun's mom laughed. Yuan Hua's mom said, "My kids are already taking third grade math. You kids are amazing. You should be so proud." Song Yishua's father looked at the two of them and gave a small brag. He knows exactly what his daughter is capable of. Look at those lenses. He didn't push his own daughter at all, but rather his own daughter was enthusiastic about her studies. Xiaxi's mom interjected. "I don't really catch my daughter's academic performance. The main thing is to develop her hobbies." Then you're enlightened. My son holds a cell phone and plays games every day. But okay. Nowadays, the gaming business is also developed. And when we were young instead, playing games was just wrong. You guys, the difficulty of this question has come up, so I guess there aren't many who can do it. Hearing one parent, the others stopped talking and looked at the screen. Only on the screen at the moment. Yang Mi increased the difficulty at the request of the students. Blackboard. 13 dash equals plus 3. 15 dash equals dash 5. Plus 6 is equal to 10. Class, you're so good. So do you know these three questions? The same number. Young Mimi smiled warmly, which means that the numbers within the have to be the same. Anyone who knows how? Raise your hand if you do. At this moment, instead of raising their hands immediately, as they had done a moment before, the students scrutinized the question. The mind calculates. Not long after, Song Yishua raised her hand first, followed by Li Jianrun. Swish, 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 and soon half the class had their hands up. Linley still hasn't raised his hand. The question, though, seemed to be a bit beyond the first grade syllabus, but it didn't overwhelm him at all. It's still too easy for him. too lazy to raise your hand. This student, you answer. Yang Mi called out to Song Ishue, who was the first to raise her hand. Song Ishue stood up, reporting to the teacher. The first question is 5. The second question is 10. The third question is 2. Very good. Oh, all correct answers. Yang Mi complimented. This time, instead of just skimming over it, she patiently began to explain how to answer the calculations on this topic. Because there were still a lot of students on stage who didn't raise their hands at that time, she had to answer the solution in detail and try to get every one of them. Linley rested his chin in 100 different ways, and his other hand kept turning the pen. The mind size. It's so damn boring. Xia Shi, who was at the same table, was looking at the podium with slightly furrowed brows, studying the calculations carefully. As Yang Mi finished explaining the question, another question began. Title: 2 birds fly in the tree, 5 birds fly out, 6 birds remain. Ask how many birds were in the tree. As soon as the question came up, the class began to cringe. Because, this one they have to think about. There is no direct formula for addition or subtraction, but instead they need to calculate their own addition and subtraction substitutions. At the moment, many of the adults in the broadcast room were also calculating up. Sadly, I gave all my math back to my gym teacher. The question looks simple, but it is indeed simple. So, what's the answer, brothers? If we assume that we take several birds as x, then we can set up the equation. Stop at old iron. You use equations for first grade math problems? Chapter 14: Illegal collection of funds by use of official position. This topic is common in elementary school, but I'm not an elementary school student right now. Let there be x birds originally in the tree. X plus 2 minus 5 is equal to 6. X plus 2 is equal to 6 plus 5. X plus 2 equals 11 and x equals 11-2. So, x equals 9 and there are 9 more birds in the tree. You're wasting your time and complicating the math. So just keep it simple. Chase away the 2 birds that flew in and catch the 5 that flew away. So 6 minus 2 plus 5 is equal to 9. 66. In the junior class, Linley sighed softly as he saw his classmates begin to calculate on their sketchbooks. It's a question that's still very simple. Thought. Never mind. Let's show a little. Otherwise an elementary school math class. How hard can Yang Mi come up with questions? After all, according to normal human thinking, she's bound to not come up with a topic that's too over the top. Plus the vast majority of this group of juniors are small role kings. I guess some kids, at home, have learned the equation. So, before he could open his mouth to ask, is there a reunion? Young Mimi, be the first to raise your hand. Yang Mi looked over. Linley, you can do it? Linley stood up and seriously chided. Teacher, what Linley? Claiming positions inside the class, looking at him like a little adult. Yang Mi snorted a light laugh. Okay, class president. You will? Well, the answer is 9. The other students had tilted their heads to look at Linley, who had just finished the program. That Linley knew the answer. Too soon. There was a small surprise in each clear eye. How did you calculate that? Yang Mi asked with a smile. 6-2 plus 5. Doesn't that calculate it? Not bad. Oh, looks like you're good at math too, eh? I'm sorry. Yang Mi waved a hand to signal him to sit down, then explained to the class. Xiaoxi milked her voice in envy. Wow, class president, you're awesome. Well, average to average. Linley didn't have any hint of complacency, and was quite bland. If he's proud of this question, he can just take a block of tofu and run over it. Just as Linley thought, the math class went on for the entire class without any superlative topics at all. A lot of kids in the basic junior class know that when they spend a little time doing the math. Again, he found himself answering that question with few emotional points added to his mind. So, he knows it, and wants to show his excellence in the classroom by stealing the show, thus gaining sentiment value. This method doesn't work. There's also a bit of pre-personal manifestation, showing something beyond your years. After class, Yang Mi left the classroom, and all of a sudden, the class began to buzz. Either you're eating snacks, or you're stringing along and making friends. Linley took advantage of the end of class to go to the restroom, and when he returned, he continued to sit in his seat. The old god. It's boring. Solely sinking his consciousness into his mind, he studied the system. Lamb, how many emotional points do I have right now? System, host, you currently have 390W emotion points. Linley secretly sighed. That much. Another 10W would be enough for 4 modeling attribute points. However, he felt that modeling was not urgent for the time being, and that his first priority was still survival. Change of living environment. You can't go back from school and continue to collect rags and bottles for a living. Linley thought for a moment in his head about what ways he could make money at his age. Take a song from a previous life and sell the rights? That's a good way to go. But, as far as those shady companies are concerned, faced with their own little kid songs that have no name, definitely all kinds of press, Speculation? There are financial talents to acquire in the system, and speculation is surely a fast way to make money. But you have to open an account to speculate on stocks. He's underage. Furthermore, he knew, through the memories of his original body, that his entire body added up to assets that, but a couple $100. It's a struggle to buy a cell phone. At that moment, he suddenly heard his classmates in the back row talking. Han Xin has red and blue. It's no problem to get a second kill in the opening round. If you Han Xin has red and blue, can't get up in the early game, bad development. This game will only be able to steal the tower and play super soldiers. Lindley's ears twitched. Games. These days, you can make money playing games. Besides, at the age he is now, with no ID, underage, playing games is the best option to come up with money. Thinking about this, Lindley's heart began to fire up to engage in the game. He searched the system for any special effect bonuses or the like that would enhance his gaming skills. Although, in his last life, he also played games, but his skills were just a little above average, not reaching the top. Hand speed increase +1. Exchange points, 50W emotional value. A normal person's hand speed is at 5. The full value is 10. The host's current hand speed is 5. Note, hand speed decreases with age. Reactivity +1. Exchange points, 50W emotion points. Normal human reaction speed is at 4. Full value is 10. The host's current reaction level is 5. Remarks, reactivity decreases with age. Game comprehension +1. Exchange points, 10W emotion points. Normal human game comprehension, 0. Full value, 10. Note, game comprehension depends on the amount of time spent playing the game. Also each game corresponds to a different level of comprehension. P.S. Not universal. Anyone who has ever played a game knows that hand speed, whether it's a handheld game or an endgame, reactivity, as well as an understanding of the version of that game, is extremely important. Various highlighting operations can't be done without these first two, and improving your win rate is about the ability to think about the game. Seeing that the three key things were all there, Lindley's mind was certain that for now, just redeem the emotional value for these three. Make your first bucket of money with the game first. So, now the question is at hand. He looked down and took his senior citizen's cell phone out of his pocket. How to mess with a cell phone. To play games, you must have a smooth phone. He thought for a moment in his head, and turned his gaze to the surrounding students who were not rich or wealthy. Gradually the mind began to clear. The first bucket of money was made by using his position to start with illegal fundraising. Thinking of this, Lindley didn't hesitate and immediately stood up and walked up to the podium. A tap on the podium followed. Bang bang. All be quiet. This squad leader has something to say. When the students heard the sound, one by one, they stopped talking to the people around them, aiming his head at Lindley on the podium. This guy, what's he up to again? Meanwhile the netizens in the live stream were puzzled. Lin Hall is going to act up again. Damn the boredom of watching in front of me. This program is at least half cooler without Lin Hall. I'm falling asleep watching it. Who says it isn't? I'm a college student watching an elementary school program. I can calculate the key elementary school questions slower than the elementary school students. It's so devastating. It's still up to Lindley to have a program effect. How dare you? Lindley is what you call yourself. You have to shout Lin Hall. As the live viewers complained, there was nothing at all to see in a normal class lecture. Chapter 15, Don't Speak Against Unity. They're here to have fun, to see how the show works, and to get emotional value out of it. Not here to follow elementary school kids around. Besides, there was nothing particularly bright about Lindley at that time during class. But at this moment, seeing that Lindley seemed to be about to make another demonic move, they all came to their senses. It's no secret that Lindley holds up 80% of the highlights of the show. Junior class podium. Lindley looked seriously at the students who were filled with doubtful curiosity. Smiling lightly, he said, "Students, although we have only just converged in the junior class today, but we're a collective now." Some of the students couldn't stop nodding. There was nothing wrong with what was being said. Our teachers are big stars, and everyone knows it. We should honor them for taking time out of their busy schedules to teach us and be there for us. It's going to be Teachers' Day soon, and I think we should prepare gifts for our teachers as a class. It's not a bribe. Of course, he said gravely. It's still a gift from us as students to our teachers. Upon hearing that they were going to prepare Teachers' Day gifts for their teachers, the students' eyes brightened up one by one. Yeah, why didn't they think of that? It's a form of bribery, isn't it? Wrong. It's the presentation. Gift giving. They're too good at it. The squad leader is right. Song Yixue nodded and stood up. I agree then. That's a good suggestion. Even Li Jianrun agreed. Other students expressed up one after another. Obviously, this proposal was felt by all to be normal and reliable. Yang Ni and the others in the junior class office looked at Lindley's proposal and complimented it. I knew this kid had a big pattern. So understanding at such a young age. He awkwardly said, "First semester of school," and he thought of it. Young Mimi's eyes flashed frequently with pleasure. Really knows his stuff. Listening to this heart monster of mine is touched. Deng Chao was touched in relief. It's all kids, and lo and behold, Linley came up with it. Naturally they wouldn't want the so-called gift, but rather this peace of mind. This sentiment has not yet been received, but it has been felt. Similarly, the viewers in the live broadcast room also felt that Linley's proposal was very good. None of them were complimented. In the junior class, Linley continued, "As I said just now, we are a collective. So the gift is that we come together as a junior class to give the teachers the same gift." Instead of everyone preparing themselves, Linley began to cut to the chase. Upon hearing this, Li Jianran immediately pouted his mouth. Collective delivery. It's not like we're not going to get a chance to show our stuff. I don't agree with this one. We should prepare our own gifts for our teachers. Represent ourselves. He instantly opened his mouth to retort. Wang Tianyu also disagreed. Yeah, we'll deliver it ourselves. With the two of them leading the way, there was a flurry of opposition from students with money, power and ideas. How could Linley not be aware of the little plans they were playing with in their hearts? Having expected this, he smiled lightly and said with confidence, "You guys have a point, but if we each give a gift, teachers will receive so many gifts and so many different kinds that they won't be able to use them, and instead they will be wasteful." He paused, scanned the crowd, and continued, "And we, the junior class, are a collective group. We should unite together to prepare a special gift for our teachers. This will show the cohesion and heart of our class." But Li Jianran was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Linley. Linley let out a soft eep. "Mr. Li Jianran, this one is not only our first group event since the inception of the junior class, but it is also a way to show our cohesiveness to the parents of the network. You, don't ever say anything that's not conducive to unity." A statement that shut up all the students who still had something to say. They're not cuties. Each one of them is fine as hell. With these words, Linley wasn't saying that if he insisted on a personal delivery again, is that not being allowed into the collective and having an individual ideology? This will be ostracized by the others. Why is this Linley so good at talking? All the same age. How he's just like his old man. Well, what an unfavorable word for unity. Stop saying it and die laughing. Moral kidnapping straight to death. Lin Hall is Lin Hall. This way of speaking, thinking pattern, proper old cadres. Kenny Lee, as the chief's son, is being held to death. Sooner or later, I'll be laughed to death by Lin Hall, who gave birth to a demon. Viewers knew that Linley would live a whole life with many golden words, but they didn't expect him to have so many golden words. One by one, he was amused. Even Deng Chao and the others in the teacher's office. Too showy. No, tummy ache. Ha ha. Deng Chao exaggeratedly covered his stomach. He's just so good at being a leader and being able to squeeze people to death. I'm sorry, Duncan chuckled. Yang Mi said, I've kind of realized that with this show, we're all actually redundant, and we don't have to think of any program effects. Linley has it all by himself. Deng Chao nodded. Yeah, I think so. If we're trying to get a program effect, we can ask Linley to answer more questions in class later. This guy is practically born for variety. Chao, you're being narrow-minded. Given his current performance, growing up into the official world can be a good mix. Louis Fei corrected him and laughed. Yeah, I'm the one with the small pattern. Ha ha. The students in the junior class who still wanted to retort no longer knew how to retort to Linley. A look of wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say, as if constipated, was awkward. Linley continued, since everyone is fine with it, I, as the class president, now announce, our junior class's first expressions of thoughts to teachers program was established. Xia Shi, as Linley's tablemate, was the first to applaud with approval. Song Yishue followed closely, and the other students didn't dare to have any opinions and agreed. Then what gift are we preparing? Little fatty Wu Chang asked even though he was not happy in his heart. Yuan Hua said, yes, prepare for what? Gifts, whatever they are, we need money. Linley's foxtail is showing, so I think that each of us contributes a little bit of money, which, of course, is part of the class fee, and it belongs to our entire collective. At the end of the word, collective, Linley specially aggravated his tone. How much does it cost? Wang Tianyu asked. When it comes to money, they're not vain at all. Nothing else, the family has money. Besides, children currently have a low concept of money. $100 each, as a class fee, and the gift to be deducted from the class fee. Again, the same goes for the activities in the subsequent classes. Linley laughed. Chapter 16, Leadership Charisma at a Young Age. Only $100? So little. All of us put together is only $3,600. What good can you buy with that money? Not enough for a bag. Little fatty Wu Chang skimmed his lips. Yeah, only $100 looking down on who? Wang Tianyu said in a wealthy and generous manner. Linley knew that to these rich people, $100 really wasn't money. If he could, he'd like to yell $100 for 1,000 each. But, it's a live broadcast, and there are countless viewers watching them. He must set a good image. Mr. Wu Chang, I have to make a correction. Gifts don't matter how expensive they are. It's the thought that counts. Linley looked at him and said seriously, do you think our star teacher is poor? They're no worse off than our family. And with all the expensive gifts you're giving, do you think the teachers don't have any? Can't they afford it? So, do you think expensive gifts are necessary? What's important to us is to express our feelings. If we have the heart, even if it's just a plain old stone, they'll be happy too. Linley's words once again elicited a high level of appreciation from the live broadcast and Youngmi and the others. This kid, he's got a really positive outlook. I agree. I think the class president is right. It's not the gift that's expensive. It's the thought that counts. I'm sorry, Song Yishui said as she lifted the glasses on the tip of her own nose. I agree. Song Mingqi, who had been silent in the class, spoke up on rare occasions. If you all agree, then so do I. At once some of the students indicated up. Not every kid has a president father at home. Same as Wang Tianyu. Wu Chang. Li Jianran glared at Linley, his heart growing more and more irritated. Why did this Linley keep stealing the limelight? My dad is Li Gang. When we get home, we must ask our own dad to check if there are any illegal and disorderly things in his family. Get him out of the junior class. Otherwise, with him around, the junior class won't have a foothold of its own. Since everyone has agreed. Suddenly Linley was dumbfounded. The process has been gone through and the purpose has all been accomplished. The question now is how the money is received. I don't have a microphone myself. The cell phones are all senior citizens. He is not afraid to take out the old phone to lose face. Mainly, the old phone cannot open WeChat. Holy, in cash? How many people use cash in this day and age? Let alone these kids. I'm guessing some people haven't touched cash much. How can I pay you? Xia Shi considered herself to be Linley's best friend at the moment. The expression was adorable as he asked. Linley's mind spun rapidly, like a Ferrari engine running at high speed. After school, we asked Mr. Ho to pull a class group. When the time comes, we'll be uniformly handing out red envelopes inside to turn in our shift fees. Linley decided to use the delaying tactic and talk about it after school. This money, when the time comes, will be held by me for the time being, and when the life committee has judged I'm giving him this class fee. Yes, Xia Shi nodded. No one objected because many people had their cell phones taken away by their parents. So far, Linley's first bucket of money is considered to have fallen. When the time comes to divert some public funds, buy yourself a cell phone, and then, before Teacher's Day, it's good to get your money back through the game playing lists or whatever. Well, here's the deal. Before Teacher's Day, let me know if anyone has any good ideas for all are welcome. Linley waved his hand as he finished, signaling for everyone to disperse. He also got off the podium and went back to his seat. The old conspirator in the background saw Linley's various maneuvers, as well as the words that, appreciating the kid more and more. At such a young age, he has such strong leadership skills and expresses himself well on the logical side of the language. The point was that his small frame made the old mobile feel a sense of charisma. In just one day, the idea of wanting to train Linley as a child star had already crossed his mind. Isn't the purpose of Rising Stars to select the best kids and raise them as child stars? How many highlight clips did Linley create in one day? The huge popularity of the crew just after the show started was something he caused to bring about. He's simply too good for showbiz. The last morning session of the junior class begins. It was also the fourth class, language class, when he awkwardly entered the classroom. All rise. Linley fell back on the time when he used to study. Open class by greeting the teacher. The last class was forgotten. Wobbly. One by one, the students rose from their seats. They know the rules. Hello teacher, he awkwardly said with a light smile. Hello classmates. When he was seated, Linley stared at he awkward, his mind already wandering. Classes are so boring. The good news, however, is that after this class, it's time for lunch. During the school year, morning classes, looking forward to lunch every second. Lunch break, afternoon classes, seconds counted, looking forward to the end of school. At the moment he was in that frame of mind. Everyone let go of the first page of your textbook and come, listening to he awkward's words. Linley numbly moved his hands to flip through the books. Does anyone know how to read the words on it? Does anyone know? He awkwardly asked the question. Song Yishui immediately raised her hand. In math class, she is the first one to raise her hand every time she asks a question, so her attributes as a schoolmaster are undoubtedly on display. Okay, Song Yishui, you answer. Lindley sighed softly in his heart. How come first grade isn't taught from AOEIU anymore? The last math class as well. He clearly remembers all the basic multiplication tables to begin with. Look again at today's books, and in looking at what they teach, look at the first page. What's on it? Heaven, earth, wood, water, fire, earth. There's no pinyin on the key yet. To say that these kids in the junior class, I guess they all knew each other before they were in first grade. There must be quite a lot of training early education. But what about the other students? That's bull asterisk. Lindley kept flipping down, and good lord, there was no pinyin until page 20. The mind spat, but was too lazy to show it, because he couldn't be bothered to explain why it used to be that the textbooks just started learning AOEIU. Tilting my head, I listened attentively to my boring elementary school class. Boring as it is, the persona still needs to be established. Time passed unconsciously, and Lindley was also called up by he awkward to answer a few questions. As he thought earlier, answering the question normally didn't add much to his mood value. It still got to be a whole job. End of morning session. He awkwardly, as the language teacher and class teacher, led them to the corridor. Class, girls stand on the right, boys on the left. Stand in a line, consciously lining up tall and short. Lindley's height is not high, just 1 meter 2.5, because the family was poor when he was a child. Often there was one meal without another, and little milk, so it didn't stand out in this group of kids. So, he's in 5th place. The likes of Kenny Lee and Wang Tianyu are higher, all at the end. Especially that little fat guy, Wu Chang. Don't look fat, but he's not short. Lindley is estimated to be 6'4". Chapter 17 Actress Solo Failure. When they were lined up, he awkwardly led them to the cafeteria, in order to be even-handed and not let the internet have anything to say about all students. It doesn't matter if you're a junior or a regular student, you eat the same thing. Likewise, the aunties and aunts of the grocery beater didn't have Parkinson's hands. Hit it up with a spoonful and serve as much as you can to the students. It was Lindley's turn to hit the dishes. What do you want, little friend? Beating Dish smiled amiably as he wore his anti-spit and saliva mask. Lindley stood on his tiptoes and looked at a dish, and didn't directly order it. Instead, she complimented loudly. Auntie, you're so beautiful. As an adult, Lindley knows exactly what it means to be human. You say something nice when the other person is happy. The dish is less. Ha ha, kids are really good at talking. Women love to hear that no matter what age they are. No, the grocery beater aunt immediately raised her eyebrows. Really? I never lie. You're just as pretty as MS. Yang Mi. I'm sorry, Lindley said aloud. Yang Mi and the others, as stars, naturally went to dinner with the school leaders. At the moment, she hadn't gone to the cafeteria yet, and she was still watching the video program. Upon hearing Lindley's loud voice, her bright, large eyes instantly flashed with sultriness. Kid, can you change your analogy? The grocery aunt smiled even more when she heard that. You mean Yang Mi on the TV? Yeah, auntie. Bah. No, sister. You look even better than MS. Yang Mi when you smile. Inside the teacher's office, Yang Mi wanted to vomit blood. It was the same in the front, but now it was directly beyond. Tang Chao's few people burst out laughing. Mimi, so you're actually just average in Lin Hall's mind. Shut up, Tao. Yang Mi gave him a hard blank look. Mimi, don't be angry. Children can't talk. Lu Yifei smiled lightly and relieved. Kids don't lie. Oops, you held your tongue. Ha ha. Lu Yifei couldn't tense up. She could still maintain a ladylike light smile at Lindley's words. But Deng Chao's words directly made her break into laughter. Yang Mi similarly sent blank stares to Lu Yifei, but immediately afterward, when Lindley's words came out from behind, the rolls called out, and Yang Mi laughed out loud. Lu Yifei stopped laughing and froze on the spot. Lindley, sister, I see you're the same age as MS. Lu Yifei, how do you take care of yourself? It feels younger than her. Lin Hall is really offending two top stream flower girls at once for the sake of playing more dishes. Laugh it up. I'd love to see the expressions on both of their faces when she hears this. Big Power and Lu Tianxian. I'm dying of laughter. Look at how Auntie is being coaxed by Lin Hall. A shot at the vegetable growth hall is a whole lot of fun. The audience was in the doorway and knew why Lindley was complimenting Auntie. It's just to have more food. I just didn't expect that he would actually pull Yang Mi and Lu Yifei as a comparison analogy. It was never expected. In the cafeteria, the auntie who beat the food had already been complimented by Lindley and couldn't find her way out of the cafeteria, and couldn't even close her mouth with a smile. Auntie herself didn't expect that one day someone would compare herself to Yang Mi and Lu Yifei, and it was a win. Sister, I want to eat that braised pork chop. Lindley saw that it was almost time. There was more ding-dong in my head than in the last class. Sure enough, the whole job is still the most emotionally rewarding. Okay, sis will beat it for you. Auntie smiled and picked up a spoon and gave Linley a spoonful. Literally the whole spoon is stuck into the dish to scoop it up. Sister, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Aha! Auntie hit the dishes which side more eggs to which side to hit. To Linley plate loaded with scrambled eggs instead of tomatoes. Instead, it's scrambled tomatoes with eggs. And dry-fried string beans. Well, when he was done with the dishes, Linley couldn't help but wave goodbye to the auntie who was doing the dishes. Auntie, you're a beautiful person with a good heart. And also you have a beautiful voice. So I think you're good at singing. It must be even better than Ms. Tong Ziki's singing. How could Linley, as a person with a bowl of water, forget about another female teacher? The main one is a rainmaker. The students in the back of the line saw Linley leave with a pot full of dishes, and their eyes glazed over. At once, when it was Linley's turn to hit the dishes with the boy behind him. Sister, you're even better looking than Dilly Reba. Wow. Sister, you're even prettier than Zhao Liang. Sister, you're even more beautiful than Anjura Baby. Sister, you should have debuted. At the moment, female celebrities all over the internet are being pulled for comparison by the junior class. And, still, it was a crushing defeat. The netizens of the live broadcast room have laughed at the cell phone cannot hold steady. This is what elementary school students are. One compliment is fine, but all the others? Take Yangmi, Louis Fei also, even if, after all, people are in the school, but also met those actresses who didn't come. You all bring them. Dilly Reba and the girls are lying down? You guys are really not afraid to offend. Can't live with a smile. Family, look guys, that pot is almost at the bottom. Ha ha. Auntie Grocery Beaters lost herself in a sound that SOL'd with the actress and won. That's not enough food. Life's high point for the grocery beater aunt. Lin Hall really did what is called a leading role. There is a head, he is really leading. Others are really following. I declare that today at noon is the darkest hour for actresses in show business. One face ceiling can't beat a dishwashing ant. No, I have to go to Dilly Hotspur and the girls and at them under Twitter. At noon today, Linley sort of offended the entire entertainment industry actress. Even though he only mentioned Yangmi, Liu Yifei, and Deng Ziki, he's the one who started it all. Others follow the trend. After all, when the masses make trouble, they only punish the leaders. So, all the accounts are actually carried by Linley alone. Linley carried the dish tray and went to serve the rice before arriving at the table of the Huafan junior class. Boys at a table with boys, eating together, and girls at a table with girls. Linley found a random seat and sat down. A few of the boys in front of him who had been playing with food before Linley were drooling with envy after seeing his dinner plate full of dishes. Why didn't you think of that yourself? Damn it! Just because you were the first to fight? Linley didn't care what they were looking at and picked up his chopsticks to feast. At that moment, Hyung also came over with his dinner plate, and sat down next to Linley. He was to manage the junior class, for the time being, as the classroom lead teacher. Naturally, you can't go to dinner with the school leaders. Demonstrate responsibility. He awkwardly just sat down, and Linley picked up a bean curd. Mister, I think this bean curd is a bit old, eh? Is it not fried? He awkwardly stared. Really? It just so happened that he also hit the dry fried bean curd and picked it up and chewed on it. It doesn't age. This bean is fantastic. Chapter 18, Give him a freshman rep. After the joy of the dish, the back of the meal was unusually calm. Linley standard a dry rice man, and did not continue the whole job. He has eyes only for rice. In the meantime, Yangmi and the others were entertained by the school leaders and entered the special box in the school cafeteria. The stars took their seats one after another, including, naturally, the main leadership team of the program. All the teachers have worked hard. Principal who raised his drink and drank loudly, because all have work in the afternoon. Lao Mozi hereby greeted, not to drink at noon. Naturally, the school authorities did not force the issue, and the drinking party was arranged for the evening. Principal who was polite. Lao Mozi grinned and similarly raised his glass. The others followed. After a cup was drunk, who greeted, eat eat eat. After a simple polite greeting, Lao Mozi opened his mouth and asked, President who? Is that Linley from your school really an orphan? Who was not surprised that he would ask. He had also watched the morning program in his office, and for Linley's operation, simply shocking to the scalp. Similarly, he also had such doubts, so he specially found someone to investigate and verify it properly. Yes, he is indeed an orphan. Hearing the two of them start talking about Linley, Yangmi's few people slowed down their chopsticks and perked up their ears. They were very curious about Linley's information. He's actually quite pitiful to say the least. Who let out a sigh? It seems to lament Linley's childhood. How? Deng Chao's curiosity tickled. Hu Jiangwo said, Linley lost his parents when he was young, and has been growing up with his grandfather. Survived on his grandfather's trash pickup. What? Yangmi was shocked when she heard that. She knows Linley is an orphan. The rest of Deng Chao had read that profile in the morning in the studio, but I didn't realize that he was so miserable as a child. His grandfather also left over 2 months ago, and his grandfather was looking for a school for Linley before he left. Hu Jiangmo's eyelids fell slightly, filled with sympathy for Linley. At that time, his grandfather approached our school and we understood the situation. Just make an exception and admit Linley to our school. Hearing this, old Mosey whispered, so Linley is quite pitiful. Yeah, so back then when you said you wanted him to go to junior high, I agreed without much thinking. The child has suffered too much. Hu Jiangmo sighed. Yang Ni then said, no wonder you're so understanding. The children of poor families are early starters. Others are still in the tenderness of their parents. He has to face all kinds of hardships in society. No wonder he is so precocious. At this moment, they already understood why Linley was so precocious. Growing up, she followed her grandfather around and collected bottles to make ends meet. I've seen a lot as a kid. I've suffered a lot. Naturally, there is a slow maturity that surpasses that of his peers. Other people's children grow up in the arms of their parents. He's about to face the daunting task of surviving. Can you not understand? No wonder there are so many sets at a young age. Having faced more sinister hearts and minds, I naturally learned to be wiser. Growing up in an environment where you don't realize you're keeping a few eyes on yourself, put on a protective color. Who raised his drink to old Mosey and said with a slight plea, I hope you programmers can give him a little more of a chance. Linley is too difficult. Oh, principal who is overstating things. Linley's performance was very good. Even if we don't give him more exposure shots, he'll stand out from this group of kids just the same. Lao Mosey laughed. But no, the people who are watching the show right now are coming for Linley. Really, just to put it politely, it's all because of Linley that their current show had such a high level of buzz once it started. To say the least, it was still them who had to thank Linley. Deng Chao suddenly said, by the way, isn't the entrance ceremony tomorrow? It was supposed to be the first day of school for new student orientation, but it was delayed a day because of their program. Right. Who nodded? Should we have Linley come up on stage tomorrow as a representative of the freshmen to give a speech or something like that? Deng Chao proposed. When he said that, the old Mauser's eyes suddenly glistened up. Yeah, why didn't you think of that yourself? Who are the current viewers of the show most interested in seeing? Without a doubt, it was Linley. This kid always delivers an unexpected show. At the same time, they know that there's not much of a programmatic effect to normal classes in general. It's like the number of people who watch online in the morning class versus the number of people who watch online in the next class. There is a stark contrast, and many viewers wanted more footage of Linley. But, after all, they're a group program, and they have to consider the other kids, too, not a personal protagonist drama. You can give Linley more shots, but not every time. This will eventually lead to disgruntled parents. Since this is the case and there are no conditions, they have to create the opportunity to give Linley shots, which is not. This proposal from Deng Chao was clearly in line with the situation they had in mind. Hu Jiangmo heart secretly happy, but the face did show a little difficult. Linley is after all a little child, and on such a big occasion, in case of a mistake, or if he is nervous, it won't affect your program. Lao Mosey laughed. Our old foxes, how can not understand the meaning? Our program, the main one is real. Otherwise we would not use live broadcast. Any accident, any mishap is something we can afford, so you can rest assured. Besides, the way Linley acted today, I don't think he'd be nervous. Thinking back to Linley's operation in the morning, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this guy is a social cow attribute. Deng Chao said, yeah, there's absolutely no need to worry about this Linley kid making mistakes. He's not your average first year. Okay. Who still looked uneasy as he reluctantly agreed. The heart, on the other hand, was smiling. Anymore, Linley is still a student at their school. Giving Linley more exposure. Isn't it just more exposure for their school? You can use Linley as an example later on when your own school is promoting enrollment or whatever. Then it's a deal. Without poking at his beautiful dream, Lao Mosey said with a smile. Naturally, I also believe in Linley. Hu Jiangmo said. Then I'll have someone write a speech for Linley this afternoon for tomorrow's freshman orientation and have him read it tonight. Well, don't write too complicated. The child can't read much. Just keep it simple. Understood. Deng Chao looked at the two of them. In fact, his intention was to let Linley go on stage and play freely. There was always a feeling that if the kid was free to play, maybe there would be unexpected results again. Give him a speech. Isn't that restricting him? But he didn't say much. Either, he had a feeling that, without perhaps suggesting it himself, the kid Linley will have his own ideas and show effects. Chapter 19, there's only one vice class president. Who's going to be it? After the kids in the junior class had their lunch, they returned to the junior class as a whole group under the leadership of He Awkward. The lunch break has officially begun. As soon as Linley returned to his class, he didn't even bother with program effects. Too lazy to mingle and make friends with other kids. A brain slapped on the desktop to sleep. He just wants to get his spirits up and work the game for money at night. As soon as Xiaoxi returned to the classroom, he saw Lin Li lying on his desk sleeping, and knew better than to bother him. Instead, he took the chocolate out of the drawer and went to make friends. Song Yixue, this is for you to eat. It's delicious. Xiaoxi came to Song Yixue's desk and saw Song Yixue as soon as she came back from the cafeteria. Just brushing up on your desk. Why are you so serious? Song Yixue tilted her head slightly. Dad said that brushing up more now will lead to less suffering later. Oh, Xiaoxi nodded in confusion. For you to eat. My aunt gave it to me. It's especially delicious. Thanks. Song Yixue was courteous and also took out a box of snacks from his small school bag and shared it with Xiaoxi. Girls make friends faster than little boys when they are young. Conversely, adult men make friends faster than women. Why? Grown men. A glass of wine. A cigarette. Drink in general is a friend. Drink well is a brother. Friendships are growing extremely fast. But at the moment, little boys don't have alcohol or cigarettes, so there's no way they can do the same thing as little girls and can make friends quickly. Li Jianran drifted towards Linley, who was sleeping on the table, skimmed his lips, and got up to Yuan Hua's side. Yuan Hua, your father is the district governor and my father is the director, so we're on a united front. What's the matter with you? Yuan Hua looked at Li Jianran, who suddenly came over in confusion. How about we work together to overthrow the rule of the class president? Kenny Lee still can't get enough of the class president. When Yuan Hua heard this, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the sleeping Linley, then said, he is now the class president handpicked by the class teacher. How can we push it? Besides, there's only one class president. Who's going to be the one who overthrows the two of us? At the moment it just so happens that the program cameraman's camera is pointed toward them, so that naturally their voices were carried into the live stream. This kid thinks clearly. The homeroom teacher admires whoever is the homeroom leader, and they all want to be so behind. Kids are really something these days. It feels like if I were an elementary school student in their class, I feel like I'd be played to death by this guy. Each and every one of them is not a savior. You can see the difference between a poor kid and a rich kid. There really is a world of difference in education. Sure enough, it's really hard to produce a noble son from a coal family. Many netizens have been lamenting the fact that, Lin Li aside, look at these two kids. They've got style, clarity of thought. They really just felt that there was a huge gap between the kids and the kids. A normal kid in his place wouldn't even think about it. Li Jianran said, I know, but isn't there still a vice squad leader? If you guys push me to be the vice class president, then you'll be in my faction and we'll just override him as class president then. Che, why should you be the vice class president? Why not me? Yuan Hua was unconvinced. It's a vice president, but it's also the highest position in the class. Anyone who can't be class president wants to be vice president. There are many other class officer positions in the classroom. I'll fulfill whatever position you want when I become vice squad leader. Li Jianran said seriously. That one straight line had netizens bragging about how awesome it was. Pie in the sky at a young age. Don't. Yuan Hua refused without hesitation. I want to be the vice class president. It's not the same which one of us is the vice squad leader. Li Jianran was anxious. It's not the same. Anyway, I'll be the vice class president. Yuan Hua grunted and, skimming his head, he stopped paying attention to Kenny Lee. Li Jianran glared at him. We'll see. The small boat of win-win cooperation has sunk to the bottom of the sea before it has even set sail. Wang Tianyu watched the two of them, Li Jianran and Yuan Hua, in the back row, pondering in his heart. That's when Kenny Lee came to him. Wang Tianyu, support me to be the vice class president. Don't. Wang Tianyu also refused without hesitation. Good. Don't regret it if I become vice class president. Li Jianran didn't say anything more. After all, he was still a child, and didn't have that many words to buy people's hearts. Leaving a blank stare and turning away. For a noon hour, everyone else was resting, or else making friends and talking. Instead, Kenny Lee ran all over the classroom, lobbying to try to get support from other students. He is ambitious for class officers. Unfortunately, there were few who were willing to support him in the middle of the day. He felt so defeated. Why it ended like this? And why are they so dismissive of themselves? My dad used to say that if you're in a high enough position and have enough power, and someone will come forward to kiss your ass. But one has clearly given out one's father's position. Why is it even if they don't kiss my ass, they still love themselves? He himself has obviously been the star of the show since he was a child, always the center of attention. But, after coming to this class, which he thought would be an easy class president to get, classmates will still surround themselves like everyone else. But now it seems, these brats are a little uneducated. He thought he'd better go back to his commissioner's father for advice. Let dad help himself to ideas. He sat back in his seat with his arms around his chest and Eyes full of resentment, he glared at Linley, who was not far away, sleeping on the tabletop. In his thoughts, the reason why he hadn't successfully become class president today was all because of this Linley. Damn it! During the lunch break, Lao Mosey couldn't stop sighing as he looked at the backstage data. How he wished that Linley would get some program effects out during the lunch break. But I didn't realize that as soon as he got back to the classroom, he fell asleep and couldn't be woken up. The class was so lively that he changed his head and went back to sleep. There was no intention whatsoever of trying to get a program effect. This has resulted in, among other things, a steady loss of viewers for the program. Although he was prepared for low traffic when he started the show. But since Linley's wave of maneuvering has fired the show beyond his expectations, this leads to, suddenly, a drop in traffic and a feeling of being lost. He picked up the course schedule and glanced at it. There are basically no classes in the afternoon, just a teacher-led tour of the school to familiarize students. Hey, he sighed slightly, wondering if Linley's little kid would be doing program effects again this afternoon. And, if not, then we'll have to count on young Mimi and the others to screw it up. At the end of the lunch break, he awkwardly walked into the classroom, first appeased and rectified the giggling and joking, or sleeping students, then called out, "Class president, come out here." She heard it and pushed Linley, who was still slumped over on the side. "Class president, mister, he is calling you." Linley got up from the tabletop full of wakefulness, rubbed his eyes and, that was a damn noisy sleep. But the moment he lifted his head completely, he immediately changed to a radiant look. Chapter 20. Doesn't Lin Hall have any family? Coming outside the classroom, he awkwardly handed Linley a script. "Here, tomorrow morning there's going to be an opening ceremony at the school, and you're going to speak on stage as a representative of the new students. The manuscript is all ready for you." Linley was stunned. "Freshman representative? Yes, given your good behavior this morning, we've decided to give you the task of representing the new students." "I'm sorry," he said awkwardly. "Oh, good." Linley nodded and took the manuscript, looking at it twice above. "When you get back from school, memorize it." "Oh, don't worry, mister. I won't let you down." Linley was full of confidence. It was true that opportunities were given to those who performed well, and this was not another chance for him to play hard to get. Speeches, he's too good at them. "I believe you." He awkwardly smiled. "You go back first." "Okay." Linley returned to his class, and numerous students wondered what he awkward was looking for him for. But no one asked. Only his deskmate She asked dully. "Linley, what is Mr. he looking for you for?" Linley didn't lower his voice and said blandly, "Teacher, he said that I should manage the class properly. In the future, if there's anything, you must report it to me first, and then approve a note for Mr. he." Oh, she didn't feel anything yet, but the other students in the neighborhood heard that, especially those who didn't run for class president, like Li Jianrun, were all showing expressions of envy and jealousy. What a great right! The corners of He Lian's mouth tugged slightly at the podium. This little kid's bull ***** kung fu was pretty good. Use this incident to fox around and solidify your position in the class. What a little wit. He didn't poke at it, though, but clapped his hands and said, "Class, gather outside. Afternoon. And, take a tour of the school." Well, when the students saw that he awkward hadn't mentioned this, they were even more convinced in their minds of what Linley had said. The students then proceeded to the hallway in order to line up and, boys and girls held hands and together they visited their school to familiarize themselves with the environment under the guidance of Ho. The afternoon had just wandered by, and Linley's mind was all about making money at night. There was basically nothing going on in the afternoon, and the program didn't have much effect, very tame compared to the morning. Students, regardless of grade or age. One of my favorite and most enjoyable parts of the day is the school bell. During the end of school period, he awkward also announced that a class group would be created, and when that time came, the parents can be asked to invite each of their classmates to that group chat. The students were then told to put their backpacks on and taken in a full line to the school entrance. He supervises and ensures the safe and smooth handover of children to their parents. The parents of the junior class went back at noon. At this point it was back to school to pick up my own son, my daughter. The scene of luxury cars all over the place in the morning reappeared, along with the other normal student drop-offs and pickups that, a stark contrast. Linley carried his school bag and came to awkward and said, "I'll go back by myself, Mr. I'll send you back later." He awkwardly laughed. Knowing that Linley was an orphan and had no parents to pick him up and drop him off, it made love rise in his heart. "No, I'm used to it," Linley said carelessly. He did get used to it, not to mention this life, but the last one, during his school days, also going home alone. Unlike today's kids who are picked up and dropped off by their parents' cars, these words were heard in the ears of he awkward, and the heartache was even more intense. What a strong and mature child. It's not safe on the road. It's better if I give you a ride, he awkwardly said. If you're in a hurry to get home, I can get the show's driver to give you a ride. It's really not necessary. Linley was helpless, clearly knowing that the other party meant well, but, more or less, he was a bit uncomfortable. It's very familiar, so don't really worry about it. Besides, I have to go to school by myself tomorrow. You can't just pick me up and drop me off like this every day. Linley laughed. You really don't need it? He awkwardly saw his firm eyes and sighed slightly. Okay then. I'll phone you and call me if anything comes up. Good. When he had finished memorizing his awkward's number, Linley greeted the students who were still waiting for their parents, then left the school with a small backpack. Is the squad leader going back alone? Doesn't he have a mom or dad to pick him up? How can children go home alone? They will meet bad people. A murmur went up from the students waiting for their parents. Li Jianran gazed at Linley's back, and in his tiny head, he didn't know what he was thinking. The live broadcast camera just happened to be projected on Linley's skinny back at the moment. No? What's the situation? Just let Lin Hall go home alone? So irresponsible? A kid going home alone? Who didn't used to go back alone when we were kids? Nowadays there are many traffickers. Make it sound like there used to be fewer traffickers. But my main concern is, Lin Hall's family is also big-hearted. They don't even come to pick it up? The camera shows Linley's figure disappearing completely, and the discussion stops for the time being, watching the other kids get picked up one by their parents. When the kids are all picked up, heralding the end of today's Rising Stars junior class as well, he awkwardly faced the camera and smiled. Audience, today's program is coming to an end. We have also opened a voting interface for all the kids on the official platform, so you can vote for your favorite kids, as long as it is a variety show, especially a talent show. There is bound to be an audience voting program. The goal is to engage and interact with the audience. Pick a favorite star. Don't look for this voting link, but it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As soon as he did, a link to a poll appeared at the bottom of the camera then below that are various advertisers' logo sponsorships. We'll see you tomorrow. 88. Linley left the school and quickly took the bus to Digital Street as he remembered. Find a random cell phone store and walk into it. What's the matter with you, little friend? The clerk asked in a hurry when she saw a child walk into the store. Sister, can I use your cell phone? Linley flashed an innocent smile. Yes, what do you want? The clerk crouched down and smiled. I want to log into WeChat, Linley said bluntly. Sometimes children are privileged in many ways. Unlike adults who keep others on their toes, you need to log on to WeChat. The clerk frowned slightly. Yes, I want to buy a cell phone, but the money is on WeChat and I have to see if it's in place. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy a cell phone, the clerk was overjoyed and immediately took out one of the store's spares and gave it to him. Cell phones aren't like other things. They have invoices and payment records. Basically, you don't have to worry about parents coming over for refunds and drama or anything like that. Linley took the cell phone and skillfully opened WeChat, then used the SMS of the senior citizen's phone to build a number. In no time he registered his account and then added the WeChat account that he awkwardly told them about. Chapter 21. So he's poor. Click ad. Linley sat on a couch in the store waiting for the application to go through, and the clerk went back to his place to entertain the customers who had just come in. Ding dong. The application was approved. A group invite was then sent. Linley clicked to join in. Without saying a word, he changed his group nickname to Class President Linley. He watched as all the students in the current group came into the group and were already chatting enthusiastically in voice. Linley instantly tapped the screen and sent a message. Everyone, shift fees are due. 100 per person. As soon as Linley gave the word, temporarily everyone stopped chatting, and soon one red packet after another was sent out. I don't know if it was operated in person, or if their parents sent it, but no one asked questions to hesitate anyway. Maybe $100 is nothing to these rich people. In no time, Linley received $500. He then got up from the couch, regardless of the ensuing chatter in the group, and walked over to the store clerk and, Sister, what's wrong? The clerk asked with a sideways smile as she talked to a customer. I'm going to buy this phone. Linley pointed to a model machine on the booth with a price tag of more than $200. He said, it's good to have money to spend, as long as you go to spend it with a smile on your face, and make sure you're going to buy it after they. It was definitely fast and efficient. It doesn't. Linley soon left the cell phone store with his brand new cell phone and went home full of joy. Only, unbeknownst to him, inside a Crown Vic in the distance, Li Jianran watched Linley come out of the cell phone store, filled with curiosity. The location of the cell phone store happened to be an intersection, and after Kenny Lee was picked up by his own mom, went to do some shopping and just happened to be waiting at this intersection for a stoplight. Mom, Linley. Kenny Lee's mom looked sideways at the sound. What's wrong? Going to say hello? No, he's stealing my class president. Hoof. Lee Kenjin grunted in exasperation as he skimmed the cell phone in his hand to the side. Mr. Lee's mother turned her head to look at her son in the back seat, pouting. This kid is doing great. Son, if you don't want to be good friends with him, just don't go against him. She had seen the day's performance in her eyes, even though her own son was exceptional in every way. But when compared to Linley, it didn't seem to stand out at all. Your own son can't fight people. Just in case her son was at a disadvantage, she felt the need to warn him. Isn't he just a mouth that can talk? Lee Jianrun was unconvinced. Mom, you follow him and I'd like to see his house. Kenny Lee's mom frowned. What are you going to do? Humph. I just want to see how rich his family is. How dare he steal the class president from me? Ren, Mom always taught you not to be careful. And your dad always taught that patterns should be big. You only lost class president once, right? Just get it next time. What does her own son think she still cannot guess? Is not just want to go to see Linley family situation. If it was worse than his own family, he could be high and mighty and sneer at Linley in school when the time came. Comparison and vanity are common among kids these days. On her first day of school today, she told Kenny Lee that, don't look down on the other students at school, because the people who come to junior high are not allowed to say that they come from big family backgrounds, not necessarily worse than your own. So that led to Kenny Lee and the other kids being fairly restrained today. But if once the time has passed, what do they do in each other's homes? How much of the background is known to small children? And a chain of discrimination is bound to be created inside the classroom. This has happened in any school, in any class. No, I'm going to see. He, Linley, didn't say what his family does when he introduced himself today. I'm just curious. Lee Jianrun was disgruntled and began to launch a childish tantrum. Ren, Mom, come on. Dad always said know your enemy and know yourself. I want to know what the other guy's background is. Kenny Lee's mom was quite headstrong when she heard that it's good for a child to be precocious and smart, but to know too much. Instead, it is also a burden on parents. Alright, but I'll tell you what, whatever happened to his family, you can't even go to school and talk about it. Aha! At this moment, Jianrun Lee's mother saw Linley getting on the bus through the front windshield. Then he followed, east and west, and in a short while, through Linley's constant turning of cars, Linley got off at a bus stop in the suburbs, not noticing what little tail was following behind him, straight towards his scrapyard. Kenny Lee and his mom, both staring at each other with their eyes wide open. Scrapyard? He lives here? So it's a poor guy. I told you why he smells like poverty. It's disgusting to actually let such a person come to the junior class. Lee Jianrun laughed in shame with wide eyes. Lee Jianrun's mother frowned slightly, ignoring her own son's words for the moment. The mind was constantly amazed, looking at Linley's daytime behavior. That's standard official talk. It must be assumed that the family is a high-ranking family. But now the scene in front of her told her that she was overthinking it. Linley was just an ordinary person. Not even an ordinary person. The poor. Linley went back to his house, threw his small school bag, jumped on the bed and lay down, took out his cell phone and quickly download up King's Honor. During the download wait time, he opened a web page to learn about the world of. Except that this current world is different from the last. No wonder the big power they look so young. Dare to be less than 30 years old. Standard literary world. Except the timeline is misaligned with the last one. The stars are so young. Are they for themselves? Linley muttered. By this time the game had finished downloading, and he knew pretty much everything there was to know about the world. Not bothering with what the internet was saying about him at the moment, he simply opened the game. The best way to make money in the game is to make a name for yourself first. As long as there is a reputation. The substitute trainer, the substitute player, the accompanying game is rare. So, after registering his game account, Linley took the only remaining class fee and left $100 for dinner. Other than that, all rushed into the game, bought inscriptions, exchanged points for diamonds to draw a Han Xin, and bought the Street Fighter skin along the way. A game. The fielding is the main position to drive the rhythm. Can quickly out of the rhythm. The fielding is crucial. Subsequently redeemed in the system with emotions, hand speed, reflexes, game understanding. It is worth mentioning that through the day's program affects the whole living. His emotional value had come to 600W, and it's still growing, because his highlight reel from the show was put up on various platforms by slicing bloggers. These are giving him a constant supply of emotional value. Chapter 22, Want to consider becoming an entertainer? Linley spent 250W of emotional value to purchase 5 points of hand speed value. Spend 250W on reactivity, as well as 40W of game comprehension, which fills up the King of Kings game comprehension. King's Honor, his initial comprehension is 6. After all, he has the experience of playing the game in his last life. All at once, 540W of emotional value spent ended up putting 3 major factors that are crucial to the game. All points full. Game ID name, Forest Deep Sea Stand. A game. At the current segment. For Linley, who is now full of talent. A fast 6-minute handful. A slow 10-minute handful. All the way to the top. When it hit Starburst 3, Linley tossed his phone aside. Not tired of fighting, but sanctioned by the system. Force him to get some rest. Exiting the game, Linley switched to WeChat. I only saw that at this moment. There were several people applying for friends at the WeChat friend request. Xia Shi, Song Mingqi, Song Ishue, Ho Awkward. Who's this? One by one, they looked on and agreed to add, and when they saw the last of the, it doesn't say who the other person is. Linley is lightly suspicious. Which one are you? Linley asked politely after adding his friend. Not long afterward the other party sent a message. I'm your teacher Yang. Power? Linley asked. How do you call a teacher? Call Mr. Yang and call it a position in the class. 6. It's after school time. Linley didn't expect what he had said to Yangmi in the morning to be returned by her so quickly. After school you're my student now too. Yangmi returned the message. By the way, this is my private microsignal. Don't tell anyone. Linley took a look and understood when he said so, and dared to privately add himself with a large number. Mr. Yang has something going on. Young Mimi, nothing much. What are you doing now? Linley, I'm talking to you. Young Mimi, you're home? Linley, or what? Inside the 5-star hotel arranged by the program team in Yeongchang, Yangmi had just returned from a drinking party arranged by the school and was sitting at the dressing table removing her makeup. She found Linley WeChat through a small number in the group, and used a large number to add it, expecting it to pass quickly. But, from the start of the drinking game to the return of the drinking game, it took all of one meal to get the application approved. At the drinking party, both He Lost and Lao Mozi said Linley was perfect for variety. It was solemnly stated to the school leaders that they would vigorously promote Linley's. This one looks like a good drink, though I don't know if they'll still be able to fulfill, or remember, the old mobile when they sober up. But she's not drunk. It's kind of remembered. It's not. As soon as she saw that Linley's application had passed, she immediately sent a message over, trying to shortcut it. In this life, she's the major shareholder of Jiaxing Media, with absolute power of speech. Instead of half a dozen workers, with their own agency, it's natural to need artists with potential. She's been looking up to Linley through the day. Not that she's acting or anything, just simply thought he would be good for variety. Simply born to be a variety saint. However, after briefly chatting with Linley, she realized that, off camera and on camera, Linley, two faces, a short chat. He seemed a little too high-strung to bother with himself. Yangmi removed her eyelashes, the corner of her mouth slightly tugged. How to say that she is also a popular flower girl? It's very red, okay? What's with the lovey-dovey look? She tapped the screen and edited the message. Would you like to sign with my company? The message had just been sent, not even with her phone on her desktop, when the reply came. No. Yangmi was dismayed, and the refusal was too decisive. Honestly, all she had to do was shout out and she couldn't tell you how many people wanted to come to her company as artists. Why don't you think about it again? It's easy to be an entertainer. There's lots of money. Take a random announcement. It's tens of thousands of dollars less, millions more. This time Linley didn't answer immediately, as if he was really considering it. Half a day later, Linley sent a message. Take the job for me if you have one, and draw you a commission. When Yangmi saw this, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? What you're thinking is beautiful. You trust your sister. Signing my company will definitely not treat you poorly. Linley, thanks but I like the freedom. Yangmi was furious and her chest rose and fell violently for a moment. Don't you know what you're doing, little kid? However, after this message was sent, she waited for a long time without receiving a reply. This little kid has quite a big rack. Yangmi raised her eyebrows slightly, getting angry. I do not know that at this moment. The time of the sanction of the king's glory is up. Linley once again killed back. You don't have a contract and you still want to take announcements? How dare you? Do you really think you have a rookie protection period? I'm sorry. Young Mimi spat lightly. The kid's heart is still high. Isn't he joining Rising Star Junior class to become a child star? Now he's offering him an olive branch directly himself, and he's not taking it. The gas feels a year older. Suddenly, Yangmi laughed to herself. What was she so angry with a small child for? Shaking her head slightly, she continued to remove her makeup. When she was done removing her makeup, she went to the bathroom and took a nice long soak, then came into the study in a silk nightgown. Open your laptop to check out the official website for the Rising Stars Junior Class Get Voted website. If I'm not wrong, the brat should have the most votes. Yangmi thought in her heart. With Linley's performance today, how many viewers came to the show because of him? Think the votes were definitely the highest. However, when she saw the results of the voting interface, she froze. 7th? Linley was actually only 7th. None of the top 3? Yang Mi was surprised. It shouldn't be. First, Wang Tianyu, 32.5 votes. Second, Wu Chang, 32 votes. Third, Summerhill, 25 votes. Fourth, Zheng Chaoyu, 23 votes. Fifth, sixth, seventh, Linli, 16.5 votes. What's the situation? Kid number 7? The vote gap is still so big? Yang Mi was full of doubts. Linli's votes were close to more than halfway to first. While it is clear to Young Mi that this type of voting serves no purpose. Again, the show hasn't determined which kid it's going to promote at this point, so there's no shady manipulation. But Linli, who was the best performer of the day and provided the most programmatic effect, was not first. Instead, it's Wang Tianyu, the president's son? She was a little confused. Even if Linli wasn't number 1, it wouldn't be Wang Tianyu's turn anyways. Did you guys see the poll? Young Mimi picked up her cell phone on her desktop and asked in the program workgroup, Lu Ifei, see, isn't that weird? Deng Ziki, ha, these students' parents are really rich. The top 6 in the rankings are all using their money power. And you'll have to ask your company's Dilly Hotspur about the third one. Xia Shi. Yang Mi was stunned. Money power? Also, what's the connection to Dilly Hotspur? She was extremely curious and quickly began to learn more. If you don't see it, you'll laugh and cry. Chapter 23, The Children of the Poor Are Early Starters. Families, thank you all for voting for Mr. Wang Tianyu's children. Claim the little goodie bag at the top. A benefit for the family. Brothers, all vote for Wu Chang for a random drawing of 99 value gift packs. On the short video live broadcasting platform, many netizens participated in the canvassing activities for the new Star Junior class. Yang Mi looked through the companies that these web celebrities had signed up with, and then followed the trail to find them, and understood. These webcams are all webcams from subsidiaries of Daddy Wu Chang. Dare I say, it's to fulfill a work assignment set from above. Some, such as Wang Tianyu, although he did not find a media company associated with his family's company. But when you think about it, spending a little bit of money for Netflix to promote it doesn't seem to be a big deal to these president bosses. Funny how a voting session that serves no purpose at all is so competitive. I don't know what to say. Young Mimi couldn't help but smile. Is it hard to believe that it's just to make your own kids happy? Or is it about satisfying the vanity of your own children? It's childish for a kid. Their president's father is also aware that voting is really of no use. But what if it's about coaxing your kids to make your own kids happy? That's not much money to these rich people. As long as your own kids are happy. Yang Mi opened the microblogging, and was surprised to see the canvassing dynamics sent by his own employee, Dilly Hotspur. Dilly Hotspur, dear fans, have you been watching Rising Stars Junior class? I really like the Summerbrook kids, don't you? Thinking back to the first class of the morning when the students introduced themselves, Xiaxi says she wants to be a big star like her aunt when she grows up. Now that I think about it, the big star is actually Dilly Hotspur. Yang Mita didn't look for Dilly Reba to ask, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's a pity that Linli's little brat. After all, you lose at the starting line. With the first place vote in itself, he should be in the driver's seat. But I don't think. It's one less good dad after all. The next day. Scrapyard. ***. Late. Linli quickly dressed and quickly went outside to the tap, washing his face. Last night I got carried away playing video games and stayed up until 3 a.m. The segment came to King 16 stars and 1521 points in the summit match. Han Xin has a 96% win rate and Li Bai has a 100% win rate. Aside from a couple handfuls of encounters with swinging teammates and overmatched opponents, it basically says all wins on the scoreboard. Linli put on his backpack and ran towards the bus stop at a brisk pace. He's a class president. He's late for class. More or less. It will allow those who are not convinced to find a topic to impeach themselves. Although, Linli wasn't afraid at all. A rush of heart. Finally he made it to the classroom door before the bell rang for the first class of the school year. Linli, you were almost late. Taking her seat, Natsuki smiled cheekily. You said it was close, but it wasn't late. Linli hung his book bag on a hook on the side of his desk. What's the first lesson? There's no class for the first 2 classes this morning. Mr. Ho said so in the group last night. Then what for? Entrance ceremony. Didn't you read the group? Xiaxi looked at Linli dumbfounded. An entrance ceremony? Linli froze. He had gotten so caught up in playing the game yesterday that he had forgotten everything. Not to mention reading that script around whatever. Of course I know. I'm just testing you. See if you've been following the group yesterday. Of course I'm paying attention. Xiaxi was simply brought into Linli's rhythm. Very well, keep an eye on the group. Linli pretended to nod. At that moment, he awkwardly walked in from outside the classroom. Students, line up outside and let's go to the entrance ceremony. With a crash, a crowd of students went out into the hallway in unison. Lindley had just walked outside when he awkwardly called out to him. You stay in class for now. Wait for Mr. Deng Chao to come back and take you. Okay, Mr. Lindley was back in the class again under the puzzled gazes of the other students. Mr. Why doesn't the class president come with us? Xia, she asked softly. Lindley has other things on his mind, so you'll see soon. Ha! All hold hands. Let's get going. Without explaining too much, he awkwardly greeted up. Lindley watched them leave and took his cell phone out of his pocket. I really didn't read any of the tweets last night. Also just got back to Yang Mi's message while being sanctioned by the system. This time he did look carefully to see if there was anything he had missed and needed to pay attention to. In no time at all, a cheerful children's song came from the playground outside the classroom. Lindley got up and went to the window to put his eyes on the. Just one first grade class walked onto the playground led by the teacher holding up the sign. Because there's a junior class program playing. The school leaders have spent a lot of money to decorate the playground properly. The playground was surrounded by colorful balloons and various cartoon plates. The teacher holding up the sign in the junior class, instead of was replaced with Yang Mi. At this moment, Yang Mi was dressed plainly, not wearing any sexy black silk, walking into the middle of the playground with the junior class sign held high, and he awkwardly was specially invited to the podium to be the host of the opening ceremony. At that moment, Deng Chao walked in from outside the classroom. Lindley, how's your memorization going? But you're going to be the one on stage later. Deng Chao affectionately came to Lindley's side and touched his head. Memorized it long ago. Lindley smiled. Getting nervous? Deng Chao is quite fond of small children. He has 2 children of his own, sons and daughters. According to the timeline of this world, the oldest of his 2 children was only 5 years old. Looking at how intelligent Lindley was, how I wish that my own son would be like Lindley in the future. No, what's there to be nervous about? So powerful. Deng Chao quipped. Lindley, what's so stressful about a small scene? Small scenes? Sounds like you've been through some big scenes. Tong Chao was astonished and looked Lindley up and down. To say that the other junior class kids have experienced some big scenes, Deng Chao wouldn't be much surprised. But what the hell was that look of commonplace about him? Chao. Lindley sounded like an adult when he opened his mouth. Deng Chao knocked him on the head. You have to call it a position inside the school. That's what you said yourself. Lindley rubbed his head and raised his eyes to look at him strangely. Why are they all talking like me? I'm not calling it a bit more intimate. Teachers and students directly have to draw closer together. Who all taught you to talk like that? Deng Chao pinched his face and, it's not good for little kids to be too mature, or they have a lot less childhood fun. Children of poor families are born early. Lindley sighed. People like us. Where's the time for fun? Chapter 24, Who's the leader? Anyway? Deng Chao looked down at him, listening to this with a heartfelt feeling, gently touching his head. Try harder. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Childhood. It's time to play. Don't leave yourself any regrets when you grow up. Looks like you had too good of a childhood. Chao. A hint of playfulness flashed across Lindley's gaze. I'm talking about you. What, me? Deng Chao glared in a bad mood. Go away. I'll take you to the podium. Lindley bristled and followed Tong Chao towards the outside. At this moment the opening ceremony has begun. Under the auspices of He Lien, the first rite of correction of clothing and crown, and the second rite of honoring the teacher. Now for the third item. Vermilion sand for enlightenment. A group of teachers holding a vermilion pen dotted a small red dot in the center of each child's forehead. When this is over, the fourth item is held. Drumming wisely. On the podium, several seniors stood in front of a large drum and beat it rhythmically. He then presided. Next, we welcome the fifth item of the opening ceremony. A message from a new student. I'd like to invite the freshman representative, Mr. Lindley, to the stage. Sharing his thoughts on enrollment and future outlook, Li Jianrun and Wang Tianyu and the others in the junior class parade were stunned. How come it's him again? No wonder he was left alone. Dare I say it's for other tasks. It's nice of the program to give Lin Hall a chance to perform alone. I thought freshmen didn't have freshman reps. Special circumstances. I'm afraid the other kids will get nervous. We're not other kids. He's someone else's kid. I guessed it long ago. Being left alone by he awkward. There must be other arrangements. TSK. Do you guess that Lin Hall will be at the podium to give a speech about his work? The netizens in the live broadcast room were initially surprised to see Lindley left alone. All the other students were there for the new student orientation. How come Lindley, who is the class president, is the only one left behind? Now look at it this way. Good lord, the sky's the limit. Lindley's small body stood straight, and he walked up the steps step by step to the side of he awkward. He awkwardly handed the microphone to Lindley with a smile and whispered encouragingly, "Don't be nervous." Lindley didn't move and took the microphone. "Good morning, dear students and honorable teachers. There is absolutely no emotional gestation. no deliberate preparation of emotions at all. Listening to his generous tone without the slightest bit of apprehension or nervousness, he awkward couldn't help but nod at the side. I'm freshman first year Linley, and I'm honored to stand at the podium on behalf of the incoming freshmen. Linley pressed and sank his voice thick, and said with a slate, I am honored to stand here in this season of hopes and dreams. Join us as we witness the opening of a new semester. At the outset, allow me, on behalf of all the people, to the teachers who work hard on the front line of education, we extend our highest respect. And to the new students who step into the campus with great expectations, we express our warmest welcome. At first, he awkward and the others nodded their heads in satisfaction as they listened, but something wasn't right as they listened on. It seems, not the script they prepared for Linley. And when they heard, on behalf of all the people, one by one, they sighed in their hearts. It's over. Director Lin is on the line. This little drama queen is going to start performing. As expected, education, the future of the country, is the hope of the nation. We are gathered here today not just to celebrate the beginning of a semester. It is more for the purpose of jointly shouldering the important responsibility of nurturing the next generation, passing on civilization, and innovating for the future. Linley, the little brat, actually prepared his own script, and it is also reporting on inspections in the tone and posture of a senior leader. The group of teachers in the schoolyard. The school leader felt a black line skimming the back of his head. This little kid. He stood on the podium like this and spoke, feeling like a newly enrolled elementary school student. The status hierarchy, from his aura, was completely differentiated. Some of the school leaders and teachers were feeling a little nervous under his aura. Linley's official voice was simply taken to death. Students, a new semester means a new beginning and heralds new challenges and opportunities. I want you to cherish this precious time. It is not only about pursuing excellence in academics, but also about developing the whole person in terms of character cultivation, physical and mental health, and social practice. Remember, learning is not just about grades, it's about exploring the unknown, to become a better version of myself. Backstage, the veteran mogul calls for his assistant. You didn't give Linley the wrong draft yesterday, did you? The manuscript was arranged by the school to be written specifically for Linley, and they had read it at the time. It was felt that it was more in line with elementary school student speech. However, now once he heard Linley's speech from the podium, the old conspirator couldn't help but wonder if he had given the wrong Linley the script he had given to the school's leader. Every single one of them doesn't sound like it was spoken as a student representative. No, the assistant assured. Not to mention, the assistant was wondering in her own mind if she had given it to the wrong person. Did he think this up himself? Old Mulan was full of surprise. I suppose so. The assistant was extremely speechless at the moment, now giving him the impression that Linley was not a student representative. Instead, it's the school director. You've said all the school leaders' words. What will they say later? Besides, this little kid, where to pause, where to scan the whole room. He's all about precision control. Teachers, you are the lighthouses of children's minds and guides to knowledge. In the new semester, I hope that you will continue to carry forward the spirit of dedication and selflessness, continuously innovating teaching methods to motivate children to learn, guide them to establish a correct worldview, life view and values. Linley's mentioned teachers at this moment, and all of a sudden the group of teachers on the stage felt, that's a bit familiar. That's what the leaders always tell them in meetings. Isn't this what the Education Bureau always communicates about their requirements when they issue documents? Nice guy, all moved out by him. At this moment, they feel that they are not conducting a freshman initiation ceremony that, instead, he was attending a routine school meeting. This is the little kid you were pushing yesterday? That's a nasty director. As soon as Lin Hall opens his mouth, as soon as he reaches the podium, I'll know who's the biggest leader in this environment. Lin Hall's voice is slightly out of character, and if it were older after the voice change, damn it, I shudder to think how imposing he must be. Laughing my ass off, Lin Hall, you talk less. When you're done, what's the principal going to talk about later? The netizens in the livestream were sending out funny pop-ups. Linley hadn't finished speaking, still speaking loudly in the hall. At the same time, I also hope that schools can further strengthen homeschool cooperation. Together, we will focus on the children's growth and create a warm, harmonious and positive learning environment for them. Chapter 25, A man of my generation doesn't eat in contempt. Let's work hand in hand to hold a wide sky for the growth of our children. Linley gave a slight lurch, tilted his head and drank in an airy manner. Finally, I wish each and every one of you a rewarding and happy new semester. I wish every teacher good health and success in their work, and I wish our school to get better and to become a cradle for training future pillars. After saying this, he didn't bow in thanks like a normal elementary school student, but instead nodded his head slightly and, returning the microphone in his hand to he awkwardly froze and took it. He felt as if he was a little follower beside the leader. Why the illusion? Ideas only flash through the mind of the experienced presenter. After all, he immediately said, "Thank you, Mr. Linley, for your speech. Let's give a round of applause to him and to ourselves, to our better future selves." As per normal, he awkward intended to say thank you to Linley's classmates. After Linley had finished his speech, we can see from his statement that he has a love for learning and is looking forward to the future of his academic life, and so on with compliments around learning. First graders carry out. However, these were prepared based on the original draft. Nowadays, hey, snap, he awkwardly took the lead in applauding himself, and then drove the dumbfounded teachers to applaud. Now we have the principal Hu Jangwo, President Hu on stage to deliver the new student blessing. Linley stepped down and Principal Hu took the stage. The two were on the steps, and Linley stretched out his hand in polite greeting up, with a gesture of extreme sophistication. And standing at the moment, Linley was again in a high position. Hu Jangwo's face stagnated and his footsteps lurched. What the hell? He habitually reached out his hand to lightly shake Linley's. Principal Hu, thank you for your contribution to the school, Linley said. The other hand patted the back of the grip. Who was confused at this point, looking at young faces. Who is the principal? Who is the leader? He didn't know what to say for a moment. Linley let out a playful laugh, saw the good in it, immediately drew back his hand, and ran down the podium cheerfully. Hu Jangwo cursed the little brat, then pretended that nothing had happened and came on stage with a straight face. Linley didn't go back to the junior class team after getting off the stage, but planned to go straight back to the classroom. However, just after getting off the podium, he was caught by Louis Fei on the side. "Come on, I'll give you a vermilion mark." He. Linley struggled in panic. "I don't want to order." He felt particularly naive about ordering this. All the other kids ordered it. Louis Fei said with a smile, "Just because other people order it, doesn't mean I'm going to order it too." Linley was in the end in a child's body. No amount of struggling could break free. "Obey, don't, Louis Fei, I'm telling you, stop grabbing me, watch out, I'll yell." Linley is dead set on not wanting to point this enlightenment sand. He has already enlightened, and then point what the hell, and ugly as hell. Louis Fei frowned. "Daring to call me by my name, no big deal. Inside the school you have to address me as Ms. Lu, and outside the school, you have to be called sister. Yes, auntie. What? I was wrong. Wife. Bang. Louis Fei's cheeks reddened, and she knocked him hard on the head and, such a poor mouth at such a young age. "Stop dragging me. Where's your actress reserve? Dragging a man, shy or not?" Louis Fei ignored his words and tugged Linley to the back of the podium, called Deng Chao together to control him and forced red dots on his forehead. Linley was helpless. "Why do you guys have to make me order it? Enlighten you." Deng Chao laughed. "You two are so boring, forcing a minor to do something he doesn't like to do. You're only like a kid when you're like this. How awkward to be old and crotchety all day." Louis Fei looked at the vermilion sand on his forehead and was satisfied. The reason they both made sure to give Linley his points was that, apart from being subservient, like the rest of their classmates, and then theirs, this little kid could have just bluffed a couple of them adults on stage. A condescending, leading look, feeling like a student, makes them seem to go back to their school days. It pisses them off. It's obvious they're assholes. Froze and bluffed the lot of them over and over again. "You guys are so childish," Linley grunted out as his nose twitched. "Can't you be a little bit cuter? Little kid, obviously. Speech every day like an old man." Deng Chao pinched both hands on his face. "A child should be like a child. Che, y'all ain't never been through what I've been through. So don't talk about wanting me to change or anything like that. Make it sound like you know me." Linley deflated. What he meant to convey by that remark was that he was a traveler, not a child, per se. How can you pretend to be cute as a child, when you're way past cute? But in their ears it was because his parents were dead. The favorite scavenger grandpa also passed away, so he was forced to mature on his own and learn what an adult looks like. So, all of a sudden, Deng Chao and Louis Fei's expressions softened. Deng Chao secretly sighed in his heart and his eyes were flooded with heartache. "Kid, we know you've probably been through a lot of things that no grown-up has ever had to deal with. But remember, no matter how many burdens life throws at you, you are all entitled to the joy and innocence that belongs to your age. We're not dotting this red dot to turn you into a kid in our eyes. Rather, I hope you find a touch of lightness and laughter in this special ceremony." Louis Fei also tenderly touched Linley's head and added, "Yes, Linley, your experiences have allowed you to see the other side of life, earlier than your peers, but that doesn't mean you have to give up that innocence altogether." Linley knew that they had misunderstood. "That, you guys don't have to be like that. As for me, I'm just short of money. So what? Plan to perform well in this program and earn some future tuition. Lack of money?" Deng Chao's brows loosened. That's good to know. Little kid, you study hard and, whether or not you'll get picked up by the program, I promise you that I'll pay for all your tuition through high school. No need. Eating people's mouths is short. Taking people's hands is soft. My generation of great men don't take food handed out in contempt. Linley straightened his back and said righteously, you are quite ambitious. Tang Chao was very pleased to hear this. In that case, if you do well these days, how about I take you to record the next installment of Running Man and make your own money? Linley's eyes lit up. How much notice fee? He did take it to heart last night when Young Mi was planning to sign him. Apparently Young Mi has discovered her business value, but he still refused, mainly because he had heard too many artist crush contracts in his last life. What he wants is the freedom to make his money. Chapter 26 Report. The class president will definitely. But these days, as Janmi said yesterday, if you don't sign up and still want to have resources, it's not a dream. Furthermore, after experiencing the goods purchased by System Emotion Points last night, Linley was so cool that he took off. The system produces a good product, so it causes him to have a greater desire to gain emotional value. With the single Rising Star Junior class, he felt that he could no longer satisfy himself. Besides, regular classes in junior college are boring. Anyone who has been to school knows that every second of every class is torture for the underclassmen. Also notice Fei Lu. Lu Yifei gave a blank look. Chao is just joking with you. Running Man is a name tag tearing program. You're a small arm and leg. Going there to give away your head? Deng Chao shook his head and laughed. Yifei, I'm not really kidding. Running Man is not just tearing up name tags. There's a special installment every season. In this life, the Running Man is still the original cast, except for the original female MC, who has changed to Dilly Hotspur. There are no other changes. When Linley heard, his eyes immediately lighted up. The special section is not the internal traitor fighting wisdom. If it was simply a matter of ripping off name tags, he would really be a blank slate. But if it's a battle of wits between insiders, he doesn't have to lose. And besides, it definitely gave him more emotional value than he would have had in junior class. An 8-year-old child with an intellect that crushes a bunch of adults. It's like being king of a bunch of kids. Chao, when will you enter the group? Linley said with gusto. Bang! Linley's tiny head was once again struck with violence. You're thinking of entering the group before the 8 characters have even been introduced. You're thinking fast enough. Deng Chao smiled and said, I have preconditions here. Linley glared fiercely at Deng Chao and muttered, stop hitting me on the head and, what if you hit a fool? I told you to disrespect your elders and call your teacher. Tung Chao laughed and, Shunde raised his hand and rubbed his head. It doesn't hurt, does it? If you put me on the runner, it doesn't hurt. If you don't put me on it, it just hurts. The kind of pain where you still have to go into the hospital for a full body checkup. Linley said in a serious manner, seriousness written all over his face. Put, ha, here we go. Lu Yifei was instantly amused, her eyes twinkling with laughter. You want to be on Running Man so badly. Little kid, ha. Deng Chao couldn't help but laugh too. Just tell me if you'll let me go. Deng Chao replied with a smile. Didn't I just say, perform well in these days, and if you perform well, take you. Linley let out a cut. He didn't bother to break it up with Deng Chao. There is no standard for so-called performance. Wasn't your performance yesterday amazing enough? What kind of expression is that? Deng Chao blared without a good look. You're painting me a picture. Just tell me straight up how you're going to get me on Running Man? I'm sorry, Linley said bluntly. Deng Chao didn't expect the little kid to be so attentive after he casually mentioned it. Lu Yifei lightly doted on Linley's forehead. You're a human child. Those guests on the variety show won't give you a bad time. At this point the opening ceremony was announced to be officially over after the enthusiastic closing speech of He Lian. Teachers leave the playground with their respective classes. I'm done with you guys. I'm going to class. Chao, bring me on the next Running Man. I'll bring you Running Man ratings. After saying that, Linley ran away in a huff. Little brat, and bringing us ratings, talking like we have poor ratings for Running Man. Deng Chao looked at the background and smiled bitterly. I think you could take him to phase 1 and kind of let him get paid for his labor. Lu Yifei considered, don't look at this child as small, but he has a lot of heart. Surely we won't accept a favor from us for nothing. Well, I'll have a chat with the director later. Deng Chao nodded. The way to help someone is not always to give money directly. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. It is far better to let him get it by way of his own efforts than to give help directly. Junior classroom. All students returned to their classrooms buzzing with excitement. Linley didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it seemed that the male students were ostracizing themselves. As soon as you enter the classroom by yourself, the boys just glanced at him, except for the female students who gathered around to ask why the teacher had put him on stage to represent the new students. And congratulations and compliments and all that. There was absolutely no intention of going up to him and interacting with him. Not even, hello, However, at this, Linley didn't think much about it. It was just a little kid. After dealing with the girls, he went back to his seat inside. Today the boring day is about to begin again. It's a sin. Classes were a real ordeal for him. A short while later, the class bell rang. It was third period at the moment, and first and second periods had been topped off by the commencement ceremony. The third class is English. Louis Fei walked in with a smile as she held her books. Seeing this, Linley immediately shouted, "All rise." "Hello, teacher." The standard opening ceremony, which Linley still understands, as do the rest of the class. So very cooperatively, he stood up and greeted Louis Fei. "Hello, classmates." Louis Fei smiled ear to ear. Classes begin in an orderly fashion. Today, English is a required subject in all elementary school. Some schools will start intervening in English classes in the second grade. Some are in first grade. English is a nightmare for Linley. He used to wonder why he had to learn English. We Chinese, why do we need to learn the language of foreigners? Until sometime in the last life, international jitterbug access to Chinese jitterbug, he began to value, at that time, the importance of the English language. I regret not learning a few more English words as a child. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to look at a big foreign horse or a foreign girl and only be able to pop out a simple greeting, a line of "I love you." Walks the world. Now that he's been given another chance to learn English, without the system, he definitely listened carefully and was open to learning. You have to realize how expensive remedial, educational classes are. Unfortunately, today he is in the system. Yesterday he checked, and the system had conversions in every language, even hieroglyphics, ancient Egyptian, Mayan. Linley watched the other students listen attentively during class, as well as when Louis Fei asked questions. All can be answered easily. He lamented that the gap between ordinary and rich families really appears from the dolls. Louis Fei explained the most basic pronunciation of words to teach the students while paying attention to Linley. One look at those confused eyes and she knew that Linley was listening to her lessons like a heavenly book. He didn't receive English initiation like other children, so, she never told Linley to answer. It was to take care of his self-esteem. Don't want him to lose face in class because of it. "Class, does anyone know how to pronounce 1 through 10 in English?" "I'm sorry," she asked with a smile. "Mr. Liu, the class president will." Chapter 27, Scrap Collecting All Internationalized? Before Louis Fei could name one of the students who raised his hand to answer, Li Jianran immediately shouted and said. Louis Fei immediately froze as she slightly narrowed her eyes to see the treacherous look in Li Jianran's small eyes. The mind was suddenly clear. This Kenny Li is trying to trip up Linley, isn't he? Just because the class president didn't run yesterday, and because he was suppressed by Linley in every way yesterday, and resentment? While it may seem childish, it is not uncommon in this society. She spoke. "It seems that our classmate, Jianran Li, is very much looking forward to seeing our class president Linley's performance." However, suddenly, before he could finish, Li Jianran immediately interrupted. "Teacher, I just want to hear how the class president answered. Don't change the subject." The students were amazed that Li Jianran was so bold as to charge the teacher. You know, elementary school students are more afraid of their teachers. Not to mention that Louis Fei is a temporary guest star, but it's still a teacher. Li bureaus are great. Bumping off teachers at a young age. Who gave him the guts? Was it Chief Li? Bureau Li is clearly tripping up Lin Hall and saying it's not the name of the academy, but Li Bureau is so indolent. At least a little bit harder topics. Isn't 1 to 10 easy? With Rising Stars Junior class being a huge hit on the internet. A group of students within the class were unknowingly given various nicknames by the netizens. Take Kenny Li, for example. Opening a "My father is Li Gang, is the director of the bureau," and was directly labeled as the Li Bureau. For example, Wang Tianyu, "My dad is the president," and Mr. Wang deserves his title. Of course, they have other titles, such as Brother Secretary, Mr. Wang and so on, but there is no doubt that the entire class is unique in the Forest Hall of Linley. And there is no other name for it. A hint of displeasure flashed through Louis Fei's bright eyes by the podium. No one likes to be interrupted when they're speaking, let alone a fart kid. "Mr. Kenny Li, pay attention to classroom discipline." At this point, Linley had already returned to his place from his godly wanderings, his small brows gently condensing. Looking over at Li Jianran's look, he was suspicious in his heart. This kid was blatantly tripping over himself? Provocative? Still hung up on yesterday's class presidency? Childish. He stood up from his seat. "Teacher Liu, Mr. Li Jianran is trying to test me." Then facing Li Jianran, his small face was grave. "As the class president, it is my duty and responsibility to tell you to respect classroom discipline, and you contradicted your teacher." Interrupted him. "You're giving the other students a bad vibe. I solemnly want you to apologize to Ms. Liu." Kenny Li wasn't even eating this at the moment. He held Linley's big secret, and went back last night and took lessons from his own commissioner father. Know that one should never follow the other person's words of thought. Besides, the Linley family situation is already known. In school, it is divided by academic achievement ability, and as class president, not necessarily the best learners, but definitely not the worst. So, it can be done with academic performance. Other subjects may be uncertain, but English is bound to be Linley's weakness. To make the best of a bad situation, his old man said that Linley had a good tongue. Then don't get into too many verbal fights with him and just poke him in the soft underbelly. I'm sorry, Li Jianran apologized to Louis Fei very vainly. Teacher, I'm the one who's disrupting classroom discipline, but I still want to hear the class president's answer. Linley looked at Jianran Li strangely. This guy was quite dry. It's a lot more subdued than it was yesterday. Reporting to the teacher, I'd like to hear the class president's answer too. At that moment, a boy with permed hair at Li Jianran's table raised his hand and reported. Linley suddenly felt that this Li Jianran had come prepared, and that there were horses attached to him. You want to hear me answer? Yes, Li Jianran said with a smile in his eyes. He expected Linley would not. How could a rag collector know English? First, I'll make you lose face over here, and then I'll impeach you down later in conjunction with your classmates. How can you be class president if you're not even good at school? With that mouth? I want to hear the squad leader answer too. Mr. Liu, you haven't ordered the class president to answer yet. We've all answered. Just the squad leader hasn't. Yuan Hua. The Wuchang boys were suddenly all up in arms. The class was buzzing. The boys who weren't up in arms watched coldly. Linley looked around the class, his mind constantly flickering as he pondered their purpose. It's okay for Li Qinyan to trouble himself, but what are the others following? You don't want the vice president anymore? Don't you need my full support during the voting session for the other class officers? And Linley noticed that basically the whole class of boys was up in arms, especially when they first entered the classroom. Kenny Lee's little group was up in arms the most violently. Test me? Take this opportunity to impeach yourself? How childish. Louis Fei as a teacher saw that her classroom suddenly lost all discipline. The color of displeasure was thick on his brow. Quiet, class, no noise, all quiet. She knocked on the desk and, the tone was extremely angry. Linley blurted out, Teacher Liu, if they want me to answer, I'll just answer. Conflicts within the people should be resolved by the people themselves. He had a clear door in his heart. The reason why Louis Fei hadn't called herself to answer should be because she was taking care of him. Anyone else could have imagined that, given their family situation. Definitely haven't simply learned the basic words. People helping themselves so much, plus the fact that they're the class president, and these little kids. You still have to clean up by your own hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Linley didn't bother with more words and reported the correct answer numbly. 1 to 10. Easy. One more and I guess it would really be hard for him. So easy. After saying that, Linley even shrugged his shoulders. Kenny Lee froze. Why would he? That's not right. He had English speakers buried in his ancestry? So smooth? Mr. Li Jianrun, is there anything else you would like the class president to answer for you? If not, please sit back in your seat and quietly listen to the teacher. Linley said blandly, turning her head to face Louis Fei. Ms. Liu, you continue. When he finished, he sat back in his seat, leaving behind a crowd of dumbfounded uproarious male students. Louis Fei was slightly surprised at Linley's level of English, and wondered in her heart where he had learned it from. It's very smooth. But instead of asking out loud, he looked at Li Jianrun. Mr. Kenny Lee, the class president has answered, and answered very well. Please sit back down in your seat. Let's get on with the lesson. When Li Jianrun sat down, his tablemate immediately asked in a low voice, Didn't you say he was a rag collector? I thought you didn't speak English? How was I to know that the rag collectors are still internationalized now? Li Jianrun said without a trace of humor. Chapter 28, I'm in charge of the class. Netizens are not aware of Linley's family situation. The family backgrounds of all the children who participated in the program were not disclosed, as is customary for variety shows. So, in this scene just now, they thought to themselves that Jianran Li was trying to make a fool out of Linley. The opportunity was then taken to impeach him. Lin Hall speaks pretty good English. Duro Li has no city sense at all. Make some difficult questions for Lin Hall to answer. That's why he's just the director and the man is the director. Just wait. After class Lin Hall will definitely get it back. Haven't you guys noticed? The atmosphere inside the class has been a bit different since the start of the broadcast today. Yeah, those little boys are avoiding the camera and whispering. Are they plotting something? Who knows? Kids think a lot nowadays. We didn't have that much heart back then. After this outburst, English class remained organized, but Linley wasn't godless at the moment, furrowing his brow in thought. What's with these little kids? You've been working together to get to me, haven't you? No wonder there was something wrong when I entered the class. I dare to join forces, cliques under the eyes of the people. The best way to dismantle small groups is to cut them from within. Linley quickly got the idea that whether or not they were really cliquish or not, joining forces against himself. Make the first move all by yourself. When the bell rings for the end of class, after Linley shouted all rise and goodbye teacher, Louis Fei was planning to leave. Suddenly, Linley shouted, Teacher Lou, wait. Louis Fei stopped walking and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong, class president? Mr. Lou, the homeroom teacher told me yesterday to decide on the class representatives for each subject. I wonder if you have a suitable candidate, Linley said with a smile. He awkwardly pressed him for such words, but it doesn't stop him from making it up. You don't have to be taxed for bragging. You don't have to go to the palace for making things up. Resolve the internal conflict first, then try to convince Hoang. Linley's little scheme clanked. Louis Fei was slightly stunned. She remembered that he awkward hadn't said anything about this. Besides, at the time, in their artist group, it was said, when the time comes, we'll see what happens and pick the best students to be class reps. Why does Linley look like he's making a fuss? Then she noticed the wry glint in the depths of Linley's eyes. Mind clear. Do you have the right person? She didn't poke at Linley's lie to his face, and avoided that lie by asking directly about the second half of the contents. Yes, I think let Chang Yushue be the English class representative. Chang Yushue was Yuan Hua's deskmate, and her chubby little face was extremely cute. Participated enthusiastically in answering Ife Lu's questions in just the classroom and answered every question correctly. And, yesterday morning, while the parents were still in the class, Linley perceived that when Chang Yushue spoke to her mom, she would often automatically switch to English intercom mode. I think I grew up with both English and Chinese as a child. Chang Yushue? That's fine. Just decide. Louis Fei nodded, selling Linley face. Linley smiled playfully and immediately announced, Class. Then the English class representative will be decided to be student Chang Yushue. Congratulations to student Chang Yushue, he said. He led the applause. With such a quick appointment of class officers, a bunch of students are still in a state of confusion. Not in a few short sentences. Not in a short minute. The English class rep just showed up? The person in question, Chang Yushue, was even more at a loss. Happiness comes so suddenly. Louis Fei said, Student Chang Yushue, in the future, you have to help your teacher share the English homework in class and the English tutoring of your classmates. Oh. Chang Yushue reacted and hurriedly got up and responded with a small red face. Aha, teacher will go first. 88, class. Louis Fei greeted with a light smile and, leave the classroom clutching your books. As soon as Louis Fei left, Linley immediately came to the podium. Class, once again, a round of applause to congratulate Chang Yushue on her appointment as English class representative, so quickly that it gave Jianran Li and the others no time to react. Suddenly, they realized something that is, Linley can appoint officers in the class without authorization. In other words, they don't get to say who the class president wants to be, because just now, Ms. Louis Fei didn't refute him, and readily agreed to Linley's proposed English class representative. What it says, it shows that his power in the junior class is very great. Linley laughed. Naturally, mister. He gave me this responsibility of selecting class cadres. I couldn't let my teachers down and quickly build up the leadership in my class, so I decided to take advantage of the time I have now after school to form immediately. He didn't give the other students time to react at all. Now, in my capacity as class president, I appoint Wang Tianyu as the vice president of the junior class. Duties assist the class president and supervise other class officers. Appointed Song Yishue as a study committee member, responsible for the study affairs of the class. Supervise other classroom representatives in completing teacher study assignments. Appointing Xia Shi as the literary committee member with the duty of organizing the literary activities of the class, enriching the after-school life of the students. Appoint Qing Chunyu as the hygiene committee member, responsible for the hygiene of the class. This includes arranging duty rosters, checking hygiene, etc., to ensure a tidy classroom environment. Appointing Forrest Stone as the sports committee member to organize sports activities for the class, such as recess and field day, to help students exercise and improve their physical fitness while keeping the class president safe. Appointment. Linley announced the list of all the class cadres at once. Li Jianran and the others' faces instantly darkened. They had just formed a united group in the morning, and none of them were class officers. Wang Tianyu was the main person they were pulling in, before they could dawn on him, move to pull it together properly, and now it was directly arranged by Linley to be the vice class president. Well, he's building up his power. The students who were chosen to be class officers reacted from surprise at this point. And, the man stood up and tilted his head. Some of them wanted to compete for positions in the class, but knew that There is simply not much ability to run for office on your own. The accident came so suddenly, inexplicably. I became a class officer and it was the same position I wanted to run for, Linley said. Between the fact that many of the students were appointed on a temporary basis, in order to have adequate preparation, this squad leader is giving a 1-week inspection period, and this week, if you don't do a good job, I'm sorry, but I have the right to replace all of you. Don't worry, squad leader, I'll be the vice squad leader. You'll see how I behave in these 10 days. Wang Tianyu shouted up excitedly. He was pleasantly surprised and inexplicably became vice president. Squad leader, I won't let you down. Sure. Lin, who was taller in the back row, swore with conviction. Yay, I'm the literature committee member, eh? He. Xia, she clapped her hands happily. Chapter 29, Classes in 3 Divisions. Inside the teacher's office, he awkwardly looked at Linley's maneuvering in confusion. He was overstepping his bounds. When did he say that he would let Linley appoint all the class cadres himself? It doesn't seem to have been said. Looking at his fuss look, he was slightly angry. Kids are learning to lie? Yang Mi laughed on the side. Don't be angry, mister. Look, how good the program is. In just a moment, the ratings went up another 0.1. The child is lying, which is not a good habit, and must be criticized to correct him. He awkwardly doesn't care about the ratings at the moment. He thinks it's wrong to lie, especially with such a young child. Not only does this bring down other kids watching the program, but it also creates a bad vibe on the internet. What is their most basic purpose in putting on this program? It's all about modeling the right 3 things in kids. Don't worry, mister. I'm sure the little brat has a purpose for doing this. We'll come over to you to explain. Tong Chao hurriedly persuaded. Yes, Linley will come to explain, and we'll criticize him then. Tang Ziki also said at this time. Lying is indeed wrong, but what if there's a reason for it? At this time, Lu Yifei pushed the door back and saw the different expressions of each of them. What's going on? What's going on in class again? See for yourself. You lead a good lead. Deng Chao laughingly said. What did I bring? Lu Yifei was puzzled. In the junior class, the inside of the class has long been rendered into a frenzy. Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua and the others have already led a rebellion. On what grounds? Mr. Ho has not been directly briefed. You have no right to replace him. Besides, we're not sure if it's true. Kenny Lee shouted. Who gave you the right? I'm going to ask Mr. He for clarification. Yuan Hua and the others were up in arms. It's not even if you can't be class president, but now you don't have a vice president either. Not even a single class officer. They were very upset. Linley smiled disdainfully. The duty of the class president is to manage the class in place of the class teacher. Besides, I owe my rights to you. None of you were able to finish the numbers game yesterday, so you can bet on it, okay? Wang Tianyu became vice class president just when he was complacent. At this moment there was an opportunity to perform immediately came to Linley's side. You guys don't obey? I'm telling you, this is an order from the squad leader, and you have the right to remain silent, but you cannot question the squad leader. When I got home last night, Wang Tianyu's parents also had a long and serious conversation and analyzed a wave of their own son properly. Tell him, class president, you are not to think about it. Can't fight Linley, but vice class president you can fight for. And make sure you get on good terms with Linley. A successful person must understand clearly the animerecap and the most capable people around him. There is no doubt that Linley is the most cerebral person in the junior class. As long as you follow him, even if you can't be the vice class president, there is definitely a place for you in the other class cadres. But if you become a vice squad leader, don't ever think of going against the squad leader. You must embrace him. As long as he is class president, you have absolute power within the class. Wang Tianyu kept his parents' words in mind. So, when he came in the morning, Li Jianrun had approached him and said Linley's family was a scrap collector without any family background. How do such poor bees, the bottom feeders, stand with them on their heads? At that time, Li Jianrun had solicited him to join his rebel brigade, but Wang Tianyu nonchalantly refused. Although he was surprised to learn about Linley's family background, he was not compelled by Kenny Lee. Yesterday, his parents specifically reminded him that whether Linley's family is solid or not, as long as he's still at the head of the class, you can't sing against him, unless he's deposed. He's still the pinnacle of power in the class as things stand. All in all, his parents ended up with 4 words, see the situation. Now that Wang Tianyu was suddenly the vice class president again, he finally understood what his parents meant when they said, but if the last class had gotten up in arms like Kenny Lee's gang, maybe he won't be vice president. We should listen to and follow the squad leader, whose resolutions are not in any way questionable. It's all for the good of the class. Wang Tianyu said to Li Jianrun with a small serious face. Linley listened to Wang Tianyu's words with great satisfaction. It's true that the family is in business and knows how to recognize the situation. That's a nice little ass-kissing. Chang Junyu, who had been appointed as a health commissioner, also came to Linley's side at this time. Are all in the junior class, and the class president is the class teacher's avatar in the classroom. If you don't listen to the class president, you don't listen to the class teacher. Linley's eyes lit up and he looked at Chang Junyu a few more times. Good, another talent. Foxing at a young age, and with a kind of moral abduction. This young man has a future. Linley felt more and more that there was a lot of talent in this class. What's going on in Lin Hall? Isn't this high-class division? I'm a little disappointed with this Lin Hall operation. Shouldn't there be a balance of power? How can you not give Li Kenrun a position? Talent appeasement or not, no. Beware of Li Jianrun revolt. You guys don't get it, do you? Bureau Li looks like he wants to impeach Lin Hall. He was pulling the strings as soon as he arrived this morning, and Lin Hall must have thought of it, so he set up his own leadership team straight away. Right, a class full of people with hearts and minds. If Lin Hall doesn't get down to setting up his own leadership team at this point, he's really isolated. Now all of a sudden it becomes a three-part situation, with one wave from Lin Hall, one wave from the Li Bureau, and then there's the neutral wave. Originally, there was only a wave of people from Bureau Li, and Lin Hall was weak, but now a set of combination punches. It's changed to a three-way tie. 6. This advanced realization of Lin Hall is really hanging. Aren't you guys overinterpreting it? A first-grade class. Where's the complexity in that? The live audience speculated and commented in various ways, and in their interpretations of the Linley's purpose was explained by them one by one. As the live streamers speculated, Linley was clear that if he didn't build up the manpower to pull in his own, sooner or later, they'll be writing on their heads. He wasn't really interested in running the class, being class president or anything like that. This is mainly for the so-called program effect, harvesting emotional value. He wouldn't even want to go to school if it weren't for that. When this world's 9 years of compulsory education slipped through the cracks. Furthermore, he's too lazy to hook up with these brats every day, without any sense of accomplishment. Might as well get some people to checkmate Kenny Lee. You'll feel a little more at ease yourself. Class officers, you will have to take the trouble of managing your classes from now on. Now I'll report the list to the homeroom teacher to go, and you'll get used to your positions. Linley lazily ignored Jianran Li's protests and theirs, and became a shirker. Chapter 30, Competition in a group leads to progress. Inside the teacher's office, Linley stood in front of the awkward few and said with a smile, Mr. I've finished assembling the leadership of the junior class. Do you have any additions or replacements that need to be made? He awkwardly looked at him with an angry and serious face. Where did you learn to make decisions before you make them? When did I ever say that class officers were up to you? Yang Mi and a few others sat on the side looking at them in amusement, all wondering what Linley would answer. Don't be angry, teacher Linley continued, smiling, completely unaware of how angry he awkward was. It's not preemptive, but I'll share the work for you. You're good at that. Sharing the work? I can't do this much work on my own, can I? He awkwardly laughed at the exasperation. Mr. Ho, as well as all the teachers, are busy with their day-to-day work, and as class president I have reason to be. It's also my responsibility to help you guys share the load. Although participating in the variety show is your task, I don't want to see you guys work so hard. I'm sorry, Linley said fervently, kinda understanding. Ha ha, little brat, how come you're so understanding? Yang Mi stood up from her seat, came to Linley, raised her white hands and pinched his little face hard. Mr. Yang, stop pinching, or I'll sue you for child molestation. Linley couldn't figure out how this group of people liked to pinch their faces so much. Deng Chao was like that, and so was Louis Fei. What's the matter? You don't have a face? Ha ha, child molestation. I'm so scared. Oh. Yang Mi looked like she was scared. The hands were even more forceful. You haven't answered my question? When did I give you full authority to appoint? Undisturbed. He awkward stayed on topic. You're lying, know that? Kids are not allowed to lie. His tone was extremely serious. Linley was disdainful in his heart. Children can't lie, but adults can. I'm just an adult in a child's skin. However, this is something that should never be said, and no one would believe it even if they did. Mr. I know you're angry right now, but don't get angry yet. Listen to my sophistry. Nay, explanation. Linley hastily changed his words, but it was still heard by Yang Mi and the others, and there was another laugh in the office. Even our being so a sophomoric also breaks serious expression, couldn't help but let out a laugh. But soon enough, it was all bored again. Linley said, a class needs to be united. You can't fight all day long. Mr. Your progress is too slow. According to your progress, it must be slow to see who performs well and who becomes a class officer. It's probably not going to be selected without 10 days and half a month. In these 10 days or so, the class is bound to be in a mess, and those who want to be class cadres all start ganging up on each other. And then, when there are more parties, there are more points of conflict and contradiction. This will not only destroy the unity within the class, but it will also cause trouble for you at the same time. Deng Chao couldn't help but nod on the side. There's nothing wrong with the kid's analytical statement. Ganging up is extremely common no matter what circle you're in. A reasoned analysis at a young age. TBH, that's overly mature. Lin Li continued, so we have to nip it in the bud. It's clear now that the class has been divided into 3 waves of power. The first wave is the leadership team headed by me. The second wave, those who are cadres who don't work. The third wave is the students who simply come to the junior class with no desire to be there. Aren't these 3 waves far more partisan than when it comes down to it? The more parties there are, the more conflicts there are. And you teachers should all understand such a simple truth. And now, I'm stepping forward to take the many troubles that lie ahead, control it at a point where none of you have to bother with much, so it's not really a lie. If anything, it's just a well-intentioned lie. Upon hearing these words, he awkward and the others all looked at him in astonishment and froze. I knew that Lin Li was a great talker, but I didn't expect to be so good at it. And, this little brain is a clear thinker. Not only is he witty and articulate, but he is also forward-thinking and a leader. It was even more so that they could not find any room for rebuttal. Furthermore, and in the name of solving their problems, what else can be said about him? For the first time, he awkward felt powerless against a person. Deng Ziki said, then doesn't the problem still exist? Those who resent your appointment as class president, wouldn't it still be a toss-up in class? Lin Li laughed. MS. Deng Ziki, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not enough door. Just a few can't make much of a wave. No matter what, as long as it's a group, he's going to have conflicts. I'm just laying out the points of conflict directly now, so that no matter what happens in the future, I can be direct with people. Further, it is competition and controversy in a group that leads to progress for the group as a whole. Isn't that right? Yang Mi and Tang Chao, at this moment, finally realized how terrifying this little brat was. At a young age, the trade-offs are already played out clearly. However, the next thing that happened was Lin Li's words, and their hearts were even more startled. If it's a solid group with no infighting, their ambitions are magnified. The guts grow. And what does that mean? Means that they will disobey you when they think they're good and invincible. Get it, you guys? And there's no telling if you'll trouble the other classes. A group of rich and official children. If they are arrogant and domineering, the students of other classes that, do you think it's possible to resist? When the time comes, it's not only going to cause problems for you, but for the school. Even more so, it ripples out to the parents. He awkward's pupils kept dilating. Good lord, is this still an 8-year-old? Seeing that through? Lin Li's words were definitely not empty words. They were based on history and real events. Which of the kings in history did not invade and expand their territories after eliminating internal problems? Deng Chao and Yang Mi suddenly felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. That 8-year-old kid in front of me, is he really only 8 years old? What does one have to go through to be so mature and savvy? You're thinking really far ahead. Louis Fei took a deep breath and said in a daze, hey, I'm doing this for the teachers? Lin Li's mature and serious expression immediately turned into a child's childishness. Teacher, you guys don't want the program to have any news about rich kids and government officials getting into trouble. Right. Now if you'll just give me full authority over the class, I promise, over these people, absolutely nothing will go wrong. And I get to give you the whole show effects. How nice. Chapter 31, Before you destroy a man, you must inflate him. 5 minutes later, Lin Li left the teacher's office. He awkward, Yang Mi, and Deng Chao were wide-eyed. Is this kid really only 8 years old? Deng Chao froze. If the file is correct, it should be. Yang Mi's scalp went a little numb and, for the first time she was surprised by a child. If it weren't for the archives, as well as the year of Lin Li's birth, there would be a report to prove it. They all suspect that the child is not actually a child, but an adult with dwarfism. After all, there are related types of movies abroad that have to give them these types of ideas. Lin Li in their class couldn't be described as knowing what he was doing. He was practically a demon. In a few words, what was meant to be a reprimand for lying is brought up in a few words, analyzing the situation that, guard against the future and find rational justification for whatever you do, and it still makes sense to them. They couldn't find a single thing to accuse him of, to nitpick, and that's what's so scary. While some of the words that follow are a bit alarmist, it's not impossible for this to happen. Lin Li the brat took it all into consideration. The pattern of the brat. Gee, you guys, if this kid really goes to a variety show, mustn't those adults be played out? Deng Chao said. I'm afraid he'll play the show along. The corner of Yang Mi's eye danced. He's supposed to be a genius. Right, one of those child geniuses? Tang Ziki said uncertainly. She had to think in that direction. The 8-year-old kid, who had the group of them in stitches, couldn't find a counterpoint to his point of view. You can prove it, can't you? I can't even dare to imagine what this child will be like if he grows up. Louis Fei couldn't help but say, it'll be outstanding, he awkwardly said without thinking, and then added, as long as he doesn't go off the rails. I can't say I'll see him in the major financial or official news in the future. If it goes the wrong way, I guess I won't see it at all. Why? Didn't Walking the Crooked Road see him on the wanted list exposure news? Duncan wondered. Deng Chao laughed, because, at a glance, a person like him is the one who does the behind-the-scenes manipulation of the whole situation. With a head so smart, going the evil way, surely you wouldn't put yourself out in the open. Deng Ziki was stunned. So saying she understood, at a young age, tactics, strategies, patterns, etc. Scare them, but what about when they grow up? Unsurprisingly, it's bound to be a big shot on one side. At the moment when Linley went to report to the faculty office, Li Jianran dragged Yuan Hua and a few other students who hadn't been chosen by Linley to be class cadres to the restroom. He really thinks he's the head of the junior class, and he talks to us about everything. Dictatorship. Yuan Hua kicked the bathroom door hard and said angrily, Kenny Li, is he really a scrap collector? I'm sorry, Li Jiechi said skeptically as he looked over at the grim-faced Li Jianran. Sure, didn't I tell you this morning that he's just a poor guy who came home from school yesterday? I followed him. Kenny Li nodded with serious certainty. And I went to the cell phone store he passed yesterday, and I asked, and he bought a cell phone. $200. What does that mean? Yuan Hua wondered. It means that this poor bee is probably buying it with the class money we turned in yesterday. Grass up. I don't know, said Kenny Li. Originally, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. Nay, he had a director father. After briefly explaining Linley's matter, his director father immediately analyzed it. Linley embezzled public funds to buy a cell phone. What? This statement stunned the little ones. He used our class money to buy cell phones? Li Jiechi exclaimed. Right. Denounce him, tell the teachers and classmates. Why didn't you tell them that you had this information? If he had just said it, he wouldn't have been able to keep his squad leader. Yuan Hua's eyes gleamed. This was a heavenly news. Misappropriation of public funds. I can't say he won't even stay in the junior class. Yeah, why didn't you say so? Go now. Let's prosecute him. Get him out of the junior class. Li Jiechi got excited. They were all well aware that this news would inevitably pull Linley down from his position as squad leader, could not hold his head up, and that all he had done in the last few days would be for nothing. They know deep down that by doing 10,000 things right, no one will say anything and think that's the way it should be. But once you do one thing wrong, then you will suffer the dirt. Li Jianran didn't move as he said in a deep voice. Don't. The reason I didn't prosecute him directly. Instead, I wanted to see what he could come up with for Teacher's Day. We're prosecuting him now, and we're simply telling him to get the hell out of junior high, but on Teacher's Day, he can't get a gift that will not only get him out of junior class, but will also make the teacher completely disappointed in him. After all, it's only $200, and if we report him, teachers said they couldn't help but make a big deal out of it by calling us into the office, hiding it for him and helping him pay $200. But if, on Teacher's Day, the teacher's gift was not received and it was learned that he had misappropriated public funds, it will be extremely disappointing, and then we will prepare our own gifts to comfort the teacher. Then we'll be higher in the teacher's mind. Yuan Hua nodded approvingly upon hearing this. Hey, before destroying a person, one must inflate them first. Let him fool around for a few more days. Little fatty Wu Chang asked. I agree with your idea. So what are we going to do for a while? Let's all be quiet for a few days. Listen to our lessons and stay out of his way. Li Jianran put on an expression of sophistication, his eyes narrowing slightly. No trouble with her? Yes, and we have to keep complimenting him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua understood. You're trying to hold him up, aren't you? Well, there are still 8 days to go before the 10th, so the brothers will all endure for the time being, and as soon as the 10th has passed, junior class is all about us. Li Jianran confident. A rag picker. What is the basis for entering the junior class? With this group of them? Match? Okay, it's settled. We'll lay low for a few days and look for him again on the 10th. Little fatty Wu Cheng hated it. The 4th quarter bell rang in the morning. The small group of rebels plotting in the restroom and the debriefing of Linley are both back in the classroom. The 4th class was a language class, and the lecturer, He-ong, walked in holding his books. As soon as he entered the classroom, he couldn't help his first glance at Linley, who was leaning against the window. Then, without moving, he came to the podium table. Put the book down. Linley immediately shouted, All rise. Hello teacher. With a crash, the students all stood up and bent over to greet each other. Hello classmates. Sit. he awkwardly said with a smile. When the students are seated, he awkwardly spoke. The class president has already reported to me for the posting of class officers. Chapter 32, Chow, I'm actually being bullied by elementary school students? I am more satisfied. The words fell. The eyes of the group of students at the bottom who had been selected as class cadres burst with joy. The class teacher has acknowledged it, so he is considered to be in a stable position as a class cadre. Immediately, he awkwardly continued. But then, the squad leader also said that this is tentative. That means there is a probationary period, during which the class officers are expected to perform well. Now we begin the lesson, said greeting the students as they opened their books. Wang Tianyu and the others were extremely hot in their hearts at the moment. As long as they could be working cadres, it would never go down again. Behave yourself? I'm sure you're doing well. One by one, they were pumped up, their backs were straight, and they did enough to study well. The spirit of the day. During class, as soon as he awkwardly asked a question, the group of them were immediately the first to raise their hands. A flash of time passes quickly. End of morning session. After saying goodbye to the teacher, he awkwardly leaves the class. Instead, it was Deng Chao who came in and led the students in a line to the cafeteria to eat. Cafeteria service. The first student to hit the grocery store remembered the scene from yesterday. Not to be outdone is a compliment to the grocery-beating aunt. Auntie Grocery smiles and loses herself again in a compliment. It is worth noting that the school cafeteria is equipped with fruit at lunch. Today's fruit is grapefruit. Each student gets 2 slices of grapefruit pulp. Linley sat down in his junior class seat after playing the food and was eating his food with gusto. At that moment Deng Chao came and sat down beside him with his dinner tray. Eating that flavorfully? Deng Chao said with a smiling face. Mr. Deng, why don't you go eat small pot dishes? Accompany us elementary school students to eat the children's set meal? Linley asked, tilting his head as he chewed his rice. Came to eat with you guys? What? Not welcome? Welcome? Why not? Before Linley could speak, the students at the table immediately jumped on the bandwagon and shouted, Mr. Deng, do you eat chicken fillets? Teacher, do you eat grapefruit? One student asked, solicitously. For example, Lin even handed over the pomelo on his dinner plate and put it on the side of Deng Chao's dinner plate. I don't eat it. You guys just eat it. I have it myself. Ha! The enthusiasm of his classmates Deng Chao was very happy. Mr. Deng Chao, you don't eat chicken fillets? At this moment, a hint of cunning flashed in Linley's eyes. Yes, you just eat, Deng Chao said. Then I'm welcome. Linley reached out with his chopsticks and took Deng Chao's chicken cutlet from his plate to his own. Thank you, Mr. Deng Chao. Deng Chao froze, and the students at the table were dumbfounded. The audience in the live room was dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Anyone with a discerning eye could hear that Deng Chao was being polite, and moreover, he was telling the students that, I have my own chicken fillets, so just eat your own. But, did Linley's little friend misinterpret the meaning? Everyone thought that. Linley is also trying to court Deng Chao with the chicken fillet from his dinner plate just like the other kids. However, it's a setup. What's going on in Lin Hall? Chao is obviously just being polite. It's still the familiar Lin Hall. The routine is still as deep as ever. Thought it was polite, but I didn't realize he was really rude. Looking at Chao's expression, he's probably already doubting life. Spread the word. Chao's being bullied by a first grader. The only meat dish was taken by the elementary school kids. That's a good move. Mainlining a shattering of false politeness. After the students at the same table froze, all of them had 2 words bubbling up in their minds towards Linley. Bullish. Anymore. Deng Chao is a teacher. What kind of student does this to a teacher? Taking food from the teacher's plate. They can't even think about that. Deng Chao's head swooned for a moment before he stared blankly at Linley, who was eating with gusto. Thinking about yourself again in the variety show is all about trolling and screwing people over. I didn't think it would be in the hands of a little kid. Suddenly, a plan came to him, and he planned to follow the cat's example and get the field back. Of course, it wasn't that he was small-minded, but he thought it would be a bit of a showstopper. Even if he does end up cheating food from Linley's plate, he'll give it back. How can you talk to a child? It's just pure entertainment. Squad leader, do you eat grapefruit? Deng Chao said with a smile on his face, with a look of sophistication. Kid, go your way and get out of your way. However, I'll eat it. Thank you, Mr. Deng Chao. When Linley heard that, there was this good thing. Immediately, he reached over and took the yuzu from Deng Chao's dinner plate to the edge of his own. Mr. Deng Chao, why are you so polite? I get it. You must be caring for my nutritional balance and healthy growth. What a thoughtful teacher. Linley ends with a good guy card that he can't help but send out. Ha ha, I can't live laughing. It's still Lin Hall. Chao, just tell me why you have nothing to learn from Lin Hall. Lin Hall is so easy to take advantage of? Chow didn't think that he would actually fall into the hands of a small child after so many years of being in variety arts. Lin Hall, thank you Chow for sending your love. This thing tells us that it's better not to be polite in the future. What if people are really rude? You guys, look at Chow's moves. Ha ha. It scared him so much he moved his dinner plate to the side. Lin Hall has given old Deng Tu a whole nursing diet. As netizens have seen, Deng Chow has a defeated look on his face, moving what was left of the food tray to the side. The eyes full of caution. He looked at Linley and then at his dinner plate. He felt like he'd have to eat white rice if he said anything more. This little kid. It's over. His on-screen image has been poked and prodded by this little kid. Don't even think about it. It must be laughed at by the netizens at the moment. I can't say that my best friend, my wife and they are laughing at me. A grown man was set up by an 8-year-old. And, for the second time, he sent it up on his own accord. No face. At that moment, Linley swallowed the chicken fillet in his mouth and said to the photographer with a serious face, "This incident teaches us to talk less and eat more at mealtimes, because maybe if you say a few more words, you can't tell me how much less you're going to eat." By the same token, wherever you are, working or living, self-concerned buried head down to do not think to flatter others, not allowed to the end of the loss of a wife and soldiers. Nothing will be gained. Tung Chow's mouth, which was chewing on his food, gave a start, and he turned his head over sluggishly to look at Linley. Good man, you've got the advantage and you're educating us. Kid, you're really cheeky. However, there is some truth to that. Wait, I'm being bullied by him and I actually think he has a point? Am I sick? Is bullying justified? Can anyone do the math on my current psyche? Chapter 33, just a bunch of clowns. After lunch, Deng Chao lifelessly brought the students back to their classes, and then immediately turned back to the cafeteria. Go inside the private room where the principal is specially entertained. He didn't get enough to eat. Yo, Chow, what's your problem? Chow, are you being bullied? Speak up and we'll do you justice. Super ha ha. Yang Ni several people mercilessly ridiculed up the scene in the cafeteria. They also saw it. Never in a million years did he expect that the newest variety harmonizer would be set up and educated by this little brat Linley. Stop talking and eat properly. Tung Chao glared and deadpanned the rice in his bowl. Lu Yifei saw him eating with a big mouthful. He couldn't help but laugh. This incident tells us one thing. You have to talk less during meals, or you'll only have leftovers. Deng Chao felt a needle in his heart stabbing him with a vague pain. The pace of picking up the food increased even more. Ha ha. Yifei, you're putting your heart out. Yang Mi laughed out loud. Eat more. Look how hungry the baby is. Listening to their relentless mockery, Tung Chao couldn't help but raise his head and say, "It will be your turn in the future, too. I'm just the first, but definitely not the last." He awkwardly felt that this was an unjustifiable statement. But still, he joked, "But we won't be the first to be laughed at." Deng Chao. In the junior class, Linley had wanted to continue sleeping on the table like yesterday. But, Wang Tianyu, they were extremely excited. As soon as they returned to the classroom, this group of class cadres gathered around him. "Class president, let's go for a walk on the playground," Wang Tianyu said with gusto. "No." Linley refused. Wang Tianyu came to his ear and lowered his voice to whisper, "I have something to report to you." Linley frowned. "Is it important?" "It's a bit important." Wang Tianyu had a fervent look on his face. "Okay." Linley nodded his head and said to the others, "You guys stay in the class and I'm going to have a heart-to-heart with the vice squad." "Good." Song Ishua's few people answered, although there was some doubt as to why the squad leader had asked the vice squad leader to go out alone. They didn't dare to refute Linley's words too much right now, and would just do as they were told. "Now that I'm sort of on the squad leader front, it should be a party of one." Not long after walking out of the classroom. "What is it?" Seeing that no one was around, Linley inquired. "Squad leader, Li Jianran and the others want to impeach you," Wang Tianyu immediately said. Subsequently, this morning Kenny Lee found him and about seeing him as a rag collector's family. All informed Linley. When Linley heard about it, he thought it was something big. "And that's it? What are you worried about?" Linley thought it was a bit funny. "I'm afraid they're going to use this as an excuse to impeach you." "Squad leader, I'm worrying about you." Wang Tianyu immediately became anxious when he saw him looking unrelated. He thinks like Kenny Lee and the others. Linley, who came from a poor family, surely doesn't like others to mention his family's poverty and innocence, and inform all of them. It feels humiliating. He also felt a little offended at first by a rag collector stepping on his head, but now that he's the vice squad leader, he's in a different position, and his thoughts are different. "Tianyu Linley patted Wang Tianyu's shoulder and, at length, he said, "I'm glad you're speaking to the class president about this." "Class president, but I don't like your idea." "Class president." Wang Tianyu froze. "I told you the secret. Why don't you like it?" The little head was filled with question marks. Remember, I'm the only one in this class who doesn't want to be class president. Where is someone else to impeach me out of office? What's wrong with being poor? You're still a good son or daughter of the Yellow Emperor, aren't you? If you think this identity of mine is going to affect me, and my position, then you're narrow-minded. Wang Tianyu was so confused that he couldn't understand his words at all. After all, there are different status classes, and educational environments. Squad leader. You. Alright, Tianyu, don't talk too much. It's alright, Li Jianran and the others are just clowns. It won't affect us. Lin Li waved his hand in an old-fashioned manner. I'm afraid you'll be affected, class president. I'm not as fragile as you think. Tianyu, don't worry about it, Lin Li whispered in relief. Wang Tianyu was a person he had to cultivate into his number one horseman. The class always needs to have its own beloved in it, and Wang Tianyu is one of the best candidates. Mainly, his family has money. In today's materialistic society, everyone from the elderly to the youngest child knows the importance of money. Classes are a small group, and some days, it's all about the money. Furthermore, during English class today, Kenny Lee and the others were all up in arms. Wang Tianyu didn't say much. For various reasons, he chose Wang Tianyu. Going back, Tianyu, the class president and vice president aren't in class. Hell knows what they'll make of it. After the lunch break, the first afternoon class begins. Music lessons. Deng Ziki walked in from outside the classroom in her skimpy outfit. After the teacher and the students performed the teacher-student salute to each other, Duncan then started the lesson. Nowadays, classrooms are referred to as multi-purpose classrooms, with projectors, speakers, and so on. There's absolutely no need to run to the music classroom for a separate lesson. The first music lesson of the day was just a very simple teaching of the school song. It's also the children's song on the first page of the language book. The sun shines in the sky. The flowers smile at me. Birdie said early. Why are you carrying a small backpack? Great for kids. Too childish for Linley. His tablemate, Xia Shi, sang with gusto, and as a member of the Arts and Culture Committee, he was also named by Deng Ziki to go on stage and lead the group in singing. Duncan then briefly explained the scales. A music lesson just ended without any gimmicky spectacle. Second class of the afternoon. Art class. Ife Lu takes classes. Third class of the afternoon. Physical education. Linley, who had been sitting for the whole afternoon, felt like his but was going to have hemorrhoids, and hurriedly walked out of the class at the first opportunity. Head to the playground under the leadership of Deng Chao. After stretching to warm up, Deng Chao had the decency to teach the daily morning recess to dance. Radio gymnastics. After delivering a few 8 beats, Linley lay on the playground, his eyes lightless. So, I'm still so sick of school even though I've been reincarnated. He couldn't imagine what to do with the semester behind him. Originally, if there had been Li Qinyan and the others provoking themselves and looking for trouble, that wouldn't seem so boring. Have more fun in your academic life as a spice. But, ever since English class, Li Jianran and the others somehow seem to have changed their personalities. Just listen to the class honestly in their respective seats without making any noise. The standard 3 good students. The perversity made him think they had been taken. Chapter 34, Lin Shan establishes explosive game circle. It's that time of day again, when students have the most fun. Moment of dismissal. Don't look at the teachers in the junior class as stars, but, still, they can't resist the temptation to go home. Linley, as he did yesterday, greeted himself and took the bus back. As soon as we get home, the little book bag is skimmed, the cell phone is poked, the crib is laid out. Hilarity begins to hit the summit rankings. As Linley's peak race scores got higher and higher, the difficulty factor got progressively higher. In the front, he was able to take the game in 15 minutes by his own godly maneuvers. But now, any hint of error from the rest of the team and you could be playing for 20 minutes. 1900 points for the pinnacle race. Red side, Li Bai, Marco Polo, Shi Shi, Yao Mei, Bai Qi. Blue, Na Kululu, Gong Sun Li, Wang Zhaojun, Zhang Fei, Lu Bu. Li Bai is undoubtedly Linley. What Linley doesn't realize is that between 1800 and 200, it's easy to bump into one of the resident king anchors for that segment. That's right. This inning, he was lucky to crash. Opposite LV Bu was a popular anchor of a certain tooth, LV Dahua, who was vaguely a king's first brother. So, this matchup is currently being watched online by a large number of viewers. Rookie Edward, don't give it away. The whole team died 4 heads and you contributed 2. That's a crappy maneuver. Better hold it in the tower and don't go out. Economy is lower than even the auxiliary. It's really 4 spiteful teammates and 5 lucky ones. Didn't you guys notice? There's something about Li Bai on the opposite side. Yeah, it's not going to crash little comer. It's not Kinko's. I just came from his livestream. Besides, little Jeaner doesn't need the Millennium Fox skin. That should be Yo-Yo. The operation is so nifty and silky. Deva is going to lose. The pop-ups were flirting with the match battle. And soon the broadcast of Li Bai's overdrive rang out. LV Dewa's face was getting ugly as Li Bai was on his way to becoming a super god. He contributed 5 heads alone. Your grandma. Li Bai came down and didn't know to send a message. Daily routine. Start blaming your teammates. Not surprisingly, this one felt particularly easy for Linley. And Lubu was a breakthrough point for taking the win in 12 minutes. He decided to take a break and got up to get a glass of water. Yet at the moment, after Lu Dewa's game ended, he immediately opened Li Bai's personal main interface. When he saw the 100% win rate, he went numb, and even the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. And look at his Han Xin win rate, 96%, as well as an overall win rate of 98.6% in Platoon. ***. Who is this? Whose trumpet? So hanging, the highest win rate in the whole network. Edward Louis exclaimed as he looked again at the skins, the number of heroes, and so on, and at first glance, it was a new number. Holy, so Han? No. 1 win rate in the entire network, right? 106 games of 100% win Li Bai. Are you kidding? Opened up, right. Winning streak up here. King 1 star. Directly rushing the peak race. Nigga. Definitely a substitute trainer. Definitely a Tonto substitute. Ordinary small substitutes definitely don't have this win rate. This canyon of the kings never lacks masters. Deva continues to match. Let's see if we can crash. This itemized win rate really stunned the crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room. Ludwig took one look at the pop-up, woke up, and while the credibility points hadn't been deducted from the settlement, hastily click on match. Match successful. Floor 1, give me the field. Then posted a little bit about the battle. Li Bai, 100% win rate in 106 games. HANXIN. One look at that win percentage and the pop-ups instantly boiled over. Good lord. I'm sure I bumped into it again. I've got a plan. Should Deva break his winning streak? Do a Pixa support. Follow Li Bai. I'll see how he plays. See if it's open. Let's see if this great god can drive Deva. At this point, the game interface. 3rd floor, together again. I'm on the board Yo-Yo Girl. 4th floor, holy. Really? Such a high win rate. 5th floor, post it again. I'll screenshot the load. 2nd floor, confront me with the road. Linley would smile when he saw that the 3rd floor was up. Put Yao Mei. Yogi is a girl. She had her voice on and spoke during the last game. Listen to the sound. Linley isn't good at judging. It's the internet after all. It's a woman after all. The heroes were quickly chosen. Blue, Li Bai. Yao Mei. Yu Ji. Zhang Liang. Lu Bu. Red side, Mirror. Dong Huang. Yalian. Derenji. Wolverine. The game starts soon. Linley maneuvered Li Bai and entered the blue zone. Around 30 seconds in, Dong Huang invaded. But, perhaps because Li Bai was so amazing last, the crashing Yao Mei in this game followed Li Bai in the opening game, took a look in the middle and immediately ran to the blue zone to help Li Bai guard the field. Slightly interfered with by the East King and lost a bit more blood, but still got the blue without any problems. Linley had the advanced sense to know that his opponent had an Eastern Emperor, and purposely didn't use punishment in the first place. After hitting the blue zone, and then dabbing a line in the middle, the beauty headed for the red zone. At this time, through the netizens, has been LV Dehua live broadcast surprised super high winning rate of the Wild King? The 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The word spread out to the major anchors' live rooms. The number of people watching LV Dehua's live broadcast directly skyrocketed. The monstrous traffic is just inexplicably drawn to it. Even some of the anchors finished their games, heard about it, and went to watch the event. 80% plus win rate, which many anchors can hit, especially the anchor of the native heroes. 90%, and some of the hero ceilings are fine, not excluding cases where Sniper Boy loses on purpose, but a 100% win rate is really a rare thing, especially with 1900 points at the pinnacle. This is the type of segmentation where any hint of error can cause the game to fail. After all, it's a 5-player game. As strong as a person is, he or she can still carry the whole game at the lower levels, but at the high end, no one can guarantee it. At the moment, the game is on. The entire situation has been completely controlled by Li Bai, leading the second place economy. Over 2,600. Yame kind of knows who the real Fi is. The shooter doesn't care, and follows Li Bai all the way. Overall headcount, 18-7. Li Bai's record, 10/0/6. This Li Bai is really 6. I doubt he's open. His awareness is too good. 1,900 split innings. Straight up messy kills. It's even more 6 than Kinko's. Simply, coming from fame. This is Li Bai with a 100% win rate? The donkey was taken flying? I can't believe someone can take a donkey flying. At this time, in the game, the Yao sisters were all happy to turn on their voices. Soft, Sticky voices filled the broadcast room. Brotherly Bai is awesome. Wow. 3 kills. Awesome. Is little brother single? There's a troop line up the road. These days, a good game really attracts little girls. It's not. When the game is over, Linley's game interface popped up with a friend message from the upturned Yao Mei, and an invitation to double team. Chapter 35, a man with a lower head, who doesn't even want a cool photo. Linley nonchalantly refused. But of course, only refused the double row, while there was still time to. He wanted to get more points on the board and shine his sign so he could pick up customers. His goal was simple, a peak first. At this moment, in the live broadcast rooms of the major anchors, the rhythms are all over the place. All of them were discussing the amazing 100% win rate by that appeared in LV Dehua's livestream. Meanwhile, the slicing anchor, who has been following Edward Louis, is working overtime. Immediately edited out 2 gameplay clips of Edward Louis crashing and getting abused, and then being taken flying. Meanwhile, the anchor's in the 1900 to 200 segment, and I don't know if it's luck, or is it a coincidence that one night at a time, there have been collisions with this Li Bai. Invariably, those on the same team were taken flying, and those on the opposite side were bloodied. In the game, many players heard about this and invariably applied to add friends. They kept an eye on the peak score of the ID, Lin Shermanli. A night of back-to-back wins and highs all the way to the closing of the pinnacle match. At the closing moments, it came to 2,120 points. Definitely a substitute. Which pro's trumpet? It's not scientific at all. Crashing so many anchors, all chopped up by him. It's really just a 1-2 punch. How you target him and get up. It's a feast for the eyes. 2 dropped. Awareness. Hand speed. 6 to the max. You guys are not aware of how many anchors behind you have opened this segment to snipe him. The crash is all cold. Looking at this momentum, we should be able to see him in the top 10 at the summit tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It's hard to say. Is the top 10 at the top that good? The King's Honor Circle. Everywhere is discussing this. Forest Deep Sea Standing. It did wow everyone. Peak match. Winning streaks are already difficult. Not to mention Li Bai, a vulnerable hero in the high end of the game. Time 2400 hours 15. Linley washed his face, casually dealt with a few bites, returned to bed, and continued to turn on the star mode. Kids have a lot of energy. They're not sleepy. Once in the game, friend requests are 99 plus. That's bumping into the anchor. Being live. He muttered. Good thing. Visibility is expanding. Traffic is increasing and rep revenue will go up. That's when the invitation for a double row came again. When Linley saw it, it was still the same Yao Mei. ID name, Milk Fierce Star. This time he did not refuse again, but joined in. As soon as she entered the room, the young lady's voice rang out. Little brother. People have been waiting for you for a long time. Haven't been sleeping. Linley laughed. Right now he wasn't in a position to send out a voice, and he was too lazy to mess with a voice changer. Typed straight back, eh? Little brother, you're on fire, eh? The circle is full of your highlights, eh? Oh. Linley was bashful. At the sight of friend request 99 plus, he expected it. He asked directly. Score, package win, $10 a star. Milk Murderer today's segment in the King 26 stars. This offer is relatively expensive, but there is something called the branding effect. Look at that Mercedes. It's not much better than any other car in terms of configuration, but it's just more expensive than a regular car. Linley was like that at the moment. With his strength secured and his reputation, it was reasonable to charge more expensive. Ah, little brother's substitute trainer? How come you talk about money as soon as you come up? Milk Fierce's sultry voice rang out. It can't be helped. I'm short of money. Who else would play the game? Linley typed. Are you on the star? If you're on, add WeChat for payment. Little brother, can I send you some cool pictures to offset? I'm not going to Google it. Refuse to whore myself out. Linley was nonchalant. It's just a woman in the district. He has the idea, but he can't afford it now. Besides, looking at other women like Yang Mi, Liu Yifei and other high-caliber actresses every day, it's almost fun in the end. How unemotional. No fight. Milk Fierce was angry. Bye. Linley exited the double road room without hesitation, muttering under his breath. Downhead girl. And you want to whore yourself out for nothing, and you're not willing to pay $10. So what's the point of talking about feelings? After spitting a few times, he immediately opened the platoon. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory within the Magic City Drama Academy, downhead man, full of money, a youthful and pretty girl with her hands stuck in her tiny waist. Viciously, he looked at the interface of the cell phone sitting on the bed. What? The girl who was brushing up on her drama under the next bunk tilted her head inquiringly. Met a downhead guy playing a game. Didn't even want to send a picture. Just money. What? Upon hearing this, the other 2 girls in the dormitory who hadn't slept yet immediately poked their heads out as if they were gossiping. You look like you're not using your own picture for your avatar. Otherwise it wouldn't have squinted the guy into a little puppy dog? The girl in the opposite bed smirked. That's it. The girls brushing up on their drama had an expression that said just that. It's my own avatar. The girl said, picking up her cell phone and, bend over and show them away. Yoo-hoo. It's really, is this man blind, or has he fallen into money? The girl on the window bunk inquired. King's honor. By the way, I just swiped through Shakeology. Swipe to a great god, Milk Fierce said in a bad mood. That's him. I still want a whore for nothing. It's not easy to meet a wild king. I want to be on a King of Glory this season, but as a result, I need $10 a star as soon as I come up. Ha ha, laugh your ass off. If he knew what you realistically look like, he'd probably regret it in his gut. Sisters see that you just can't swallow this breath. So, a few of us on the line, pulling him together. The four of us gave him $40. The girl by the window said with a smile. Why are you guys giving away money? Milk Fierce was puzzled to hear. Hey, how is it a gift? When the time comes to get acquainted, just ask for it back again. No boy has ever been able to resist your beauty yet, the girl by the window said. The rest of the dormitory immediately understood the meaning. With Milk Fierce looks, as long as the other person added WeChat friends, and then after chatting so many times, you can just fish each other into a warbler. And then, a little bit of pampering, call a few times brother, not to charm the man to find the north. The latter naturally became a backup lickspittle and offered to send money over. It's a trick that window girls have tried time and time again and are very experienced at. After all, relying on the next semester's tuition and this semester's living expenses are no longer a concern. Okay, when he's done, I'll pull him. It's only $10. You guys remember to transfer the money to me. Milk Fierce huffed. No problem. I'd like to see if the Wild King is stronger than my spare tire. The girl by the window was slightly expectant. The other three girls in the dorm turned on their phones and logged into the game. Milk Fierce pulled him into a room and waited for Linley's game to end. 10 minutes later, Linley's game ended, and as soon as he went out, he immediately received a ranked invitation. Seeing that it was this Yao Mei again, Linley gladly clicked in. Probably figured it out. Chapter 36, not about feelings, just about money. $10 of your own money is definitely worth it. Once he entered the room, Linley was delighted. Dared to pull pliants for me to go. Just said you down the head. But I said the wrong thing. This is not a stingy ghost. It's clearly the god of fortune. Looking at the four avatars again. Well, for young ladies, I don't know if it's a webcam or not, but at least it looks a little fanciful, doesn't it? Brother Wild King, $10 to take me to the stars. ID named my concubine Dona, opened his mouth and said, real name, Chen Yuqian. Brother Wild King is here, take us flying. ID name, Kitten, real name, Tong Rennan. ID Half Sugar said, can you drive the four of us, little brother? And Half Sugar's real name, Autumn Lee. Milkmaid's real name is, Ginger Rue. Inside the ranked room, there was so much chatter that Linley could only hear these three words. He hurriedly tapped the screen to send the caption. WeChat XX. 1 star for one person $10. Total $40. Looking at Linley's line of business-like subtitles, the four people in the dormitory were confused. The four of them used their own avatars. Art school students, there is no ugly. Besides, their avatars are retouched, so it's a sure thing. However, this Lin Shenmulai seemed as if he hadn't seen it and wasn't excited at all. Any normal guy, seeing their avatars and hearing their voices. I've been too excited to find out for a long time. And promise with conviction, don't kick me. The king of the wild takes flight. In the dormitory, the girl by the window, also known as Li Qiuling, asked Jiang Rue, a bit skeptical. This wild king isn't a girl, is he? With that she added, and say no to having quit drugs. Don't think blindly. I added WeChat, transferring money. After Jiang Rue added WeChat, instead of transferring the money first, he tapped on his friend's circle. It's so white, whiter than his own face, not a single dynamic. And if it weren't for the fact that it doesn't show 3 days of visibility, or visible for 6 months and thought it was hidden. It's the first time I've met a guy like that. In today's society where WeChat is prevalent, anyone who uses WeChat, the circle of friends is more or less dynamic. Jiang Rue let out a deep breath, put aside the thoughts in her head, entered the amount and sent the red packet. The red packet was quickly claimed, and then a message was sent that Jiang Rue's towering breasts immediately rose and fell violently. Next time transfer the money directly and make a note of it. Dog man ah. Ginger Rue Kazran's big eyes glazed over. How could there be such a man? So down. Game. Linley received the money and immediately sent 2 words. Start. Ignoring the other factors, Jiang Rue clicked on the row. Pick a hero session. The 4 women were chattering and screaming. One would have to choose this and the other would have to choose that. Eventually, Han Xin, Daji, Yao, Ni Yu, Ug. As soon as the game started, Linley countered the field and entered the opponent's field. In the girls' dormitory, except for Zhang Rui, the other three clearly felt what it meant to be a true Wild King at this moment. The Wild King who decimated all the crash anchors. Less than 10 minutes into a game, with Han Xion's various support invasions, the opponent couldn't hold it for 10 minutes and initiated a surrender. Little brother is so handsome. Does little brother have a virgin CP? Ginger Rui's roommates shrieked, but their seductive voices were only exchanged for a sentence. Go ahead and just transfer the money. It's so unsettling. At the moment such a phrase surfaced in all their minds, Li Qiuling pulled the corner of her mouth. He should be a woman that. What a way to clip my voice in the game. No, I think it's super straight. I don't think girls are as good at playing games, Tong Runnan said. Besides, if it was a girl, she would have mingled with us long ago. Tell him to turn on the mic and listen to the sound. I don't want a proposal. Game. Little brother open mic and communicate? Linley, is it still going on? We'll continue if you open the mic. Lin Shamsili exits the room. The four of them, Zhang Rui, were wide-eyed in the dormitory. Straight, right? Is it because we don't sound sweet enough? I thought I said that in a sappy tone. Scare him? The four looked at each other suspiciously, and one of them spat out a muttered sentence. The four fairies had never seen such a straightforward, matter-of-fact man. Their fleet of girls, as far as they were concerned, was very popular. Anyone who comes in, whether they fight well or not, says, "Don't kick me." What kind of person quits a room voluntarily? Zhang Rui was so angry that she wanted to pull Linley back again and read to him properly. May look at the list. Opening 1 minute. People are decisively open, which means there's no desire to tackle or anything like that. It's just so straight and decisive. It just ignores them. Damn scum. As soon as Zhang Rui got angry, she fiercely threw her cell phone on the bed. This is the first time I've seen a man like this. He must have been an addict before, Li Qiuling exasperatedly said, her delicate little face full of surprise. In her vocabulary, men hear themselves pampered, and their avatars, shouldn't you be on your knees? I'm going to send him a small essay. Li Qiuling was upset, and hurriedly cut out the king's honor interface. Open the little red book. Don't, sister. I was counting on letting him take me to the top. Hearing this, Zhang Rui hurriedly stopped it. Ha? Are you nuts? With that you want him to take you to the top? Li Qiuling froze, not daring to believe that she was actually thinking about scoring points. Yeah, sister. It's hard to find a wild king who puts up a carry, but there's wild kings all over the place who don't charge for it. There's no need to drop your Magic City Drama Academy schoolgirl reserve. That's right, it's just a man, and with your beauty, it's not all hook, line and sinker. There is a large number of people to take you? Just the next class. National service lawn, not in pursuit of you. People are national service, eh? When Ginger Rui heard that, she skimmed her lips. Just him, that time the diamond board took me. It's all flipped over a couple bars. Eh? If you put it that way, this national costume of his is more or less watered down, Li Qiuling said. Indeed, thinking about that hand just now, the level of the four of them, definitely belongs to the kind of rookie chickens that, it's all about hugging your thighs that you can get to the king. With that kind of technology, and with four people, that, Forest Deep Sea stand, one person gave a flyer, properly a dozen nines. It also took less than 10 minutes. The difference in levels is readily apparent. So yeah, you can't let go of such a powerful wild king. You can write your little essay first. When I don't want him, you can write again. Ginger Rui huffed. Alright, put up with him for a while longer, Li Qiuling said. Suddenly she thought of something and, again, he spoke. If he takes you next time, pull me up too, and I'll gather evidence of his lower head. No problem. Zhang Rui immediately agreed. After promising to do so, she looked down at her cell phone screen, secretly furious. It was the first time in my life that I had met a man who rejected me. Chapter 37, The Class President's Care for Teachers. Ever since she was a little girl, she has been held in the palm of everyone's hand, and wherever she is the center of attention. Growing up, not to mention being pretty and fit and from a good family, a goddess in the eyes of others. When have you ever been treated like this? She was upset. As the old saying goes, the less you get, the more you want. That was her mindset at the moment, and the less Linley flattered around her that, the more she tried to make the other person her skirt. Everyone flatters me. Why don't you be my lickspittle? The next day, another meta day. September 3rd. Damn, it's time to go to school again. Linley was at the bus stop, nibbling on a meat bun as he, Edge spat. When I was a kid, I always looked forward to growing up because I didn't feel like I had to go to school when I did. But when I grew up, I realized that it was easier to go to school and not have to worry about this and that. Linley felt that if he didn't have a system, he must have studied well or else you'll grow up and regret not having read a good book. But now things are different. There are hangers on. What knowledge do you want? Just spend the emotional points to purchase it. After all, it was born in the wrong era. Linley was at the moment like so many elementary school students, his eyes gazing at the azure-colored sky without light. After a bus ride and a few turns, I was finally in the middle of the school. Instead of going into his class first, he headed to the teacher's office with a bunch of meat buns. The stars who participate in this variety show are actually quite sad. They're just like the office workers. Like normal teachers, they have to arrive early at what time the students arrive at school. No, a couple of big stars were sleepy-eyed and listless in their offices, making coffee. Report. Linley knocked on the door and shouted politely. He awkwardly turned his head to look. Linley? What's the matter? Yang Mi and the others were all pumped up. This kid is not an ordinary kid. I don't know what I'm going to do when I come over here. If I don't get my head out of my ass, I'm really afraid I'll be taken into the pit by this little kid. Good morning, teachers. Wow, Mr. Ho, you're in such good spirits in the morning. It's very professional at first glance. Wow, Ms. Yang, Ms. Lu, Ms. Dang Ziki, you look extraordinarily beautiful in the morning. Seeing you now, you are really worthy of the face of the fish and geese, and the appearance of the closed moon and shy flowers. The four great beauties of ancient times all have to be slightly inferior in front of you. I didn't say anything, but first I gave a pompous compliment. What's the matter with you? I think it's better if you just say things. Yang Mi wasn't the least bit pleased by his compliments, but instead was a bit wary. If he was going to praise someone like that, it certainly wasn't a mere compliment. There was bound to be a purpose behind it. If it was any other kid, well, they were naturally very happy. Although that was the case, what kind of bad thoughts do kids have? Kids don't lie. They tell the truth. Right in front of me is Linley, a bear of a man who doesn't follow the rules and has a lot of setups. Without waiting for Linley to speak, Deng Chao pointed at himself and said suspiciously, "What about me? Everyone else praises them. Why not yourself?" Linley looked up and down for a moment, and after a long while, "Not bad. What do you mean? What's okay?" Deng Chao was surprised. When you compliment others, it's a bunch of words, but when it comes to yourself, you just pop out one that's okay? What kind of attitude is that? He was instantly offended. I'll give you a chance to restate it, or else later, whatever it is that, I won't even help you. Why do you bother with a child? Are all adults as naive as you? Linley cocked his head and issued a question. Ha ha. He awkwardly laughed out loud as the tiredness from waking up early in the morning dissipated. The brat's words had stood on the moral high ground, tying Deng Chao to death. Deng Chao's face darkened as he picked up the coffee on the tabletop and muffled it in one gulp. It turns out that coffee without sugar is not bitter. Mr. Deng Chao, don't just focus on drinking coffee. I'm thinking that you guys shouldn't have had breakfast yet. Here, I brought them for you. A combination of Chinese and Western. More nutritious. Linley went forward and placed the large bag of buns on the tabletop. Deng Chao said in a bad mood, "You have something to say. Don't do this bribery thing. Look at you making a big deal out of it. It's not a bribe. That's a lot of love from a student to a teacher." He awkwardly couldn't help but laugh again. Gotta. Good words, bad words. Let him finish all by himself. No merit. You'd better tell us what's going on here first. Linley revealed an innocent expression. Teachers, you're all big, famous stars in the entertainment industry. Seeing that Linley was about to praise him again, Louis Fei hurriedly interrupted. This can be omitted. You're straight up about what's going on. Who doesn't love a compliment? But often people don't praise you for no reason. The higher you go, the harder you fall. This is something they still understand. Ahem. Linley cleared his throat. I'd like to invite all the flower girls of the entertainment industry, movie stars, divas, gold hosts people, can take me on other variety shows. He awkwardly heard. Just this thing? 2 days ago, Linley's series of performances allowed both Lao Mozi and He Lian to see his potential, and did think about whether or not to focus on training and give resources to be on the variety show. Meanwhile, other variety directors have applied to Lao Mozi for trying to get Linley to participate in their respective variety shows. It was only a matter of time before he was taken to Variety. He awkwardly thought it was something, buying them breakfast again and blowing them mindlessly. Why do you want to be in a variety show? Yang Mi asked with a smirk. Because I want to get better, Linley said in all seriousness. A look of eagerness to learn and improve was written in his eyes. This program isn't enough for you to learn and improve? He awkwardly snickered. Linley wanted to roll his eyes, but thought better of it. Will you come if you don't get paid? Teachers, would you turn down a student who wants to get ahead? Linley started kidnapping again. I don't think he'll be able to say no. I'm smart, understanding, kind, and loved by all. Flowers see flowers and always carry a sizzling heart that honors teachers. Bang! Linley's head was instantly knocked on the head by Louis Fei. Don't be a poor talker. Didn't Chow promise to take you on Running Man yesterday? You prepare for it. I don't know who took the lead, but they have actually contracted this bad habit of bullying elementary school students. Linley spat viciously in his heart. This habit had to be made to change for them. Spoiled rotten. Running Man is to participate, but after participating, you have to pick up, is not it? Why? I'm pretty popular now. You are greedy. He awkwardly cracked down. Have you been paying attention to the program's platform voting? You're out of the top 10. What the hell? Chapter 38, Wake Up Call Service. Little brother wakes up. Linley sniffed and hurriedly took out his cell phone, opening the platform's voting interface. Voting was something that Linley knew about, but had never paid any deliberate attention to, because he knew that this so-called voting platform was just a decoration without any actual function. But I didn't realize that I was not even in the top 10. According to his thoughts, he was definitely a top 3 existence even if he wasn't number 1. May. After Linley read it, his little face was slightly angry. Fine, I'll play like that, right? Teachers, is it true that if I get the first place in the voting, you'll put me on the back of the variety show? He was surprised. Did we say that? There doesn't seem to be one, does there? He was about to open his mouth to speak, when Yang Mi immediately stopped him, looking at Linley wryly. Right, all you have to do is go through your own way and get first place, and I'll take you to variety. Good, it's a deal. Linley looked at Yang Mi in a serious and earnest manner. Don't ever cheat a little kid. Can't be a bad example for the kids. After speaking, Linley bowed slightly. Enjoy your breakfast. Teachers, I'll be leaving first. 88. With a zip, he quickly left the office. It seems like we've been put on the spot by him again. He awkwardly shook his head and laughed. I'm getting used to it. This little brat has a lot of sets. Yang Mi let out a bitter laugh. Moral supremacy, he is standing firm. Children were harder to deal with than adults once they could stand moralizing, and at the moment she knew it all too well. He awkwardly said, why did you just stop me? There was no need to promise him at all. Hey, I'm just trying to see what he's going to do to get first place in this poll. Young Nini's face flooded with interest. Those students, basically, are supported through their family backgrounds to get such a high number of votes. She was curious to know how Linley, a small child with no one to turn to, through his own ability to, gaining support from the netizens. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, and if Mimi hadn't been quick to stop me, I'd have wanted to stop you. I don't know, Deng Chao said. When you guys say that, I would like to see it. Tong Ziki agreed. We'll see. He Lian also came to be interested, then greeted a few people. Come on, take a bite of the bun that Linley's class president sent me, and after that I have to get ready to go to class. As soon as Linley entered the classroom, Wang Tianyu and the other class cadres immediately surrounded him. Class president, you play King of Honor? As soon as he came up, Sher Limlin asked with great interest. What? Did you see yesterday's jitterbug? There is a super powerful fielding, eh? Too powerful. Wang Tianyu's eyes are filled with reverence. In the last few days, no homework has been assigned because school just started. So, as soon as they get home, they hold their cell phones, or tablets and swipe up jitterbug, or play a game. Parents are especially spoiled with them again, and there's no formal homework or anything like that for a while. Just let them play. MMOs often say that once you're on vacation, it's especially hard to score in this game, not because of anything else. Elementary school students are starting to play games on a massive scale, and last night, after Linley was exposed by Edward Louis live on air, all of a sudden, it became the center of attention in the King's Circle. Basically last night's shakeology. All the anchors, or jittery bloggers are slicing and dicing discussing this pop-up. Lin Sham Siri, that hand enjoys silky smooth, out of the ordinary playingly by fire the whole game circle. How great is it? Linley smiled in his heart, wondering if he'd let you guys know about worshipful players. It's right in front of you guys. What would you look like? Furai, Kojai, all these big anchors, hero ceilings are defeated by him. You say Kao is not awesome? Wang Tianyu said excitedly. That's pretty awesome. Stone Forest, if I had that skill, I'd go pro. It's awesome. Linley laughed darkly, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. When the game becomes a career, they know how exhausting it is. To be honest, he's been hitting the vomit a little bit for the past 2 days. He really didn't want to work so hard if it wasn't for the few dollars he was making. Tinny as soon as school's out to make those few bucks for nest egg. So, that's why he went up to he awkward's side early in the morning, proposing to participate in the variety show. In the variety show, move your lips, millions and millions of dollars to hand, play the game. How many sheets have to play? Everyone wants to take the easy way out, get their feet wet and tell the truth. Can't make much money at all in this society. The school bell rang. First language class. he awkwardly walked in, clutching his books. All rise, good teacher. Hello class. The first class officially begins. Phonics tutorial. At this point, far away in the theater academy in the Magic City, Ginger Rue and her other dorm mates were absent-mindedly listening to the acting teacher's lecture, looking down at the King's Honor interface from time to time. The Wild King isn't online yet? She was a little puzzled. Last night, when I went to bed, I kept thinking, this hitter should be someone who lives off the game. Otherwise it wouldn't have opened its mouth about money. By that logic, shouldn't you be buried in games all day? Probably still asleep. Look at his last hand. 4 a.m. Last night. It's only a few hours now. Asleep. Li Qiuling on the side said. You send him a WeChat over. Tong Runnan on the right suggested at this time. Tweets? Ginger Rue wondered. Wake-up call service? Aren't you going to attack this Wild King? Just lower your stance a little at first. Tong Runnan looked experienced. With my understanding of this man, the big straight man must be right. Just belongs to the category of not being able to chat. The one where you ignore him and he'll never ignore you. Says you need to take some initiative. That's right, Li Qiuling agreed. So many beautiful photos in your friend's circle. They didn't even attract him. It's obvious that he's not an ordinary man. Take a little initiative and draw the relationship closer first. Jiang Rue froze as she listened to their advice. Was this the legendary military advisor? You have to have a white whoring attitude. You can't act high and mighty. He hasn't become your licking dog for a while. Still, you have to give him a little sweetness to experience your milky flavor. Li Qiuling said quietly. By the way, he also had his hands on Ginger Rue's plumpness and pinched it. Stop it. Ginger Rue's cheeks reddened. Good point. I'll message him now. It's best to use your voice. Pinch a little, and pout a little. Li Qiuling said. Ginger Rue nodded and looked up at the lecturer. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to his side of the story, head quickly lowered, sending a voice into his cell phone. Little brother, have you gotten up yet? She felt goosebumps all over herself when she said that. Is that something I can say? It's so whiny. Milk sister this voice. Hiss. Li Qiuling shuddered lightly and, I don't believe there's a man who can resist that voice of yours. Time passes by. It's been over half an hour since the message was sent. Chapter 39, I am deeply saddened by irregular canvassing. Seeing that their class was almost over, little brother Wild King was slow to return the message. Should still be sleeping, after all, playing games so much last night. Li Qiuling gave a comforting cry. Yeah, definitely still sleeping. Not that your voice isn't clipped enough. Tong Runnan nodded with immense seriousness. Jiang Rue's beautiful eyes changed from the initial ambition to anticipation as time passed. To the present loss. Seeing the change in her mood, Li Qiuling kept comforting her. This is the first time they have seen men in this type of situation as military advisors. Look again at noon. Men of this erratic routine. It's either a dead fat house or a hobo. Li Qiuling comforted while at the same time belittling. Jiang Rue looked down at her phone again, feeling that her heart was still unhappy. A woman's sixth sense told her that this Wild King was already up. He just didn't want to pay attention to her. To test her sixth sense, she sent a transfer bonus for $100. Remarks take me to the top tonight. Are you stupid? He's sleeping. What's the point of sending it over? Tong Runnan exclaimed in a small voice. However, once again, a scene that surprised her appeared. Received. Dog man he's online. Tong Runnan exclaimed at once. Bang bang. What's your problem, student? The tutor at the front podium frowned and tapped the board. At this point, the junior rising stars class. End of the first class. Linley opened his cell phone and didn't bother to listen to the voice sent by the other party. Directly collecting the money. 10 stars. About 2.5 hours is about right at your own level. Make $100 in 2.5 hours. What a wimpy fee. The mind spat softly, stuffing the phone back into his pocket again. You also have to participate in variety shows to earn money for announcements. He got up from his seat and went to the back camera boy. The camera guy is a little confused as to what this is doing here. Camera on me, please. Because of his height, Linley had to tilt his head to say, and the camera boy is more than 180, to say the least. So this camera carried on his shoulder couldn't shoot Linley at all. Good. The camera boy nodded. I don't know what he's going to do, but after being a variety show cameraman for so long, nature knows who has the most to show. There's no doubt that Linley is just the best at getting the whole job done on the whole show. Then, at the moment, he wants a close-up shot, and is obviously planning to live the whole thing again. The camera boy adjusted his position, lowered the lens, and all of a sudden, a separate close-up of Linley enters the eyes of viewers across the network. Linley cleared his throat. The expression was that of an old cadre. Greetings, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, grandparents who are watching the program. I'm the class president of the junior class, Linley. When he opened his mouth on his side of the room, the whole class fell silent at once, turning their heads and turning his gaze to him. In fact, many people noticed when Linley got up and left from his seat. Doubts flashed through their minds. What is he up to again? Only to hear Linley continue. This time, I asked the program alone to give me footage because, well, I'm disappointed in everyone. His expression was full of hatred and his tone was full of pain. The minds of the students in the class and the viewers of the live broadcast were all of a sudden covered with question marks. What did we do? Are you disappointed in us? In the meantime, Yang Mi from the teacher's office greets them at awkward. Linley is going to be a demon again. Come and see. I'm disappointed in everyone? Ha ha, brat. You really have the nerve to say anything. Deng Chao was surprised. He awkwardly walked over with a cup of tea and looked down. TSK, I guess it's about the vote. Watch the show. That said, he shouldn't have watched too many official dramas with that look on his face. If he were older, it's a real bluff. Ha ha. Louis Fei let out a light laugh, her beautiful eyes flickering with a thoughtful light. The little kid's acting seems to be pretty good too. That's a little expression that people don't normally make. Listen to what he has to say. The day before yesterday, the program group opened the junior class online voting channel. Linley raised his eyes and a frown was said. Do you know what kind of senses I have right now? He raised his pitch slightly in the disappointment of his voice. When the surrounding students heard this, they looked at Linley with a strange expression. Dare I say it's about the vote? Wang Tianyu and some others who canvassed for votes through special means. A bad feeling flashed through his mind. Squad leader, you're not going to take them up on this, are you? Linley's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp as he raised his voice and spoke loudly. I may be young, but as far as the eye can see, and as far as the heart can feel, it's all about the class. Netflix's deep love and responsibility. I have witnessed some of the improprieties in this voting process. The use of personal contacts to canvass for votes and the use of money as a bait to lure voters, which are serious violations of the original intent and principles of voting. It is a great affront to the spirit of fair play. Wang Tianyu and the others were mortified, and they were really talking about this matter. When I first approached my own family to ask for a canvass, I was running to be vice president of the class, go as a class officer, and let the teachers know who the most popular kid is. But I didn't think that the next day I would somehow become vice class president and class officer. This matter was also left behind. And indeed Linley did not mention it yesterday. Now that the squad leader has mentioned it, is he going to lose his position as vice squad leader? On the first day of school, Linley was just right. The righteous words of rejection of corruption are still fresh in my mind. He can't afford to have a grain of sand in his eyes. Could it be that he was about to be double-crossed as a class officer after just one day in office? Each of them was unusually apprehensive. This voting platform, it's supposed to be a wonderful stage to showcase yourself, discover new stars, and deliver positive energy. It should be a place where kids, with their hard work and talent, are a chance to win the love and recognition of the audience. However, when unethical practices prevail, when money and connections become the key to victory or defeat, the platform loses its proper luster and significance. Linley spoke vehemently, poking Wang Tianyu and the others in the heart with each sentence. She even bowed her head in shame, her big eyes covered in tears of shame, just about crying out. Lin Hall still has enough aura to speak with style. Why do I get the feeling that Lin Hall is saying this because he doesn't have enough votes? Bold. How dare you doubt Lin Hall? That is, you can wonder if Lin Hall still wets the bed at his age. But there can never be any doubt that Lin Hall deplores bad practices. Lin Hall has a high level of awareness. Have you forgotten what you said on the first day of school? At the moment, the live stream is a little short on pop-ups, simply because many people couldn't stand the temptation of money from families like Wang Tianyu's and abandoned their votes for Linley at that time, transferred to the son of the Golden Father. They were now ashamed in their hearts that their awareness was not as high as that of a small child. Chapter 40, Election Manifesto, Podiatry and Medicare. I've encountered this kind of improper canvassing in my own organization before, or in other contexts. There is always resistance, as well as anger. As a result, when one is a voter oneself, I can't believe I become what I hated the most in the beginning. Shame on you. I would like to appeal to all of you to join us in resisting this unhealthy trend, defend the purity of voting with our actions, and use our voices to convey a firm pursuit of fairness and justice. Let us join hands and work hard to build a clearer and fairer competitive environment. After Linley said this, he slightly turned sideways to look at Jianranli. On this occasion, I would like to specially commend Jianranli, student Yuan Hua. They did not use their connections to participate in this vote, and I hope everyone learns from them. Li Jianran stared at this. Is that a compliment? He's a little twisted in his mind. He's trying to target you, and you're praising me so much. I have to be compassionate. Besides, he had asked his parents for canvassing help in the first place, but his own dad said, This is not a good thing for him to step in on. Linley again turned his head to face Wang Tianyu and the others, speaking in a serious tone. Vice Squad Leader, I have to criticize you this time. You use your family authority and connections to. It pains me to conduct an unfair vote. Wang Tianyu lowered his head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Squad Leader. Other class officers who used their family connections to canvass for votes have started apologizing. Linley nodded, sort of accepting their apology, mindful of the fact that you are first-time offenders and of the mistakes you made prior to becoming class officers. This time I will not give you a disciplinary action, but only a criticism, and you will take this as a warning. Aha, Squad Leader. We know we're wrong, Wang Tianyu and the others said in a hurry. Not only were they there because Linley was the class president, but they likewise realized their mistake. And furthermore, at the moment, Linley's aura was extremely powerful. Therefore, they, the young masters and princesses from well-off families, could not afford to retort at all. It is good to learn from your mistakes, and I am pleased that you, Vice Squad Leader, recognize your mistakes and errors. I'm sorry, Linley said with a flourish. This scene really brought Yangmi and the others, as well as the audience in the live broadcast, a kind of, the old man lectures his son. Nope, it's the feeling of a leader disciplining his subordinates. Can't say it's exactly the same, but extremely close. Linley continued, our junior class, nowadays, is broadcasting to the entire internet. Any bad vibes can lead to other children, and we have to lead by example and never do anything to lead. Wizarding the unorthodox triad. Once this statement was made, all the netizens called Linley's 3 views positive. Lin Hall is not only highly aware, but also has a very positive outlook. Who in the world raises children? I love them so much. Smart and understanding. And, you're younger and have a better outlook on things than adults do nowadays. No, I've got to talk it over with my wife. Make a baby tonight, and by the calculations of the conceived today and born in October. That's only 9 years younger than Lin Hall. I hope Lin Hall keeps it up, but don't be corrupted by the social climate. No, I've got to canvass for Lin Hall. He's not number 1. I always feel like we owe him. Makes sense. Too bad my own vote already went to Summer Brook. I blame it on Dilly Hotspur. Although Linley's impassioned speech, which was extremely trippy, it was supported by a large audience. But, these veteran audience members have already turned in their tickets in advance. Number 1 vote. They have no more votes for Linley. The result is that many viewers want to vote for Linley, but they have the heart but not the votes. Linley said at this time, everyone must keep in mind that no matter what, we have to be fair and impartial ourselves. We can canvass, but we have to do it through our own abilities, not with the help of outside forces. Squad Leader, we know we're wrong. Wang Tianyu and the others were very sincere and apologized again. Linley nodded, then faced the camera again. He knew clearly that if he wanted to pull the votes back now, he couldn't do it without some tough stuff, because the people watching the program who should have voted basically did. The ones who didn't vote, and apparently there weren't many of them, even if they had voted for themselves, it won't make up for the vote gap with Wang Tianyu and the others. That comment just now was nothing more than a twisting of their 3 views, as well as a rebuke of what they have done, said specifically so as not to keep paying for tickets. Without putting that aside, Linley didn't think he had any certainty of finishing first in the voting. Nowadays, it's a money society. If he has milk, he's a mother. Even if his lips are worn out, can't fight the assets of people's families for canvassing either. What do you mean by valid? Canvassing on your own ability. I'm going to give a demonstration now. Linley took a deep breath and looked at the camera with seriousness. Folks, my canvassing proclamation is that if you support me, as always, when I grow up and become a real person with the power to change society, the first thing I will do is to include podiatry in my health insurance. That's my canvassing manifesto. Thanks for the support. After speaking, Linley bowed deeply to the camera. The students in the class didn't know what Linley's statement stood for. They have not reached such a high level of cognition, and the knowledge they have received is nothing more than cupping and acupuncture. Not sure what the point is about Linley's canvassing proclamation, but the many male viewers of the live broadcast were abuzz. Well, pattern it out, Lin Hall. Just for your words, I'll send you my brotherhood to vote for you. Without further ado, here's a toast to Lin Hall, and these words will ensure you rise all the way to the top. I'll be sure to vote for you in any future voting session that has you in it. Whoever doesn't vote for Lin Hall is not giving face to us young men in general. Brothers charge. I got a little teary-eyed when I heard that. And, Lin Hall, when you grow up, I don't reckon I can even wash my feet. The male audience's emotions were at the moment piqued by this statement, and the female audience invariably covered their faces. If it weren't for the fact that the pop-ups have now been taken over by a thoroughly frenzied male audience, they got a whole 2 sentences high and low. Yang Mi, Louis Fei and the others in the teacher's office. Their faces were darker than one another. They thought of a million possibilities. It had occurred to me that Linley would speak all sorts of canvassing words, but the only thing that didn't come to mind was this. Absolutely, positively unexpected. How does he know anything about pedicures at his age? Yang Mi was just confused for a moment by the rather positive emotions that Linley had folded in front of him. What did this bastard kid say? He awkwardly had an extremely twisted expression. Say Linley is triple positive, currently showing, as well as saying, words that are full of positive energy. But what the hell is a pedicure covered under Medicare? Is that something a child could say? No. What do kids know about this? For a moment he couldn't tell if he should praise Linley or call over and reprimand him. Chapter 41, Shangshur for enjoyment. First in the dark room, they looked at the pop-up again, clearing the air in favor of Linley and making all their male counterparts hyperactive. Deng Chao suddenly felt that with this mobilizing emotions thing, he was like an elementary school student in front of Linley. Does he count this as a pie in the face for the audience? Deng Chao asked frostily. Being confident and removing the counting is painting the audience into a corner. He awkwardly sighed longingly. If it wasn't for Deng Chao saying it, he wouldn't have realized that Linley was actually painting the audience with a pie. Waiting to grow up? Waiting to be the one who actually holds the power in his hands? This pie is more distant than a boss giving you a raise. Not to mention the timing, but the hand-to-hand combat, which is fraught with all sorts of uncertainty. Deng Ziki was holding her cell phone in her hand at this point and said dully, but the effect is surprisingly good. Look. She turned the screen to Yang Mi and the others. He awkwardly looked over, only to see, the screen clip is the voting screen. Linley's votes are growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At 1,000 for a moment's work and 2,000 for a moment's time. Soon he surged into the top 10 in the vote rankings. Inclusion of podiatry and health insurance, this one sentence, publicized one after the other by live viewers, was flooding the major social media platforms and private chat groups. What? I can't believe someone has such a big picture idea. I'll vote for him. Where's the vote? Lin Hall speaking out? Who is Lin Hall? Kids? I'll be damned. Kids nowadays actually have this high level of awareness. Well, the future is promising. As an elder, I must support him in a wave. Brothers, I strongly support this proposal and hope that the leaders concerned will implement it quickly. Look at people who are 8 years old and have ideas for the good of the people. Do you? I'm not kidding. As long as this kid can keep that in mind, he's got a great career ahead of him. I say that because he has gained the favor of the people. This one sentence is superb for the general male population. Why didn't they think of that? Podiatry is also a form of medical treatment. Why is podiatry not covered when everything else is covered by Medicare? What a relief. So forward-thinking was the suggestion that, for a moment, Linley broke the circle. He's no longer just a firebrand on the show. No longer within the realm of showbiz. He is on fire across the entire male population. For this proposal, Lin Hall is worthy of the Imperial Temple. I used to have foot odor, went to the hospital several times without treatment, spent a lot of money. Then her good brother took me to wash my feet a few times and my foot odor got better. What does that mean? It shows that foot massage is really good for physical and mental health. I'm not kidding. I hope the authorities will implement this immediately. This is the only long-cherished wish of our fellow men. A man can have no girlfriend, but he can't not wash his feet. Spending hundreds of dollars on your girlfriend, who treats you with disdain, maybe even gets mad at you, resulting in psychological trauma. But you take those hundreds of dollars to get your feet washed, and not only do you get a bottom massage, it's more pleasurable for the mind and body. When people are happy, nothing is wrong with them. The internet was set off and exploded like a nuclear bomb because of Linley's words. Linley didn't know anything about it, only because not long after he said that, he awkwardly came in from outside the classroom with a stern face. Class president, come with me to the office. Before he could enjoy the wonders of this feast, he was sanctioned by his homeroom teacher to be pulled into a small dark room. Inside the teacher's office, several of the awkward people had a stern face. They felt the need to properly educate Linley. Look at this. What's going on here? Linley, how do you know about pedicures? He awkwardly asked in a gruff voice. That's what they're all wondering. That said, it wouldn't be surprising if other kids knew about this pedicure stuff. After all, they're rich kids. Some parents usually bring their children with them when they go to the foot wash. But Linley, an orphan, even when his grandfather was alive, in his family's condition, definitely wouldn't dabble in the footbath town scene. So how did he learn about footbaths and still make these suggestions? It is important to realize that there is not really much going on with the mere mention of footbaths. The point is how he associates foot baths with medical care, and the audacity to propose that foot baths be included in health insurance? Linley, seeing their unsmiling expressions, also looked serious and slammed his little face, reporting to the teacher, my bus ride home often passes a couple of foot baths, and as long as I'm not blind, I can see it all. You've been there? Mr. Report, when you ask this question, you should first think about is it appropriate to ask? What is my age? What is my family? And what is that place that I can afford? Lindley looked at them as if they were little cuties, like looking at them. He awkward and the others were a bit embarrassed by the look he gave them. Indeed, that question, it's a bit brain dead. So the teacher asks you, how did you come up with the idea of including podiatry in health insurance? Teacher, because there is a word for healing. Healing, medical treatment. Shouldn't that be connected? I'm sorry, said Lindley, revealing an innocent look of cluelessness. There was no way he was going to tell them the truth. It doesn't explain it at all. Deng Chao looked at him suspiciously, trying to see something in his clear eyes. That's a bit of a stretch, but it's barely a stretch. After all, the one in front of him was the unorthodox Lindley. He awkwardly did the same. Seeing that he couldn't see any traces of lying, he said in a serious tone, Lindley, don't say such advice in the future. You're too young now. You'll easily be carried away. This is true, and although it pleases fellow men, but again, it offends most women. Some extreme points of the netizens even sent this proposal to the official platform of the relevant units to leave a message. Too much tempo also tends to attract people from above. Okay, teacher. Lindley nodded his head obediently. In his heart, he was unimpressed. He had more offers like that. Why don't you say so? Just that one sentence just now had given him as many emotional points as a whole day's worth of living. I'll be sure to say more in the future. He's not afraid to offend. Who would bother with a child? Just be obedient. He awkwardly nodded in relief. Lindley looked at young me at this time. Teacher Yang, what variety show are you planning to take me on? Yang Mi was stunned. What was going on with this kid's brain circuits? I thought we were still talking about the pedicure. Why are you turning on yourself all of a sudden? I thought you hadn't gotten first place in the vote yet? Lindley hemmed and hawed. Mr. Yang, I'm number 1 in votes. It's already ironclad, so you might as well just tell me what variety show to participate in so I can prepare. Wait until you come first. Yang Mi gave him a blank look. As long as you come first, definitely honoring the promise. Che, I knew you'd say that. Chapter 42, where did this kid learn the tea ceremony? Lindley skimmed his mouth and muttered. Women really can't be relied on. It's still Chow who can be relied on. Say take me on the Running Man and I'll be on the Running Man. Deng Chao's 2 eyes were wide open, seeking to find out when he had determined that he was going to take him on the Running Man? And what do you mean by stepping on one? What's the point of this, kid? What are you pulling me for? Lindley raised her eyes to Deng Chao and revealed an innocent smile. Chao is the best. In my mind you've taken me on the runner and I'm thankful for that. Louis Fei covered her mouth and laughed softly. Quirky little kid, too talkative. Directly racking up and roasting Deng Chao. It was clear that he didn't want Deng Chao to refuse. It was imperative that he take him on the Running Man. If he didn't bring him, then Deng Chao would have a reputation for cheating children and not fulfilling his promises. Teacher Yang, learn more. Lindley turned his eyes to Yang Mi, the corner of his mouth hooked. Just shut up. Yang Mi grunted faintly. They both understood Lindley's purpose and had been friends for many years. This stomping around doesn't work with them at all. Besides, what's the point of bothering with a little kid? At that moment, Lindley turned his head again to look at he awkward. Mr. Teacher Yang and Chow are planning to take me on the variety show, so you as the homeroom teacher should take me on as well. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziki and Louis Fei took a slight step back. At the rate he was going, he should be looking for both of them next. Fruity, unable to he awkward to speak. Lindley's voice rose again. Teacher Lu, you're so beautiful. I don't think you'll not take me on a variety show. Mr. Deng, is it okay if I want to go to your concert to sing a song together? Lindley has taken shamelessness to the extreme. Count all the benefits these men can bring to themselves. Flo, isn't it too big on these guys? A top-ranking flower girl in the entertainment industry. A flower girl who's been to Hollywood. A gold medal host in the hosting world. A movie star and a diva. If you don't have resources, create them yourself. Being a hexagonal warrior myself, with a systematic hangdog. And they are stars with huge exposure. Deng Chao and the others are the resources for Lindley to gain emotional value and fire up the whole network. You're good at math, kid. You've got us all figured in. Yang Mi didn't look at him kindly. The night before last, you were asked to sign for your own company, and you refused to do so without any sense of propriety. Thought you didn't like being a star. Dare I say that I want to whore myself out on my side of the fence. What a monkey wrench. Lindley simply ignored Yang Mi's words, earnestly and ignorantly juvenile. He said, I don't suppose you would refuse a weak and helpless child. Nice guy. Once again, Deng Chao and the others felt as if they had been kidnapped by some kind of morality. Does this kid have morals under his feet? Why is it always possible to claim the moral high ground? Cough. He awkwardly coughed lightly. Class president. Class is about to start. You go back first. It's all been racked up to this point, and it's not good enough to turn it down. Surely, even if you were to refuse, you couldn't do it to your face. So, let's hold off for a while and procrastinate. I know you want to reject me, but you don't know how to reject me. I get it. Lindley's eyes lowered slightly, revealing a disappointed and sad expression. Sensei, then I shall not disturb you, and pardon my offense. It was my mistake too. I shouldn't have pushed you guys. The tone was extremely low, and he couldn't stop sniffling as he said it, as if he looked like he was going to cry. Teacher, I'll leave you now. You mustn't be burdened with anything. Be happy. I'll carry the herd alone. Bye. Sensei. After saying this, Lindley left the teacher's office. Deng Chao's few people stared at the empty doorway in a daze. Who taught him to act? After a long time, Yang Mi froze. If it weren't for the fact that I've gotten to know Lindley's character a little bit over the past 2 days, and his intelligence, almost she was fooled by the look. He's still a drama queen. Duncan Chow had just about kicked himself for this weak and helpless look that he felt that he had done wrong. Even though he hadn't done anything, it just felt like he wasn't helping Lindley. It's his fault for letting other people take him to Variety. So young to be teary-eyed and grown up. Louis Fei's head was filled with Lindley's sad, lost, hurt expression. They didn't even feel that Lindley's words had moved their hearts. Only a cold sweat all over my head. If you were a normal kid and said that, maybe you didn't want to bother an adult and thought you were being naughty. It gives them the feeling that children know what they're doing. But, who are they facing? An extremely tactful 8-year-old. First day of school. Identity triple jump Grinch. First jump. From an ordinary first-grade elementary school student, he jumped into the junior class where young masters and young ladies were everywhere. Second jump. With his thunderous tactics and clever brain, he jumped to become the president of the junior class. Third jump. Toss in a day and become the most popular child star on the internet. They'd be damned if they'd be moved when faced with such a quirky kid. It must be known that in these 3 days, they have a count of 1. All set up by this little kid. Inverted Tian Gang. The situation now is that if we don't bring him on the variety show, it's our fault. He awkwardly felt a bit of a brain ache. The thought used to be to give this kid a chance to do well. Now it's, people claim it for themselves and still act like if you don't give it to me, you're doing me a disservice. Active and passive switched over. What do you say? Deng Chao asked. Staring. Running Man. He's been saying it for a long time. It's just that the time hasn't been set yet, so he's the least burdened. After all, that's what he said himself in the first place. Mainly Liu Yifei, Deng Ziqi and he awkward. These 3 are not promising anything. Deng Ziqi shrugged. Besides being a bit flabbergasted by Lindley's display of theatrical possession, she didn't really have much of a burden. Concerts. Well, I don't have a problem with that. Liu Yifei was a bit silent, because she rarely participated in variety shows, and even if she went to participate in variety shows, it's also there to promote the opening of the new show. He awkwardly laughed bitterly. There was this idea in front of me, but agreeing to him so directly, there's some reluctance. Let's put it off for a while. Hearing his words, the others sighed a wave of sighs to each other. Who's willing to do that? Having been spoken to by him, refusal was definitely out of the question. I can only promise him. It's upsetting to say yes so easily, in terms of how awkward it is. So, let's put it on hold for a while and talk about it in a while. For the first time, I feel that facing a child is so heartfelt. Yang Mi sighed. Chapter 43, Singing Competition. Jeannie is too beautiful. When Lindley returned to his class, he saw and I don't know who led the way first after he left. One by one, they all gave themselves a bright canvas in front of the camera boy's lens. Hello, uncles and aunts. I'm Xia Shi. I can sing and dance. I'd love for you all to vote for me. Thank you so much. Bishop. Lindley returned to his seat and turned his head to listen to the regular canvassing words of Xia Shi. Darkly shaking his head. Who's going to vote for you if you canvass normally? One must bring a bit of words that intrigue the netizens and ignite their adrenaline. Just like yourself. But he didn't bother to teach them. Keep to yourself and wait for class. Soon, the second class began. Math teacher Mimi Young walked in. Teachers and students greeted each other and went through the lesson in order. Yang Mi the level of knowledge of these teachers. A little training to learn that teaching first graders is easy. The classroom discipline was also extremely harmonious, and she often gave examples and interacted with the students from time to time. Rather, it makes it less boring for the live audience to listen to. Lindley was tempted to act like he was a good listener and a third-grade student. Maybe it was the late game last night, but now both eyes are constantly wanting to be fur-to-fur. He had the illusion that he didn't know if it was because of that incident in the office, but Yang Mi always felt like she was avoiding him. Even if you don't interact, you rarely even cast a glance. When this class was over, the morning recess arrived. He awkwardly came to the class entrance in advance when the bell didn't ring. When the bell rings, greet the students out the door and form up, then lead the way to the playground. Yesterday gym class taught radio gymnastics, but one lesson is obviously not enough to learn it all. So, at recess, a crowd of first graders loosely and lazily followed the drill leader with one movement or the other. As the 1 2 3 4 beat keeps ringing out, Linley stood in the line stretching himself. Move your muscles. No one said anything about him. At least he was serious about working out compared to the others. At the end of recess, the homeroom teacher of each class takes the students back to the classroom in turn. The morning sessions were lively, though the class instructors were making their lectures less boring. But for Linley, every sentence was a lullaby. During lunch, the teacher who brought the team over this time changed to Lui Fei. However, perhaps because of the matter of Linley pitting Deng Chao yesterday, she didn't sit next to Linley. Instead, they eat their meals with their female classmates. Afternoon, first class, music class. This music lesson was not held within the classroom, but went to the music room. One by one, the students were quietly situated on small benches. Duncan was standing by the piano. Children, good news for everyone. The school will hold a Mid-Autumn Festival party next week, on Mid-Autumn Day, and our class is going to come up with a program where we can all go up on stage and do a choral performance. Upon hearing this news, the other students were ecstatic, except for Linley. Teacher, are we on together? There's no separate performance? Cheng Yishue raised her hand in a milky voice and asked. These days, little girls take up dancing, piano, and other hobbies that develop their so-called temperament. This is not possible without the enlightenment of today's parents. Unlike the old days, the only way to get ahead was to study hard. Hobbies are also very important. This is true not only for students in the junior class, but for other students as well. Various interest classes as a child. In order to have one more path to choose when you grow up, Summer Creek's eyes were glowing, and she'd often fantasized about being just like her celebrity aunt, Dilly Reba, shining on stage. Duncan laughed. Solo performances 2-0. The class was thrilled with a host of students. Solo performance A, one man alone on stage. But, Tang Ziki's words turned to a smile. A small sellout. Teacher, but what? The students asked anxiously. However, there are a limited number of spots for solo performances, so you need to campaign to get a chance to perform. How's the campaign? Natsuki asked seriously as she danced her little fists around. Before the Mid-Autumn Gala, there's gonna be a singing contest, and everybody can sign up then. The top few winners will get a chance to perform at the Mid-Autumn Gala, Deng Ziki said with a smile. Of course, it's for all class students. Seniors 2-0. Ah, teacher, I want to sign up. I want to participate. Xia Shi immediately raised her hand. Chang Yishue followed closely behind. Other students have raised their little palms in the air to show that they want to sign up. In a sea of students, Linley was the only one who didn't raise his hand. It's not that he's not interested, he's just thinking long term. How should one wow the crowd on stage? As for the matter of qualifying for the race campaign, it wasn't something that Linley should consider. Being a hanging dog yourself, you don't have to worry at all about not being able to get on stage and get the opportunity. Okay, well, we've all had a chance, so let's take a look around the class for this lesson today. Who performed the best? Duncan said as he clapped his hands together. The qualifications for the Mid-Autumn Gala stage show say that everyone has a chance to be on stage. But they don't. Just about everyone has a chance to sign up. But this enrollment opportunity is also dependent on the internal conditions of the class. If there are a lot of people enrolled in the class, then the music teacher and the homeroom teacher will run for the class. Pick the best ones to go to the all-school competition. Otherwise, if everyone really went, a school of thousands would be too big. Do you still go to class? Do you still study? Teacher, I'll go first. Xia Shi participated enthusiastically. Good. Classmate Xia Shi, what song are you going to perform? Teacher will accompany you. I'm sorry, Duncan asked warmly. Calling to Natsuki, Xia Shi quickly reported the more recent internet popularity of the mouthful of songs. Deng Ziki heard this and smiled, letting it come to the forefront to face his classmates. Then, after making sure the other was ready, she recalled the melody in her head and simply play it. Live audience netizens. This little girl sings well, eh? She has singer potential. Cute looking, too, and you can't tell if she'll really be in show business when she grows up. This is Lin Hall's tablemate, isn't it? That said, Lin Hall didn't raise his hand just now. Not interested? It's shallow, isn't it? Leaders sit down and watch others perform. Positive solution. After Xia Shi finished singing, there was a round of applause led by Deng Ziki. At that moment, a Kaichin fan, whose looks were only slightly inferior to Linley's, stood up and come straight to the forefront. Teacher, I'll sing. Instead of chastising him for his classroom discipline, Duncan asked, what are you going to sing? It was good that the students performed enthusiastically. And, besides, as soon as Summer Creek finished its performance, the Many of the students who were just excited to perform withdrew their hands somewhat unsure of themselves. Teacher, I want to sing Genie Too Beautiful. Chapter 44. What? Lin Hall can also write songs? Tang Ziki showed a puzzled expression. Is there a song for that? Today's music scene, and while she can't guarantee that she knows all the songs, but she must have heard of the recent popular ones. As in the case of Xiaxi, the roll call was for the most recent popular song on the internet. Thinking that at his age he should also be internet popular songs and definitely not picking the more raw, ancient early songs. Blackie? I remember this Kai Chen fan. He's been singing rap by himself in the back of the classroom these days. Showing your chicken feet at a young age? No. Join our Ikuan family at a young age? Beware of lawyers' letter warnings. Deng Ziki froze and was confused, but the live viewers could see right through it. This song is the Kunmun theme song, and any Love Kun fan can basically sing so many lines. Deng Ziki pondered for a moment, and finally, her eyes burst out in laughter. But the expression on his face was well stopped. You're talking about just because you're so beautiful, aren't you? In the end, they are in the same circle, which if you laugh out loud, more or less will be black powder to bring a little rhythm. Yes, that's the one that's too beautiful. Kai Chen fan nodded his head in a hurry. Good. Which side are you singing from? The chorus, or the main song? Deng Ziki had a serious look on her face. She didn't dare to look any other way because her mind was now full of those segments on the internet. It's easy to laugh without a stern face. What's that? Kai Chen fan was puzzled, apparently not having the concept of main and chorus songs in his head yet. The main song is, Tang Ziki explained patiently as, I don't know if he can understand it either. Oh, so that's how it is. Then teacher, feel free to play as much as you want and I'll just sing along. Kai Chen fan showed an expression of sudden realization. Deng Ziki sighed in his heart, as if he hadn't understood. But come to think of it, I don't know that people who have been raised professionally in music do have a bit of a blind spot in this area. And without further thought, she placed her fingertips on the piano and began to play to a memorized piece of the melody. Kai Chen fan got up as soon as he heard the music. Without saying a word, the frame was directly set up. Just because the chickens are so beautiful. Puppy, who doesn't say what the singing is like, but those dance moves are pretty decent. Real singing and dancing contestants. Linley watched him perform in a daze, and had to lament a word about the power of the clan. Duncan was actually having a hard time trying to hold in his laughter, as anyone who's ever held it in knows how difficult it is. She was playing and holding back a laugh, which really worried her. The point is that the other person hasn't sung in tune yet. It's purely, she plays her, he sings his. I can't say how good the singing was, only that it didn't jive with good. End of song. Kai Chen fan's small face was a bit flushed. Singing and dancing at the same time was still a bit of a struggle for him. Thank you all. Well, this little kid honestly dances pretty well. It's divine. Yes, it's really commendable. You can imagine you've been practicing a lot in your private life if you can dance like that at such a young age. A true fan at first glance. The little kid is quite handsome and will grow up to be a love bean material. It's no fun. Let's have some normal song performances. Shashi did just fine. After Kai Chen fan went down, Deng Ziki was again calling the students who wanted to perform to the stage one by one. With his performance, a group of students who had retrieved their hands felt that they could do it again. Linley squinted his eyes, having already determined what song he was going to perform. Yes, it's original. Songs from his last life that are not available in this world are his originals. Halfway through the music class, Deng Ziki had a rough idea of who to report up in her mind. Xia Shi, Chang Ishue. Some of the other guys were pretty good performers, but these two, obviously, have been learning since they were kids. The difference is huge. Any other students want to perform? When Li Jiaqi finished his performance, Tang Ziki looked at them and asked, there's only about 7 or 8 people who aren't performing right now. Everyone else took to the stage whether they sang well or not. For example, Kenny Lee, his voice is not good, and he never learned to sing properly, but he did enroll in hobby classes, but didn't learn much. He sang a song called I Give Oil to the Motherland, politically correct and full of positive energy. If it wasn't a class campaign, if it was any other race, high or low for a first place finish, Deng Ziki saw that no more students were raising their hands, and looked at Lin Li, who had been sitting in silence. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. You said you were coming to my concert. Didn't we say we'd sing a song together? I guess the level of singing is a little bit better to be able to suggest ideas like that. Then let me measure you. Thinking about it, she smiled and asked, Class President, would you like to perform as well? Brush. The gazes of the crowd of students converged on Linley. Basically, everyone performed. Wouldn't it be a shame for the class president not to perform? The squad leader goes up and shows a bit. Bandmaster, we want to hear you sing. A group of people immediately began to raise a ruckus. Linley didn't expect to be named. He looked at Deng Ziki, and from his eyes, he immediately understood the meaning. Por also stood up bashfully. The class president naturally has to participate in class activities. He grinned, extremely old-fashioned, walked to the front. Deng Ziki smiled and asked, "What song are you going to sing? What's the title of the song?" "The song I'm going to sing is called Chinese People," Linley said aloud. Duncan frowned, thinking quickly about the known songs in his head. "There's this song?" She pondered for half a day and looked at Linley suspiciously. Could it be another harmonic sound like Kai Chun Fan? But what's the harmonic of Hua Xia? What's Lin Hall going to sing? "Didn't I hear you? The Chinese. Whose song is that? I googled it and it's not there. It's those 3 words that don't show up online." "Misheard it. It's supposed to harmonize with Chicken Too Beautiful?" The audience in the live broadcast room, hearing Linley report the title of the song, the first time was also the same as Tung Ziki searching in his mind. But the end result was the same as Deng Ziki. Nothing came to mind. However, they are convenient in that they can still go searching. However, if I heard it right and typed the words correctly, the end result is that there is no such song. In the music classroom, Linley saw Deng Ziki's confused eyes and laughed lightly. "Teacher, there's no need for an accompanist because there is no accompaniment. I wrote the song myself." The words fell, and in an instant, the entire internet was stunned. What did he just say? Write it yourself? Original? You're kidding. He's only a few years old and he's writing his own songs, and with such iconic names. You wrote the song yourself? The pupils of Tung Ziki's eyes continued to dilate, deadly staring into Linley's eyes, trying to want to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. But, Chapter 45, 8-year-old writes his own national spiritual songs. The end result is that one is not wrong. Uncertain? She asked again. "Did you just say, original?" "Teacher, I'm talking about writing it myself," Linley said innocently. The eyes were crystal clear. Original was a word that, at his age, he didn't reasonably understand, and had to play dumb. "That's not important. What's important is, you wrote your own song?" Duncan gradually went from puzzled to interested. "Yeah, what's up?" Linley continued to look at her with very innocent eyes. Show first." Duncan took a deep breath. "In any case, listen to how he writes, and in determining the expression of your own mind behind it." Linley nodded. There is no melodic intervention, no rhythmic progression. He just opened his mouth and cleared his voice. 5,000 years of wind and rain have hidden many dreams. Yellow face, black eyes, the same smile. Early on, while the other students were performing, Linley had redeemed his emotion points in the system to sing. He didn't point it to the top level, heavenly voice. 2 levels down. A little bit of it was held back for the sake of making others think he had room for improvement later in the day. Little abacus strikes early. The singing voice was strong and powerful. The bite was clear, and though the voice was childish, all who heard it, already, I feel a national fire burning in my heart. 5,000 years of Chinese history. The yellow character, only 2 lines. The lyrics are simple and clear. Netizens are very intuitive to feel full of national sentiment. 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Like a song. Wherever you come from, wherever you're going. There were very few pop-ups left in the live broadcast room at the moment, and all the viewers had been stunned. No, it's the scalp that's gone numb. That's the song that Lin Hall wrote himself, isn't it? One by one, they were breathing a little hard, incredulous, unable to believe what they were hearing. All that happened. Backstage, the old mobile had his eyes glazed over. What's this? You're telling me this is 8 years old? If it weren't for the tenderness of the voice, look at the expression on the face as it sings, and the surging song that, he was suspicious of an old artist. Same tears, same pain, the suffering we have had, we keep in our hearts, same blood, same seed, the future is still a dream, and we'll explore it together. Holding hands, 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 holding hands. Let the world know that we are all Chinese. After one verse, Linley stopped, because enough is enough. The lyrics that follow, they're no different than the ones that precede them. To keep repeating it is to emphasize the idea of the unity of the Chinese nation. That said, the system is a real gem. You remember that you are supposed to be pentatonic, and have just made a small attempt to. I don't know how many times better than the original. I wonder what it would be like, upgrading to the very top. Teacher, I'm done singing. Quiet. The entire music classroom dropped a pin at the end of Linley's sentence. Deng Ziki's eyes kept flashing in horror, thinking it was an ordinary children's song that, can't think of a song with a strong ethnic feel. At the moment, she didn't even consider Linley's singing skills, breath, and other aspects. Because of this song, she had completely overlooked the rest of his good qualities. She stood up from the piano chair and came to crouch in front of Linley, placing her hands on his shoulders. Word for word, he asked. Tell your teacher that you are sure you wrote this song yourself? Aha! Linley couldn't stop nodding. What is not found in this world? If only after one sings it, says it, that's own. That's the perk of being a traveler. Which, even in front of the original singer, remains its own. You know melodies? Duncan asked again. Don't look at just only clear singing, but the rhythm in it is also distinct. And those who haven't learned the melody of the music score, how could I not sing it myself? But Linley was just different. Don't get it, but I can hum. Linley made it up at random. Can't act too genius sometimes. Mainly, the thing about the sound score is that, given his present-day family circumstances, definitely no educational learning in that area. Hearing this, Deng Ziki looked at Linley with her eyes constantly flowing. A bold idea arose in the brain. He can't say that Linley is absolutely tone-deaf. People who were born for music. He's already writing songs before the average kid can even recognize all the words he's practicing. And it's not even one of those mouth-watering songs. Furthermore, many songwriters create a melodic score first, and in the lyrics, it's rare that the lyrics come first before the melody is paired in sequence. But while Linley appeared to be singing in a clear voice, the melodic scales were actually raised in the same voice. Doesn't that tell you anything? Go back to your seat and go to the office with your teacher after class. Duncan stabilized his inner mania as if he'd been given a treasure. Good. With a bewildered look on his face, Linley returned to his seat and seems to be completely unaware of what a shocker he's going to cause by singing this song. Class president, you sing beautifully. Xia, she asked with little starry eyes of adoration. Chang Ishue, class president, you're deep in the world. Have you learned it before? It's awesome. Wang Tianyu, squad leader, it seems I still have less knowledge about you. No wonder you can be the squad leader. I'm convinced you. Calm down and have a good class. Linley reminded without a smile. Not far away, Li Jianrun's brain was buzzing at the moment. Now the junk collectors are good at music? Linley's series of performances gradually made him somewhat doubt everything he had seen at first. Is it really a scrap collector? Doesn't look like it. How is it better than me? At this very moment, the live feed has exploded. On the whole screen, the pop-ups were all, holy crap, and so on. They weren't cursing. They were expressing their inner shock in the most concise of terms. No, he's 8. Did he really write it? A series of performances at Lin Hall have made me feel like I'm just a loser. What kind of family raises them? Patterns, awareness, leadership. It's amazing enough to me that an 8-year-old has these. Now you're telling me he can write songs. My third sense is about to be shattered. People are really numb. Same blood, same tears, yellow face, black eyes, simple lyrics. But it speaks to the spirit of our Chinese nation. I wouldn't be so surprised if even Lin Hall sang a slur song so meaningful that, is it really something a child can understand? As the netizens on the air vied for shock, major onlookers, bloggers, journalists, it's long overdue. Come alive. Lin Hall is literally a traffic generator for them. 8-year-old writes his own national spiritual song. The title name is all figured out. Chapter 46. Linley is really on fire this time. Same tears, same pain. The suffering we have had, we keep in our hearts. On the Shake Shack short video, Linley's childish singing voice kept hitting the netizens who were swiping Shakeology. Simple lyrics that go straight to their souls and stir the red blood that flows within them. For a moment, Linley's singing of Chinese people washed up on the hot search. That's right, it's the hot search. No3, Rising Star Junior class kid brother composed Wasia Man at the age of 8. No6, Same Blood, Same Seed. A song that sings about Chinese people was actually written by an 8-year-old. No7, Wang Feng releases new album. The heat was instantaneous, and it suppressed all the artists who paid for the hot search to go up. There is even a hidden trend of official support, simply because the meaning of the song itself is in it. How can ordinary entertainment news have such a high level of heat all of a sudden? In the meantime, on the set of a movie filmed in Yinjing, Hua is taking a break when he suddenly hears his assistant swiping on Jitterbug. I was going to say something about not playing with cell phones during work hours or something like that, but hear the song coming out of it. He felt a surge of energy, as if the bloodline in his body had awakened. What are you looking at? He asked in a gruff voice. Brother, a kid wrote his own song. The assistant pointed her cell phone screen at Hua. Hua took his cell phone and looked at a young, green and boyish boy singing a song. Junior class? Forest Hall? None of that matters. What matters is this one song. He wrote this song himself? Hua was shocked out of his mind. Yeah, this little kid's been hot lately. It's the Rising Star teen class directed by director Zhang. The pattern awareness is very big. Brother, you are interested? The assistant said. Hua nodded faintly. Get in touch with director Zhang for me and ask about this kid. It's just that I want to buy the rights to the song. Hua is very patriotic. That's something all of China knows. The song, Chinese people, instantly hit that spot in his heart. Ha! The assistant froze. Don't tell the company to get in touch. In the meantime, I'd quite like to meet the boy. Hua didn't explain anything more, just simply instructed. Oh, of course, at this moment, not only Hua, many singers have this idea. The energy and meaning of the song, not to mention the words, they can all hear it. If there were no surprises, this song would become a classic that would be passed down in China once it was officially released. Director, it's blowing up. It's really blowing up. The heat's too much. The number of online viewers is almost 100,000. Backstage at the show's rehearsal, the network supervisor delivers good news. Lao Mozi was trembling with excitement, but managed to stabilize the supreme leader's mind. Make a fuss and keep a good lookout. Yes. After briefly training the cyber supervisor, he looked at Linley in the screen and more. I feel like I've picked up a treasure. Simply will make the show effect. Hold up a harmonic star. But now he also writes songs. Realize that this kid can write songs without having gone through a systematic study of humming out the tune. What does that mean? Genius. He picked up the phone and dialed Ho, who was in his office. Hey, see? Well, see, he awkwardly was also very bored in the office. Except for the bull that. It's all about watching the students record. They knew all about Linley's performance in the music classroom. You can bring him over here for a moment when school is over, Lao Mozi said. Okay, got it. He awkwardly answered, though he wasn't sure what he was going to call Linley over for, but it's definitely not a bad thing to think about. You guys, what else do we not know about this kid? Yang Mi's pretty face was covered in shock at the moment. Writing songs, writing their own songs, and especially singing them really gave them more than a little bit of a shock. They're the ones who mix with the entertainment industry and have the best intuition of what can be a big hit. Of course, what makes a hit is not necessarily a good creation, but a good creation must make a hit. It doesn't. Linley's self-penned song, Hua Xia Man, they thought would explode in the inner circle. Louis Fei blinked, searching and marveling. The festival catalog is precious. That's not true. Deng Chao shook his cell phone. Look, just a little while ago. The hot searches are all over the place. More than a hot search. He awkwardly looked down at his cell phone at the moment. My friends in the circle are asking for Linley's contact information. I guess they fancy the rights to the song. Hearing this, Yang Ni's few people understood that Linley's boy was completely on fire. These days, there are so many stars who can do the whole job. But what if it's a talented, capable entertainer? Capital will tilt towards talent. There is no doubt that the capital looks at Linley's talent. At the thought of this, Yang Ni's heart got a little hot. Variety must bring Linley on, and soon, and must play nice with Linley, bound to get the little brat to sign for his own company. There is nothing wrong with the statement that adults seek profit. Originally several people were still slowly thinking about what program to bring Linley on, or delaying it, but at the moment there are no thoughts of that. Music class, soon over. Duncan took the students back to the classroom. Class president, you can still write songs. After returning to the classroom, Deng Ziki looked deeply at Linley, then he hurried back to the office. She immediately pulled on Linley's small hand when she saw her teacher leave and marveled, although it has been marveled at more than once during class. But she still couldn't hold back the surprise in her heart. Is it hard? Linley was a bit impatient and bristled. This was from the end of the class to his return. All the students except Xiaxi were gathered around him. He's a grown man, and being praised by a bunch of kids doesn't give him any sense of accomplishment, of vanity in the slightest. Super rare. Natsuki froze and nodded. Why are you so good? If you'll be quiet, I'll give you a song next time too. Linley suddenly had a brainstorm of some very childish songs that he didn't think it was appropriate for him to sing. It also doesn't fit the persona he's building today. But Xiaxi can. For example, Courage to Explode. Sheesh, it's a very uptempo song, and it was the last one that rolled through the jitterbugs. Kids think it's childish, but college students hear it's a big hit. Linley himself would never sing this song. If he did, where would this face go? Really? Xiaxi's eyes instantly filled with light. Really? Okay, I'll be quiet, Xiaxi said, raising her hand over her mouth, her eyes glaring at the boss very seriously. Trying to tell Linley that I'm quiet. Seeing her cute face, Linley joked. Well, that's a good girl. If you're always this good, I'll take you as my wife. Chapter 47, I'll grow up and go into the broadcasting bureau to put shoes on you. Once she heard this, Xiaxi's eyes widened. No way. I'm treating you like a class president. You're taking me as your wife? My father will beat you to death. She covered her mouth, but obviously didn't cover it solidly, and across a hand. Linley heard her clearly. Is your dad that mean? Natsuki nodded fiercely. but felt as if it wasn't right and shook her head violently again. My dad's not mean, Lou. He keeps telling me that if I get married by someone else later on, then we have to beat him to death. Lindley understood what that meant. The father is not always afraid of his own sweet little coat by yellow hair moist well. Xiaxi's looks, at first glance, is a beauty embryo, as long as she doesn't grow crooked in the later stages. Properly a great beauty. So far this looks sweet and lovely personality-wise. 2. The old father was bound to leave his precious daughter behind. I'm a man whose favorite thing to do is to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth. So you go back after school and tell your father that, after you turn 18, I'll dye my hair yellow and come pick you up on my scooter. Lindley laughed. Ha? Why did you dye your hair yellow? Doesn't black look good? Xiaxi was puzzled. No need to ask. Just tell your father what I said originally. Well, it has to be the original. Lindley was eager to see how. Once his old father knew that his own cabbages had been missed by yellow hair since he was a boy, what would be the mindset? Oh, Xiaxi nodded her head seemingly understanding. But my dad has been traveling recently. It's going to take forever to get back. It's fine. It's not too late to talk about it when we get back. Lindley hemmed and hawed. Chatting over here, the bell rang for the second class of the afternoon. Art class. It was a normal class, and Lindley didn't have much of a chance to do well, to tell the truth. Also lazy performance. He feels that the explosion in the music class should not be digested by the internet at this time. If there was another one, it wouldn't give him much mood value. Similarly, the third class, physical education, was the same, turning to the end of the school day. This time, Deng Chao will lead the students to the entrance of the school. Instead, he awkward led Lindley to the studio. In the studio, Lao Mozi, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Deng Ziki, the 5 he awkward people quietly looked up and down at Lindley, who was sitting on a chair in front of them, eating fruit. This little kid doesn't know how to spell formal, does he? Generally speaking, small children will eventually be a bit apprehensive and formal when they come to an unfamiliar environment. But this guy, when he came, the others didn't say hello. He just sat himself down in the chair next to Lao Mozi and ate the fruit he had prepared for Lao Mozi. No sense of boundaries at all? Don't look any further. Big stars, I'm not going to tell you I'm a genius. Lindley spat out the kernel and picked up a bottle of Coke and gulped down a smooth sip. Little brat. Solemnize. He awkwardly glared at him gently. Mister. If you have something to say, just ask. If you have something to say, don't get into that whole air pressure thing. It doesn't work for me. Lindley spoke in an old-fashioned manner. Lao Mozi coughed lightly. No wonder he often heard he awkwardly them in the past 2 days. This little kid is smart as an old 3. Look at this. If he wasn't sitting in the director's chair, look at him. He is the leader of this program. My little friend, this time it's me who wants to see you, and I see that you're usually doing very well. Any interest in moving into show business? Lindley raised his eyes to look at him and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Director, I'm not in the entertainment industry now, right? Isn't participating in this program a preparation to enter the entertainment industry? Ahem. Lao Mozi coughed uncontrollably, which sounded as if to say that what he said was nonsense. It's been a long time since anyone spoke to him like that. Even the movie stars, the movie queens. Don't you always look at yourself with respect? If he hadn't been a little kid, the highs and lows would have had to be a whole 2 sentences. Do not be rude. Lindley, he awkward lightly reprimanded. Out of the way, out of the way. Lao Mozi waved his hand. Get to the point. Lindley, this song of yours, there are a lot of people who want you to buy the rights. What do you think? Originally, he had planned to seek out Lindley for a good chat and familiarize himself with the little child. But then, while they were in class, his phone was ringing off the hook with peers. Either this entertainment company comes in and asks, or that singer wants the rights. The song was written by Lindley, but now he's a little kid. Again, I'm on their show, and the first contact is still the old mastermind. If we go to Lindley in private, we're obviously overstepping our bounds. Not to put Lao Mozi, the director of internal entertainment, in his place. Who wants it, and for how much? Lindley was delighted to hear this, his eyes immediately glowing with the light of money. Don't undercut me by bullying me for being a kid. If I wait until I find out later, don't blame me for taking the public exam to go to the broadcasting authority when I grow up. Put your shoes on. Ahem. A light cough once again sounded in the studio, and at the moment it wasn't just the old mobile. It was everyone. This includes people like Young Mi and other staff members. Threatening words, they'd heard a lot of them growing up. What kind of threats have been heard? Being threatened by children has happened, but it never occurred to me that I would be so threatened by a small child. Examining the public broadcaster? What kind of threat is that? Besides, if any other kid had made such a threat, they would have laughed it off. But the way this kid has been acting these past 2 days, and the means displayed at a young age, If you grow up and really go for the public exam, you will definitely mix it up. Hypothetically, if he does get into the BA, ahem, now they are teachers and program directors. From now on, you'll have to call him leader when you see him. It's choking the aorta. Yang Mi blinked and sighed in her heart. If this little brat really grows up and goes to the broadcasting bureau, even now, he dares to call out to himself to set himself up. When he grows up, when he goes there, will he not write on his own body? So, she hastened to say, I think it's better for you not to take the public examination and become an actor. Mr. Yang, you've got it written all over your face. Are you afraid that the day I get to the top is the day you lose your job? Yang Mi's cheeks reddened as she was caught off guard. It's very embarrassing to have your little mind blown, especially if it's a small child. It made Yang Mi feel pure and small and cute. Don't be afraid, as long as you're honest and don't go down those crooked paths. And the first fire won't be able to burn you when you get to the top, Linley said fervently, crossing his legs and, leisurely, he picked up his Coke and took another sip. Lao Mozi smiled at the corner of his mouth, truly amused by this little kid. Look at this situation. This is not even the director of broadcasting and television yet, and already started to educate them. Seriously, wait until you're really on top later. For now let's talk about your songs. I'm sorry, said the old mogul, curbing his laughter and speaking in a serious voice. Chapter 48, do you know about investing? I'm a hexagonal warrior. You said, be honest. Linley was similarly serious. Lao Mozi briefly mentioned a few artists, and didn't mention the company that, for the record, I don't think the kid Linley knows about these companies. He emphasized, do you know King Lao of Hong Kong? Wah, I know. Linley nodded. Wah, in the last life it was the 4 heavenly kings, and it is still the same in this life. But because of the timeline, many of the stars in this life are much younger than the last. Today, Wah is just under 50, but the status is the same as in the last life. Well, he didn't say how much he was offering and wanted to meet with you alone for a bit. I don't know, said the veteran strategist truthfully. That said, other companies, or other artists, he could really help Linley keep an eye on them, or knock on the door. But this Lu Tianwang, although he is an actor, but in the entertainment circle level is not lower than him in the slightest. It's okay. I'm sure Heavenly King Lu will be able to take me on a good program and give me resources. Linley sighed slightly. Unlike some people, I begged for half a day, and I even bought them breakfast. Just can't impress their hard hearts. Just know how to bully my little kid every day. Yang Mi, he awkward and a few others raised their eyebrows. Says who? Who's this Inyang talking about? They just couldn't figure out where this little kid was getting all the bull asterisk and the setups. Lao Mozi was slightly sweating when he heard he awkward and the others talking about it. You'd be wrong about them on that point. Mostly now about the kids. Or there's not a lot of variety for you to be on. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but mutter in his mind. How did he even get to explain himself? In his position, he doesn't even need to make a point of explaining something, or someone, for that matter. What's wrong with you? Linley looked at Lao Mozi. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Director Zhang, I have to go home and clean up. I can't help it. I have a bunch of scraps at home to categorize. Yang Mi sniffed and immediately said, I'll send you back. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Young. Linley didn't outright refuse this time. The mind of the wise man, when he was interviewed by the old mastermind himself. A lot of things have actually come to mind. He himself is now a meat and potatoes guy. No longer a harmonizer who only does gimmicks to get the whole job done. There are so many artists who can do the whole job, but there aren't a lot of talented entertainers out there. In the past, he was just a live harmonizer, and the reason why he's so hot now, it's still about being young and doing adult things, and mainlining a sense of contrast. But now, after they see their natural talents, they are in a different situation. Yang Mi wanted to give herself a ride, and not surprisingly, she wanted to talk to herself again about signing Nanny's car. It was the first time Linley had taken this high-grade car, and he hadn't mixed well in his last life. A handful of years old driving a motorized convertible every day, rain or shine. Sister Honey. Linley changed his name to teacher at school, but after school, naturally there are after-school designations. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes looked at him and cut straight to the chase. Linley, do you want to stop considering my company? Don't even think about signing me, honey. I'm not going to sign up with any agency. Linley said, I'm going to take the public examination in the future. It's impossible for me to be an entertainer for long. The reason I want to be on variety shows now is to improve my life. Linley said matter-of-factly. Examining the public or not, he was also simply dismissing Yang Mi them. He certainly won't be moving into the artist side of things in the future anyway. All with a system, and a hexagonal warrior system at that. Who's a star? That's bull ******. Perhaps, The stars are high in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of those who capitalize, in the eyes of the peak powers, it's just like ordinary people. He's got the system in his hands. Even if he doesn't go to the government office, you can also become a party to the capital by relying on the system. What? You really want to get into the broadcasting bureau and be my leader? Yang Mi frowned. What? No? Yes, of course. Everyone has dreams. You have to suck up to me now, and when I get into the BA, I'll cover you later. Linley raised his hand in an old-fashioned manner and patted Yang Mi's fragrant shoulder. Pull back. You'll get your exam first. People aren't even grown up yet. I'm sorry. Yang Mi gave a blank look without a good reason. She'd stopped talking about signing on, having been unceremoniously rejected twice already. The heart knows that this thing is out of the question. The boy, too much of a mind of his own. Unless something comes up that might bring it on board. But, now, she knew she wouldn't join even if she talked her way out of it. One good thing, though, is that, from what he's saying, he won't be joining any other media companies either. Mimi, do you know what it means to invest? You invest in me. In the future, when I become the director of the Broadcasting Bureau, I'll make sure you're top stream for the rest of your life. Linley opened his mouth to speak. Drawing pies? Ha! I've eaten more pie than you've eaten salt. Yang Mi scoffed. That's not necessarily true. Not yet. You'll see when you're older. Yang Mi didn't understand what Linley meant by that. How much salt could an 8-year-old brat eat? At this moment, the nanny car arrived at Linley's residence. Yang Mi looked through the car window at this surrounding house full of garbage, and a different emotion surged up. Look at the couple of canopies randomly constructed to house the house, as if a slightly more inclement weather. All of them can just blow apart. Is that what kids grow up in? She turned her head to look at Linley on the side, her eyes slowing a bit. Here we are. Aha. Linley answered, opened the car door, and crossed over. Bye, sister honey. See you tomorrow. You're not inviting me in to sit down? Forget it. There's nothing to see in our little shack. You're a big star. Linley smiled coyly. The corners of Yang Mi's mouth rose slightly. Understanding his thoughts in her heart, she pretended to be angry and said, why? Dislike me? I don't dare. I don't dare. Sister honey's status is honorable. Linley scratched his head, his eyes fluttering and, seems to be looking for the right excuse. I was going to start Timmy as soon as I entered the house myself, and here you are coming in. I have to take the time to entertain you. Besides, the most valuable thing in the house, the one who can hold it all, is himself, and nothing to entertain her. Alright, less poor talk. Yang Mi let out a light laugh, opened the car door, and gracefully walked down and, I'm not pretentious. Let's go and visit your little shabby house. Linley froze for a moment, not realizing that Yang Mi really wanted to go in, so he had to lead the way with a stiff upper lip. Through the narrow alleyways, the air smells faintly of mold and grease and smoke. It was out of place with the perfume that Yang Mi was wearing. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just silently following Linley. Pushing open the humble wooden door, the eye is met with cramped rooms, with old furniture and mottled wall coverings, a small wooden table, 2 worn chairs, and a plank bed. This is Linley's home. At a glance, the words, Family Guy, came to her mind. Chapter 49, 4 questions? Why is being with the people a crime? Quite cozy. Yang Mi sighed slightly as she couldn't find the words. Linley bristled. I think it's better for you, sister honey, to keep your mouth shut, knowing full well that you won't be able to find the right words to. It has to be hard and embarrassing. Ha! Yang Mi gave a dry laugh. Although Linley's family was known in the school's archives, after seeing it on site, she thoroughly understood the reason for Linley's precociousness. Although Yang Mi loved cleanliness, but at this moment, she also smoothed her skirt without any scruples. Sit down on the dirt and dust-covered stool. She didn't dare to show too many different looks for fear of hurting Linley's pride. What do you usually do at home? Young Mimi searched for a topic of conversation. Eat and sleep. Linley perfunctorily this answered her. Big sister, why don't you leave? Look and sit. Don't interfere with your own game. No other hobbies? Linley heard this and looked at her as if she were a little cutie. Looking at her as if she were, in my case, dare to have other hobbies? Yang Mi was stunned, knowing that she had asked the wrong question, and hurriedly said, you're all alone in your family. Why don't you move in with me for a while? You have a house in Nuno? No, I'm staying in a hotel now, in a suite with 2 rooms. No go. It's not good to be alone. You're a big star. It's easy to spread gossip. Ha ha. Yang Mi burst out laughing and, I really don't know what this little head is thinking all day long. What am I rumoring about you? Don't go. I'm afraid you'll submarine me. Bah. Your hairs aren't even all grown up. I'm going to subvert you? Yang Mi spat lightly. Suddenly it occurred to me. No. How did you know about the subterfuge? Linley shook his cell phone. I'm online too. So do you know what subterfuge does? Yang Mi asked. Isn't it just accompanying a sleeper? Lin Li cut out. You still know a lot. I know a lot. But there's one thing I haven't figured out yet. Can you answer my questions, Sister Honey? A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Li's eyes, playfulness rising. What? Yang Mi asked curiously, slightly straightening his back. It was finally time to catch up with Lin Li's little brat who was vainly begging for questions. However, this straightening of her waist caused her breasts to stand up as well. Two words flashed in Lin Li's mind, really big. Where are you looking? Yang Mi was slightly shy when he stared at her like that. Why does this little kid have the same eyes as those old SPs? Ahem. This time it was Lin Li who was a little embarrassed instead, and he stabilized his mind and, you said why? Why did you get promoted after sleeping with your leader? Huh? Yang Mi was staggered. What a question. Why did you graduate after sleeping with your professor? Why is it that sleeping with a director makes you famous? Why is it illegal to sleep with the people? Lin Li asked 4 questions with a grim gaze. As question after question came up, Yang Mi knew in her heart that she was being set up again by this little brat digging a hole. Look at all the questions being asked. How does that make her answer? She was too shy to answer even if she wanted to. Little, why do you have so many questions? Yang Mi's eyes huffed and, raising his hand, he hit her hard on the head. Ouch. Lin Li's head hurt. Did you not know? Or don't you want to say? I don't know. Yang Mi said with aggravated hatred. Che, you're still an adult. You don't even know this. Lin Li glanced at it with contempt. You know? Tell me? Lin Li said indifferently. Because the people don't have any interests in their hands. It's so simple you don't even understand. Yang Mi was silent, the sense was this, but her reserve, and her status, and, can't say, all at once, silence fell upon the little rambling house. Yang Mi was dumbfounded by Lin Li's, and for a moment she didn't know what to say, nor did she dare to say anything. She was afraid that the little brat was digging himself in with a ruse. You're still not leaving? Lin Li was a bit impatient, affecting his ability to earn nest egg fees. You kicked me out? Yang Mi was dumbfounded. That said, since growing up and going to other people's houses, still the first time I've been kicked out, especially when you go to a guy's house. You can't wait to stay by yourself. Sister, if you don't leave you'll have to eat dinner. I don't have any money here to buy you a meal. Why aren't you on board at all? Lin Li said as he covered his forehead without a face. Look at you being so petty. Dinner is on me. Yang Mi took out her cell phone. What are you going to eat? Why don't we go out to eat? You go. I don't want to go. Lin Li didn't know if she really didn't hear it or if she was pretending not to. Wasn't it clear enough that you were kicking people out? Not good enough. Yang Mi's resentment was thick. People who want me to buy them dinner. It can be lined up from this side to Mordor, you believe it or not. I'm taking the initiative to invite you now and you're still not going. Lin Li was helpless and thought it would be better to say it explicitly. I'm going to make money, and you're interfering with that by being on my side. Make money? What kind of money do you make? How do you earn? Yang Mi was suddenly curious. I'm going out to pick up bottles. You want to follow me? You went out to pick up bottles? Thinking she'd misheard, Yang Mi repeated. Yeah, how else are you going to pay next semester's tuition and live? It's not like you're giving me resource announcements. Yang Mi thought he was right. I'll transfer some money to you on WeChat later. Get some rest. Don't go out. There are a lot of traffickers now and it's not safe for you to be a child. Human traffickers have to have a headache when they see me. Lin Li bristled. You don't get paid for what you don't get. No private transfers will be accepted, and all special transfers from you will be considered bribes by me. Hearing the previous sentence, Yang Mi couldn't help but smile. The traffickers love smart kids like you. They can sell them for a good price. Che, it's hard to say who sold who out. Not that I look down on them, but if they can sell me out, count them out. Lin Li's statement is by no means a wild boast. Traffickers abduct young children who are not in tune with the world, because it's good to cheat. He is? He's a grown man in his body. You're that good? Still trying to sell the traffickers? No more bull **** with you. I'm going to work. Lin Li saw that she wouldn't leave no matter how he said it. Just sleep with her if you have no choice. To himself, he turned on his cell phone and started Timmy. Only because, during the day, the milk-fierce gold master was urging him on. As soon as Yang Mi heard this familiar voice, she hurriedly moved over the small bench and sat beside him. The work he's talking about is playing games? Games for money? How does he make it? It's not like you're using a voice changer to fool the boys, is it? But immediately afterward, at the sight of the cell phone interface, she froze. The forest is deep and sea standing. Isn't this the wild king that was making a lot of noise in the king's circle last night? It's actually him. Yang Mi couldn't stop the horror in her eyes. Chapter 50, he's a genius. Yang Mi likes to play king. As fans and netizens know, the recent Battle to the Top variety show, on which Yang Mi had a good performance. It is clear to the whole network that Yang Mi's gaming level is good. and she often pays attention to the circle of King of Glory. It doesn't. Last night, Lin Shinmianli made a big kill, but Yangmi was pulled over by her best friend to watch. That's the same operation as Dove. It's indulgently silky. Their Star King 5 Rose group was also chatting about this Lin Shinseeli. There was some speculation as to which pro's trumpet it was. Others speculate that it is the return of some ancient god. There is a wide range of opinions. But never in a million years did I expect it to be an 8-year-old child. How can you imagine that? Not to mention the others. Yang Mi herself had never thought about it, though the idea struck her as a bit odd yesterday. The forest is deep and sees the stand. Linley, but it also just felt like I was overthinking it. Yet now that she saw Linley open this ID account, she was dumbfounded. Your Hayashi Fukamatachi? Well, right. Linley was too lazy to bury it. People had seen it, so he just admitted it in a big way. Isn't that what it says? Forest Deep Sea Re. Yangmi shifted her gaze from the screen to Linley's face. Understanding. Strong leadership skills. The pattern is big. Can write songs. You still play games now? At this moment, Linley's boyish little face seemed to be covered in a thick mist in Yangmi's eyes. What else does he know that I don't? Kid, open one up and I'll see if it's really you. She's still not sure that. It must be seen to be believed. And it must be operated a handful of times by Linley. Right away. Linley didn't refuse. Pull up Milk Fierce and start a direct double team. As soon as Milk Fierce entered the room, he turned on the double voice. You and how so play people waiting for you for a long time. The petulant tone made the Yangmi on the side tingle. Ha, what a riot. Linley ignored it and went into the hero selection screen, routinely going through the usual routine of sending his battle results. 100% win rate as soon as Li Bai comes out. The three teammates had the good sense to get out of the way and let loose with the cry. Big brother take me flying. I'll yell 66. Who is this woman? Yang Mi asked. Gold Master, your job is to take people to the top? Yeah, if you hadn't been so dead set on not leaving, I would have called it a day and gone for peak number 1. I don't know. Linley bristled. Yang Mi was slightly embarrassed and did not continue to speak, quietly watching him perform. Soon the game opens. Linley opened the game against the field and used Li Bai's displacement skills to successfully grab the opposite side's blue buff. Then brush your own wilderness as you should. Watching Linley operate, Yang Mi deeply realized what it meant to be a square hitter at the moment. In the course of playing the field, when you have a chance to go to a support wave, and when you don't have a chance to go, you eat the troop line. Every second is calculated just right. There will not be nothing to do because of time and there are always resources to eat. First game, 10 minutes over. That's the end of it? Yang Mi simply hadn't seen enough of. It felt like his operation did not lose to those professional players at all. And even, he felt more powerful than the professional players. Aha! Linley nodded faintly and hurriedly opened the second one. In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Rui felt like she had never been so low in her life. For one game, she pulled out all the stops, pouting and whining. Even she herself felt goosebumps as she listened. Little brother, you're so high and mighty, she trailed off and said daintily. Little brother, help, she called out in a pretense of weakness. Little brother, why are you ignoring me? Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry, she asked accusingly. She swore that this was definitely the first time she had ever done this to a man. Listening to this exaggerated performance by my best friend, Tong Runnan in the same dormitory could not help but purse her lips. Rue, pay attention. Sometimes it is better to be a little bit high and cold. You feel too backwards. Yes? Ginger Rue raised her eyes in confusion and innocence. Either there is, or, simply yes. Li Qiuling got up and went to pour water. Laughing as he passed by, he interjected, be subtle. Anything that goes backwards is worthless. Don't give people that impression. Tong Rennan chimed in. Yes, be a little more reserved. Play a few more games with him. Doesn't he want money? Give it to him. There's still a few $100. Take your time. Okay, high strung, right? I'm good at this one. Zhang Rui nodded, and began to play the game in earnest. Try to talk as little as possible. Without realizing it, 10 games were over. People are gone. Playing the pinnacle tournament. Ginger Rue stretched her back. Beautiful curves were hidden under the loose t-shirt. Never felt so easy to score. Surely money is everything. No extra clock? Li Qiuling asked with a smile. Added and gave another 100. But he said he's going to go for peak number 1 and play later. Number 1 at the peak? Yo, quite ambitious. Li Qiuling raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, come on, let's watch the battle. Hey, I'd like to see how this little brother is going to get to peak number 1. Tong Runnan said with gusto. Hurry up and open your friends for a spectator battle. Nothing is boring. What's there to see? Li Qiuling wondered. Tong Runnan said, you don't understand. Above peak 2100. It's all about gods and goddesses. Every handful of them are ready to be included in the material. I've been doing short videos on the side lately and was worried about finding direction. And now this isn't coming? High-end game fodder, eh? Look at you getting excited. Li Qiuling joked. That said, I kind of want to see the gods fight in the high end of the game too. Fine. Look. Ginger Rue clicked on her friends list and clicked on the watch mode again. Go to the loading screen. Peak score 2215. It's worth noting that the season just started a while ago and the peak first just got to about 2270. Red side, Li Bai, Lao Fu Zi, Wang Zhaojun, Zhang Fei, Marco Polo. Blue side, Mirror, Sun Tzu, Shi Shi, Tai Yijin, Sun Shangxiang. At this point in the game, it's been 4 minutes since the game started. Linley has a record of 1/0/1 in the battlefield. Total score 0-3/02. Red is temporarily ahead by 1 head. The dragon is out. Grab the dragon, Yang Mi said excitedly, though she's considered very powerful among a bunch of celebrities who love to play King's Honor, but never played such a high-end game. Peaking at the end of last season she barely got to 200. Watching the 4-minute tyrant refresh. In the mini-map, 10 people, as if by appointment, were all together. We're heading for Longkong. Basically no one talks. Just basic mastery awareness. Quiet. Linley frowned. This is not an easy one, he thought, matching himself to over 2,200 points in this segment. Genus pulls the score. Easily the most quality innings of the season so far. He's a little stressed. The opening screen, except for him, shows single digits on the peak rankings for all 4 GBs. You know, to be able to put a hero on the national standard. Then the understanding of this hero and its operation, according to the values given by the system, 8 to 10, a top-notch master. Oh, Yang Mi obediently closed her mouth, her eyes surging with divine color. Chapter 51, he's grown up and I don't think I'm old enough yet. Both sides were testing each other, and no one opened up first. Suddenly at this point, Sun Tzu's voice of opening the big one rang out. Linley knew that the other side was taking the lead in the group, and looking at the map, Wang Zhaojun was exposing his vision. Should be driving him. Sun Tzu is sailing. Wang Zhaojun, be careful. In the team, someone opened the mic and said, I have flash alright, no more mirror vision. Wang Zhaojun's trumpet lit up. The group battle is imminent. The other 3 of the opponents, except for Mirror, took the initiative to press on after Sun Tzu opened his ship. Zhang Fei adds shield. Backhand open big. Rushed Sun Shangxiang. Li Bai. Find a chance. The Marco Polo trumpet went off in the voice. After Zhang Fei opened his big, Linley found the right opportunity and directly rushed over to cut Sun Shangxiang with one skill. Lightspeed brushes big. Combine this with Wang Zhaojun's big move that was put down early to collect Sun Shangxiang's head. Why don't you go back? Yang Mi saw Linley collect the archer's head, and according to her logic, should have gone back in one skill. After all, now in the vicinity of a group battle, easy to be set on fire by the opponent. The mirror hasn't shown its vision, so I guess it's crouching my position. Hearing this, Yang Mi looked carefully at the battlefield, and suddenly, at the original Li Bai position, she saw Mirror's avatar. The eyes widened instantly. That's a good prediction? Awesome, she praised from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Linley is near the Battle of the Regiment. Seeing a gap, directly away from the edge of the Battle of the Regiment, quickly go to the dragon pit of the Little Lord. You're not robbing tyrants anymore? I can't grab it. Wang Zhaojun is bleeding. Zhang Fei is dead. Old Master has withdrawn. Marco Polo died right away and was just in a bad position. Linley briefly analyzed the situation for her. As soon as his words fell, Yang Mi saw that what happened in the follow-up was exactly as he had said. Where did you learn all this? How long have you been playing? Yang Mi couldn't help but wonder. Linley paused for a moment, then turned and said, more than 20 hours. He was going to say that he'd been playing for years, but then he thought no, he's a traveler, still an 8-year-old. Forget it, just lie. Of course, that's not a lie, in this world. He's really only been playing for 20 hours or so. Yang Mi was shocked at hearing this. What? You say you've only been playing for 20 hours or so? Linley nodded shamelessly. Hoo, let me slow down. Another piece of news that shocked her even more than Linley being, Lin shamelessly. 20 hours? Finish this look? In her current perception, Linley's level should be about the same as those top-tier technical anchors. No, be better than them, not in any way inferior to those pros. A gamer, to become a top god, in becoming a pro, which is not talent plus hard work. And even more important in this is the time factor. In the King's Glory Pyramid, that wave of experts, which is not by time to slowly figure out the study. Where's Linley? 20 hours? To be able to follow in such a high-end situation and not fall behind and have a back and forth with your opponent. What does that mean? He's a super talented gamer. It's not technically a gift anymore. He's a genius. Giftedness is when a person has a talent in a field that is far superior to others. A genius, on the other hand, is someone who shines in more than one area. Lindley falls into this category. Janome Kazran's big eyes had moved from the cell phone screen to his face. The more I look at it, the more I'm amazed. This kid, the future is really unlimited. There are many sets. They are articulate. They are talented. They are gifted. A normal person, taking one of these, has a prosperous future. And he's taken them all. Furthermore, Yang Mi's years of seeing handsome men in the entertainment industry have shown that this little kid will probably grow up to be a handsome man. The meat and potatoes. Suddenly she had a craving for a young grass. This year he is 8 years old and he himself is 27. He is 18 and he himself is 37. It's still raw. In ancient times, there were child brides. Nowadays it's not too much for her to want a child husband. Right? Little brat, move into my house. All your expenses in the future will come from sis. Sis will support you. Yang Mi's heart was intent and her mouth was honest. At this point, the situation in the game is currently in the calm before the final storm. Lindley took the time to say back to her, I don't eat soft food. Again, the embarrassment of being told what's on my mind. What's soft food? My sister doesn't want to see you work so hard to make money playing the list. You're still young and it should be about school. Yang Mi said with far-fetched reasoning. Then you should take me on more variety shows to make money so I don't have to work so hard. You tell me. As if he could read her little mind. Lindley took the time to look at her and winked at her. It's tiring to be on a variety show. Besides, didn't I just say that you should focus on your studies? Don't you want to take the public office exam? It's not that simple. Okay, so here's the deal. You transfer me $100 million straight to me as future child support. And I don't have to be on variety. How about hitting the sheets and studying hard? Lindley said as he maneuvered by to fight the group. 100 million. Yang Mi pulled the corner of her mouth. Do you know what $100 million is? It's really open-mouthed. You don't even want to give me $100 million to spend. And you still want to support me. Am I so cheap? Go. What are you talking about? Yang Mi glared at him with no good sense of humor and then he said in a very serious tone. I'm serious. Sis feeds you. First you arrange the variety show I was promised and we'll bring up the rest. Lindley didn't gag and refuse at the moment. The game was currently on the line for victory. The opponent is just lingering now. With all three highs and lows broken. It's only a matter of time before he loses. The head has been split to think of other things. Being adopted. No. Raised by young Mimi would be a good choice. But I can't guarantee anything else. But you can be sure of one thing. Follow-up exposure is absolutely rare. With his idea of not signing to any company. Ultimately, it will only be a flash in the pan in front of the showbiz cameras. Capital has to make money too. So why should it give you its resources? You're not one of his? Okay, I'll take you on a variety show. Feeling him loosen up a bit, Yang Mi immediately said. At this point, the game is declared over and the red team wins. Hearing the sound of her opponent's crystal shattering, Yang Mi came back to her senses. 1. So soon? She looked at the length of the game. 18 minutes. And the Storm Dragon King wasn't even out yet. Aren't high-end games supposed to take a long time to play? Shouldn't they be burning each other? The opposite side's rhythm was messed up. And after dropping the point 3 times, the situation was out of control. I don't know. Lindley said as he drove the next handful. Yang Mi nodded, seeing that he was going to keep fighting, with no intention of stopping. Quietly, he stood up, walked outside the cabin and called his assistant to get some dinner. Chapter 52, The Circle of Fire. I don't run now. Around 2000 hours in the evening. Inside the little shabby house, Lindley swiped the jitterbug as he sandwiched his dinner from Yang Mi's assistant. Don't look at your cell phone at dinner. Eat seriously, you know. Young Mimi put herself in the place of her guardian and began to educate. You eat your food. I'll watch mine. Out of the way. Lindley returned without lifting his head. Yang Mi felt that she didn't seem to have any authority in front of him and sighed in her heart. You're going to continue when you're done eating later? Well, it's good to punch a peak first. Make a sign. And take more orders. Lindley stated his purpose. Okay. Yang Mi took a sip of water. Then I'll go back after we finish eating later and stay safe at home alone and call me anytime you need anything. Aha. Lindley nodded. After dinner, the assistant came over to clean up the mess, and then followed Yang Mi out of the small shabby house. After taking out the trash, they got into the nanny van together. Yang Mi looked deeply out of the car window, then took her cell phone out of her purse and dialed his agent. Is Jia busy? Within moments the call was answered and Yang Mi greeted with a soft smile. Not busy. Why? Don't I have to participate in the All-Star tournament officially organized by King of Glory next week? Yeah. What's up? You talked to the organizers? I'm going to bring someone with me on the show then. Who is it? Jia on the other end of the line asked suspiciously. It's not a big name, Just give the program a word, and give a nominal amount of notice fee. Mimi, the least you can do is give me an idea of what tier it is, or if it's a newcomer, there has to be an idea. Ja is slightly speechless. How much is symbolic? Give more. People don't want it, and it's itself a matter of bringing people over outside the program yourself. Give less, in case it's an artist with a bit of curiosity, and Les says no. Well, you tell them to count by newcomers. Yang Mi said. Okay, I got it. Send me the program flow when you get there and I'll take a look at it. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi breathed a long sigh of relief, still struggling with what program to put on for him in school. This one took a trip home with him and there it was in her mind. Nowadays, variety shows, not break up lovers. It's we're in love, and so on with the love/hate entanglements between men and women. Can these adult variety shows take Linley on? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No. And those outdoor competition variety shows or whatever, where a bunch of adults compete with little kids? Obviously not for him again. Now that I know he plays King's Honor and is so good at it, the promise has been kept. 24 p.m. The capstone race is closed. Forrest deeply seeing stand, topped the peak top 10 and is currently in the 9th position. The entire King's Glory circle was boiling. Mysterious masters, all the way to the top. Only 2 days to ascend to the top 10. If it's the sudden appearance of unfamiliar IDs in the top 10 at the summit, the internet won't be so shocked yet. But, Lin Shenmianli after being exposed by LV Dehua's live streaming, how many people are staring at him hitting it up step by step? The netizens who have been watching him score from start to finish have calculated that he scored points along the way. Just 3 losses so far, and those are the 3 that lost today. The higher the score, the more masters there are. How many anchors? How many pros crash and burn? The same number of netizens want to snipe him and play him, but even then, he still puts up the MVP. High-end game. As we all know, Li Bai, Han Xin are weak heroes, but it's with these 2 heroes that he's navigating the high end of the game, putting up carry. The one man carries the fly all over the field. His pinnacle 9th, so to speak, was played up on the net. King's Honor blew up within the major chat groups. Who is Lin Shenmulai? Hitting the top 10 at the summit in 2 days? Really? I'll testify. I watched him play up from 1,800 points. He used Li Bai, Han Xin. The thief is strong. Really? Li Bai Han Xin on the high score? It can't be an actor, right? Actor? Edward Louis, They Mu, and Lishan have all bumped into him. All were killed through by him. An actor, you say? Asterisk asterisk. Is it really fake? That fierce? Really? I watched the whole game from the God's Watch. Han's Tiger was killed by his Li Bai. Bei Mu's Luna was picked off by his Han Xin and taken away in 1 set. Lishan's Lao Fu Zi was numbed by his Li Bai show. For a time, Lin Shenmulai's name resounded throughout the King's Honor circle. Countless anchors, professional players have started to study his match videos. His maneuvering, awareness, and positioning are all textbook level, especially his understanding of the 2 heroes, Li Bai and Han Xin. It's even reached a point where no one has ever been before. It's as if he's completely broken the limitations of these 2 heroes and raised their ceilings infinitely. Wow, you're 9th at the top. Won't you be able to get to 1st if you play again tomorrow? As soon as the peak match ended, Zhang Rui, who was always waiting to be brought up on points by Linley, couldn't wait to send a message. They were watching the night live from their dormitory. Linley sends a message. Well, it's over. Get on the horn. Okay, right away. Zhang Rui switched into the game interface with gusto. Invite Linley to join the room. Linley accepts the invitation, enters the room, the game opens, and after banning the heroes, Zhang Rui picks Yao in seconds, and turned on the microphone to sweetly say, "Brother, take me flying." Linley didn't say anything and chose the payoff tiger. Zhang Rui was slightly stunned and puzzled. You're not playing Li Bai Han Xin today? Linley remained silent. Instead of sleeping, the other 3 in the dorm watched her play the game from her side. I'm just wondering, why is he always silent? Li Qiuling was puzzled. Tong Rennan nodded. Playing so many games now, it's reasonable to think that the relationship is progressing gradually as well. Not even opening a mic. It's strange. Very strange. Li Qiuling touched her head and, is it because it doesn't sound good? Not good to hear. Can voice changer do not speak is what the hell, Chen Yuqian said. Tong Rennan looked at Zhang Rui. Rui, what do you think? How should I know? Ginger Rui's nose wrinkled. Ask him where he's from. Li Qiuling suddenly said. Why do you ask? I reckon he's got a regional accent. And a particularly strong one, and is too embarrassed to talk. Ask quickly, Li Qiuling explained, followed by an urge. When Zhang Rui heard this, she felt that it was a possibility, and that it was nonsensical, but she still opened her mouth to ask, little brother, where are you from? Finally, Lin Shenyan stood on the game interface and sent out subtitles. No Ben now. Ginger Rue's fingertips operating the game paused for a moment. You're not going to run now? Did he seem to have misunderstood something? Li Qiuling looked at these 3 words and her head went a little dang. It seems that this man is more associative than he is. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Incident. Lin Hall is late for school. Lamb, the plot is a bit of a slog, so don't spray it. But it's a necessary pre-plot for subsequent entry into the Young Pioneers, which Lizzie has, so if you're not satisfied or interested in this plot, you can skip to chapter 62. A million thanks to all of you for your support along the way. 2 o'clock in the morning. The lights hadn't yet gone out in the small shabby house, and Lin Li finished Jiang Rue's list and looked at the time. Turn off your cell phone and get ready for bed. Suddenly, he heard movement outside the door. The house itself was built of broken bricks and tiles, and the soundproofing was extremely poor. Could it be a thief? Or maybe a fellow traveler came to the door? Lin Li's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of alarm surged in his heart. He got out of bed gingerly, approached the doorway silently, squinted one eye and, peering out through the narrow doorway, before he could get a good look. Knock knock. But just as he was endeavoring to discern what was going on outside the door, a sharp knock sounded suddenly on the, interrupting his observations. Knock knock. A slightly anxious voice resounded outside the door, accompanied by a knock on the door. Roku, are you asleep? Lin Li's brain spun rapidly, trying to search his memory for the owner of this voice. A few moments later, he recognized it as the voice of his next-door neighbor, Auntie Li. Auntie Li is a single mom with a little girl named Ting Ting. She takes care of Lin Li on a regular basis, especially when his grandfather goes out to pick up scraps and entrusts Lin Li to her care from time to time. Lin Li remembers that when he was a child he was often in the company of Ting Ting, not at Auntie Li's house to play with it's just helping out at the scrapyard. Auntie Li, I'm still awake, what can I do for you? Although Lin Li was wary in his heart, his tone still carried a few hints of cordiality and concern. He asked through the thin, wood-paneled door. Outside the door, Auntie Li's voice became even more urgent. Surely, Ting Ting is missing. Oops, what can we do about this? Lin Li's heart tightened as he sniffed. He opened the door, only to see Auntie Li looking flustered, her eyes red, tears in the corners of her eyes. Anxiety and helplessness are intertwined. Xiao Li, Ting Ting is gone. Oops. Ha? Lin Li was startled. Gone? Oops. I'm in a hurry. Where did she go? Did Xiao Li see her after school? Lin Li stabilized his mind. Auntie Li, what's the situation? You scolded her. Or what? I didn't say anything about her. I'm working late tonight. I told her ahead of time not to run around, but as soon as I got home, she was gone. She just disappeared. Auntie Li huffed and puffed, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Her voice trembled. Have you looked around? Lin Li asked hurriedly upon hearing this. Looked for it? None of it. How long has it been missing? Lin Li was an adult soul in the end, immediately stabilizing his mind. I got home at 2400 hours a.m. and went looking around the park, where she usually plays. None of it. 2 hours gone? Lin Li's brows furrowed. It didn't sound like he was lost. If it's lost, common sense, the child may hang out at a nearby park, on the street, or at a familiar neighbor's house. But Auntie Li has already said she's been to those places to look, and still no sign of Ting Ting. That's a bit unusual. Lin Li quickly analyzed the possibilities in his mind. First of all, he ruled out the possibility of Tina running far away on her own. After all, she's still a child. Again, it was at night and unlikely to go too far alone. There are few possibilities left. Auntie Li, have you ever thought that Ting Ting might have been taken away by someone? Lin Li asked tentatively. Did any relatives come over to visit or anything like that during the home? Did a relative take it away? Auntie Li's face changed when she heard this, obviously not thinking in this direction. Taken away? It can't be. Ting Ting is so well behaved and doesn't run around. Who would take her away? I'm talking about a relative. Did you call a relative and ask? Apparently, Auntie Li was in six minds at the moment and didn't understand what Lin Li meant. I called and they all said they hadn't been here. Lin Li sucked in a breath of cool air. If that's what it took, even fewer possibilities can be thought of. Auntie, have you called the police yet? Go call the police. I haven't. Go to the police. The child is lost. Hurry up and call the police. Fine, I'll call the police now. Auntie Li immediately took out her cell phone from her pocket and quickly called the police. After reporting to the police, Auntie Li apologized. Xiao Li has disturbed you. You go to sleep first. Sorry. With that she hurried back home. Looking at her departing figure, Lin Li's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, his heart surging with unease. I don't see anyone for 2 hours. Have any relatives taken them? And I'm sure they won't wander off without a reason. Is it? After this mess, Linley knew he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep, although it is not a matter of concern. But, Tingting is considered to be the original body's childhood playmate. It's considered a childhood friend, and besides, Auntie Lee used to be very nice to the original. What's the point of caring, isn't it? Besides, now Auntie Lee's mind is already confused because of her worrying emotions. Someone in their right mind has to go to the police with the details. Thinking about it, he went back inside, put on his shoes, grabbed his cell phone and headed out to Auntie Lee's house. The next day, September 4th, another meta day. Students in the junior class were escorted by their parents to the classroom. One by one, they put their book bags down and turned to blow awesome with their best friends who had built friendships over the past 2 days. Swiped it on Shakeology last night. That wild king topped the top 10. Brush it in and skate away. Yesterday the class president was actually on the hot search. I went and cried with envy. My dad said that the class president sings well and has the level of a KTV mic. Why isn't the class president here yet? It's going to be late. As class time approached and all the students arrived in the only Xiaxi's seat at the same table remained empty. Jingle. The bell rings. The first class language teacher. He awkwardly entered the classroom holding a book. The routine customary, all rise, didn't ring out, and he awkwardly froze slightly. I was about to call Linley to ask what was going on when my eyes looked over. Where are the people? Where's the squad leader? He inquired. Report, the squad leader hasn't come yet. Vice squad leader Wang Tianyu raised his hand and reported. He was stunned. Late? The heart is secretly angry. The junior class is live on the whole network. It is a role model for the whole network of children. Late for school, and class president. He awkwardly said, let's start the lesson. We can't hold up the others because one student hasn't arrived. He awkwardly sighed in his heart. Wait, when Linley comes to school, we'll have to teach him a lesson this time. You're late for class president? Lawlessness. Lin Hall is late. Ha ha, looks like we're in for another good show. Today's broadcast starts with a Lin Hall highlight reel, and I want to hear how Lin Hall weasels his way out of it. If he's late today, he's not branding the Lee Bureau as an embarrassment. Chapter 54, Big Brother. Take it easy, I'm a good boy. The leader of the class is not guaranteed. This is only a few days of the leader of the class, and was made a mistake. Don't underestimate Lin Hall. Just a few of them from Bureau Lee can't bring down Lin Hall, depending on who he lost supports. In short, Lin Hall is in trouble this time. After yesterday's Linley's song Chinese People, now the show opens in the morning. The number of people online went straight to 10 million. Countless people came to see the rumored junior children's forest hall in real life. As a result, as soon as they entered the broadcast room, they sensed that there was another Lin Hall highlight. Everyone was expecting Lin Hall to come to school soon, wanted to see how he weaseled his way out of this tardiness. However, when the first language class ended, Linley's figure never appeared in the classroom. The bell rang for the end of class. He awkwardly said goodbye to the students and left the classroom absent-mindedly. Back inside the classroom office. Did you guys see that? He awkward asked Yangmi's few people in a deep voice. Deng Chao nodded. I had D him in the junior class group. Also friend him individually, but no response so far. It's too much. As class president he dares to be late for school. He's been too good to him for the past 2 days. He awkwardly got a little angry. What does that make the netizens think? Yangmi couldn't stop knitting her willow brows. Did you miss the bus? I went to his house yesterday. It's quite far from the school. A class is over. How can I not catch the bus? Lu Yifei said. Could something have happened? He's not responding to any of the messages. I called the number he left on hold. It didn't pick up either. Deng Chao couldn't help but say with worry. I'll go to his house and check it out. It just so happens that the next class isn't mine either. Yangmi's brows knitted tighter and tighter as a trace of unconcealable worry flashed in her eyes. Her hands unconsciously folded together, her fingertips gently rubbing and revealing inner anxiety and restlessness. He awkwardly came back from his anger at the moment and began to worry. It's hard for someone not to worry when they don't answer their phone, don't return messages, and live alone. Linley wasn't an unusual child. He was very understanding and certainly wouldn't be late on purpose or anything. Well, if it wasn't an intentional tardiness, it was an unexpected event. Okay, keep us posted, he instructed nervously. Aha. Yangmi nodded, casually grabbed her bag and headed out the door. As he walked, he reached for his cell phone to contact his driver. After Yangmi left, the others were worried, but the program still had to be recorded. Hold down the tension in your mind and go to class as you should. In the blink of an eye, the second class ended. During recess, Deng Chao waited anxiously in his office. Suddenly the phone rang. Looking at the fact that it was Yangmi's phone, he immediately picked it up. Something's wrong. Linley's not home. I'm at the police station. It's a serious situation. The phone had been connected and Yangmi's heavy voice came through. What's the situation? At the police station? Deng Chao frowned when he heard it. Disappeared. Traffickers appeared in Linley's neighborhood and he and another little girl were abducted. I don't know, said young Mi, succinctly. What? Somewhere inside a dimly lit room, only a few rays of light leaked in through a crack in the door. In the corner, lying on the ground, Linley's head was groggy, and his eyes were heavy as he slowly opened them. Damn. Sneak attack. The first thing he did when he came to his senses, he pulled his nose out hard, without regard for his image, trying to pull out the residual ecstasy. Lee, why are you here too? Suddenly, a soft and timid little girl's voice with a sobbing accent sounded in Linley's ear. Linley squinted his eyes and looked away, the familiar little face from his memories coming into view. Ting Ting, ah, you're really over here. Auntie Lee's daughter, Tina Lee. After Auntie Lee's divorce, Ting Ting took her last name. At this moment, Ting Ting's eyes were red. 2 tear tracks were clearly visible on her cheeks, and on her small white face. There was also a scarlet, well-defined fingerprint. Seeing this, Linley's head cleared a little and he stood up and he had noticed at that moment that there were 4 other small children in this room, 2 of which seemed to be as young as 3 or 4. Abducted a total of 5 besides him? Ting Ting, are you guys alright? Linley asked with concern as he came to Ting Ting's side, looking her and the other small children up and down, especially around the waist to see if there were any bloodstains. It must be realized that there are not only human traffickers but also scumbags who sell organs. Many small children are abducted and their organs are directly cut up and sold, which is simply unconscionable. It's okay, brother Linley. Oh, Ting Ting cried out with a wow and zap into Linley's arms. It was a night that no one knew how she had spent it in fear. Children's tolerance is limited, and at this moment, when they see the ones they know, they cannot be tensed. When she cried this, the other children also cried out, and in an instant, the small room was filled with crying. Linley gently patted Ting Ting's back. It's fine. I'm here. Brother, I'll take you out, he whispered softly in reassurance. At this point he didn't bother to ask Tina how she was abducted, because it doesn't matter to him. He's been abducted, and he's asking how. What's the point? Oh, Ting Ting cried. Brother Linley, we're going to be sold. Oh, never see mom again. Linley let out a deep breath. Stop crying, Ting Ting. Brother promises to take you back. And you, don't cry. Brother will take you out together and send you home. However, it was clear that his reassurances lacked conviction. After all, he was also an 8-year-old child. There is no hope in the eyes of these children. Just then, there was a loud bang dash and the door to the small room was kicked in hard. What's all the crying about? Shut the up. A middle-aged man with a tiger's back rushed in, and his voice was as deafening as the thunder of the. A ferocious expression filled his face. He looked icily around the children in the hut, raised his palms and, without hesitation, he slapped at a child who was crying. All you do is cry all day long. It's noisy. The boy was slapped so hard that he fell to the ground unconscious. Several other children stopped crying at once, trembling with fear and despair in their eyes. Linley's eyes flared with icy coldness, but his face squeezed out a compensatory smile in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. Big brother, take it easy. They're all well behaved. If you hit them again, they'll just cry harder. Humph. The newcomer is quite knowledgeable. The trafficker raised his eyes to Linley and there was a flash of surprise and disdain in his eyes. It's not bad, poor family child? Ha! Linley compensated with a smile and quick thoughts of countermeasures ran through his head. He was caught on purpose. He stayed at Aunt Lee's house last night until 4 o'clock, and when the police filed back, he took his leave to go back. Chapter 55, Child Star Abduction? The whole network is abuzz. On the way back, his sixth sense told him that someone was following him, and while at Aunt Lee's house, the police launched a bold hypothesis that that's when Ting Ting was abducted by her traffickers. Because, recently, several children have inexplicably disappeared. The point in time before and after it happens is also within those 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Linley kept an eye in his mind, and feeling that he was being followed, he planned to take the trick. He had just turned an alleyway when he was pinned down by 2 big men and dragged inside a small lane. And dragged, while bearing his clothes. At first, Linley thought he had met a pervert, not a trafficker, but a pedophile. At the time he was genuinely panicked. The idea was to get inside the crime den with my body, and I'm going to get stabbed in the ass. Do the nucleic acid now. However, it was he who thought too much of himself. The 2 big men, covering his mouth and nose with a piece of cloth with an intoxicant. Another big man searched him and pulled out his cell phone and threw it to the side in the corner. So it's a body search. Then it's all right. After that he was unconscious and passed out. Some people say that in such a situation, perceived danger should be the first thing to call the police. But at that time, Linley didn't have time to call the police. And even if the police rushed over, it was too late. It would just be one more person to add to the list of missing children. Besides, Linley's idea at the time was to get in on the ground floor with his body, to get in on the inside, and then work with the police on the inside. After all, he's not an unusual child. He's a hungover kid with an adult soul. Moreover, he was confident that if he had been abducted by traffickers, the internet would have exploded, himself in the heat of the junior class for all to see. Besides, stars like Yang Mi and the show's crew will never sit back and do nothing, and will certainly do everything they can to find him. If a normal child is abducted, only the police will be mobilized, and the scope of the matter will not spread too far. How cunning are the traffickers? When the wind dies down, it's time to take out the kids and keep taking out the kids. But entering into it himself, the scope of the involvement becomes wider, the voice of public opinion becomes louder, and under pressure from all quarters it's just digging in the ground to find them. Stop crying, okay? Anyone who cries again, I'll slap you again. I'm sorry, the big burly man warned viciously. Then he flung the door open without looking squarely at it. One by one, the children were shaking and terrified and letting out a big breath. Don't cry, all of you. Brother promised to take you out. Okay, trust brother. Linley stroked Ting Ting's head like an adult, then came to the side of the fainting child, helping him up. He saw that his face was red and swollen, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. It's not a light hand. The children were silent, huddled in the corners with their heads buried in low sobs. Linley sighed softly and sat down on the ground. Consciousness sinks into the mind. Unico, can you send a signal to the police? System, dear host, this system is not a cell phone. You're a system, a higher dimensional being. You can't handle this little thing? System, dear host, this system can't help you. Are you just going to stand by and watch us weak and helpless children being trafficked? How does your conscience feel about that? System, this system has no conscience. Besides, my lovely host, I have no morals. You don't have to kidnap me. Linley sighed once again. It's true that he still has to rely on himself, he thought in his heart. System, redeem 5 million emotional values and buy physical strength values. System, redeem 20 million emotional values and purchase. At this time, no one in the dimly lit corner noticed that Linley's body was undergoing a heavenly change. Iron sharpens iron, and to rescue others, you must first ensure your own safety. No, underneath the short sleeves, the original rounded little tummy 8-pack abs emerged, and the tiny body gradually, it becomes a well-defined, lean body. At the same time the head is gradually clearing. At this point, the outside world had exploded. Abominable human traffickers. Lin Hall was abducted and is currently missing. 6 children have disappeared from the Yongchang area, suspected to be abducted by human traffickers. Yongchang issued a reward order, just as Linley had expected. His disappearance had instantly lit up the internet, continuously hitting the hot searches. Traffickers themselves are abhorrent. Moreover, this time it is the abduction of children and teenagers who have recently exploded on the internet. Things are completely out of control. Yang Mi immediately negotiated with the program's Lao Mozi and the others after learning about this. Old Muchbao and others didn't hesitate to publicize the matter, because it's impossible to hide it, and besides, you wouldn't dare to hide such a thing. Linley is arguably the pillar soul of Rising Star's junior class. A day off from school, netizens are bound to speculate all sorts of things. Besides, this time it involves human traffickers again and is not a scandalous scandal. Holy, Lin Hall got caught by human traffickers? Are you kidding me? It's so sudden. Asterisk 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 in human traffickers. Doing all the crazy. I'm from Hangzhou. Not to mention I'm driving to Yongchang now. I'm willing to assist the police. Dig down and find this bunch of. Count me in. I'm already off. Yesterday it was fine. Today it's being abducted by traffickers. WOJ. Just kidding. You only care about Lin Hall. And the other 5 little kids. Pity. How anxious their parents must be. Human traffickers should just be shot. Damn. How many families have been ruined? At the moment the entire internet, every social platform, every social chat group, all of them are talking about it. It's even more widespread than yesterday, when Linley created the Chinese, which attracted even more attention. None other, because of the traffickers. What is the most hated criminal in the country? Nationwide? It's the traffickers. At the same time, the Yongchang police even issued a reward for the missing child's photo information. The people of the city of Ningbo were told that if they saw the child in the photo, they must contact them at the first opportunity. At this point, in the police department, according to Li Mei's statement, at that time Lin Li went back from this trail. An officer points to the surveillance footage. Last night at 4 o'clock, right around this corner. It's where Lin Li was last seen, and then turned into the side alley. There's no surveillance there. The figure of Lin Li appeared on the screen, and then paused slightly, wondering what was going on, then turned into a side street. About 3 minutes later, the video is again of 2 men with duck hats and masked sunglasses. with a stout figure. He followed Linley into the alley. Yang Mi and Dang Chao were both on the sidelines, while the awkward and Louis Fei they continued to stay in the school. It should be these two who took Linley. Dang Chao was full of anger. He was having a child, and knew well that the child was to himself. And how important family is. Comrade policeman, wasn't there any surveillance captured elsewhere? The exit where they left or something? Chapter 56, Traffickers. Honestly, I'm pretty stressed out. The officer shook his head. That area was scheduled to be monitored this year. The implication is that that piece of land is the dead center of the Eye of Heaven. The police chief also came to the surveillance room at this time. Don't worry, you guys. We've sent someone to the scene. We've also located Linley's cell phone, via a Cyberman. His cell phone is positioned just inside this alley. Yang Mi and Dang Chao nodded worriedly. You guys go back and rest first. We police will surely pursue this to the end. The chief said seriously. There will be absolutely no appeasement of human traffickers running amok in our jurisdictions. Yang Mi smiled bitterly. How can we go back and have the heart to rest? Linley, this child's life is quite bitter. If I'd known I'd have toughened up and taken him to where I live last night. At this time, her heart was a million regrets. Last night if she had insisted a little tougher, Linley wouldn't have been abducted by traffickers. It was as if a boulder was weighing on her heart, so heavy that she could barely breathe. A deep sense of self-loathing and remorse surged like a tidal wave of, drowning out her sanity and composure. Dang Chao couldn't stop sighing, understanding Yang Mi's mood at this moment. Relieved, no one knew this would happen, didn't they? There's no need to blame yourself too much. It's all on these sons of ES. Even as an entertainer, he couldn't help but burst out. At that moment a police officer named Chao Dahua squinted his eyes as he carefully replayed the corner footage of Linley's final disappearance, frowning as he spoke in a shocking manner. I think Linley was caught by them on purpose. The people in the monitoring room were shocked at the words. Officer Chao, what do you mean? The director said in a deep voice. Chao Dahua maneuvered the mouse and zoomed in. Look, you guys. Linley's initial line of pace did not appear to be toward the corner. With that, he pulled up his other computer for a road plan of the area. Li Mei's house and Lin Li's house are not far from each other, and this road is clearly not heading home. He paused a little, and said in a bewildered voice, besides, have you noticed that Lin Li even paused for a moment on the road? Did he sense that someone was following him? How is it possible? Tung Chao was surprised to hear that. Chao Dawa's speculation and analysis struck him as outrageous. What kind of person would intentionally let a trafficker catch them? That's bull ********. And a child at that? Furthermore, if Linley sensed that he was being followed, shouldn't he have run up the avenue and called for help? That's a normal person's emergency response. Where else would anyone go down the trail? I'm just assuming. Chao Dahua knew that his speculation would be too much for others to accept. Even he thought it was outrageous. He hastened to add, but I think the hypothesis is quite probable. How? The director asked. Puzzled, Chao Dahua said, this child Linley, although I've never come into contact with, but he's been all over the internet lately, and it's smart. How could a kid that smart and precocious head down an alley for no reason? Don't you guys think it's weird? Many small children are educated by their parents and also know to run towards crowded places in case of danger, and yelled for help. But Linley shouldn't have been unaware of that. Hearing his analysis, the doubts on the faces of Yang Mi's few people became even more intense. Linley is recognized for being smart and understanding, and what other kids know, he must know. What the other kids don't know, he certainly knows. Then why did he perversely head into the alley? In a flash, they felt that Chao Dawa's guess just now seemed a bit of a possibility. But why did he? If he found out, why did he get caught by the traffickers and? It's not scientific. Dang Chao's brain was a bit messed up. That is unknown. Chao Dahua shook his head. The chief frowned and spoke. We are now waiting for the people from the crime scene to come back and let's see what clues we check out over there. He then turned to Yang Mi and Deng Chao and said sincerely and seriously, both of you, we will certainly bring the children safely, and we have zero tolerance for criminals and will bring them to justice. To be honest, this case, his pressure is also very great. After all, the network public opinion orientation, all of the above are aware of this, and pressure is being exerted at all levels to solve the case as soon as possible. The entire police department, all the officers involved in the case are feeling the pressure. Of course, at this moment, not only the police department officers, the same goes for human traffickers. Inside a house in the city of Ningbo, you guys ****************, right? Who you catching is no good. You catching a child star with your head in the hot water, or too much. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and a svelte-looking face looked angrily at the two men in front of him. One of them, a man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, is the man who entered the house to terrorize and beat the children, named Zhang Debiao. Big brother, we didn't know. Who knew that a child star was caught in the dark? Zhang Debiao, just as if he didn't have that fierce face just now, lowered his head and whispered, "Yes, big brother, at that time we thought, there's a lone one, and we didn't look closely, besides it's not our fault." Another trafficker, Zhao Yizhu, said, "Facts aside, is this child star not at fault? What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you guys ever use jitterbug? Don't you ever look at people before you tie up such a famous child star?" The man with the gold glasses was furious with the two idiots. Originally, stealing some ordinary family's children, things would never spread so fast, but now it's okay. Tied up a child star, all over the internet. Since you're in this business, your brain is bound to be there. Kidnap ordinary kids, and you're only wanted by the police for a while. Once the wind had passed they could retreat safely. But what is it now? The entire city of Ningbo is on alert because of the internet outcry. At this moment, the hands of this child star is not a gold nugget, is a hot potato, but it's already happened. Releasing him is impossible, and the danger of releasing him will only increase. Besides, there's no reason to return what you've abducted. There's only one way to go. At that thought, he said in a deep voice, "Stay well over here for the next few days and don't go anywhere. I'm going to go out there and get the word out. Got it?" "Yes, yes, big brother. Yes, big brother." Zhang Debiao and Zhao Yizhu hurriedly nodded their heads. "None of you are to go out during the time we are traveling to the Hedong region." The man with the gold glasses gave them both a hard stare, then opened the door to the house and immediately returned to a bemused demeanor and leave. Inside the small room, Lindley had been pressing himself against the wall at this point, listening to the sounds outside. On the system side, hearing enhancements were purchased, and you could barely hear some sounds. What they were talking about was not really audible, but it was heard, as expected, because of his arrest, which set off a whole network of public opinion. Forcing pressure from above led to a citywide manhunt. Now, it's all about how one delivers the message to the police. LAM Hall, there's more in the afternoon, so all you Hikaras and Yiffies out there, nod your heads and give me some free swag. I, Lin Hall, am going to make a killing. Chapter 57, $10 million. A lifetime of spending. Nightfall. Inside the trafficker's stronghold, the small children were all curled up on the floor, one by one, asleep. The mind and spirit had long been exhausted from the night's fears. Lindley leaned against the corner of the wall, his eyes closed as he faked a nap, when suddenly, his ears twitched and, hearing a subtle sound from outside, hastily, he climbed to his feet and pressed his ear to the wall. "I've brought you rice. Eat some of it, brother. No wine? Are you missing a bone? And now you have the heart to drink? Big brother, what's the situation outside now? There are cops everywhere. Just wait a little longer." Lindley heard it truly, and suddenly he immediately returned to his original position, pretending to sleep, simply because. Ziga. The door to the room opened, and Zhang Debiao carried a bag of food and dumped it directly onto the floor without saying a word, took one look at the sleeping meat ticket and was about to leave when he did. Lindley opened his eyes and shouted, "Big brother, are you guys especially regretting arresting me now?" Hearing this, Zhang Debiao looked at him angrily, and seeing his face, raising his hand, he intended to slap it over. "Wait, big brother, I know you want to slap me, but don't do it yet." Lindley raised his hand to hold his head. "A lot of people must be looking for me right now. I have a way to get you out safely." Fart. Zhang Debiao let out a scornful cry and raised his hand to slap it down. "Egu, big brother, if you break me, you won't be able to sell me for a few good prices." A red slap mark was clearly revealed on Lindley's face, and in his heart he cursed, but the face still had a pleasing look on it. "Bring him out." Seeing that Zhang Debiao wanted to land another slap, suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Zhang Debiao didn't dare to have any objections, and immediately lifted Lindley with one hand and carried him out like a dog. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Lindley saw a man dressed in a gentlemanly manner, jerking off with another man. Zhang Debiao carried him to the golden glasses and sat down on his butt, picked up the skewer on the table and ate it. "You say you have a way to get us out safely?" The blonde glasses smiled playfully. Lindley nodded, his face showing no fear at all. Smiling, he said, "It's not easy to leave." He paused briefly. "Can I have something to eat? I haven't eaten all day." Gingham's chin tapped, signaling him to take it himself. Lindley did not hesitate to pick up a skewer of beef and wolfed it down. As he ate, he said, "Let me guess, because of who I am, it must be pretty busy out there. There are only two outcomes for you now. One is waiting to go door to door and have your water meter checked, tweaking demographic information and getting caught and sentenced. And the other, which is to turn us loose and leave us light. After all, it's not easy trying to leave with a few of us." The man with the gold glasses had a sneer in his eyes. The child star in front of him was indeed as smart as the internet said. Not only did he not panic or get scared after being caught, but he was also able to analyze with himself so calmly and clear-headedly. Finished? Nope. Lindley was picking up another skewer of grilled sausages. You want to let us go? Definitely impossible. How can you easily give back a fat sheep that came to you? What the hell are you trying to say? The man with the gold spectacles obviously lacked patience, and because he had been guessed through by Lindley's mind, make it feel faceless. Simple. We all seek money. Isn't that what you sell your children for? But now the risk is clearly higher than the profit. It's a losing deal. I mean, you guys let a couple of them go and I'll stay. Ha! Upon hearing this, the golden glasses and Zhang Debiao couldn't help but scoff. Big brother, I'm not done yet. I'll introduce myself. My name is Lindley. You all should have swiped it on Shakeology, so you shouldn't be aware of my background. My father's name is Lin Sledgehammer, and he's in the coal shovel business in the eastern part of the river. Lindley made up his identity and spoke in a fervent manner. During the day he overheard something about the eastern part of the river, and searched his mind for they wasn't going to sell them within the villages of Hedo, so he was going to take the plunge. You guys should be well aware of the nature of this variety show. Junior class. My old man just wants to promote me as a child star, mixing showbiz and sending me here specially. The blonde glasses eyes clouded over, but nodded slightly. After tying up Lindley, he specifically went online to watch videos related to the junior class. It's clear that the kids inside the junior class are either rich or rich. Basically, everyone in the family owns some kind of asset or they wouldn't be eligible to get in. Lindley continued, don't you sell children to make money? My family has money. Send me back to Hadong and I'll have my dad give you $10 million. Isn't that more than you make selling your kids? When he got to $10 million, Lindley could clearly feel the sizzling look that flashed through the eyes of the two traffickers on the side. He laughed in his heart and added his compulsion. $10 million? For your... You can't spend it all in one lifetime. The same heavy ripples rose in the eyes of the gilded spectacles. But he raised his hand and slapped Lindley hard across the face, sneering, Kid, I've been told online that you're smart and articulate, and it sure seems to be true now. He bullied himself slightly, his eyes glaring straight at Lindley. The snubs are snubbing me. After saying that, he copied a barbecue bamboo stick and forcefully stabbed it into Lindley's arm. Pust. The bamboo stick stood on Lindley's arm, blood bubbling out. Lindley let out a wow and cried out in pain. It was real pain. Pa! There was a slap to Lindley's face. Mother asterisk 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 her, snubbing old me. Little brat. You're still young. After the golden glasses finished speaking, he raised his leg and leaped a foot again, and then said to Zhang Debiao, drag it back, gag him and beat him up. Zhang Debiao collected the order, and without saying a word his oil-stained hands directly lifted Lindley up and prepared to greet the cottage. Lindley couldn't care less about the pain at the moment and shouted, and a human trafficker, with a head like it's loaded with, if you cripple me, my father will lie on your ancestors' graves. Asterisk 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 ing thing, can't eat 4 dishes in a lifetime. The man with the gold glasses laughed instead of being angry when he heard the curses and waved his hand, making Zhang Debiao stop for the time being. Taking 2 steps forward, he bent his head down and sneered, Kid, do you think I'm stupid? It's called extortion. Get in touch with your dad. Will I live? Lindley held his head and peered through his fingers, looking at him as if he were a little cutie. Like looking at him. Make it sound like human trafficking is not a crime. I can take you guys out of Yong City, and when you go to Hadong province, I'll make sure you eat and drink well. Drag away. The man with the gold glasses gave a cold shout. Zhang Debiao dragged the bruised Lindley toward the hut, on the verge of disappearing out of sight of the man with the gold glasses. 200W. Chapter 58. What abduction? It's rescuing. It's bravery. The door to the room slammed shut. Straw horse. Lindley's screams and the other children's cries successively reached outside through the door of the house. The man with the gold glasses sat back in his seat and opened a bottle of Coke and drank it on his back. Big brother. Zhao Yizhu pinched the charm at this time and opened his mouth. I think this kid has a bit of a point. 200W. A look of greed was revealed in his eyes, and any ordinary man faced with $20 million that, neither will be indifferent. Not to mention the fact that it's a knife-edge trafficker. The man with the gold glasses didn't say anything. His brow furrowed as he ate the barbecue to himself. He listened to Lindley's words. As he said, it was now extremely difficult for them to get out safely. It would be safe to go alone, but to take all these children, obviously it's not possible. Currently on the internet, on the major billboards in Yongchang, on the LED giant screens in shopping malls, all are photos of these children. I can't say that everyone will remember the photo, but by no means are they in the minority. The streets are full of police eyes, so to speak, but if they were to send these children back, which they obviously couldn't, because their true colors have been seen by these kids, and besides, there's no reason to let go of a fat sheep in your hand. Kill them all? The man with the gold glasses thought he had the ruthlessness, but he didn't dare to take the risk. It must be known that, according to Chinese law, human traffickers will only go to jail, but murder is to get peanuts. He listened to Linley's advice and was a bit impressed. The reason why he had to continue to beat up Linley and refute him was naturally to make the other party afraid of himself. The kid's smart as hell. Gotta keep him honest. At that moment, Zhang Debiao walked out of the hut, his hands covered in blood. After heading to the restroom to clean himself up, he sat back in his seat. Big brother, Hit begged for mercy. Aha! The man with the gold glasses nodded and took a packet of powder from his pocket and, give them some water during the morrow, and at 4 o'clock tomorrow night, early in the morning, we'll leave with that child star. Zhao Yizhu heard. Still going to Hadong province? Aha! The man with the gold glasses responded, picking up his cell phone off to the side and opening a map that, Lao Zhao, you'll pack up later and go straight to where we originally hid the car. Go wait for us on that mountain road behind Ming's village, and we'll meet up there tomorrow night. Good, Zhang Debiao said. Big brother, do we really want to extort money? What do you mean by extortion? The man with the gold glasses smiled playfully and, we were just on our way back to Hadong province when we came across the little child star being kidnapped by human traffickers, so we specially rescued him and escorted him home. Hiss. Zhang Debiao and Zhao Yizhu sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder people are boss. Brains just aren't like theirs. Lo and behold, human trafficking turns into kidnapping for ransom and then into bravery. Sheesh. Tonight and tomorrow, we'll entertain the child star. Jia Jia. The man with the gold spectacles spoke grimly. Beat him into submission, into obedience, into honesty. Okay, I'm the best at training people. Make sure he's as obedient as a dog. Zhang Debiao clasped his hands together and cracked his knuckles, making a crisp bone sound. In the small dark room, Linley, after Zhang Debiao left the edge, forced himself to stay against the wall and listen. The greatest weakness of human nature is greed. In their line of work, they have their heads on their pants and they'll take any risk. It's clear to anyone who understands which has the better price/performance ratio, selling kids or 200W. How many kids would they have to abduct for $20 million? Linley was secretly pleased in his heart. This leader-like person had a bit of brains, but not much. He heard during the day that they were going to sell himself to the province of Hadong, deliberately claiming to be the son of a Hadong coal owner. So, in the eyes of the man with the gold glasses, who was going to Hedo anyway? Regardless of whether or not the back is extorted to 200W, the destination is a place, and no more than that. You can sell Linley alone. Less than the original 6 children were paid, but not for nothing. Further, Linley made a point of using a so-called information gap, that is, across the entire network at the moment. 2. Only those close to you, and those on the Young Honey show, know what kind of family you are. The others didn't know about it, and it just so happened that the junior class was another place where young masters and young ladies gathered. This gives the traffickers the illusion that Linley's family is well off. He wasn't the least bit worried about the man with the gold glasses going online and searching for the fictitious Hadong coal boss Lin Sledgehammer. How many coal bosses are in front of the stage? After all, accidents often happen in the coal mining business, and the people in front of the stage are ultimately the ones who take the fall. The blonde glasses guy is definitely thinking in that direction. Retreat tomorrow night? Linley thought darkly in his head as he turned to face the crying Ting Ting and the others. In a small, relieved voice, Tina, you'll be safe soon. Really? Ting Ting asked pitifully as she tearfully looked at Linley, whose mouth was covered in blood. Really? Linley didn't explain too much to her, because children, when terrorized, immediately, you will tell what you hear, and what you know, just to be sure. He opened his mouth and didn't mention that he had fallen into the net and been caught on his own accord. Looking up at a small, weak and helpless child, Linley had a deep hatred for human traffickers. He patted Tina's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, pondering in his mind that how can I make these traffickers feel like they've become good and honest? Thinking about it, flesh and skin suffering is definitely inevitable. It's not just for fathers and sons that the saying under the stick, a dutiful son emerges is used. The same can be used between any adult and child. Linley looked down at this body of his and sighed in his heart. I don't know if I can top that. Time passed by, and Linley had no concept of time at all within this small room. One by one, the other children drifted off to sleep, and he was the only one who dared not let up. Still in high spirits. This is completely dependent on the system's mental stamina value is picking up. Out of the blue, the door to the hut opened and Zhang Debiao walked in with a sardonic smile. Without saying a word he directly slapped Linley in the face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll get you killed. Linley was angry and wasn't even pretending. The tiny body rubbed up and leapt up, waving its little fist towards Zhang Debiao. He's going to show how unruly he is, and the more fiercely he resists at first, the more he'll wimp out later on. The main one gives the illusion that the traffickers are gradually beating the honesty out of them. The little Thane is still quite cross. Zhang Debiao saw Lin Li's expression and movements. He was even more convinced about Lin Li's status as a rich second generation. The second generation of rich people. They're spoiled and pampered, and they don't care about anyone else. It's just a big man in front of ordinary people. Compare that to a couple of other kids who terrorize themselves a few times. Hit them twice and then they're honest. Couldn't afford any resistance at all. Bang. Chapter 59. Big brother, you're such a good person. You carry your own injuries. Zhang Debiao raised his foot and directly kicked Lin Li away. Then he stepped forward again, not knowing what was important, and completely disregarding whether or not he was a child and could withstand his punches. It was an output. The other children heard the angry scolding and immediately woke up from their sleep. One by one, the small eyes immediately surfaced a look of fear, and some directly cried out with a wow. What are you crying about? Zhang Debiao glared. Want me to beat you up? The little children hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make any sound. They were so scared. Lin Li is really angry in his heart. It hurts my father. I want my father to buy you a good coffin. Dry. How dare you talk tough? Zhang Debiao sneered and slapped his face again. A beating that lasted all of 2.5 minutes. Big brother, I was wrong. Lin Li begged for mercy with a sniffle and a tear. In the end, Zhang Debiao saw Lin Li begging for mercy and stopped being overbearing before stopping, letting out a sardonic laugh and leave the small room. As a matter of routine, Ting Ting asked in a small, concerned voice, Brother Lin Li, are you alright? Why does he keep hitting you? The other children also gave puzzled looks. It seemed that they hadn't gotten much of a beating since this guy had arrived. It was all about him. What's going on? You're young, and someone has to carry your weight, and I'm older than you. I'll take it all. Ouch. SSSH. Lin Li said, tugging at his wound and grimacing in pain. Big brother, you're such a good person. A little girl, probably 3 or 4 years old, was moved to say, you just listen to me and be good, and I'll carry the hurt. Lin Li himself had his body strengthened by the system, but these little kids hadn't. Look at this trafficker. He's not gentle with his hands. What if they get sick from the beating? A persistent disease could ruin them for life. Little kids, they're still fragile. It's not like college students, who look brittle but can't be killed. Big brother, you're so great. If we get out, I'll recognize you as my big brother. I'm good, big brother. 1 o'clock in the morning. Inside the suite of a 5-star hotel in Yongchang. Downstairs the guns are firing. Upstairs the clouds of worry are filling the air. Yang Mi, he awkward, and Lao Mozi are all in one suite. This strong worry surfaced on his face. It's been a day and there's still no news. Yang Mi's eyes were slightly red and, I don't know if I've cried or if it's because of the exertion. The police have put in extra manpower to investigate, one house at a time, and are checking the population. The old Mysterian stayed in touch with the police throughout the day, informing them of the current operation. For a day, as public opinion festered on the internet, the police didn't dare to let up. Under the pressure from all sides, the annual fight against blackmail is not as strong as the current one. Louis Fei was flustered in her heart, although she hadn't been in contact with Lin Li for more than a few days. But the kid is quite likable. Of course, she not only cares about Lin Li, but other abducted children as well. After such a long time and still no investigation, could it be that it's no longer in Yongchang? I don't think so. The roads have been closed for investigation. The traffic police are out in force. Shouldn't have left yet. He awkwardly relieved. In fact, in his heart, he himself did not dare to guarantee whether he had already left Yongchang. Human traffickers should really be shot. Dang Chao let out an exasperated cry. Duncan's eyes had been pounding since the morning when Lin Li was abducted. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. If it's just human traffickers, the safety of a child can still be assured. I'm afraid. Her expression was filled with apprehension. Fear. I'm afraid it's an organ trader. Hiss. When Yang Mi's few people heard this, they felt a wave of coolness come over them in an instant. Ziki, stop it. It shouldn't be. Louis Fei hurriedly interrupted Deng Ziki and there was a hint of pleading in her voice. They hadn't thought about the possibility because they were afraid to think about it. Organ dumping can be even more unconscionable than just selling a child. On the cluttered and dirty makeshift operating table, Lin Li was strapped onto the scalpel cut into his little body. Then, even if we find them, they'll probably just be cold corpses. They all had such a scene floating in their minds because of Tang Ziki's words. In a flash, Yang Mi shook her head fiercely, shaking the image out of her mind. It won't be. The little kid is so smart and lucky. The old mobile let out a deep breath, picked up his cell phone and read the message that. Then he said, you guys take an early rest, and by the way, call on your fans on your own Twitter account to fight the sin of. We as public figures must set an example. For a day, they were in such a light hurry that they forgot they could actually help the police out. Celebrities have extensive fan bases, and at this moment in time events, whether they are true fans or passers-by, even black fans will do their share of way laughing ability. Human traffickers, human and divine. Old Muchbao has just received the news that many artists have posted on their microblogs to boycott human traffickers, calling on their fans in Yongcheng to help the police in a big way. He was relieved that, whether these artists were rubbing it in or not, in any case, their intentions were good. Basically, all the artists in the entertainment industry sent messages, and Hong Kong's King Lau even sent several messages in a row. Yang Mi, several people heard, immediately picked up the phone to open the microblogging to send boycott traffickers dynamic, and we implore our fans to come forward with relevant tips. Ding dong. At that moment, the old mogul's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller and answered it instantly. Hello, Heavenly King Lu. The caller was none other than one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong, King Lau. No matter if he was a teenager or an old-timer, an artist with an extremely large fan base in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Director Zhang called late at night and disturbed you. Heavenly King Lu apologized warmly. I didn't sleep either, so I can't say I'm disturbed. Ha! Old Mauser let out a light laugh. Any news so far? I'm concerned. Heavenly King Lu inquired in a concise and direct cut to the chase. No, Hearing this, Heavenly King Lu likewise sighed deeply for a moment. If there's any news, please let me know at the first opportunity. If there's anything you need, just ask. I like this kid quite a lot. I can't imagine. He paused in his tone and didn't say anything further. Lin Li's profile is not clear to netizens, but many artists that, especially the artists who were thinking of purchasing the rights to Lin Li's Hua Xiaman, had already inquired about it here at the program. Lu Tianwan knew that Lin Li was too bitter. Growing up, her parents died and she followed her elderly grandfather to collect garbage. It's so hard to be busted into the junior class, and I'm just glowing, but then I run into this kind of thing. Does God have eyes or not? Why would he let such a child suffer so much? Chapter 60, Does your father have any secrets? Lao Mozi and Heavenly King Lu exchanged a few more brief pleasantries before each hung up the phone. Looking towards Yang Mi and the others, who were full of fatigue, he sighed. Take an early rest. Talk to all the parents tomorrow morning and suspend school for a few days. The show can't be taped for a while, until this is over. Not to mention that if the recording of the program continues at this time, it will surely be blindly brought up by some netizens. Besides, looking at Yang Mi and the others, I guess they don't have much heart to go to class. Louis Fei lightly nodded her forehead and left the suite after a brief greeting of good night. Everyone else left one by one. At midnight, the internet is still unusually busy. Now, after the tweets posted by young Mimi and their artists, this child abduction, it has just become the highest topic of interest on the internet. Human traffickers are highly frowned upon in their own right, and now they're linked to child stars and celebrities. The heat was instant. And this heat, there is no official restriction of flow, and it's not like it's gossipy ethical news. It's about the positive heat of fighting criminals. Strawman traffickers. Lin Hall future is so good officer. It's just been nipped in the bud. I sought to figure out that the criminals are probably afraid that when Lin Hall grows up, launch a devastating strike against them. So plan on destroying it from an early age. Lin will definitely be a good official in the future. Look at that upright face. I can't imagine that my young age has put criminals on the spot. Don't you guys just focus on Forest Hall. There are other kids. I can't imagine these children being trafficked into that ravine. I'd go crazy if my child was abducted. I believe that the state will step in. 10,000 people write in blood, hoping that human traffickers will be shot directly in the future. For your information, I used to see a lot of them on the side of the road. Handicapped kids then sell flowers or something. At first I thought they were poor and came out to make a living. I realized later that these kids were abducted by traffickers who then broke their arms and legs so they could go out and earn money from our sympathy. It's so inhuman. Child trafficking, women trafficking, all ing. Anyone who catches a trafficker, beat them to death for me. The netizens are extremely hostile to human traffickers, and they can forgive some minor mistakes, but traffickers, for whatever reason, are never tolerated. The internet was never quiet from start to finish for the rest of the night. The major social forums, the major posters, the chatting masses, all of them are spitting and abusing the traffickers. Similarly, many netizens, at the call of their idols, or at the spontaneous, all are praying in their respective circles of friends for the early arrest of the traffickers and the early recovery of the missing children. Return the children to their familiar homes and pray for their safety. The following day, September 5th, inside the trafficker's house, Lin Li had so many more bruises compared to last night. This group of Thousand Dagger, really cloudy day raining big children, idle, not a moment, just come in and beat the out of him. Not an hour later come in and slap Lin Li to wake him up. They were trying to make Lin Li fear them both mentally and physically. It's a trick they use all the time. How many kids have they abducted? How many of those who were untamed and unafraid of death at first ended up like sheep? It's been tried and tested 100 times. Even once when they met their own relatives on the street, the children were too scared to recognize them. Trafficker Zhao Yizhu packed up and left as early as last night. Go ahead and get the car ready to run. At the moment there are only 2 traffickers left in the house. One night, that little brat is much more obedient. Zhang Debiao grinned and, this night, although he hadn't slept much, after all, he had to take care of Linley all the time, he was still in high spirits. Beating people up? There's always a different kind of coolness to it. Well, go ahead and give him 2 more beatings to psychologically create the idea that he won't dare disobey us. The man with the gold glasses said, we're evacuating tonight, and I figure by the police progression, this place will be investigated tomorrow, and we must leave quickly. Okay big brother, drag out the child star. Hi dash. In no time at all, the skin is bruised and swollen. Linley, who had been beaten into a pig's head, was dragged out from within the hut by Zhang Debiao. Big brother, stop fighting. My mom barely recognizes me. Linley cried out in tears. He wasn't scared of being beaten. He was annoyed by him. However, begging for forgiveness was useless at all. The man with the gold glasses was determined to lecture Linley honestly. Attacking his mental defenses. The moment he shines, it's a slap in the face. Big brother. Ugh. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? I'm wrong everywhere. Ugh. Kid. I'll take you to Hadong province tomorrow. Ooh, I miss mommy. Know what to do? Want me to teach you? The man with the gold glasses lifted his palm and, it seemed that the moment Linley said the word no, he intended to slap down. I know. 200 cash. I understand. Linley nodded his head in a hurry. Hearing this, the man with the gold glasses lowered his hand in slight appreciation. Not bad, kid. Quite knowledgeable. Suddenly, he moved in his tracks and asked with a grim smile, kid, does your father have anything to hide? Or anything he's done that he's not seen for? Tell me all about it. Since we are going to extort money, naturally, we have to make all the preparations. He argues that one Linley is not enough, subject to the knowledge. In the eyes of their traffickers, children, if you abduct it, you abduct it. If you sell it, you sell it. Their parents can have more. What if the man's old man wants 200 and not his son? After all, he had heard of such things. Some parents are profit-oriented and want money over their children. But of course these are a minority after all. So, just to be on the safe side, he felt it was better to ask Linley about his old man's secret, an extra layer of insurance. Seeing as how Linley just said cash, it's obvious that his old man uses cash for a lot of things. Seen by Linley, who uses cash these days? Aren't they all internet transfers? What does cash represent? Especially such a rich coal owner. Linley was confused. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? The mind spins fast. Seeing that the man with the gold spectacles was about to call down a slap, Linley's expression was spot on. Filled with awe, fear, and his body even shrank, he hastily shouted, big brother, wait, I'll give you, say, for the moment. I wonder why he's asking that, but alright, if you ask, I'll make it up for you. The man with the gold glasses droned, say, wait. For the first time, Linley felt that making up lies was going to be so difficult. Big brother, can you give me something to eat? Or maybe some Coke? He pointed to the can of Pepsi on the tabletop. Chapter 61, Gambling Dad. Sick mom. Hard-working me. The man with the gold glasses smiled with a frown. You want to eat it? Oh, just tell me and I'll give you some. At the moment, his expression was as compelling as a wolf grandmother's. Big brother, my father won't let me talk. Linley's small face was a twisted and cautiously nuanced. He said, come on. Without waiting for the man with the gold glasses to speak, Zhang Debiao immediately shouted, trying to shock Linley with his kingly aura. Oh, you're bad, bullying me again. Oh, tears came as soon as they were said to come, and small pearls in the eyes flowed down like they didn't need money. The man with the gold glasses laughed at this, and the effects began to appear, as still just a kid after all. What's the point of being smart? Kids are smart, but they can't fight them as adults. It's not for nothing that the saying ginger is still hot has been around since the beginning of time. Don't scare the little child star. He began to sing a white face, picking up a Coke from the tabletop and handing it to Linley. Little child star, moisturize your mouth. Your father wouldn't let you talk about it. But, now that your father isn't over here, you're not talking about it. If I don't say it, who knows? You tell me right. Linley quickly took the Coke, pulled open the opening, and instantly drank it painfully. Soothing. Coke is really good. Really too good. I'll have another drink later. Drink until you're 80. A can of Coke, which was so commonplace, was now manna from heaven in his mind, and the taste of it was just wonderful. Now you can talk. The man with the gold glasses laughed softly and, try to give yourself a harmless, gentle expression. But, Lindley scrunched down and hugged Coke hard in his arms. Apprehensively, he said, but, can't say. If I say it my dad will have to go in and step on the sewing machine. After saying that, he cried out with a wow of resignation. The harder he cried, the brighter the gleam in the man with the gold glasses eyes became. To step on a sewing machine? How serious of an illegal operation does that have to be? If this information gets to him, then it's not impossible to get more. Not to mention 200W? Maybe even a long-term meal ticket. The greed in his heart was gradually encroaching on his sanity. I won't let your father know. Look, you told me I could take you home and you can go back to being your big young master. Or else, what if I send you to the land of sirens, where there are lots of people who love little kids like you? Think of all the ugly, disgusting men who make you serve them every day, and who fight. But it's heavier than us. Lindley's goosebumps rose as he listened to this, not pretending, but really a normal physiological reaction. So sick. Brother, please, don't send me there. I said. Lindley begged loudly for mercy, and although his heart was disgusted, he had stalled and dragged enough. The evidence of his own old man's guilt has been concocted. Say it. The man with the gold glasses was about to run out of patience. Lindley's eyes were filled with fear, followed by endless helplessness and dread. The little expression bluffed them out. My dad went to a US island a while back, got into debt, and couldn't make it up the money chain behind him. So he sneaks in a shipment of low-cost hazardous material coal to sell to others. Made over $4 million in the middle spread, I think, with cash. You mustn't say anything about this, or my father will go in there and, my mom is not well and has been bedridden. If you guys talk it out, my dad will definitely go in there, and then my mom will be in a hurry and, just go away and I'll be an orphan. Ugh. Lindley cried bitterly in aggravation and helplessness, and the last of his stubbornness, after this sentence was said, completely unloaded. At this moment, he was truly like a weak and helpless child. The man with the gold spectacles did not show any excitement from obtaining the information he wanted. The mind kept mulling over his words, pondering the level of credibility. Rich people, who like to spend their time and die gambling, this kind of thing, often occurs, not to mention the ones he knows about himself, but the ones that have popped up on the internet alone, so the news is highly probable. Similarly, rumors of low-cost harmful coal mines had reached him. Why low cost? Why are the harmful ones still being sold? Because the profits are big enough. As the saying goes, you don't always make money when you're down to earth, but you're bound to get rich when you're crooked. So it's plausible that low-cost harmful coal mines are being utilized to fill the loophole. As for the sick wife, his dad was a pure love warrior. 2. The man with the gold glasses sighed in his heart, so desperate to keep his wife from worrying about him. That's a rare friendship. He had no intention of asking any further questions. That piece of information alone was enough to blackmail him well. Not to mention the fact that he still has his son, with both lifelines taken care of. The money should be fine. Good gambling dad. Sick mom. Hard working you. Boy, you're pretty tough. The man with the gold glasses gave a sympathetic look. Ooh-hoo, big brother, you guys won't tell. Ooh-hoo. Lindley choked out a sob, but his heart was blossoming with joy. Seeing as how he still comforted himself, he obviously believed it. Are you that stupid? We won't tell. As long as you listen to us, I'll definitely listen. You'll be my big brother from now on, Lindley said in a hurry. The man with the gold glasses laughed and looked up at Zhang Debiao. Send them back. Don't fight today. So obedient. It's hard to justify another beating. Aha. Zhang Debiao nodded and grabbed Lindley as he prepared to carry him back to the small room. However, Lindley suddenly struggled to his feet and quickly made his way to the table with the gilded eyeglasses facing the. With one big hand, he grabbed a handful of their leftover barbecue from yesterday, and with the other hand, picked up a razor blade from the bottom of the tabletop when they weren't looking. Big brother, let me have some. The man with the gold glasses laughed. You're so obedient. How can I not give you food? Take it back and eat it. Ha! They hadn't noticed Lindley's small movements. After being carried back to the small room by Zhang Debiao, the moment the door was closed, quickly, he handed out half of the coke still left in his hand to the other kids, sharing that barbecue with them in the process. One person takes a sip to replenish some sugar. Wow! Thank you, brother. The small children quickly gathered around. The kids were obedient and really just took a bite out of each one. After the coke was drained, as they scrambled to eat the barbecue, Lindley took out his razor blade and carefully disassemble it. After removing one of the blades, gently hold one corner with a plastic bag. Then raising his hand to his mouth he made a silencing gesture to the children, and informed them not to make strange noises. Lam Hall, human trafficking drama coming to a close. About to report on this work in front of a national audience. Famously saying, I'm not done with sin. LAM Hall, comrades, the people need your support. A little prodding, a little bookmarking. Chapter 62 My brother is with you. I'll wait for him to come back and marry me. The kids didn't understand what he was up to, but were obedient. After all that they were eating now was from the beatings this big brother had gotten. He's good people. Lindley gripped the small blade and began to cut the Coke cans, using two things at once. Both ears were always perked up, listening for anyone approaching the door. Tina finished the barbecue and raised her hand to wipe her greasy little hands on her body, looking at him curiously. I wonder what kind of stuff he's up to, and not daring to ask, he could only stare blankly at him as he maneuvered. Lindley patiently scratched the can. He was going to make an improvised whistle to make sure that when he was taken by the traffickers, the kids can attract the attention of people outside by whistling. Lindley wasn't sure when the police would line up this way, in case it took days. Will these kids starve to death? He thought to himself that the traffickers wouldn't be so kind as to leave food for them. It would be nice not to kill anyone. Making whistles is easy. First, use a razor blade to puncture a small opening at the top and bottom of the can. Then, cut along the marks with a razor blade and try to keep the cut as flat as possible. After that, remove the head and tail of the can, leaving the flat aluminum section in the middle. End of cutting can step. Go to the next step. First, cut two rectangular pieces of aluminum from the sheet, one long and one short. The width is about 2 centimeters. Then, make a strong effort to smooth the cut edges on the ground to prevent scratching your fingers. After that, bend a long piece of aluminum into the shape of a whistle, making sure one end is narrower and the other wider. Then again, wrap the short strip of aluminum around the unbent end of the long strip and hold it in place. Next, fold the excess of the long aluminum piece down to further secure the short aluminum piece. A simple whistle shape has been completed. Lindley then propped up the gap between the long and short pieces of aluminum with his fingernails hard enough to allow airflow to pass through. After doing so, Lindley said to Ting Ting, Ting Ting, take this thing. I'll show you how to use it. What's this? Tina saw it, kind of like the whistles that gym teachers used to hang around their necks, but not like that. Doubtful asked. It's a whistle, and when it's time for you to blow it, remember to jam your fingers on the ends of the whistle cylinder. We'll see what happens when the time comes. If the sound is low, take one of the little pearl plastic clasps off the hairpin on your head and put it in there yourself. Ting Ting was half understanding. Her head and eyes were filled with questions. Brother Lindley, what's the point of blowing this? Brother may have to go with them. When the time comes, you'll rely on it to get the attention of the neighboring ants around you. And remember to blow it an hour after I leave. And don't forget it, Lindley said solemnly, not daring to be the slightest bit sloppy. This is a matter of human life. Brother, where are you going? Why are you going with them? Ting Ting was flustered in her heart when she heard that. The little pearls look like they're about to fall again. Now, Lindley was her only dependence, and in this dark, sunless place, she didn't want Lindley to leave. Good boy, brother is with you. Ah, gone. Lindley softly comforted. I must go with them. You will be safe when I am gone. Mark my words. But, I don't want brother to go. Ting Ting choked and pulled on Lindley's small hand. Why must you go with them for us to be safe? Because brother, I'm not afraid of them. Don't worry, brother has a way to run away. Lindley couldn't help but be comforted. If he was alone, he really wasn't afraid of these traffickers. Even if he was sold into a remote mountainous area, he had the means to escape. But not these kids. To put it mildly, once they leave the city and want to come back, it's basically impossible. Well, don't cry. Hide this. And be sure to remember my words. Oh. Lindley raised his hand and grabbed Ting Ting's arm. Speaking seriously. Today is September 5th and the 5th day of junior class. And on the 5th day, the junior class program team made an announcement early in the morning that they were suspending the recording. All the parents of the students received a message from the program in the early morning hours. At this moment, at Xiaoxi's home, she was wearing a little white dress, with a little ponytail, and her little face was white and red. It was so cute and pretty, as if it were someone's daughter. She sat docilely at the piano, looking absent-mindedly out the window, and listened to the sparrows twittering outside the house. Creak, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to play the piano? Why don't you play anymore? Xiaoxi's mom, Xin Yutong, was wearing a long sky blue home dress. The pretty figure was further dimpled by the fit of this long dress. Mom! Natsuki retracted her gaze from the window and looked at her mom. Softly, he said, the squad leader should be fine. Xin Yutong sighed softly in her heart. This kind of thing really can't be said about abducted children. The chances of getting it back are not high. And that's just simple trafficking, not involving organ dumping. If it was organ trafficking, perhaps, Lindley would have just been born by now. Looking at the worried tension in her daughter's eyes, she spoke slowly. Don't worry, your squad leader is so smart. You'll be safe. The first half of the sentence. And she meant it. She'd seen a lot of kids in her life. But there was never a kid as smart as Linley. But that latter sentence, her tone was full of heart. What's the point of being smart? Still just a kid after all. Xiaoxi is so worried about the class president. Xiaoxi's big eyes were slightly reddened. Don't cry. Don't cry. Creak. Listen to your mommy. Your squad leader will be fine. Shin Yutong rushed forward and took her daughter into her arms, unable to stop stroking her little head to soothe her. Wow. He promised he'd write me a song. Oh. Listening to her daughter's crying, Shin Yutong's heart was also hard to be a parent. A child is everything to yourself. She didn't dare to imagine what it would be like for her to tear her heart out if her daughter had been abducted. Creak. Linley's gonna come back, and he don't wanna write you no song. I think he'll fulfill that promise. He also promised to take me as his wife. Shin Yutong, who had originally intended to comfort her daughter, stiffened when she heard this and, he said he wanted to take you as his wife? Apricot eyes rounded and asked again with certainty. Xiaoxi raised her head from her arms and nodded seriously. Aha. He said he'd marry me when I turned 18 on a motorcycle and dyed flowing yellow hair. Shin Yutong was completely silent. What's that? Xiaoxi didn't understand. After all, she was still a child. But as an adult, would she not understand? Listening to Xiaoxi's words, an image came to mind. A cool motorcycle with cool modifications pulls up to the bottom of his house with a handsome dump, takes off his helmet, and, revealing the dyed yellow hair, gangly, spirited young man, shouting at them, "Hey, Lao Den, is it safe for me to park my ghost fire under your house tonight?" Chapter 63. You are in serious dereliction of duty. Leave your job voluntarily. Hiss. At the thought of this, Shin Yutong couldn't stop her teeth from aching. A man should marry when he's old enough and a woman should marry when she's old enough. And that's been true for ages. They as parents also know that their daughters have to get married sooner or later. But, this yellow hair? She really didn't dare to imagine her well-behaved daughter sitting behind a yellow-haired ghost fire. It's too oozy. This Linley, thinking this at a young age, has really seen too many terriers on the internet. Why does a nice young man have to dye his hair yellow to come to his house? To be honest, she was still particularly enamored with this Linley brat at the moment. He'll be a great man in the future. Not sure if he'll be a high-ranking official or not. At least it's a big star. There is no pressure on the financial side. She wouldn't object if he grew up and dated her daughter in a serious way. But, who can say for sure about the future? Maybe he's so precocious that he'll learn something bad in the future? Shin Yutong always felt a sense of unspoken meaning. Remembering, in particular, the look in his eyes when he first saw himself gave it a sense of déjà vu, as if in some small country flick. The greedy, impudent look on the kid's face when his classmates come over to the house for tutoring. Is it an illusion? Creak. You're still young, and he wants to marry you off so easily. Don't say your father doesn't agree. Even me, I have to test him. Shin Yutong laughed softly. The future is anybody's guess. But in the future, we'll have to get to know each other better. It's only then that we'll know if he's reliable or not. Why are you talking so far ahead, Mom? We're not grown up yet. Xiaoxi's delicate little face was flushed, already feeling shy. Turning to her, her eyes filled with despondency. Besides, the squad leader doesn't know if he'll make it back safely this time. We'll definitely come back. Shin Yutong gently stroked her little head and, your class president, Grinch, can't say the traffickers are a headache right now. Oh, aha, I bet it is too. The class president is smart. Natsuki's confidence in Linley surged at her own mother's relief that, waving this little fist as if it was pumping up his own confidence, and as if it was praying and pumping up Linley, who was suffering in some unknown place. At the moment, all the junior class students are home from school, whether it's Li Jianrun, who's been trying to usurp the throne, or Wang Tianyu, who's become Linley's little follower for the time being. All are at home following this case of child trafficking. Meanwhile, the junior class group was chatting away. Ishimori, I'm so worried about the squad leader. Wang Tianyu at Sure Forest. You better worry about yourself. When the class president first appointed you as the sports committee member, one of your duties was to protect the class president. But now that something has happened to the class president, you can hardly be blamed. Kaki Lee at Stone Forest. Clearly you've been remiss in your duties. W.U. Chang, after school in a couple days, you'll leave on your own accord. You disregarded the safety of the class monitor like that. It's hard to do it anymore. I think it's better if I'm the gym teacher. Kenny Lee, if you can't take care of the class president's safety, how can you take care of the students in your class? The people entrusted you with their safety and you couldn't fulfill it, leaving school and going off on your own with Mr. Deng Chao. Ishimori at Karen Lee. My position was appointed by the class president, even if I'm guilty. It's also a matter of waiting for the squad leader to return before finalizing it. Sure Lin, besides, How do you expect me to protect the situation at that time? You don't want to stand around and talk about it. If the squad leader thinks I'm at fault, I'll voluntarily resign from the job. Okay? Kenny Lee, yeah. Song Ishua, stop arguing. The class president has not returned safely now. You still have the heart to fight for class cadres. If the squad leader finds out, he'll get chills. Shun Yushua, that's it. We should pray for the safe return of the squad leader. Tianyu Wang at Ken Lee. Don't pick a fight. What you're doing right now. The classmates are watching. When the class president comes back, you'll be in for a treat. Kenny Lee, humph. I'll wait for the squad leader to come back. Song Mingchi, you guys might as well read more books now. What's the point of arguing over class officers all day long? Song Yixue, all be quiet. The task of us students is to study well. And as for the matter of the class president, we have to trust Uncle Hat. They'll bring the squad leader safely. Wu Cheng, do not say. The King of Honor has not come, together with the Pitt College students to go. Kenny Lee, I'll do it. Kaki Lee, +1. Yuan Hua at Xiaxi, in or out. Going to the amusement park together this afternoon? Yang Mi. Several people also saw the message in the group, but they didn't even have the heart to insert themselves into it right now. One mind was on Linley's, but, looking at the bickering in the group, they recalled what Linley had said at first. The class is divided into 3 parts, and without him alone to suppress it, it really is a constant civil unrest. Look, it's only been 1 day since Linley showed up, and the class has gotten so noisy, so you can imagine that at first, if Linley hadn't been quick to cut through the chaos and calm the class, if he had more time, the entire class would have been a mess. Partisanship, that's a given. At the thought of this, they miss Linley even more. This kid, forward-looking, risty, patterns are all over the place, and only with him in the room can he hold down this class full of rich, second-generation officials. Poor Linley, where the hell are you? A day passes in a flash. All the hat uncles on duty full of fatigue overtime, do not dare to have the slightest slack. This wave of traffickers will not be brought to justice to give the whole internet a chance to answer for their crimes. Not to say that they will not be able to live with it in their own hearts, but the people will not forgive them. How hot is the internet? This day the hot search list, still high up, not the slightest intention to come down. Time, September 6th at 3 o'clock. M.O., give me a break. Sit down and have a drink. At the entrance to the village of Shimo, 2 of the village's on-duty inspectors sat panting on a stone cairn by the side of the road. The inspector named Lao Shi took out a cigarette case from his pocket, removed one and handed it to Lao Mo across the table. Smoke one. Take a break. Old Mo took the cigarette and then skillfully lit it. Smoke it and hurry up and inspect it. The human trafficker thing has been causing a lot of anxiety lately, so don't let the leader see us slacking off. Lao Shi took a drag on his cigarette and grumbled. Village cadres, the ones who are being stabbed by 1,000 knives. I don't know how many cameras have been installed in the village after all these years. I see other villages sitting in the surveillance room, blowing the air conditioner. It's only 2 walks out a night. Old Mo sighed. The money, it's all in their pockets. AI Old Shi exhaled a mouthful of smoke slyly. The ones up there are eating and drinking spicy food. We common people get up early and work hard every day. This world. Stop complaining and go. Old Mo cannot listen to these. The more you listen to the more heart-wrenching, and very helpless. Throw the butt to the ground and stomp it out hard. Lao Shi stood up and the 2 of them continued their patrol towards the village. Come to a path at the edge of the village. Out of the blue. Shu SHHHSHHH. Chapter 64, 5 Children Safe. Brother Linley saved us. The voice was soft, but extraordinarily clear in the stillness of the night. What's that noise? Old Mo frowned. Crickets. Old History let out a faint laugh. Not quite. Old Mo shook his head, not caring too much, and continued to walk forward. But within a few steps, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Old Shi, it really doesn't sound like crickets. It feels a bit like a whistle to me. Old Shi heard this and laughed. Don't joke. Who blows the whistle at night? No. Listen carefully. Old Mo's ears perked up, feeling that the voice was a bit urgent and, go check it out. Suspicious in the middle of the night. Lao Shi sighed softly, but didn't say anything more, following him to the source of the sound. The sound came from this house, didn't it? Old Mo looked at the small, slightly dilapidated 2-story house in front of him. When he came this way, the voice he heard with more real urgency. This house is not that who, Lao Shi recalled in his mind. Being from the village of, I can't say that I know every household, but I basically have an impression. But I can't think of it for a moment. It's been empty for years coming to. It seems to say that this family got rich and all moved to the Magic City. An empty house? Then what's with the noise? I guess people came back to live there, or rented it out. Who knows? Old Shi gave him a ride on the shoulder. Come on, go around the rest of the place. Go back to the pavilion to rest after your stroll. Old Mo thought about it and guessed that it was the same. So I can't say it was a kid whistling in the middle of the night. Help! Help! Just as they were about to leave, a cry of help, if any, reached both of their ears. In a flash, the two of them were staring at each other. The pair looked at each other. Both were seen in the eyes of the other and were not a hallucination of their own. It's coming from the house, Old History said gruffly. Right. Old Mo sank his voice. The sound of whistles in the middle of the night, plus the sound of help. How can I think of it as not unusual? At that moment, he went up to the front door and tapped on it. Anyone? Shhhhhhh. The whistling became more urgent, accompanied if anything by the sound of a cry for help, and a slight cry of. It made Old Mo instantly feel that things were not simple. Anyone home? Sure shouted into the darkened house. Shhhhhhh. A bad premonition rose in Old Mo's heart, and he said impatiently, don't knock on the door, just scurry in. No, kick, people's houses. Couldn't care less. Don't you hear someone shouting inside? Old Mo finished in a low voice, directly thumping on the door. He tried to kick it open with brute force. I'll call. Lauscher took out his cell phone and dialed 911. Whatever. The sound of help was real to them. Bang! The door to the house was kicked in by Old Mo, and when it was opened they could already clearly hear the rush of whistles and cries for help. Kids! Suddenly, Old Mo's expression shook, remembering the recent human trafficker abduction cases, and his heart froze and, not daring to have the slightest delay, he rushed into the house and ran towards the source of the sound. As he opened a small room within the house, his eyes fluttered. Inside the gloomy room, huddled in 5 tiny figures, their eyes empty and numb. There was a fear and exhaustion on his face that was highly inappropriate for his age. Tears and bruises were all over his face, and he was miserable. Asterisk. Old Mo saw this and wasn't as excited about finding the kid that. Instead, it's a word of vicious rage against the evil of human traffickers. Old Stripes. Boy. Found it. He shouted away. In the police station duty room. What? You found missing children? An operator heard the voice on the phone and, immediate shock, cried out. The officers around him all turned their attention to him. Where's the location? You keep them safe and we'll be right out. I'm sorry, the operator shouted anxiously, quickly reaching for a pen to record the location. After hanging up the phone, he ignored the inquiries of his colleagues around him and hastily picked up the internal phone and report the matter up. Not a moment too soon. Ooh-la-la, loanward. A line of uniformed officers hooted and hollered as they ran out of the police station and into the parking lot to start their vehicles. 3:45. Outside the remote house in the village of Schmo. Inside the cordon, Ting Ting and a host of other children were completely rescued. Our correspondent reports that 5 of the 6 missing children have now been rescued. There was also a child, whose whereabouts are still unknown. Our correspondent will continue to follow the story for you. Media reporters were also the first to be notified and rushed to the scene. This child abduction case, which is on the minds of thousands of netizens, is finally a breakthrough. The police, in relation to this incident, after obtaining the first clue to its success, immediately the matter was publicized. Where's Lynn Hall? Lynn Hall was the only one of the 6 children not rescued? The children are safe and sound. Fantastic. Didn't we say 6? What about the other one? Wasn't there a gang? 2 more groups of traffickers? Didn't you read the report? The traffickers haven't been caught. They're still on the run. Guess it's safe to treat Forest Hall like a hostage. Then why Forest Hall? That's a good question. Because he's Lynn Hall. Fortunately, all the other children are safe and sound. Except for Lynn Hall. Luckily it wasn't an organ dump. No, I just looked at the live footage and there's a lot of bloodstains. Naya, these scumbags, how could you do that to such a small child? Early in the morning, the internet was still awake except for a few candidates who had stayed up late to battle it out for the. Everyone else is sleeping. But, there aren't just 1 or 2 candidates for this. Netizens are very keen on the title of champion of staying up all night. Those who are staying up late today can raise their hands. Inside the police station, the parents of the missing child received the news at the first opportunity and immediately came to the police station overnight. As soon as they saw their children, each of them went up with a sniffle and a tear and embraced them. Ting Ting. Li Mei hugged her baby tightly and then he couldn't stop checking Ting Ting's body for any wounds. Looking at the scarlet handprints on her face, his heart was like a knife. I'm sorry, Ting Ting. What's this all about? Those damn human traffickers. How did it go down? Li Mei's heart was breaking, her mouth cursing as her hands continued to soothe Ting Ting, who was also crying into tears. Mom, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, at this time, Yang Mi and other program staff who had heard the news also arrived at the police station. Police notification. Where's Linley? Yeah, isn't Linley with them? Deng Chao anxiously inquired. Tina and the other children, who were crying in the hall, heard the name and Tina immediately cried out, "Save Brother Linley, he's the one who saved us from this. It's all because Big Brother helped us, trading beatings for food and giving us Coke to drink." Chapter 65, Comrades, here's a first-class merit for you. Hearing the cries of the children, everyone in the hall was stunned. Linley saved them? What's going on here? Linley takes a beating in exchange for food for them? Police officer Chow Duhua heard, and rushed forward to inquire with concern. Tina told the police, one by one, what she had seen after Linley's arrival. Then from his pocket he pulled out the improvised whistle. The officers, the parents, and the show's crew were stumped in unison. "I'll get you out of here. I'll make you a whistle. You'll be safe when I leave." A key sentence was extracted from them and reflected in their minds. Chow Duhua, they're adults, and he's a veteran police officer who's been handling cases for years. He looked down at the whistle he'd taken from Tina and frowned. Tina did not speak in detail, but his brain had already, from these few words, analyze a lot of meanings, combined with his initial speculation that Linley was intentionally caught by the traffickers. Bold ideas continue to form in the mind. That is to say, Linley took the risk of entering the traffickers' lair, and then provoked the traffickers themselves in order to protect the other children from being harmed, draw their fists and feet towards themselves, and, by some ploy to get the traffickers to take themselves off alone, preserve these little children. Finally, a rescued item was made for them. Hiss. At this moment, this idea was not only flickering in Chow Dahua's mind, but Deng Chao and the others as well. The expression on his face was colorful and various emotions flickered constantly, not waiting for them to be shocked and emotional. Suddenly a 3-4-year-old child said in a milky voice, "Big Brother also said that someone has to carry the weight, and I'm older than you guys. I'll take the beating for you. Big Brother is a good man." He was too young to remember all the words, but the expression that, it's basically much the same as what Linley said at the time. Nice guy. These words brought 4 words to the minds of all the adults present: awareness, commitment. He's burning himself to light up these little kids. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, etc., as well as a group of women, including female police officers, wept at once. He really knows too much. I went into the tiger's den alone, stood up for the children, resisted all by myself, and, under the scars of the ninja pain comforts the children. All of you, ask yourself, if in their place, maybe not as well as Linley did. The bottom line is that this kid is so calm. Under these circumstances, support the traffickers and make survival tools to help the children out. Without this whistle, they shudder to think that what these kids looked like when they were found. At this moment, the chief of police said seriously to all the police officers, "I don't care what you use. I don't care how many forces are deployed. You must catch this gang of criminals for me. Linley must be brought back safely." The police chief had been completely moved by what Linley had done. He was there at the time to bring people over with him. The various bloodstains at the scene were vivid in his mind. This kid, it's so heartbreaking. Yes, all the police officers had tears in their eyes, and they were all touched by what Linley had done. How can they drag their feet when such brave children are fighting the traffickers? The police chief continued in a hushed voice. What the children have said is refused to be publicized. For the time being, the internet spreads extremely quickly. Unless I will personally publicize everything Linley's classmates have done for him once he is safely out of trouble. Got it. Understood. The people in the room weren't cuties, knew what he meant when he said that. Though I don't know what Linley used to take the traffickers away. But ultimately, his safety is still in the hands of his traffickers. If the traffickers knew that Linley had deliberately entered the tiger's den to free the child, then the consequences are unimaginable. Go, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, follow me to the village to investigate the surveillance. Chow Duhua shouted by name. The village is backward and doesn't have much surveillance, but you have to check it out. Eventually, in case there are any clues. Yes, police officers Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang responded, hurriedly putting on their police caps and following Chow Duhua to the parking lot. At this moment, they're pouring all their heartache for Linley into the traffickers. Turn to hate. The child must be rescued as quickly as possible. Several people did not see Linley, although it was difficult in their hearts, but still, he shushed the rescued children. Out of the blue, an ear-splitting sound of brakes exploded into flames outside the police station. The sound of tires scraping against the ground that, punching at the eardrums of everyone in the police station. What's the situation? The crowd in the police station was puzzled. When a voice familiar to Yang Mi and the rest of the program's crew heralded from outside. Comrade policeman, I've come to give you first-class honors. This is Linley's voice. Yang Mi Kazran's large eyes bugged out. The voice had kept her awake for 2 days. It's the voice of a brat. Lu Yifei let out a cry of joy and hurriedly ran outside. The other officers followed. As soon as they stepped out of the front door, they saw a battle-damaged minivan straddling the front of the police station. Can't tell what brand model it is anymore. It's pretty beat up all in all. The car door creaked open, and Lindley, covered in blood, got out of the driver's seat. Remember, it's the driver's seat. Yo, Mr. Yang, Mr. He, you're all here. Lindley seemed happy to see them and greeted them with a grin. I'm back as king. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a fluttering sound and his head was pressed into two taipans. Where the hell have you been, kid? Don't you know how worried we were about you? Yang Mi, indeed, this is a small child who has been thinking about it for 2 days. Immediately, he rushed to Lindley at sprinting speed and hugged him fiercely into his arms. Oh, ooh-hoo. Lindley felt a bit suffocated. Is this what they call a tender spot? Very intoxicating indeed. He awkwardly came over at this time, and quickly said, Mimi, don't get excited. First look at Lindley's body. Any injuries? So much blood. Oh yeah. Yang Mi let go of Lindley and went up and down, watching and inspecting Lindley's body. Concern asked, where are you hurt? The traffickers aren't doing anything to you, are they? Lindley took a big breath of fresh air. He didn't fold at the hands of the traffickers. Almost suffocated in the ravine. The feeling, if he were to do it again, he thought, he wouldn't say no. Mr. Yang, my head hurts. Ouch. A little dizzy. Lindley covered his head. Whoa, cried out. Mr. Yang, it hurts. They hit me. Oh, it's really one. It hurts. Crying out, he took it upon himself to explore the ravine. Chapter 66. It is honorable to shed blood and tears for the people. Don't cry. Don't cry. Yang Mi heartily patted his back, softly comforting, and, squad leader, don't cry. I learned from Tina that you are very brave. At that moment, the police chief came over, and the first thing he did was look into the car and his eyes froze. 3 men in quintuplets, equally covered in blood, lay limp and unconscious in the seat of the car. What's this, little friend? To be honest, he was pretty clueless right now. It should be said that everyone had the same expression as him for this scene. Ooh-hoo, honey, it hurts. Lindley didn't even pay attention to the police chief's question and just squeezed harder. Instead, it was Yang Mi who tilted her head and spoke. Leader, the little child is frightened. Is there something you want to wait until he's stabilized before asking? The police commissioner understood what he heard. Well, in that case, you guys take him back to clean out his mouth first. I'll come back some other day and ask for more details. Thank you, leader. Yang Mi thanked, then whispered to Lindley. Lindley, let's go to the hospital for a good checkup first. And listen. Lindley got up from Yang Mi's arms reluctantly upon hearing that, and looked up at the director. The director with, Uncle, the 3 men in the car are the criminal gang in this case. I've brought them here. Please be sure to interrogate them closely. His dirt-filled little face looked solemn. Their modus operandi was extremely meticulous. Obviously not their first time. Perhaps you can get clues from this and bring back the lost children of the past and give the people a satisfactory answer. Look at a serious, meticulous demeanor, and then look at the tiny body that, covered in blood. The police chief was amazed that if it was a grown man in front of him at the moment, he would have mistaken this one for a comrade who had struggled on the front lines, penetrated the enemy and returned from a successful mission. So, he blurted out, you've worked hard, comrade, and what you've done, the people will remember you. Lindley waved his hand in an old-fashioned manner. The director is polite. It's all about serving the people. Alright, you don't have to be a joker. Yang Mi tugged at the corner of her mouth, a bit unable to look at it. And, just now it was the uncle of the secretary. Now it's directly the secretary. Eyes full of heartache, he said, mind your own business first. I'm fine, as long as the kids are safe. What's this injury to me? It's honorable to shed blood and tears for the people. Lindley spoke in harmony, pride in his tired eyes. The police chief touched Lindley's head. You're right, kid. It is our honor to shed blood and tears for the people. He was really amused by Lindley. Netflix this child haul gas. Just like an old cadre. He rarely paid attention to entertainment news. At this moment, when he saw it, he could only say that it was better to be known than to be seen. This child has the potential to be a ministerial leader in the future, and his awareness has been high since he was a child. Okay, you go back and get better. When the time comes, we'll have to ask you to cooperate with the investigation by taking a statement or something like that. Lindley nodded. I will certainly cooperate fully with the police to assist in the investigation. At this time, Louis Fei could not look on, amused and flooded with heartache, and hurriedly said, well, Lindley, let's go to the hospital first. We won't bother the police uncles with the case. Teacher Lu, hug, it hurts. Yang Mi looked at Lindley, who originally had his child by his side and was exchanging words with the police chief in the hall. Louis Fei immediately transformed into a soft child and pounced on her as soon as she arrived. The contrast between before and after really confused her. 1 second. It is a cadre that everyone loves and is concerned about the well-being of the people. The second after that, it's the aggrieved brat seeking comfort. What a drama queen. At this moment, in the car, having woken up, but unable to move his body. Even his mouth was blocked tightly by a pair of kid socks. The man with the golden glasses, listening to the commotion outside, had a sentence in his mind that he didn't know whether to speak or not. I'm a little dizzy. Can you take care of the sick guy first? Call an ambulance. Let's stop the bleeding? Good. Then you guys go back to rest and get well. I'm sorry, the police chief said to Youngmi and the others. After a chilling greeting, he turned to the trafficker in the car. Bring it in. Trial. The surrounding officers responded. Yes, in September, the sun always goes to work earlier than the moon, and it's dawn in the first hospital in Yongchang. Linley was sent by He Awkward and the others, and without saying a word, he was directly allowed to live in his last life. And a single deluxe ward that I've never had in my life. Inside, it has all the same amenities as a bachelor pad and is extremely spacious. At this time, Linley was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, with a thick ring of gauze wrapped around his forehead. The same goes for the face. Beside the hospital bed, the beautiful nurse lady was rolling up Linley's sleeve. Intending to hang up his needle, she took out a yellow rubber band and tied it toward his arm. Sister nurse, is this a pulse pressure band? Right. The nurse lady smiled sweetly. A hint of cunning flashed in Linley's eyes and, turning to Mimi Yang on the other side of the couch, she said, Ms. Yang, can you say the pulse pressure band 10 times? Yang Mi froze, suddenly to her, a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Although there were doubts in her mind, she did not respond to Linley's request at first. In the end, he was the one who had been set up by Linley, and as the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. It's not like it's the first day you know Linley. Keep thinking about his sudden and inexplicable words as if you were listening to the words of a leader's predecessor. To mull it over, to analyze it, she mumbled the pulse-pressing band a few times ahead of time in her mind, pondering the meaning of his question. Pressure pulse band, pressure pulse band, pressure pulse band. No, 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 no. Not only is Yang Mi pondering and meditating in her heart, but Lu Yifei, Deng Ziki, as well as the nurse lady in her heart. In a flash, all the women in the ward, red warmed up, all adults, male or female. Who hasn't seen a love education movie? Lu Yifei's ears turned slightly red, and she raised her eyes to glare at Linley in shame. All hurt like this, still trying to get a little skin, looking for a fight? Linley laughed in his heart as he watched their expressions, his face innocent. And, why are you guys blushing? Are you hot? Shut up and heal properly. Tang Ziki gave a white look without any good reason. The nurse lady giggled, and after tying up the pulse pressure band, she took out the needle and finished sticking Linley with it, smiling gently. Lin Hall children, if there is any discomfort promptly press the red button above. Understand? Linley nodded. Next time kids can be omitted. Fine. Lin Hall. Haha, the little nurse laughed and, with that, he gave a few instructions to Hyong and the others, and left the ward. When the nurse left, he awkwardly carried a stool to the side of the hospital bed and asked curiously, Linley, how did you escape from the traffickers? Linley, preview of the next chapter. Linley, will win over the half-son of heaven. Chapter 67. Linley, will be better than half a son of heaven. How Linley escaped from his traffickers and tortured them like this. To the police station? Seriously, this thing, after bringing Linley to the hospital, it's been hovering in the back of their minds. It's unbelievable. One could say that it was outrageous his mom who opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. Linley leaned against the back of the bed, knowing that they would have to ask sooner or later, and he didn't sell anything short. It's a long story. Take your time. Suddenly, the old mogul spoke up. Wait. The others looked at him in disbelief. I'll videotape you, tell you what happened and everything, and then I'll send it to my comrades in the police. Saves them an extra trip. Hearing this, Yang Mi sighed in her heart. Also, when the time comes, the people from the police station will definitely come to Linley to take a statement. Instead of letting Linley speak twice and affecting his rest, it's better for him to finish his speech this time. What about videotaping him yourself and sending it to them? With that in mind, she took her cell phone out of her purse and acted as a photographer. Well, go ahead and tell us everything that happened. Exactly as it happened. Linley nodded and cleared his throat. A few days ago Auntie Li Mei came over in the middle of the night to say that Ting Ting had disappeared. Lu Yifei several people, or propped up their chins, or leaned against the back of the seat, listening carefully and quietly. Nodding every now and then during that time. The beginning of the passage. At that time in the police station, Li Mei and Chao Dehua, who took over the case, said, when I went back later, I realized that someone was following me. and I looked for the, probably human traffickers, so will the trick to go back with them. Hearing this, several people were greatly shocked, although at first in the police station, the Chow Dahua speculated about this possibility, but there was no substantial basis for the evidence. But now that he had heard Linley admit it himself, his heart couldn't help but be appalled. You're so reckless, you know that? How worried you make us, he awkwardly reprimanded at once. If he had been an adult, he would have been pleased to praise him for his bravery, but he's only 8 years old. He's still just a kid, even if the kid is smart enough to face an adult who eats more salt than he does rice. Full of danger. Exactly. Yang Mi agreed with the awkward's words, glaring angrily at Linley. How many people do you worry like that? Linley grinned. All I want is for you guys to worry. He then gave his thoughts on why he was abducted in the first place. If I hadn't gone in there in the first place, I can't say that Ting Ting and the others have been trafficked to an unknown village by now. Tong Chao and Louis Fei's few people felt a little cold behind their backs at the moment. This kid actually put himself in the game. Put himself, and their fan traffic and so on all factored in. Holy, what kind of mind? Besides, it was an impromptu idea at a dangerous time. How long was that period of time? It's amazing how much has come to mind in just such a short period of time. He is using himself as a pawn, playing chess with danger, fate, and putting his life on the line. Is it because you don't believe you'll fold at the hands of traffickers? With regard to this boldness, Deng Chao dares to say that he himself, at his age, absolutely did not have the. It's no secret that there's basically no little kid in the whole world that would dare either. Linley said at this point, I know what I'll be facing, and maybe it may never come back, but I've always had a belief in my heart. His eyes glowed with a regal essence. Life must be a gamble. It must be fought. If I miss it this time, or do nothing about it, then I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life. My education from a young age taught me not to stand idly by, but to rise to the occasion in the face of danger. Marxism-Leninism used to say that in the face of danger one must be firm in one's faith and remain calm. Be brave enough to face conflicts head-on and dare to fight. Yang Mi's hand holding the cell phone shifted slightly in surprise. What's he talking about? Marxism-Leninism? You were 8 years old when you embraced this kind of thinking? Before she could think much about it, Linley's next sentence told her that he had not only studied Marx and Lenin, also studied. Chairman Mao's thought tells us that when confronted with unlawful elements we should resolutely combat, punish them severely. He Lian and the others' mouths were half open, and at the moment, they didn't know what to say. In principle, Linley is off the mark at this point, letting him dictate all the events of the case. He did give them lessons in ideological and political education. It was only right that he should be interrupted to get back on topic. But he's talking about principles now. How dare you interrupt? What's with this kid? Is the director's template possessing him again? Isn't it time to talk about Dunn's theory? As expected, after Linley finished the previous paragraph, he began. Deng theory. No one knows what kind of mindset Yang Mi and the others have at this moment. This. What did his grandfather do, anyway? Is it really a regular garbage collection? At a young age, he is full of Marxism-Leninism and Dengism. Have you been feeding him red thoughts since he was a kid? So, I didn't think much about it at the time. I knew that the time had come for the people to test me. Linley's voice tone rose. His eyes were full of firm righteousness and courage, and his body radiated the light of justice. Ting Ting is my good companion, and Auntie Lee usually takes even better care of me. When I was a kid, I was poor. I wore clothes that other people threw away and didn't wear, and I suffered a lot from the stares of other people, eating other people's leftovers. Only Ting Ting and Auntie Lee and the others didn't, buying me new clothes and taking me to good food. For this reason, it is all the more important for me not to sit on the sidelines, knowing full well that in my line of work, it would have caused you concern, but I had no choice at the time. I couldn't run away. To be honest, the old mobile and the others really wanted to interrupt him, but, listening to his impassioned, righteous indignation and valor, they were a little touched by the tone of even looking at death. Perhaps it was Linley's strong aura of righteousness that had infected them. Now they had absolutely no desire in their hearts to blame Linley. What a brave boy. Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of them? Louis Fei froze and said. Yet before she could finish, Linley immediately interrupted. Afraid, of course, but as I just said, I have no choice. When I set out on this path, I knew I had to fight fate. I don't care what they use, or myself, even if it takes my own life. Linley, will also win half a son of heaven, to fight against fate, to fight evil to the end, to save the children from their fate. We can't let criminals go free. When Linley spoke with excitement, his chest stood high, and his freshly stitched and bandaged wound split open. White gauze blood stains ooze out in spots. It was as if the rich red color in Linley's heart came through his body, so brightly colored that, it's so admirable. Everyone in the hospital room had the surprise dissipate from their faces at the moment, their brains buzzing. The words, Shengtian half-son, kept hitting their minds. Chapter 68, La Mozi, I've never heard of such an outrage in my life. How could they dare to overflow a look of blame in their eyes? There was only that endless heartache and admiration. This kid, his vigor, guts, and awareness are already completely on par with any adult. He doesn't have to be a receiver at all because, well, he already is. What a winning half-son. Lindley collected himself full of red energy, took a deep breath, and he didn't know what kind of mindset Yang Mi and the others were in at the moment, but anyway, he talked himself into exuberance. He returned to the topic. In the hands of traffickers, it was clear to me that trying to get the kids out safely, it's not enough to rely on your public opinion, Mr. Yang, and the heat from the netizens. It is not possible to say, perhaps under all kinds of pressure, that they will be angry with themselves and evil, killing us on the spot. So, Lindley suddenly paused, revealing a look of shame and apology, and, facing Janmi and the others, I'm sorry, I know kids can't lie, but I had no other choice in the first place. I made up a lie. Lindley explained what had happened at that time, starting with his snubbing of the traffickers. Originally, he awkward wanted to be relieved and tell him to face the danger and preserve himself. Lying is not undesirable, but after hearing about his battle with the traffickers, the ceiling of the sky was almost falling off from Lindley's astonishment. Making up lies about being the son of a coal owner, exploit human greed. As the saying goes, those in authority are the onlookers, and as soon as they heard it, they knew what Lindley had utilized. The 8-year-old exploits the greed of the trafficker and fools the trafficker for a second. That's a lot of nerve. But if there is a single mistake in it, or if the trafficker investigates something, won't he be finished? While they listened in fascination, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on Lindley's behalf. Flip-flopping sets them up as teacher stars even. After all, it's not like they can do anything to him. But the traffickers are worse than animals. They are really capable of doing such things as breaking the pot and dying together. Lindley then began to talk about the process after he was taken by his traffickers. The menace in the midst of it all kept the hearts of the old moguls and others hanging high as if they were on a playground elevator. After being taken away from the car, Lindley something about fighting with the traffickers and grabbing the steering wheel or something. Listening to them is simply mind-blowing. It's almost like listening to a sci-fi movie. You're a kid fighting with 3 adults. Does he think this is a movie? Isn't this all in the movies? But when you think about it, yes, many movie plots come from life. Ahem. A remake was on the mind of the old mogul. There was an accident back there. All knocked unconscious. Because I had a human cushion, the impact was cushioned. So I didn't pass out. And that's more or less what happened. Lindley said roughly that it sounded menacing, but in reality there was no at all. The space in the car was tight enough for them adults to exert themselves. But he was just right. After listening to all that had happened, Yang Mi and the others had nothing but heartburn and goosebumps. It took a long time to come back. They opened their mouths to say something, but they didn't know what to say. So all of a sudden, after Lindley finished speaking, the entire ward was silent. Reprimand him. People are fighting the forces of evil. Blame him. Man is wrestling for his destiny. Yang Mi took a deep breath, saw that he had nothing more to say, recorded the screen on his cell phone and put it away. No wonder that car is in such a state of disrepair. I bet it was caused by bumping around on the road. No wonder those 3 traffickers were covered in blood at the time. Dare I say they were in a car accident. No wonder he was down in the lead driver's seat. He's the only one who didn't get dizzy. Ding! Suddenly all of their brains went blank for a few seconds again. He was out of the main driving position and he drove the trafficker to the police station. One by one, their eyes were all focused on Lindley, who was eating a banana at the moment. He awkwardly and ace host stuttered. You drove. Sent it here? Hearing that there was finally a sound, Lindley thought that he should have digested it about as well as he could, nodding casually. Yeah, or what? If they were driving, I'd be in Mordor by now. No, you drive. Yang Mi asked repeatedly. Yeah, I wouldn't have run 2 red lights if I wasn't afraid they'd bleed to death. Louis Fei, their CPUs have been severely loaded with overheating. Her head buzzing, she froze without reasoning. And you ran a red light. Aren't you afraid of demerit points? I don't have a license. Lindley's eyes were as if he was looking at a little cutie, like looking at her, asking what questions that. If it wasn't for the fact that you are Louis Fei, he wouldn't even bother to answer such a douchebag question. Ahem. Louis Fei felt a glance looking at a retard and realized how stupid her question was. No, it wasn't that she was stupid for asking, it was that the person asking was the wrong age. But whenever this question is asked of adults, there is no problem. Slightly embarrassed, she hastily corrected herself. No, I meant to ask. How do you know how to drive? Grandpa used to take me over to the game room to play 2 racing games. Lindley made something up. Driving is easy. Gears, gas brake, steering wheel. If it weren't for the fear of death by traffickers, I'd love to go for a freeway drive and experience the speed and excitement. His voice suddenly lowered and he muttered, I should have known to have the trafficker drive farther away then. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Deng Chao spat out a word foolishly upon hearing it. Look at that. Is that a human thing to say? Driving is easy? Yes, that's right. People who can drive do find it easy. But do you want to see how old you are? You're 8 years old. And what do you mean by the last sentence? You want to get on the freeway when you're 8 years old? Deng Chao let out a big breath, stood up, walked over to the bed, and listened to the sparrows chirping in the morning and smelling the potted flowers on the balcony. Which place can I get an extra memory stick for my brain, please? Lao Mozi only had 2 words floating in his mind at the moment, and that was, demon. This little kid is a demon. Been in contact with him for a while. What else can he not do? It feels like he knows everything and everything. He was surprised, but slightly better than Tung Chao and the others. A director, after all. Regularly reading scripts that are more outrageous than reality is much more acceptable than they are. He opened his mouth and asked, my little friend, the question I would like to ask is, how did you fight 3 adults by yourself? Lindley straightened his back, revealing a wistful expression. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My grandfather was afraid that I would be bullied by bad people, so he taught me self-defense skills since I was a kid, and I often help my grandfather work, so I'm strong. Ah, old Mao nodded in bewilderment. It sounded kind of logical, but then again, something didn't feel right. Chapter 69 Establishment of the Imperial Forestry Army, the People's Good Squad Leader. Meanwhile, the police station interrogation center. The 3 traffickers were briefly bandaged and taken to an interrogation room each for questioning. Comrade policeman, what I said is true. It's really true that he moved first and that's why he got into a car accident. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses could not cry, and had long since lost the sinister and venomous look he had during the kidnapping. Who are you fooling? People 8 years old actively attacking you in a car? Chao Dahua in the interrogation is 10,000 disbelief. This is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's true. It's true. For the first time, the man with the gold glasses felt how aggravating it was to be so distrusted. He wiggled his arms. He's the one who removed both of my arms. Literally. I'm telling the truth. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The more you say, the more outrageous it gets. A person is 8 years old and will still split his tendons and bones? Chao Dahua immediately said angrily, really do not see the Yellow River. Into the police station still dare to fool. He slammed the table heavily and drank. Honestly explain the truth. Confess from leniency, resist from severity. I. Suddenly, a tear, not knowing whether it was a tear of remorse or aggravation, flowed from the corner of the eye of the golden glasses. Anyway, he cried, such a scene as this, and his state of mind at the moment, it played out as it did in the other 2 interrogation rooms. Again, the interrogation room is a stark contrast to the one in Lindley's hospital room. One side is full of and the other side is word for word true. In the minds of He Lian and the others, Lindley shouldn't have lied about this. Besides, his face was so flushed with Chinese red that he didn't dare to suspect that he was lying, and in Chao Dahua's in their minds, crime traffickers are cunning, especially human traffickers. How many ignorant children have they deceived with their lies? Geez jerk, real do. Solved the case? Traffickers caught? It's cool to see such mood-boosting news so early in the morning. It feels like a smooth poop too. What are the details like? Report it, quickly. And human traffickers don't mosaic me. It's great that Lin Hall is okay. Almost we the people lost a fair and clean future civilian official. I haven't seen Lin Hall for a few days. I really miss it. Lin Hall's waist is still complete? Asking for my daughter, so the show can start normally. Lindley and the other children returned safely, and the traffickers were successfully arrested. The police department made the announcement at the first opportunity. There is too much public pressure to give the entire internet an explanation. Perhaps the traffickers were caught and the children returned unharmed. The netizens were in a pleasant mood and jokes were all around. The entire network is filled with laughter. Many netizens have gone to the official website of the Yongcheng Police Department to leave messages, hoping that they can just shoot the traffickers, eradicate social tumors. However, by mid-afternoon, the Yonkers police, under their own Jitterbug authenticated account, posted a video. In an instant, all the netizens who saw the expression of the mind with the morning Lindley Ward Yang Mi and other people as staggered. Shocker! This video is what happened in the morning when Young Mimi filmed it. After they were done being horrified, the old Mauser forwarded it from Yang Mi to the police department leaders. The first reaction to seeing it was just as much of a head-scratcher. Leaving aside for the moment Lindley's red-hot, hair-right-winning half-son remarks, as far as his account is concerned, It's the same as the trafficker's account in general. So, the second thought is, what the traffickers say is true. There are a few discrepancies above many details, but it's pretty much the same process. No one knows what the faces of the police leaders look like at first. They felt that this comment, plus his boldness and carefulness in saying that Linley was the reincarnation of an insider player, neither is too much. The ideology feels higher than they are. How high? 3. For stories high, I think. So, the leaders have unanimously decided to publish this video of the purpose is to promote positive energy and show the netizens how aware children are nowadays. I'll be damned if I'm going to hammer the hammer. Show and tell. Lin Hall is awesome. When you really enter the game with your body, you win half a sun in heaven. Awareness in advance. Breaking into traffickers' dens alone. Snubbing traffickers. Fighting traffickers. Driving a car to the police station. Nima, are you sure this is an 8-year-old? A TV show wouldn't dare do that. Numb. I can't compete with the old, but now I can't compete with the young. I feel like I came to Blue Star to make up the numbers. I broke my defense, and I can drive after playing a few racing games at age 8. Don't show me. Lin Hall. I admit I'm a loser. Okay. Deng theory, Marx and Lenin. How come you learn it better than me? Now that the kids are all rolled up like this? I'm a Deng member and I feel like a pioneer in front of him. He just opens his mouth. That's what it feels like, especially with that tone of his voice. It's the same as my unit secretary doing the thinking. It's really outrageous, you know. When my mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video, I said I was kneeling on principle. This one video was considered to have completely opened up Linley's popularity. It was so esoteric that it had completely broken through many people's perceptions. Series of operations. Many people ask themselves, even if they were then set in the position of, none of it could be resolved as calmly as Linley. Besides, he's only a few years old. The whole internet is kind of completely down. Especially, in this video, hearing about Linley's family. Netizens at first thought that Linley so hall gas. The family is not allowed to say is also the son of high-ranking officials. But hearing it now, it seems, Linley is also from an ordinary family. No, he doesn't even have a normal family. This instantly brought them closer to each other. And goodwill was born. There is a sense of intimacy. A noble son emerges from among the common, poor, people. How can they not love a child who is dedicated to the welfare of the people and has the potential to be a leader in the future? In an instant, Linley's fans rapidly increased, and the fan circle was born at this moment. Although Linley doesn't have a microblogging account, fans have organized themselves to open a hypertext for him. Sign up for circles at the posting site. Synopsis, Guardian of the Best Forest Hall. Growing up with Forest Hall. Some lezzies have even renamed the fanbase with a lofty title, the Imperial Guard. Fan response slogan, no pennies. One heart for the people. Half a son of Shang Tian. Justice rises. The people's good squad leader. On the internet, the heat is festering, and the hot search hasn't dropped in the last few days. In the evening hours, something that shocked the netizens once again appeared. The program on the Central Law and Order channel actually showed this case, and he also gave Linley a huge wave of praise. However, at the end, the host faced the audience with a very solemn warning to all parents and children. Linley deserves encouragement and praise for his words and actions. However, we do not advocate the Linley approach. Netizen Spice, our mom still thinks too highly of me. LAM Hall, thank you, Vita Citric Acid, for your full support. Good comrade. I'll remember you. Plus an extra chapter this afternoon. LAM Hall, thank you all Hikari Yiffy for your support. As long as the hypes and gifts are strong. I'm playing hard to get. Chapter 70, Wang Tianyu, attention. Please call me Vice Class President Wang. The time flickered to September 8th. The junior classes began recording again, with the 5th being closed due to Linley, and the 6th and 7th being double breaks. In the morning, in the junior class, the students arrived one after another. The squad leader is awesome. Song Yishui and Shang Yishui who arrived at the school first and other small groups of close friends gathered together. My mom and dad have been bragging about him for the past 2 days. So brave. Aha, the class president will be my idol from now on. I'm not going to powder my family's giggles. A little girl said in a milky voice, her eyes blinking brin in her big eyes. I'm really happy to be in a class with the class president, and I feel safe. Chen Yushua smiled and said, my mom said that the most showy thing about boys is that they must feel safe. My mom said the same thing, eh? Song Yishua hurriedly agreed. At this time, Xia Shi sweetly tied a high ponytail carrying a small school bag bounced into the classroom. Long gone were the gentle demeanor of the previous 2 days, and at this time was full of smiles. Hello, good morning everyone. She pleasantly greeted Song Yishua and the girls. Good morning Creek. Song Yishua and the girls greeted each other. Xia Shi put her book bag on her seat, then quietly opened it and, putting candy boxes labeled with the words of a certain country into the drawer of the forest. Would the class president be happy to receive it? She thought darkly in her mind, her little mouth rising involuntarily. She should be happy. Definitely. She then cheerfully walked over to Song Yishui's and joined the chat. Classes are getting more and more students arriving at school. A lot of people from other classes, other grades, while it's still in session, hooting and hollering all the way to junior class. Currently, Linley is considered a national mini-idol. Major media, short videos. Officially, it's all playing at all times to praise Linley's non-advocacy of valor. Therefore, Linley is now also exceptionally hot in the children's circle. It's not like the students from the same school are admiring it. Where's your squad leader? Where's my idol? Where's Lin Hall? The children asked, chattering. Wang Tianyu had also arrived in the school by now, and seeing so many people, he knew that the time has come for him to show. In the absence of the squad leader, the vice squad leader is the biggest responsibility to help the class president with diplomatic relations. Hello everyone, I'm the vice class president of the junior class, Wang Tianyu. He craned his neck and raised his voice. Thank you for your love for our squad leader. But, our class president isn't at school yet, so you can tell me anything and I'll convey it to my class president truthfully. Wang Tianyu had been repeatedly watching the replay videos of the junior class for some time. On the first day of school, he was dismissive of Linley, but after becoming vice president, and especially after his own mom and dad educated him, he began to learn frame by frame, figuring out Linley's doings, thinking about Linley, suppressing them with his own power. What an ability this is. He felt that he had to strengthen his mind. After all, he was the vice president of the class now, and he's still not secure as the vice class president. How many students below him are eyeing him? In order to keep up with Linley and not be impeached by Kenny Lee, it's important to get ahead. That's why his current look is a bit Linley-esque in its aura. Mr. Wang, I'm from class 5, too. Your class president is here. Tell him that. Come sit in our class sometime. A taller boy with glasses and a red scarf around his neck shouted. Wang always has a nickname for Wang Tianyu from netizens, who told him to open by saying he has a president father, so they are calling after the netizens. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu's expression was serious and slightly dissatisfied. This student, don't call me Mr. Wang. In school and in class you have to refer to your position. The student froze. What's going on? What's with this class? Why do they all look like this? Another student spoke up. Okay, Vice President Wang. I'm the study committee member of the 3rd, 4th class. So pass a message to Lin Hall and say that our class would love to have him visit and give guidance. Okay, I know. I'll keep it in mind. Wang Tianyu nodded his head in a serious manner. The live feed was on as early as 7 o'clock. At this moment, when they saw Wang Tianyu's look that resembled Lin Hall, they all laughed and laughed. Mr. Wang is also making progress, abandoning business for politics, right? Well, it's getting more and more interesting to watch. Even the richest can't resist the temptation of power. Now Lin Hall is really the idol of all the people. This school of theirs is sort of being brought on fire by Linley, isn't it? My child went to this school, and after the incident at Forest Hall, he was proud to say that he went to the same school as Lin Hall. It amuses me. Wang Tianyu is also getting better, with a vice class look. You guys, look, dear Oli, his face is all black. Ha ha, as netizens could see. Li Kenyan came into the class at this time, carrying a small school bag. Seeing Wang Tianyu speak to the leadership of the other classes on behalf of the junior class, his face was particularly ugly. He sneered coldly. Humph, pretending. Wang Tianyu, your inspection period hasn't expired yet. Tomorrow is your expiration point. I don't know if you'll still be able to be so awesome. His voice wasn't purposely lowered. So Wang Tianyu, who was greeting the other classes, heard it clearly. At that moment, he raised his small eyebrows and said unhappily, Mr. Li Jianrun, call the position in the class. Che, Li Jianrun didn't even care about him, skimmed his lips and walked straight to his seat. Wang Tianyu saw how he ignored him. It felt like his dignity as vice class president was being trampled on the ground by him. After all, there were so many people from other classes watching right now. It was humiliating. Why do I smell a sour odor? He laughed softly and raised his hand to fan the tip of his nose, then moved over to Kenny Lee's side and, looking down and sniffing, so it's emanating from you. Li Jianrun smiled coldly, unfazed, and in his eyes only Linley could be considered his opponent in the junior class. The others, deigned to fool around a little longer. The vice class experience card expires tomorrow. Wang Tianyu laughed. Tomorrow? Don't you know that a double holiday doesn't count as a working day? When the squad leader first said it was a week, it was 7 days. Li Jianrun was dumbfounded. Wang Tianyu's meaning, he could understand it too well. After all, he was the director's son. Judicial units, all of which count time according to workdays. On Saturdays and Sundays, it's all closed. Wang Tianyu was satisfied with his expression. Student Li Jianrun, you're still young. No matter what, I can fool around for 2 more days than you expected. As he said that, he narrowed his eyes to show a face that looked villainous and playful in Li Jianrun's eyes. I'll keep an eye on you for the next 2 days. Don't ever do anything you shouldn't. Mr. Wang is standing up. I'll go. What Mr. Wang? Call Vice Wang. The junior class really doesn't have a single idle person. It's only been a few days since we saw each other. Wang Tianyu has grown into this? Could positions really make people smarter? Thinking back to the time when Vice Wang was still disliked sharply by Li Jianrun, but now he's able to fight back. Did Vice Wang go to Dang School for further study in the past 2 days? Lamb, this hall is about to be inducted into the great young pioneers. So, begging for a little prodding. Small gifts. When the time comes, bring the ponies together to control the pioneers and make it big. Chapter 71, Another Talent. Life Committee Member Guan Qian. Wang Tianyu's change really stunned the netizens in the live broadcast. Previously, viewers were given the impression that the landlord's stupid son, who bribes people with snacks, that the running for class president. Now, why does it feel like a different person? A lot smarter. In him, it was as if he saw Lin Li's figure. In the junior class, Jianrun Li immediately burst into a rage. He could tolerate Lin Li insulting him, pressing him down, but he wouldn't allow Wang Tianyu to step on it as well. Wang Tianyu, don't go too far. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily. Calm down, Kenny Li. That's when Manhwa, who hadn't been in the class for long, stepped forward and pulled Li Jianrun. He had just arrived in class, and while he didn't know what was going on, now Kenny Li is on a united front with him, and Wang Tianyu is Lin Li's man. Simple as that. Yuan Hua stared with a small frown. Wang Tianyu, what are you doing? Wang Tianyu said, not doing anything, just letting fellow student Li Jianrun be a little more peaceful these 2 days. Peaceful? It's you who's at peace, isn't it? You're due tomorrow. You should have your tail between your legs right now. Yuan Hua looked at him with contempt. The stone forest in the last row saw the two of them, and immediately stopped being silent. Standing up, he came to Wang Tianyu's side. What tomorrow? A 1-week inspection period. Less than a week now. What don't? Won't it be here tomorrow? Yuan Hua narrowed his eyes and gave a doubtful cry. His sidekick, Kenny Li, has regained a little bit of his composure at the moment and, whispering in his ear about the workday he'd just had. Immediately, Yuan Hua's narrowed eyes widened. Is this what Wang Tianyu's brain can come up with? He knew it was a bit of a non-starter to continue the subject at this point, and in the absence of a clearly defined, anyone who says so has a point. So, with a twist of his little head, he aimed his gun at Stone Forest, who had just walked over to him. Sure Lin, you still have the nerve to stand up. You can't even care about the safety of your squad leader. Sure Forest froze. Why did you suddenly dislike me? I hadn't even said anything yet. Obviously didn't go as far as Wang Tianyu to make progress, and faced Yuan Hua's reversal of the gun. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Mostly, it's still a little weak inside. His problem will naturally be decided by the class president. It's not your turn to say anything. A voice rang out from the classroom door. Yuan Hua, Li Jianrun. Wang Tianyu and the others cast their gazes over in unison, only to see, Life Committee member Guan Qian came in with a small school bag. He was also a class cadre handpicked by Lin Li at the time, belonging to Lin Li's faction. Instead of going directly to his seat to put his book bag, Guan Qian came to the edge of the stone forest. The other students in the class saw the situation, such as Chang Junyu. These Lin Li party members got up and came behind Wang Tianyu. As for Li Jiaqi, Wu Chang and these, they came behind Li Jianrun. The two groups were separated by an aisle, swords drawn and glaring. The other classes of students who were sniffing around outside saw this and froze in their tracks. Is the class so fast-paced? We're going to fight at the drop of a hat? A student whispered to the person on the side. This junior class, it's really not a place for people to stay. I have a feeling as 5th graders will have to sit on the bench even if we go in there. Slipping away. Let's go to class, or we'll be criticized if there's a fight. Xia Shi, Chun Yushui and their little girl group couldn't help but look at Wang Tianyu and the others. Boys are so childish. Nothing like the maturity and stability of the class president. A little girl bristled. Aha. Xia Shi nodded with extreme approval. Should I sue the teacher? They seem to be fighting, eh? The little girl gently tugged on the corner of study committee member Song Yishue's school uniform. The teachers should be watching the live broadcast as well. Song Yishue pushed the glasses on her nose and, looking to the photographer in the back row, they should be the first to come over if anything happens. Also, that's when the boys that, seeing that he had so much backing, Li Jianrun calmed down and his bottom was full of energy. He didn't even look at Wang Tianyu, but teasingly looked at the life member Guan Qian. Worry about yourself too. Li Jianrun sneered. Does the class fee know where it went? Ha! Pipe money froze. Unsure. The duties of the life committee are to manage the class expenses, and the usual affairs of the student's life in the class. He was well aware of it when he took office. He remembered that when the class president was collecting the class fees, he said that when the life committee selection came to, just hand over the class fee to him for safekeeping. But Linley didn't mention this later. He also didn't dare to take the initiative to ask Linley for it. But why would Kenny Lee say this? He was puzzled. The class fee is with the class president. Aren't you supposed to have the class fees as the life committee member? I'm sorry, said Kenny Lee with a smirk. The squad leader didn't give it to you? Then you've been derelict in your duties and overstepped your authority with him. Yuan Hua immediately chimed in, having read Li Jianrun's meaning immediately. In the end, they are all families of officials, and the tacit understanding is barely that much. Guan Qian didn't answer the first time, thinking continuously in his head. None of the ones who made it into the junior class were simple, and apparently, he had a certain amount of wisdom as well, while not figuring out why Kenny Lee would bring up shift fees. But, at this point, he knew that he couldn't panic. There was no overstepping of authority, and no dereliction of duty on my part. When the squad leader told me privately that right now we're on a probationary period, and once the probationary period is over, the class fee will be turned over to me for safekeeping. He's lying. How can you tell when he's lying? Old iron. He hesitated and was clearly in a state of dangling when Lee asked for shift fees earlier. No, man. You can tell that? I'm a second-level counselor. I can't read adults, but I can still read a child. 66. If it's a lie, this Guan Xian isn't an oil lamp either, making up a plausible excuse so quickly. If I was in junior high, I feel like I'd have been dropped out. Be confident, take the feeling out of it. With the analytical speculation of the greats on the air, well, another talent has been discovered. That line was a seamless way of saying both that he was taking a firm stand and defending the class president. Another rebuttal to Kenny Lee's accusations. The high level of emotional intelligence is on display. Kenny Lee obviously hadn't thought about it, and he was even less capable of live streaming the gods. Unable to tell whether Guan Xian was lying or not, he gruffly said, "When did I tell you that?" Guan Xian rolled his eyes at him in a none of your business kind of way. "Between our class officers, do I need to report to you?" When Wang Tianyu heard this, he immediately wrapped his arms around Guan Xian's shoulders. He was very satisfied with this statement. The dislike is too good. That's right. What's your status? What's our status? What does it matter? Chapter 72, still hospitalized? We're going to visit the class president. Wang Tianyu's arrogant appearance was clearly transmitted into Li Jianrun's eyes. Miso, the nameless fire in his heart bubbled up again. There was a nuisance sound as his teeth clenched. Yuan Hua was also furious. And it could be said that a group of people from their party were all like that. Outside the school, their status was no lower than Wang Tianyu's. But in the school, that's a taunt to ramen. Li Jianrun couldn't stop clenching his small fists, his heart trying to comfort himself. It's okay. They can't fool around for 2 days. When the day after tomorrow, on Teacher's Day, he himself will impeach Linley, and then all of them will have to fall. He glared fiercely at Guan Chen. Linley had misappropriated public funds. You're still in the dark as a life member, aren't you? Wait for the good stuff. Li Jianrun put down his harsh words, then ignored Wang Tianyu and the others and patted Yuan Hua. Not with them. Aha. Yuan Hua nodded and greeted his fellow officers as well. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu's little expression grew more and more complacent. They're wimpy, they're scared, they've won. It was so comfortable. The taste of power intoxicated him a little. No fun. A mouthful. Let's go. He waved his hand and took the lead as he turned to leave, with Guan Qian, Chang Junyu, and the others following behind him, very self-conscious about pulling back a body position. Apparently, in just a few minutes, they've improved a bit. The furor leading up to the start of classes is sort of over for now, but the internet is unusually clear that this is just the beginning. The two parties inside the class are thoroughly bonded. As for the third party, the neutrals, there aren't really that many of them. They are currently a minor transparency in the eyes of the netizens. So far, there are no highlights. There are even some people that the internet has forgotten what their names are. In the hearts of netizens, they have only one name, ordinary classmates. As soon as the bell rang for the start of class, the students quickly returned to their seats. First class, language class. He awkwardly hugged his books and went into the classroom. In the absence of the squad leader, the vice squad leader takes up the beam. And so, all rise. Wang Tianyu's posture was straight and his voice was loud. Shake. The sound of desks and chairs crashing resounded through the classroom in moments. Hello teacher. Hello classmates. He awkwardly smiled. Sit. What just happened was something that their teacher had seen all over the office. Was expecting a fight. Also be ready to come to the classroom at any time. Luckily it was all restrained in the end, something that was extremely gratifying to him. To be honest, he was quite optimistic about what Kenny Lee had just done, even though he had provoked him first. But in the face of Wang Tianyu's ridicule, he was still able to restrain himself from making a move. And at this age with this kind of stoicism, to be honest, it was particularly remarkable. Which youngsters nowadays don't move their hands at the drop of a hat? As for this Wang Tianyu, well, starting to put on airs and brains running. What surprised him the most was Guan Qian. Last week it had been a little transparent among the class officers, and today's words had really amazed him. Looking at these students, he was in a bit of a trance. True to the old adage that dragons give birth to dragons, a phoenix begets a phoenix. Of course, the person who breaks this old saying is currently the most prominent representative of Linley. This little brat, not only does he know how to punch holes, he specializes in dragons and phoenixes. In the position of a commoner, he was comparable to the pride of heaven. He let out a dark chuckle, shook the thoughts from his mind, and began to take the lesson seriously. Class, remember where we learned last week? As soon as he awkwardly finished speaking, Wang Tianyu immediately raised his hand. Report. Watching him raise his hand, he was stunned. Was he that eager to show off now? According to Ho's idea, the first one to raise her hand should have been Song Ishue or a few other students who excelled academically last week. But I didn't think. Stand up, Mr. Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu stood up, and although he was eager to replicate class president Linley, he didn't have the guts to let he awkward call him vice squad leader Wang as well. Students were still more afraid of their teachers, except for Linley, who was an alternative. Report. I'd like to ask why the class president didn't come to school. Is he still injured? We students missed the class president. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi and the others all looked at he awkward with puzzled curiosity. Obviously this issue concerns them as well. At that time, after Linley was rescued, he awkward was also the first to send a message in the group. Tell them the squad leader is safe. They also knew that Linley was hospitalized for his injuries, and he awkwardly said it was a minor injury that didn't bother him. See you all soon. So they thought they were going to see the class president today. I'm hospitalized now, but I'll be discharged soon, he awkwardly replied with a smile. Ah, still hospitalized? Xiaxi couldn't help but furrow her small brows. A clamor resounded inside the class. Is it that serious? It's been so many days. Yeah, I thought it was a minor injury. Will I ever see the class president again? Discipline member Su Gaojie immediately stood up and bellowed. Quiet. Pay attention to classroom discipline. What position? What to do? What situation? What position to step in and? These class officers have studied by heart. After all, they always remember that they are currently on probation. Poor performance can lead to replacement at any time. As soon as he gave the word, though the students' voices poured out and began to diminish, but there were still so many whispers. Su Gaojie looked fiercely at those few, and the same few also glared at him without showing any weakness. One of them is Yuan Hua. What are you looking at? Yuan Hua said fiercely. We're concerned about the class president. Quiet. He awkwardly knew that looking at the situation, it was impossible to say that the two factions were going to quarrel again at the drop of a hat. The teacher's words could be much more effective than anyone else's, and instantly there was silence in the class. He said, Don't worry, classmates, the class president will be discharged in the next 2 days. It'll be back in class in no time. He then waved his hand, signaling Wang Tianyu to sit down. Let's get on with the lesson. Wang Tianyu didn't sit down but looked at him and said, Teacher, we're going to see the class president. The class president is hospitalized, and we as classmates deserve to visit him. As soon as these words came out, Shi Linlin, Xiaxi, Guan Qian and a group of other class cadres chimed in. Yes, we're going to see the class president. Song Yishue also raised her hand and said. He awkwardly said, I know you guys care about the class president, but right now the class president is on retreat. He mused for a moment. I'll tell you what, send a representative there when you. This will not disturb the class president's rest, but will also make the class president feel the unity and concern of the junior class. Being in the same class and visiting a hospitalized classmate is the right place to start, so he didn't outright refuse. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang Tianyu nodded his head before sitting down. In his heart, he said that he had to fight for this spot. With that in mind had drifted up. What should I carry to visit the squad leader? It's not a bribe to visit a hospitalized squad leader and give him something. Chapter 73 Your grandfather taught you a lot. Junior class is in session in the luxurious single room of the first hospital in Yongcheng. Linley ate fruit and watched TV. His little life shouldn't be too cozy. In fact, he's been better for a long time. If it wasn't for the truancy, I'd have been out of the hospital a long time ago. At this point, the junior nurse had just finished his daily rounds. Lin Hall, what time is it and you're still yawning? Didn't you sleep well again last night? I'm sorry, the little nurse asked with a smile. She was actually puzzled by the fact that every time she came to examine Linley in the morning for the past 2 days, he was all this slightly depressed spirit, kind of like the patients who stay up all night in the small country slice hospital next door, sleeping quite well. How Linley said perfunctorily and yawned openly again. Ever since that day when he awkwardly finished their questioning, Yang Mi returned the cell phone that had been thrown into the alley by the traffickers at the time. Chao Dahua went to the place where the accident happened and found the cell phone there, brought it back and gave it to Yang Mi and the others. And after the phone was returned to Linley, he stayed up all night punching lists in order to fill the hole in his shift fee. It had been his plan to peak first in the morning, then take orders, hit some GBs, small GBs, and gold label or something like that. It's perfectly timed. Even if you don't take the up-scoring order, just a small national standard. The current market price of normal Hero Small 2000 it. However, being tied up by traffickers for a few days all of a sudden gave him little time. Of course, he could totally borrow money from Hoang, Yang Mi, and the others, and I'm sure they'd lend it, too. After all, $1,000 sprinkles to them. But he didn't want to, because to lend money is to lend favors. He didn't want them to come looking for him to say that later on when he grew up to be powerful. Do you remember that I lent you money when you were a kid? In order to prevent this kind of situation. He is poor and noble for the time being. I hope that's for the best. You're growing up now. You can't stay up all night, you know? If you don't grow taller in the future, you'll regret it when you grow up. The little nurse spoke with concern. Linley nodded. Thank you, Missy. I know. For height, Linley has long since added up to 5 feet 8 inches. That being said, some of the stuff in this system is really cheap and some of it is expensive as hell. For example, this height profile, it's not a little bit of modeling that adds a centimeter. It's every centimeter that's added. Modeling points are to be incrementally doubled. His initial height, on the other hand, is based on the average height of Chinese males. If it weren't for the fact that the mood value has skyrocketed like crazy in the past few days, I guess I'm afraid to move the future shape modeling now, and face value wise he's already settling in for the time being. I can't say it's amazing, it's just mediocre. He didn't deliberately mold to pursue face value, because he knew full well that no matter how handsome he was, it's all too handsome for the readers who are hyping themselves up for more likes and swipes. Get some rest then, and remember to call me if you need anything, the little nurse said. Yes, after the little nurse left, Linley didn't open King's Honor to continue playing the list, because the money is earned and the holes can be filled. Of that, Milk Fierce contributed $500 as the big moneymaker. As the number of stars gets higher, the back charges are naturally higher, while she also placed an order for a Luna gold label, Chang a gold label. Others have taken a bit of a gold standard order. Even though he didn't hit the pinnacle number 1 because of the human trafficking thing, the reputation has gotten out there and the list is naturally small. One of the gold owners placed a large order with a 2W price tag, but Linley saw the content requirements and rejected them outright. National Service Yao. The National Service itself wastes time, let alone Yao. Anyone who has played King's Honor knows the amount of gold in the National Service Yao. Ding dong. The cell phone message came through. Milkfist, when are you free today? Linley saw Simply Lazy to shake her. Do not give money day and night chat what? The people's cadre is very busy, especially since she was the one who had been in the most WeChat messages during the few days he had disappeared. Good morning. Still sleeping? Busy this afternoon? Score. Did you eat? Good night. Are you asleep? Linley skimmed his cell phone off the table. The game pooking. Any hobby that turns into a living profession can be extraordinarily painful. Noon. The little nurse brought in a light lunch, and Linley was eating it when, knock knock, there was a polite knock on the door, and Linley raised his eyes to the, only 2 men in masks appeared in the doorway. Linley quickly recognized one of them. Wasn't it old Mauser? After all, they are public figures, traveling. In order to facilitate, masks are necessary supplies. The other man, whom Linley did not recognize for the moment, only knew that he must also be from the entertainment industry. He was carrying a fruit basket in his hand. Where's dinner? Lao Mozi walked in and took off his mask smilingly. Well, what else? The slightly indifferent tone of voice and Linley's expression that said you didn't see it all. Slightly embarrassing for the old mogul. It was as if he was telling himself that he had asked a nonsense question. Ahem, little friend, let me introduce you. This is Lu Tianwang. I'm sorry, he laughed, immediately avoiding the awkward point. At the same time, the man next to him was removing his mask and it was clearly one of the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang, Lu Tianwang. Hi, little friend, how are you? Heavenly King Lu waved his hand in greeting with an amiable smile. Linley's eyes lit up. Heavenly King Lu, hello, little friend. Ha, Lao Mozi said, as I told you last time, Heavenly King Lu intends to want to buy the rights to that song of yours. I know. I remember. Linley nodded. I also know that during the time I was tied up, Lu Tianwang helped me appeal on the internet. He solemnly thanked. Thank you, Heavenly King Lu. It should be. Heavenly King Lu smiled and waved his hand, then asked with concern. Feeling better? Almost ready to be discharged. Linley said. That's good. Heavenly King Lu placed the fruit in his hand on the bed cabinet. Brought you some fruit. Heavenly King Lu, you are too polite. Just come and bring something. Linley's token polite words. Heavenly King Lu laughed. Man-child, who did you learn all these polite words from? My grandfather. The old plotter on the side sighed in his heart. Your grandfather has taught you a lot. Your grandfather is an honorable man. Heavenly King Lu said from the bottom of his heart. He has seen the video of Lin Li Shengtian half-son, and he has seen that it is full of Marx and Lenin, Maoism and Dengism, full of red energy. He really admired Grandpa Linley for teaching such a good and upright child. That's right. A small pride appeared on Linley's face. Uncle Lu, can I call you that? The best way to bring a relationship closer is to start by addressing it. Yes. Heavenly King Lu nodded his head readily. He wouldn't feel impolite for being called uncle. There was too much of a difference in age to Linley, and it wasn't appropriate to call him brother. What about the copyright thing? I don't know much about it, Linley said, but I know that song copyrights are categorized into adaptation rights, rental rights, broadcasting rights. Lao Mozi and Lu Tianwan were only half listening, and then looked at each other. Heavenly King Lu's eyes were puzzled. You taught him? Lao Mozi, I think his grandfather taught him. Lam Hall, thank you, horse runs fast, for your strong support. Good comrade. I'll keep you in mind. Plus an extra chapter this afternoon. Chapter 74, Foster's? I'm still picking. So which of my copyrights are you buying? Linley asked with wide, clear eyes. Wait first. Lu Tianwan's brain was a bit messed up. Answer me first. How do you know all this? The old mobile added. Your grandfather taught you that? Linley shook his head. Director Zhang. You're kidding. My grandfather is just your average old man. How could he know anything about this? When he finished, he picked up the cell phone on the mattress and waved it in front of their eyes. I googled it. Old Mauser was embarrassed. The internet? What a great thing. Cell phones, how convenient. To have such an 8-year-old know so much. This sentence, Linley really didn't make it up. He really googled it. After learning that someone was going to buy the rights in the first place, I made a point of finding out more about it. After all, it's not like the song rights will be sold only once. There will be more in the future. Heavenly King Lu eased his breath slightly. So that's how it is. Uncle, I'm not going to take advantage of you. You still have the copyright. I'm only buying your singing rights. He was afraid that Linley wouldn't understand, and explained in very understandable words. That means I buy your songs. You have the copyright. You get a cut of whatever the song makes later, no matter how much money it makes or how hot it gets. Can you understand the meaning? Heavenly King Lu smiled. Linley nodded. Understood. Lu Tianwan really didn't intend to trap himself. A lot of singers and companies buy songs by taking all the rights. At the end of the day, fire or no fire, it has nothing to do with the original creator. It's kind of heaven and earth for people like him to just buy the singing rights and split the money. Uncle Lu, then how much are you going to offer? I was looking on the internet and a lot of people sell songs for thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, lots of money. He wore a look of unseen ignorance. It was clear in his mind that Lu Tianwang would not give himself a low price. After all, the song has sort of been a success, with some airplay data to back it up. If the song had just been written instead, the company sighed. Singers are unsure of what the potential of the song is, and prices are generally low, and some companies will buy out the rights to the byline outright. That is, you write it. By then the song's creator's name field won't be yours. This is the biggest loss. Let's say the song catches fire. Even though you've only made a couple $1,000s selling the song, but at least the name of the creation is you, which is a sign for the creator. It's good for raising your profile and adding weight in subsequent song sales. Heavenly King Lu laughed. It's definitely more than that. How much is how much? Linley asked expectantly. 50W. P.S. Don't take the price seriously. After all, I didn't sell the song. I just priced it according to the plot follow-up. How much? $500,000. Heavenly King Lu repeated with a smile, and seeing Linley's surprised expression. He explains, the price is higher if you buy it out. And the reason it's that price is because the song is currently verified online. Old Muchabag finally saw Linley's expression other than this little brat's ghostly one. Pleased with his surprise, he spoke up and added, the song follows up with more than that. You have a cut. Yes, don't worry, every dollar will not be missing. You can trust me on that. Heavenly King Lu has serious eyes. Of course I believe you. Linley still has more trust in his reputation, being able to fire for so long. Naturally, there is some truth to it. Heavenly King Lu continued. between the fact that you are still underage, according to the law. It's signed by your guardian on your behalf. So who's going to sign it? A. Under the relevant law, minors under 8 years of age are considered to be incapable of civil behavior. The civil legal acts performed by them need to be represented by a legal agent, including signing contracts. Contracts for the sale of copyrights involve complex legal relationships and changes in rights and interests, beyond the capacity of the incapacitated person to understand and deal with. Hearing this, Linley was a bit stumped for a moment. He is now an orphan without any guardian, while the street office and the civil affairs bureau in the area where it is located are looking for a provider for it. If there is no one to support him within a certain period of time, he will rightly be sent to a children's home. Of course, what Linley didn't know was that many people, after learning about Linley's family situation, already in the process of applying to the local civil affairs bureau for custody of Linley. This kid looks like he's going to be a future success story. Haven't you ever heard of raising a child to prevent old age? They all want to adopt Linley so that they will be the rich generation in the future. Did you hear that the father is the son? I don't have any dependents for the time being. Linley shook his head. That's when the old mogul spoke up. Isn't Yang Mi going to raise you? Linley pursed his lips. She's, on the waiting list. You have other people to raise you? The old conspirator queried. Not for a while, and I'm not going to have to pick it out. You know, there are so many child abuse cases nowadays. Who knew that acting all glamorous on the outside? The moment I came home, I would be put in a small dark room. Hearing this, Lao Mozi raised his hand and touched his forehead as if he was wiping away sweat. Who dares to abuse you? Anyone who can put 3 traffickers in the police station has to weigh himself. Linley raised his eyes to look at Heavenly King Lu. Tell you what, Uncle Lu, when I've picked my guardian, let's sign the contract while we're at it. As well. Heavenly King Lu nodded with a smile. After school in the afternoon, a convoy of cars traveled in an orderly fashion on the elevated road on the way from the school to the first hospital. The headliner, the flying little gold Rolls-Royce, a couple of cars in the back, nanny vans. Wang Tianyu was leisurely shivering a fruit drink in the backstage seat of the Rolls-Royce. Cool, so cool. Uncle Zhang, did you see today's program? Wang Tianyu was in an extremely happy mood and asked the driver who was driving. See, young master, you did well today. Uncle Zhang wore white gloves, held the steering wheel, and smiled. Look at Li Jianrun's suffocating behavior today. He. Wang Tianyu's small face was filled with complacency. Suddenly he asked Uncle Zhang, by the way, is Uncle Zhang's gift for the class president ready? At the end of the morning language class, as soon as he awkwardly walked out of the classroom, they then immediately discussed who to send as a representative to visit the class president. With the authority of the vice class, he grossly and forcefully secured the spot. It's bought, young master. In the trunk. Bought what? Fruits and 2 cartons of milk. Uncle Zhang said. Why did you buy just this much? Wang Tianyu was instantly dissatisfied. Giving away such a small amount of stuff. It's still so common that people who don't know it think their family is broke. Will the class president be happy? It's what the lady said. Wang Tianyu had nothing to say. His own mother said it. What else could he say? What milk? It's what you always drink. Young master, just flown in from New Zealand today. Vice Squad Leader Wang, I want to buy a car for the squad leader. May I ask what is suitable for the status of the squad leader to sit in a row? Chapter 75, Solicitation? Just go through the process. In the first hospital of the city of Ningbo, after chatting with Lao Mozi about the song's copyright, Lu Tian accompanied Linley until 15 o'clock p.m. Then he left. When he left, he didn't forget to invite him to play in Shangjiang sometime. Squad leader, I've come to see you. Linley was downloading the red software on his cell phone when Wang Tianyu's voice came from the doorway. He raised his eyes and saw that Wang Tianyu was wearing his school uniform. With both hands he came in gasping with a basket of many fruits he had not seen before, with a man in a suit behind him. In his hands were 2 boxes with foreign writing all over them, and just by looking at the packaging, he knew only that they were for drinking. Pardon his ignorance as to what exactly it was. Ah Tianyu, you're here. Squad leader, are you feeling better? Wang Tianyu asked with concern. The driver behind Wang Tianyu smiled at Linley and nodded. The 2 cartons of milk were then placed on the sofa coffee table, followed by taking the fruits from his young master and putting them down together. Then he went to the door and acted as the door god. Much better. Linley nodded and pointed to the stool on the side. Sit. Wang Tianyu could be described as a good boy in front of Linley right now. The arrogance of a rich kid. Sorry, he doesn't have it anymore. The brashness of the opening days of the school year. He had reined in. Now he regarded Linley as his idol. Aside from Linley making him vice president, and his own parents' advice, and the sense of accomplishment you get from learning about Linley Hall's hall spirit today. Class president, I'm here to see you on behalf of the whole class. Oh, and thank everyone for me tomorrow. Squad leader, you know, Today, Li Jianran and the others were pissed off by me. Ha ha. Wang Tianyu character is quite cheerful, plus today's mood is particularly pleasant. The box immediately opened. Gushingly, he told Linley how he disliked Kenny Lee today. It didn't matter if Linley loved it or not, wanted to hear it or not. At that moment, Yang Mi and the others walked in. They don't have any other announcements at the moment for this program. Furthermore, they were afraid that Linley would be alone in the hospital, so they came to visit him every day. Teachers, you're here, Linley greeted. Well, are you feeling better? I'll be out of the hospital tomorrow. Originally, Linley had planned to lie in the hospital for a few more days, but he had just heard what Wang Tianyu had said. Come to think of it, the day after tomorrow seems to be Teacher's Day. Teacher's Day gifts still need to be given. After all, you organized it yourself in the first place. Squad leader, you're getting out of the hospital the day after tomorrow. Before Yang Mi and the others could speak, Wang Tianyu took the lead and shouted, yes, it's Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow, and even if I don't feel well, I'm going to go back into the classroom and take the whole class and send your teachers your best wishes. Linley tilted his chin up, his eyes revealing a look full of love and respect for his teacher. When Wang Tianyu saw it, he hastened to observe it carefully, memorizing it in his mind. This posture, this look, that tone, it's all about the details. Hold it, hold it. Yang Mi immediately organized him to continue to play, and after all this time together, they were all too aware of what Linley with this demeanor was going to do behind the scenes. Demonizing. Either they are full of pleadings or they open their mouths to moralizing. It wasn't so much that they were afraid of him, but they didn't want him to educate them as if he were a leader. Louis Fei, if that's what you're after, the sentiment is received. You'd better get well. Linley ignored it. Teacher, despite the delay of a few days, but I've kept your gifts in my mind, so don't worry. I'll give you a big surprise the day after tomorrow. Big surprise? These 4 words, Yang Mi, a few people have no waves in their hearts, but if Wang Tianyu said, they'll also go ahead and visualize it. After all, they're the ones who've seen a corner of the heavenly palace in existence. Wang Tianyu, on the other hand, is the one who lives in the heavenly palace. Is the class president going to prepare a gift? Wang Tianyu immediately interjected upon hearing this. Right, but it's not ready yet. What do you need me to do? Wang Tianyu was extremely attentive. Linley smiled faintly and didn't say anything, instead sitting up from the hospital bed and then putting on his slippers. Teachers, take a seat while I show the vice squad around the hospital. A hospital visit? He awkwardly twitched the corner of his eye. Having heard of shopping, malls and parks, it's the first time I've heard of a hospital visit. It's fresh. Go on, go on. He understood Linley's meaning. Wasn't it just that he wanted to talk to Wang Tianyu alone? And as for what? It's not even about Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow. Don't want them to know what gifts to prepare and keep a sense of mystery for them. Well, you guys sit down for a while. There's fruit over here if you're hungry. And there's a cafeteria downstairs. So make yourselves at home. Make yourself at home. Don't be polite. Linley said as he led Wang Tianyu out of the hospital room. Why does that sound so familiar? In the garden below the hospital, the two sat on a bench and Wang Tianyu looked curiously at Linley, who was greedily breathing in the air mixed with sterilized water. What's the matter, squad leader? Linley let out a long breath and turned his head to look at him and said, when you arrive home at night, solicit ideas from the class group for gifts for Teacher's Day and see what good suggestions you solicit and put them together when the time comes. After all, it was promised that taking the opinions of the classmates but there's been a delay with the human trafficking incident. Luckily, though, there was still a day left and it was perfectly timed. Since it's a class-organized event, it's only natural that everyone should be a little bit involved, isn't it? Oh, I see. I'll message you when I've summarized it then. Wang Tianyu answered. This is a simple matter, and it can also reflect his vice-class official authority. A good thing. No need. Linley shook his head. No need to send it to me. It's just a formality process. Going pro forma? Wang Tianyu was puzzled. And suddenly, some images flashed through his mind. When I'm home by myself, my mom and dad sometimes talk about company stuff. Say what you will about the company currently conducting an employee opinion gathering. He would be very clueless inquiring why it is important to gather opinions. His dad said, it's just a process, just so the staff knows that the chairman is also concerned about them. In a moment, he realized, I see, their opinions don't matter. We decide our own gifts, right? Right. Linley clapped him on the shoulder and looked at him with a "you're good" look. In his heart, he sighed. The president's son really deserves to be the president's son. His enlightenment is really high. Wang Tianyu understood Linley's appreciative look, as if he were an innocent little child who had received praise. The corners of his mouth immediately lifted and there was excitement in his voice. How can I help you with the class president's gift? No, I'll prepare the gift. Just pick me up the day after tomorrow. No problem, Wang Tianyu assured. And suddenly he seemed to remember something that there was no one on the side. So anyway, he just lowered his voice to a whisper. Squad leader, when I came to the hospital, Guanxian told me that Kenny Lee might want to impeach us with the class fee thing, eh? Lin Li frowned slightly. Because you didn't pay Tubby Dry at the time of the class. Chapter 76, Good news. You're going to take over in the Young Pioneers. Meanwhile, in the school principal's office, the students had all gone back from school, and Hu was still in his office. Across from him on the couch was sitting the police chief. The two of them sipped their tea and chatted freely. Headmaster Hu, this kid Linley has given our police department a great deal of credit this time, the police chief said with a smile. The trafficker Linley brought back to them, under interrogation. As he said at the time, it was not the first time he had committed the crime. All the way to interrogation, all the way to investigation. 8 children were recovered. It really made him ecstatic. And with this credit, he can't say he'll be able to move up a bit next year. So his current visit to the school was to discuss with the school administration about giving Linley a banner as well as a bonus. Who picked up the teapot and refilled a cup of tea for him after. The day after tomorrow, Teacher's Day. How about I gather the entire school and you personally present him with it on the playground? Yes, but I don't think that's enough. The director laughed. On the day of the presentation of the banner, let the boy be in the pioneers. Who chimed softly, the young pioneers ah. The police chief took a sip from his teacup and then said, well, the child is very good in terms of awareness. He has to be in the young pioneers to take over. Yes, I agree. Hu Jiangwo nodded. The pioneers, in general, are joined in 2 groups. The first batch is around the second semester of first grade, June 1st. Students in this batch are usually the more outstanding in terms of character performance. And the second batch is until around the second semester of the second year, June 1st Children's Day. It's safe to say that every child in elementary school will be in the pioneers. It's just a matter of time. With Linley's current display of awareness, even without the human trafficking incident, the school will surely arrange the first batch for him as well. So he didn't even refuse. This is to give Linley a line of fire to join the organization. Then it's a deal? The police chief smiled and said, I'll present him with a banner when the time comes. How about you tie his red scarf? Of course. Who was in a happy mood? You know there is a live taping of the show right now. So, this time, the chief of police is personally presenting the banner and medals as an advertisement for their school. Even if the police chief didn't say anything, he would have personally given it to the Linley department. At the end of the day, Linley is truly a student at their school, and I a principal personally honoring students. It doesn't look friendly for other parents of students to see that the principal of the school has no airs and graces and is so approachable. That way they will feel comfortable giving their kids to their school. But then again, the police chief suddenly said, I'd still prefer not to give Linley a chance to speak much that day. Just a simple thank you, don't you think? Hu hurriedly nodded. I understand. He knows too much. He remembers a scene from the opening day of the school ceremony vividly. Especially remember Linley patting him on the back of the hand before he stepped off the stage. What's the police chief afraid of? It's just that I'm afraid that Director Lin will come online and won't be able to tell who the real leader is at that time. The boy is good at everything, except, Hu stopped for a moment. He wanted to say that there was too much nonsense, but on second thought, that's what I'm talking about. After all, Linley had robbed him of many words at that time. Do you think it's nonsense yourself? And if you tell it to yourself instead, do other people think it's a lot of nonsense too? So, he switched to, a little too official, and I don't know who I learned it from. The police chief laughed out loud. So yeah, I'd like to speak first and let Linley make a thank you speech later. Before he could finish, Hu nodded again. I understand. You get it again. The police chief smiled in his heart. The experience of that day seemed to have a particularly deep impression on him. Look at him. He seems to have developed a mental image. Alright then, it's a deal, and I won't continue to bother. With his purpose accomplished and his mission over, he rose and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Hu Jiangwo got up to welcome him. I'll have someone line up a process out later and send it to you then. Good. I'll see you the morning after. Remember the order must not be mistaken. The police chief repeated seriously and gravely as he left. I get it. The view is back in the hospital. At this moment, Linley and Wang Tianyu had already left from the small garden and were walking in the corridor of the meeting ward. Li Jianrun is not to be feared, but Guan Xian is a good classmate who will look out for the class president. I'll have a chat with him at school later and see if we can officially absorb him into our team. Linley had learned from Wang Tianyu about all that had happened in the morning. Also went online to watch a replay of the show. He had to say that Guan Xian's emotional intelligence and resilience was awesome. Appointed him as a life committee member at the time. or because the guy was good in math class. It made a slight impression on Linley, also one of the ones who didn't get up in arms when Lee Kenjin targeted him in English class. Squad leader, I think it's better to be careful. Wang Tianyu's small frown tightened. A kind reminder. Don't worry, the sky won't fall on junior class, as long as I'm there. He, Li Jianrun, can't turn over the sky, Linley said proudly. A bunch of little kids in the district only dare to fight against him in hook and crook? Do you know that in his last life, he was the man who watched the entire legend of Xinhuan by himself? Hearing such domineering words from Linley, little stars continued to twinkle in Wang Tianyu's eyes. The more you worship Linley, the more you worship him. Keeping that in mind, he'll have to move out and use it in the future as well. By this time they had made their way to the door of the ward. Just walked in the door. Linley then saw the first time that he awkward and Yang Mi and the others turned their gazes on themselves, and revealed a mysterious smile. It seemed to have been waiting for him. Squad leader, I have good news for you. Do you want to hear it? Louis Fei smiled brightly, but the smile gave Linley the feeling that he was somewhat trying to calculate himself. Don't want to hear it. Linley's decisive, non-thinking reply immediately froze them in their tracks. That's not the answer they want to hear. Deng Chao said in a daze. Aren't you curious? If this matter has much to do with me, and I don't ask, sooner or later you will tell. I don't know, Linley said with a smile. Yang Mi sighed and covered her forehead. This little kid is too resourceful. Kids nowadays are really hard to fool. She shook her head. The man seeing through the. She also lost interest in continuing to flirt and said bluntly, just now, Director Zhang called over and said that he's going to hang a red scarf for you on Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow. The expected surprise did not appear on Linley's face, only a look of awed calmness. Oh, but then, a dazzling light erupted from Linley's eyes. Do I get to go to the podium? The whole school is going to be there, isn't it? Chapter 77, you're asking me to write an application report? Crazy. Forestry Hall, I hope it is understood that the pioneers will change their alias to the young timers from later on. It means the same thing. In school, Linley knew exactly what situations had the most emotional value. Normal classes. No gimmicks at all to keep yourself whole alive. The first grade questions. Not to mention that he had a system. Even if he didn't have a system, couldn't be difficult for him. After all, it's an adult. First through third grade. Properly genius-like. As for after third grade, the downhill slide begins. The fall of genius, the end. Therefore, he was extremely eager to go to the podium. Yang Mi and others look at him. This look is very puzzled. Less time team members, you are not excited. Instead, they were so excited about going to the podium. The kid's way of thinking really eluded them a bit. Shouldn't kids be proud to wear a red scarf? He awkwardly said. Definitely on the podium. After all, it's an initiation ceremony dedicated to you. He then briefly explained why he was suddenly being asked to join the major league team. Linley couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart after hearing this. How stingy. After giving them so much credit for what they've done, they'll give themselves a spot on the junior varsity team? Do the little league need them to carry it for themselves? Doesn't it just have to be a schoolboy to get in? But come to think of it, at your age, what else can they put you in but the little league? Party members are required to be 18 years old to apply. If he was already 18 years old, he could really join the party in the line of fire for this one credit. Oh, so do I go up on stage and read the application to join the team? He awkwardly heard this and nodded, then shook. The process hasn't been worked out yet. But let's see if I can think of a normal way to read it. After all, this is an initiation ceremony dedicated to you. If you follow the school's self-organized initiation ceremony for junior members, you don't read it to everyone. It will also send only one representative. Linley smiled. Just get on stage and be able to speak. So, he said to awkward, Mr. Then please help me write an application to join the team. Remember to be profound and write it by tomorrow night. He awkwardly stared at what he meant. Why does that sound so familiar? Before he could continue to be confused, Linley's addition came. The content should ideally show my sizzling feelings for the Little League. The will to join the Little League reflects my determination to serve faithfully to the students and faculty. Tang Chao on the side. They felt like they had cracked their brains. Are you in the junior varsity? You are planning to enter the party. In addition to this state of mind, Yang Mi, Louis Fei and a few others had a feeling of amusement. It's only because of Ho's awkward expression. The corners of He Awkward's mouth continued to twitch, and his eyes continued to flutter with a stunned expression. Is Linley directing himself? Does he think he's the Secretary General? Let yourself write report material for him? At this moment he had a sentence in his mind that he didn't know whether to speak or not. Holy! Since that day of unauthorized appointment of class officers, he always felt as if Linley had hollowed out his homeroom teacher. But now it seems that he is more than just hollowing out his power. He is treating himself like a subordinate. Immediately, he was furious and stood up from the sofa. coming to Lin Li and give him a hard, sugary chestnut head. Gutsy huh, are you the teacher or am I the teacher? He awkwardly reprimanded. Egu ouch. Lin Li clutched his head, his leadership aura breaking in an instant. He awkward, write it yourself. I'll give you the application materials tomorrow. Write it properly. If you can't write it right, you'll write it 100 times. He pulled out the teacher's stance out of the blue, and it finally felt like he was a teacher now. Teacher I'm going to sue you for corporal punishment of a child, which is against the law. Lin Li glared at him with his little tiger face. This vice, how they can't change it. It seems to be addictive. I'm not physically punishing you or hitting you. It's a teacher's caring rebuke to a student. He awkwardly looked at his suffocated appearance and his mood was suddenly pleasant. That's what a child should normally look like. What a look for the old Miles. I'll give it to you tomorrow, and I'll check it when it's done. So don't write me anything too outrageous. Do you understand? He awkwardly glared and threatened. Otherwise, I'm going to exercise my homeroom rights. The writing should be standardized. No scribbles, no typos. The core idea has to be formulated around joining the team. Understand? As Lin Li listened, his face stiffened slightly. No, why are you asking for more than me? Teacher, I'm in first grade. I just started school. I can't read. He awkwardly sneered. You just started school. When you wrote the topic on the blackboard, didn't you write it quite well? That's the ones I know. Then write me one out in those words. Lin Li. Yang Mi stepped forward at this time and smiled. You still know you're in first grade First grade should do what first grade does and study hard. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll study hard. Lin Li wasn't someone who couldn't take a good thing when he saw it. And in regards to the second half of He Awkward's threat, the effect is still so little. Man was the class teacher after all. He was really capable of directly dismissing himself as the class president. If he is removed from office, the people he offended before will ride up to his neck. Kenny Lee is bound to bear the brunt. He lost his position as class president, and on his own behind Wang Tianyu. Will you still be able to treat yourself with the same respect as you do now? Lin Li can't guarantee that. Right to be surrounded by people who will turn out to be good friends. Once lost, which one of you? It would be nice not to fall on my sword. Teacher don't worry. I'll definitely give you a proper application for joining the team tomorrow. He turned to look at Wang Tianyu, who had been in a daze, and went forward to pat his shoulder. Tianyu, I'm going into the junior varsity team. Behave yourself. When the time comes, I recommend you to join the great team. Wang Tianyu's entire body was in a daze after entering the hospital room. The squad leader is so good. I can't believe I made the junior varsity team early. The squad leader is awesome. I can't believe the classroom teacher was asked to write a report. And, it's amazing that he's so bendable. My own father always taught that a man who knows how to bend and stretch, in order to be called a great man, all the way to rely on reckless, doomed to go not long. Therefore, after he was confused, the color of worship in his eyes became even more intense. But hearing Lin Li's words, he froze and returned. Squad leader, doesn't everyone get to join the junior varsity? He's a little confused. Does this even need a recommendation? Lin Li said seriously, you don't understand. I'll go in first, and when I'm the chief captain of the young time squad, I'm appointing you to be the vice chief captain, and then you'll be one man among all the children. Whoever you want to expel from the team is at your word. All the students have to respectfully call out to you as vice commander when they see you. You hold the rights to their team membership in your hands. The principal has to give us a point when he sees us. Every time the school conducts an assembly from now on, we will attend that important meeting. The podium, all speaking is our man. As Wang Tianyu listened, his eyes continued to widen, and the light of power continued to flash in his eyes. What power? Isn't this the king of children? Squad leader, if there's anything you want to do, just order me. I'll go through fire and water. Chapter 78 Driving an Audi to and from Lin Hall every day. Yang Mi, he awkward, and the others looked at Wang Tianyu's expression, and in looking at Lin Li, who kept speaking of his future ambitions, the head was once again in a state of downtime. A thought came to their minds. Was it right or wrong to put this kid on the Little League team? If anyone else had said they wanted to be the chief of the Little League, they'd have been skeptical. Think bragging rights mentality. But it was Lin Li who said that. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Because this kid, there's a real possibility that it could be for him. Think about the wrist slapping since the beginning of the school year, the first day of the school year, and the rich kids that the families focused on. The second generation of officials cleaned up their act. You're saying he's daydreaming? No, it's his life plan. And then look at Wang Tianyu, the light bursting out of this rich kid's eyes. It gave them a sense of familiarity. Yes, it's the same demeanor they had back then when they were new to the scene, wanting to be popular, wanting to get ahead. Exactly the same. Clearly, Wang Tianyu had begun to be gradually brainwashed and controlled by Lin Li. Originally, in their thoughts. For example, Wang Tianyu, a rich young man, when the program was over. It's each one of them going back to one of the noble schools, study for a few years, then study abroad and inherit the family business. But at the moment, it seemed likely that Wang Tianyu would follow Lin Li to graduate from college in China. I guess, they shudder to think that, if that were the case, Lin Li had such a rich second-generation horseman like Wang Tianyu in him, how high his future starting point would be. 10 So, suddenly, their brains went cold, thinking about Lin Li's original sentence. I'm going to take the public broadcasting service when I grow up. Success rate +1. It's over. I can't say I'll really have to call him Lin Bureaus from now on, and a respectful one at that. Deng Chao looked at Lin Li, who was still describing his future ambitions with Wang Tianyu. Lin Bureau, take care of your health. You haven't been injured for long. The rich neighborhood of Minghu, Yongchang, at night, inside the European-style decorated living room. A cozy family was enjoying dinner at the moment. The man in the main seat, dressed in a homey short sleeve, took a sip of red wine from his highball glass and looked over to the child sitting opposite. Tianyu, what all happened a bit is today when you went to see your class president. This family is Wang Tianyu's family. They're from Mordor. This place is just an ordinary property in their name. It was also purchased specifically for this son's participation in the junior class. Having one son attend a youth class as a child actor is naturally not the main objective. The family is not short of money. Why be a star? Not to the point of going broke and needing kids to make money to support the family. The main purpose is to exercise your kids. Dad, the class president is going to school the day after tomorrow. He's going to be in the junior varsity team. Wang Tianyu put down his chopsticks and, raising his head, he informed Lin Li of the things that happened to know after meeting him today. Lin Li's words were particularly voluminous, and he hadn't memorized them all, but the main points were clearly expressed. After hearing this, Wang Mingcheng let out a faint smile. It's kind of an exception, just starting school and entering the young time team. He again raised his glass and drank the red wine in it, then spoke, in the junior class. Just follow him around and learn more. As president, managing a huge industry, there are countless things to do every day, but about what happened in the junior class, he knew all about it through the people who specialized in looking after it, as well as his son. Lin Li gave him the impression that he had both promise and money. At the age of 8, with lots of means and brains, it may seem commonplace to adults that, but at his age, he was a genius, born to play the power game. Such a person, when he grows up, as long as he is not physically sanctioned, is basically a giant on one side. I know. I've been watching the class president's replay taping and he's really good. Wang Tianyu's clear eyes were flooded with reverence. Zhou Ru watching on one side of the dining table said at this time, since he asked you to pick him up the day after tomorrow, you're going to pick it up every day from now on, okay? Every day? Wang Tianyu froze. Zhou Ru watching nodded. The best way to bring a relationship closer is to give a gift. But you're probably not going to take it after what your class president said at the beginning of the school year. So come at it another way. Wang Tianyu's small eyebrows stared up complaining. Then I don't have to get up early every day. Zhou Ruocheng looked at him favorably and smiled. It's only an hour early. No, when the time comes we'll go to where Lin Li lives to see if there's a good house. It's fine to buy a set and live over there. Right. When Wang Tianyu heard this, he was excited. Buy a house near the class president to go. It's close. The life of the rich is so simple and unassuming that they can buy whatever they want for convenience's sake. It's a solution. Tomorrow I'll ask someone to take a look. Wang Mingcheng agreed, pausing slightly to, continuing, tomorrow I'll ask someone to buy an Audi. So this semester you'll commit to going to school in this car. Why? Wang Tianyu was puzzled. This car of mine isn't broken. Wang Mingcheng didn't say anything. Zhou Ruocheng looked at her husband and immediately understood its meaning, explaining with a smile, throw yourself at the mercy of your class president, who looks like a leader all day long, though I don't know who influenced him, but it's clear that he just loves that feeling of leadership. Leaders, naturally have the cars that leaders should ride in. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu gave a sound that he seemed to understand. Isn't the Audi too cheap? Zhou Ruocheng laughed. Leaders are all low-key. Don't worry, that kid will love it. They are successful businessmen. The vision of a successful person is extremely important. It's not just about the situation. It's also about the people. Step back. So what if Lin Li doesn't like Audi? It's only a couple $100,000 in their eyes. Not much to lose. There are plenty of ways to make up for it. After finishing dinner, Wang Tianyu returned to his room and hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened the junior class group chat, followed Lin Li's instructions to collect students' ideas for Teacher's Day gifts, and he added a particularly witty comment. Think about it, tell me tomorrow at school. The teachers in the group are there. We're going to surprise them. At the same time it was informing the class that the class president would be back the day after tomorrow. He then didn't care if his classmates saw him or not. He just switched interfaces and played the game. Whether he sees it or not is none of his business. He's been informed anyway. In the meantime, Summerbrook home. Ding dong. The cell phone beeped suggestively, and Natsuki stopped playing the piano and put her little head together to look at it. See the message above. Surprised, she picked up her cell phone and jogged towards Shin Yuton, who was watching a variety show in the living room. Mommy, Daddy's coming home. Shin Yuton lazily sat up from the sofa, jokingly eating up her daughter's jealousy, and said, "It's still my baby girl who's most important, coming back without telling me, and saying hello to you first. Daddy loves me the most." Xia, she smiled sweetly. Daddy said his night flight tomorrow's. It's a 14-hour flight over. So do you want to take the day after tomorrow off and go pick up your dad together? I kind of want to go, but the day after tomorrow is the class president's school day. Shin Yuton was dumbfounded. If his husband knew that his precious daughter, whom he loves with all his heart, giving up picking him up for a man, he would have been very upset. Lamb, there's more in the afternoon, so I'm begging my comrades for a little prodding, a little gift, a little attention. Thank you all. Chapter 79 Teacher's Day Gift. Can I not? The following day at noon, September 9th. Clear. In the hospital. Lindley checked out of the hospital accompanied by the show's staff. Inside the car. Little friend, are you going to school, or are you going home? The staff drove the car and inquired through the rearview mirror. Lindley's little face was tigerish, and he raised the corners of his mouth and asked rhetorically, "If you were at the age when you went to school, what would you choose?" The staff member stiffened. "Go home. You know the answer and you're asking me. Are all adults so childish?" "I'm sorry." Lindley let out a playful laugh. "Who?" The staff member exhaled heavily. Now he could completely understand Yangmi. The old mooks and their moods at first now. So, he never said another word on the way back to Lindley's, and, after sending him home, handed him a registration form labeled this Little League enrollment. All that was left behind was, call immediately if anything happens and be safe. Then in a hurry, he kicked the gas and stomped a 200,000 plus car out of the air of a sports car. Lindley skimmed his mouth when he saw it. In the end, it was young people. They really couldn't say a bit. Pushing open the door of his home, which he hadn't visited in a few days, and placing the application for joining the team on the small table. After Lindley simply cleaned up, he didn't stay long, wearing a mask and heading to the supermarket to buy the gifts he would need for tomorrow's Teacher's Day. It's a celebrity at the moment anyhow, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble, solely wear a mask like the stars. Today, he has nearly $400 in his hands, $3,600 class fee, and a little money from the original's estate. He entered the neighborhood mini-mart and made his way purposefully to the cleaning supplies section of the look twice to find what you're buying, carried it right to the checkout and spent a total of $15. After that he ran to the florist and purchased wrapping paper to wrap the sheet bouquet. Spend $10. Then he went to the small goods market and purchased a beautiful box of jewelry. Spend $25. Finally, he went to the hardware fabrication store. By the time everything was done, the time came to a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lindley set aside the gifts he had prepared, then went to the stove and ordered a bowl of veggie noodles. Ding dong, the cell phone Microsoft alert beeped. Lindley came to the small table with plain noodles that were not garnished with greenery. When he sat down, he first picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It's a message from the homeroom teacher. He awkward. Ho lost, be safe at home alone, and be sure to call me if anything happens. He awkward, fill out the registration for the team at night. Don't forget, and hand it in tomorrow morning. Remember to ask if you don't understand something. Don't scribble. Hoad, tomorrow is the time of recess in the playground to organize your initiation ceremony, and you'll be up on the stage. The chief of police will personally honor you at that time. Hoad, see back a word. As Lindley lowered his head to eat the noodles, his other hand sent a 1 on the screen. It's so nice to be able to speak again tomorrow. He pondered in his mind how he should perform well on stage tomorrow. So, he sent another message to He awkward. Lindley, Mr. Ho, you can rest assured that I will seriously write into the team to register Ho's application form. I'll be at the podium tomorrow as well and won't let you down. He felt that his line was very much in keeping with the standard reply of the contemporary teenage boy, and he didn't make a demon out of it. Very decent words. He awkwardly should be relieved to see that, having finished dropping off the kids from school by now, He awkward, who was chatting with Deng Chao and a few others in his office, saw the reply. He looked up at Deng Chao with a slightly raised eyebrow. Why, very common words that. I always thought something would happen? Deng Chao sniffed and said suspiciously, what did he say? He awkwardly turned his cell phone screen towards Deng Chao and the others. This one won't let you guys down. Deng Chao mused for a moment. 4 words were then spat out. Be careful, mostly because the kid never ceases to amaze us. Yang Ni paused slightly, feeling that the wrong word had been used, and corrected herself. It's shock. Louis Fei shook her head and laughed bitterly. One by one, they were truly being played by Linley. Simple replies, sparse words, the answers of a normal kid. Yet it emboldened them. Who'd believe it? But what happened at commencement shouldn't happen tomorrow. That's when Tangziki spoke. The principals, they're more scared than we are, developing processes on the. Neither arranged for Linley to make his induction speech as a new member of the team, but instead had the new second-year player speak. He awkwardly laughed. The principal and the others are defending themselves against Linley as well. It's not. Yesterday, after the police commissioner discussed with Hu, he then immediately called a meeting to discuss the process of inducting new team members. Originally, following the formal procedures for the initiation of the Little League, it has to be for a new team member to make a declaration and read the application for joining the team. Now that's a complete process for joining the team. However, the police chief repeatedly instructed that Linley should not be allowed to speak. He could have let Linley simply say a couple of words of thanks, but he read from the other man's 3 ordered words that he could keep him from speaking that. Just don't give him a chance to talk. Maybe the necessary process of the initiation ceremony must have the new member of the team to give a speech. This was worrying him. After all, this is a Little League initiation ceremony and the process is clearly defined. The lack of process is bound to make some people quite vocal. He categorically could not afford to make this mistake as the principal of that school. So, he listened to some of the teachers brainstorming and finally decided that allow second graders who have not yet joined the Little League to do so at this time together. The process can't be broken. But the ceremony time. There is no explicit requirement that it be held around Juneteenth. Having a representative of the second-year inductees give a speech at that time solves all the problems perfectly. Yang Mi sighed softly, honestly. In fact, although I'm a little afraid of Linley's whole mess on stage, I'm still a little looking forward to his whole live. Looking forward to it? Don't you forget, tomorrow is Teacher's Day, he awkwardly said with a solemn expression. With his unconventional nature, he will definitely give us a particularly big surprise on Teacher's Day. He put a special emphasis on the word surprise in his voice. So we still have something to look forward to tomorrow. Yang Mi was silent. It's Teacher's Day tomorrow. He's got a present for us. The heart is a little hairy. On the first day of school, Linley organized his class to give them Teacher's Day gifts. And to be honest, very touching. But with this period of time together to understand Linley's nature, it's not clear if the gift was expensive or not. After all, the class fee totaled only $3,600. What you can tell is that the gift must have been very special. For the first time, I wish that the gift I received was as ordinary as the one Li Chen gave me. Tong Chao's mouth hung a bitter smile, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Even receiving a rock is so much better than any other fancy scare gift. What kind of gift it is I don't know, but we're going to be embarrassed tomorrow. He awkwardly sighed with a complicated expression. Louis Fei, is it too late for me to ask your director Zhang for a vacation? Linley went on the stage to speak. The whole school was embarrassed together. But the gift, it was the 4 of them who were in a mess. The range is reduced and the power remains the same. Chapter 80, all the attention on the internet. The king's future. The sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. The bird said, early morning, why are you holding a present? I went to deliver care and surprise delivery to the school. Love your teachers and classmates, and grow up to work for the good of the people. Wednesday, September 10th, Teacher's Day. Linley got up early in the morning without any bedwetting behavior, and as a qualified squad leader, it is essential to arrive at the school at a jam-packed time. Brush your teeth and wash your face, all in one go, and look at yourself in the mirror as quite the cadre, with a hook at the corner of your mouth. So damn handsome. I wonder which little girl will be cheap when she grows up. After a little narcissism, he put on his backpack and picked up the nuclear bomb that was about to bombard the minds of Yang Mi and the rest of the world. Pushed the door out. Looking out at the sunny weather, he sighed softly, another meta day. He had just finished sighing when he raised his eyes and saw, outside the door of his house, there was a brand new black Audi parked. Squad leader, I'm coming to get you. When the driver saw Linley come out, he hurriedly got out and opened the backseat door. Wang Tianyu immediately got out of the car and ran over. After coming to Linley's heels, he was seen holding a quick, flat object wrapped in red cloth on the side of his arm, and holding a bouquet of flowers covered in galaxy gray gauze. He didn't show a different look because Linley lived in this environment. When Wang Daoxiao made friends, he never looked at the assets of the other's family. Class president, this is a gift for the teacher? Wang Tianyu asked. Yes. Linley nodded. Let's go. Go to school and warm up the teachers. Okay. Wang Tianyu answered and asked curiously. What's that? Class president? Still a kid after all. Not that enlightened yet. Still don't understand that you shouldn't ask leaders freely, and do not ask what you shouldn't ask. The leader wants to say that nature will give him reason to say it. You'll know when we get to school. Linley laughed. Oh. Wang Tianyu nodded his head in understanding as he heard, and did not continue to pursue the matter. The two got into the back of the car, while the flowers were given to the driver to put on the passenger side of the car, and fasten your seatbelt. When the driver handed over the flowers in Linley's hand, his heart was slightly stunned. Drink. Why is this bouquet so heavy? Is it filled with gold nuggets? However, as an exclusive rich driver, naturally much more mature than a child, there were no inquiries. The Audi drove slowly to the school. Linley sat in the back row, looking sideways slightly at Wang Tianyu, unable to stop sighing darkly within his heart. Wang Dashao is also considered to be experiencing the hardships of the world with himself. You don't sit in a nice Rolls Royce, you sit in an Audi S6 with yourself. At the first sight of the car that came to pick him up, he had a rough guess of what it meant in his mind. Wang Tianyu's parents want his son to improve, a signal to himself to take good care of his son. Audi S6 has a special meaning in China. Those who drive BMWs and Mercedes can only mean they're rich, but those who sit behind an Audi S6 represents unfathomable. Linley sighed in his heart. His parents. What an accurate judge of people. No wonder it's such a big asset. That's a good eye for people. TBH, if, say, Wang Tianyu still came to pick him up in that little golden man, he wouldn't say anything. Even if Wang Tianyu changed his car to some other luxury car, he wouldn't bother to think much about it. What's wrong with getting a new car when your family has money? The Audi A6, however, means something different, assuming one is correct, sometime in the future. This Audi S6 is its own go-to driver. Your parents are kind. I love this car. Linley smiled at him. Yes? Wang Tianyu was overjoyed. My mom said that you would like it. As expected. Thank your aunt and uncle for me. He turned to the driver who was driving and apologized. Rather, I've wronged the driver master. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang hurriedly raised a hand from the steering wheel and waved it. You're welcome, young Lin. It's a part of the job, as long as young master is happy. See, that's what comes with having rich classmates. Identity adds one more. Wang Tianyu's mood at this time, not to mention how happy his parents can be, really powerful. I was originally apprehensive when I went to bed last night. When this Audi S6 was delivered, he was worried that the squad leader would be unhappy. After all, this piece of car is only a couple $100,000, albeit in high gear. But in his eyes, his nanny doesn't even drive this car for groceries. But as it turned out, to my surprise, instead of saying anything, the squad leader also looked quite pleasant, thanking his parents. What it says, it shows that it's no wonder their parents and their sons' school, junior class live is on as normal as scheduled. This time, as soon as it opens, the number of online viewers then peaked for Linley's last appearance in the junior class footage, simply because today is Teacher's Day. Today is the day Linley escapes from his traffickers and returns as king. Today is the day he was honored by the police. Viewers who have been chasing the first day of Rising Stars Junior class from its opening day know that today is the day that Linley sends his teacher care. Also, after the human trafficking revelations, Linley's online outcry was at an all-time high. Many people who don't follow this variety show and don't watch it have heard about Linley. My name is Linley, and like the big trees in the forest, I want to stand up to the sky and be honorable. I'm not married to corruption and bribery. I'm going to put podiatry on Medicare when I grow up. Innate music, sacred body, self-created Chinese man, racing dozens of kilometers to send the bleeding trafficker to surrender, entering the game with his body, winning half a sun in heaven, full of red positive energy, 8 years old on the Central Mom's Rule of Law program. Which one isn't a hit all over the internet? So, in the program's official announcement last night, it was revealed that Linley would be attending school as normal. Today, it caused countless viewers who had heard rumors about Linley to flock in. Lau Mosey, as a veteran director, profoundly knows what to expect and what to flow, how to build momentum. He announced it ahead of time and also informed that Linley would be honored at the podium today. All at once, the audience erupted with emotion. A podium award? Linley again? Good lord. Director Lin is going to make a firm political statement. So far, the triple expectation pulls full circle. One weight is higher than the other. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room have long been as full as snowflakes flying, and if you don't block out the pop-ups, can't see the camera screen at all. You know why I don't like watching live? Because it can't be fast-forwarded. Skip some of the boring opening drama and fast-forward to the lip-smacking climax. Welcome back to Lin Hall. Did you send someone to pick up Lin Hall? I'm more anxious to wait for Lin Hall to show up than I am to pick up my wife. Where's the little Lin Hall baby? Auntie wants to adopt you. There must be much joy today. And an important speech from the Hall of Forests. I don't even want to go to my tutor's politics class later. So many people touting a little kid? I'd like to take a good look. Where are the Imperial Guard? Chapter 81, When he appeared, I felt the red energy. In the junior class, as the minutes ticked by, the students arrived one by one. The squad leader is coming today. There were little girls with anticipation shining in their big, budding eyes. Creak, can I switch seats with you? I want to sit with the class president, a woman with a crocheted hairpin and a cute, round, little face, gently tugging on the hem of Natsuki's shirt milkily. Don't. She shook her head decisively. Why yes, the crocheted little girl's big bright eyes dimmed instantly. Because I'm the class president's future wife. Xiaxi's delicate little face revealed a little bit of pride in its blush. Ah, the crocheted girl was momentarily staggered. Is this how far you've come? On the other side of the classroom, the small group of Kenny Lee, Yuanhua, and Wu Chang, coldly watching a group of students who were expecting Linley's return. Today, they a pin that can easily burst the bubble. Looking at the jubilant female students, and the forest of parties that, the corners of their mouths were aglow with the slightest hint of jia laughter. How much you push Linley now? How much you will be disappointed when the time comes? Today is the day of his destruction. Yuan Hua gave a vicious cry. Li Jianrun nodded his head and said with a slight sophistication, let him fool around a little more. Embezzlement is a felony. Today is the day we raise our eyebrows. Wu Chang wrapped his arms around his chest and raised his eyebrows. My father has even been letting me study under him. Told me not to rebel. And said something about rebellion not being very appropriate or something. His father had also told him some words just like Wang Tianyu's father, but he couldn't listen to them at all, so much less likely to remember. I'm going to make sure he's impressed with me today, he huffed. That's right, Yuan Hua agreed. At that moment, Li Juchi spoke in a small voice. What if we fail? Kenny Lee hadn't thought about it because, well, he didn't think he would fail. Still, he replied, if we fail, it only means we didn't try hard enough. Time to think about your own problems. Yuan Hua patted Li Jiaqi's shoulder. Failure is the mother of success, and this time it failed. Let's learn from our experience and go through it again next time. What are we afraid of? Kenny Lee said. Yeah, unless he doesn't make a single mistake in the junior class. As soon as he makes any slightest mistake, we'll magnify him infinitely. The two of them could be considered the leaders of this little gang, and the think tank. The two were educated very differently from other children themselves. Another official family under the ear. Certain aspects than normal children know more. It is not true that no one in the junior class is idle. Never underestimate kids these days, especially those growing up in these types of environments. For example, rich kids like Wu Chang and Wang Tianyu, the average kid cheering for a newly acquired Ultraman. Their room had been filled with toys that they had long since gotten tired of playing with. Once they get tired of playing, they'll want something else. This leads to the fact that, at the same time, the variety of things received is much greater than the average person. With more exposure, it is natural to know more than the average person. At that moment, he lost and the others walked in from outside the classroom, and all 5 teachers appeared on camera. As soon as the teacher arrived, the students returned to their seats, even though class was not yet in session. One with wide open eyes full of greetings. The 5 of them walked to the podium, and he awkward smiled as he addressed the students. The squad leader will be here soon, so let's all welcome our little hero later. Linley the brat has set them all up, but there's no denying that what he's done this time around. Aside from being outrageous, it was a big happy positive event. They, as teachers, deserve to drive the class welcome in front of all the spectators. Don't promote it, but praise it. Likewise, they received a message from Linley in advance, informing them to proceed to the class to deliver the thought in person in the presence of all. Honestly, they've gone from receiving information, and coming to junior class, to so far, the mind is always apprehensive. The kid, I don't think, would be particularly embarrassing to them. Should save yourself some face, hopefully. The audience in the live broadcast room boiled over after hearing he awkward's words. Here it comes. Lin Hall is coming. He comes bearing gifts. I've got my notes ready to study. The Imperial Guard is in position to escort. I can smell the red already. Finally, with much anticipation, 2 tiny figures in the classroom doorway appear in the plus shot. Linley, Wang Tianyu. The latter was a little behind, holding what looked like a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Technically, it's flowers, I just don't know what they are. Linley, on the other hand, is holding a piece of red cloth wrapped in a flat object with both hands. The same cannot see what exactly is. Honorable teachers, dear students, great internet viewers, long time no see. As soon as he entered, he greeted each of the 3 directions with a smile and a nod. Ho awkward. Teachers a direction. Students a direction. Photographer one direction. The first thing he awkward did when he saw people coming was to scan the items in their hands. Flowers. Nothing wrong with it. This is normal, acceptable, and won't embarrass people like yourself. the red parcel in Linley's hand. From his many years of experience in receiving gifts, it should be a plaque or something. If it's a plaque, there's nothing questionable about it. I'm afraid. Hidden mysteries. But thought I shouldn't embarrass myself too much. Welcome back class president to junior class. The heart secretly let go of the heart, and immediately shouted greetings to the students to welcome. Welcome squad leader. Chang Junyu, Shi Lin, and others from the Linley party shouted the loudest. Squad leader, voice breaking. Shashi shouted at the top of her lungs. Little hands clapped involuntarily, extremely excited and thrilled. Song Yishue, Chang Yushue and the other little girls were the same. Small hands clapped extremely vigorously, a face through the redness of excitement. Linley held the object in his arms with one hand and swung his other hand high. Comrades, hard work. Squad leader. The students responded with fierce shouts, and the viewers of the live stream were sending pop-ups with their own playful emotions at the moment. No hard work. For the people. Lin Hall actually addressed our great netizens. I feel like I'm being honored. To say nothing of Lin Hall, he holds us high, and in his mind we are the most important. For that, I volunteer to join the Imperial Guard. Guard our people's squad leader. At this point in the shot, Wang Tianyu felt that his vanity was bursting. Everyone was looking at them. Everyone was welcoming them. The mood was unusually surcharged, and to be with the squad leader was an honor. Chapter 82 Bad. This wave is coming at me. Linley waved his hand slightly, signaling them to quiet down, but the effect was not obvious. Not in the way, though, he shouted. Su Gaojie, organizational discipline. Hearing the squad leader call out to him, Su Gaojie, who was heaving and cheering, immediately said solemnly, quiet down, all of you. The squad leader has something to say. Similarly, other class cadres, such as Shi Lin, Song Yishue, and Guan Qian, have helped him organize his discipline. Nobody talk. The squad leader wants to talk. Quiet. Let the squad leader talk. As they stepped in to organize, the class quickly quieted down. On her flushed face, a pair of bright eyes stared excitedly at Linley. Linley was extremely satisfied with the performance of the class cadres, nodding his head slightly in praise. All of a sudden, Su Gaojie was as satisfied as Wang Tianyu in their hearts. The squad leader praised them. Linley brought Wang Tianyu to Eawkward and the others and began to enter the Teacher's Day Thanksgiving session. He cleared his throat without much prefacing and cut right to the chase. And at that moment the photographer also very knowingly trotted over and stood behind Eawkward and the others. Just enough to shoot Linley and all the classes into it. Mr. He, Mr. Yang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Deng Chao, Mr. Deng Ziki. Eawkward and the others had amiable and doting smiles on their faces, though in his heart, he was afraid of his shocking words or gifts. But, the surface work must be done. In the end, all of them have acted before. Even Deng Ziki, a singer. It's also in the moment. Today, September 10th, Teacher's Day. This holiday is your holiday. It's normal. There's nothing wrong with it. Yang Mi and others thought in their minds that the opening chapter was quite normal, without superlatives, conforms to a schoolboy speech. However, with the next sentence, the smiles on their faces began to freeze. Here, on behalf of the junior, elementary, middle school, college, graduate, master's, doctoral, senior college and all the people, to you, the nation's teachers, teaching staff, retired faculty and staff, with best wishes and high regards, Happy Teacher's Day to all. As soon as the word people came out, they knew, Director Lin is on the line. What makes you, a schoolboy, stand for so much? Who gave you the right? And how do you know so much as a schoolboy? Contrary to their mood were the netizens, who were even more exuberant upon hearing those two words. Well, I, the president of the student council of the University of XX, say that I agree with his representation. I've been retired for years, and I'm actually moved to tears by the mention again of actually being an elementary school student. Happy holidays to all the teachers. XX University wish all teachers Happy Teacher's Day. I'm XX University. At the moment, a coaster is traveling on one of the elevated streets in the city. Travel to one of the schools in the city for a teacher's sympathy. Inside the car, a middle-aged man in an executive jacket, who was now looking behind him, frowned slightly and, what are you looking at? The man in the seat behind him, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses in a svelte manner, immediately replied, Commissioner, I'm watching a variety show that's organizing a Teacher's Day blessing session right now. What program? Junior class. Chief. When the middle-aged man heard this, he spread his eyebrows and opened his eyes. This program is not unfamiliar. It's all the rage on the current internet, and they had their consent for this program approval session in the first place. But, his loosely spread brow furrowed again as he listened to the voices coming from the program and, who is this talking? Chief, it's that talented child star Linley who recently burst into flames. Oh, he trailed off slightly. Speaking of Linley in a much less unfamiliar way. Little heroes all over the net. It's just that he felt the word. Secretary Chen. This word. Why does it sound so familiar? Secretary Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Timidly and very slightly. He replied, Chief, this seems to be the words I wrote for you. The middle-aged man froze, recalling the opening ceremony of the junior class at that time. It's bad. This wave is coming at me. Bump the word. Don't you look at it. Change a copy out for me quickly. Secretary Chan's sweat oozed out even more when he heard that. Looking at the front off the elevated is the destination school. Now change? Just kidding. Meanwhile in the administration building next door to the junior class, the police chief had long since arrived and was drinking tea with Hu. At this point he was a million times glad that he had the foresight to realize that. Otherwise, later in the initiation ceremony, if it comes to that, ahem. Fortunately, he exhaled slowly. This child has a promising future. Hu didn't say anything. At the moment he was brainstorming in his head that his leader saw the scene. I don't know what the expression is. There's a teammate. Junior class. Linley was still speaking in a loud and elegant voice. His tone was upright and selfless and great. The more he awkwardly listened to them, the more wrong they became. What? Teachers are the foundation of education and the source of. What? To be a good teacher, we must promote and practice the spirit of educator. Be a great teacher for students, for learning, for business, and for people. Are you thanking your teachers? Or educating them? Listen to the words that are. That's right, but you're in the wrong identity. But that said, they really wanted to clap their hands. This kid, that's a great point. Positive energy pulled right through. If they were in the audience at the moment, they would be screaming for the kid. Linley exhaled slightly, the official word having been spoken earlier. At this moment, his eyes were looking at Awkward and the others with gratitude. Mr. He, Mr. Yang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Deng Chao, Mr. Deng Ziki. Over the past few days, you have sown the seeds of knowledge in our young hearts. You are not only purveyors of knowledge, but also guides to our hearts. As soon as they heard that, they started to get relieved and normalized. The aura of Linley's hall just now had really crushed them. At the time, they were tempted to say, we're just guest teachers, not real teachers. In fact, our real identity is that of actors and actresses. Now hearing that, it's not stressful at all, and it's strangely touching. I want to give a special thank you to the teachers for your love and wisdom that, holding up the fort for our growth. You are not only our academic mentors, but also our role models in life. With a change of identity, the pressure was allayed, and Linley used us instead of them. All of a sudden, it made he awkward and the others feel that he was still a child. At that moment, Linley nodded at Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu immediately understood the meaning and rushed forward. With both hands, he handed over the heavy bouquet with all the strength he could muster. I now, as class president, and on behalf of the entire junior class, the gift of the warmest care for teachers. Looking at Linley, who was so serious, and adding to what he had just said, moved. He Awkward had long since thrown the idea that Linley could possibly have tricked and frightened them out of his mind, and reached out to pick it up. The moment he received the bouquet, the expression froze. Chapter 83 Flower Language. Love is stronger than gold. Love is like silver threads. The first thing I felt when I took over was heavy. The second sensation, a little cool. Wang Tianyu was still a child in the end and didn't just scatter his hands. Otherwise, he Awkward would inevitably be unable to hold it securely when he was unprepared. Teacher is a bit heavy. He added a kindly reminder. He awkwardly gave him a slightly grateful look. You're such a good boy. If it weren't for him, the first one to suffer and make a fool of himself would have appeared in the face of the entire internet. At the same time, and in such a moment, his head cleared that anything that moves goes up in smoke in this moment. Okay, teacher, catch it steady. He awkwardly kind of wanted to find a crack in the ground. Really, he was thinking a lot at this second. For example, other people will think he's vain. It's just a bouquet of flowers. Why do you have to be nice and say you caught it steady? How much can a bouquet of flowers weigh? Wang Tianyu nodded his head, then let go of his hand and took another step back. Give the CC to your beloved class president. Teacher, this bouquet of flowers represents the gratitude of all of us in the junior class to you. Linley revealed a look of gratitude. Don't look at this as an ordinary bouquet of flowers, but it's quite expensive. Heavy. When you say the word precious, the word precious is softened and the word heavy is increased in volume. Yang me a few people's hearts slightly relieved up. Fortunately it was just an ordinary bouquet of flowers. Okay. And only he Awkward had a bitter feeling at the moment. It's really quite heavy. How could he not hear those two words? But he didn't lift the veil above to avoid embarrassment and catch a glimpse of the flower's true colors. Instead, he held the bouquet in his arms. He had no sense of anticipation for it. Even, He felt that once it was lifted, it was bound to leave all of them in a state of petrification. Thank you, class president. Thank you to all the students in the junior class. The teacher is very happy. He awkwardly revealed a professional fake smile, thinking, this part should be able to be dodged, as long as Lindley doesn't open his mouth to set himself off. Even if he let himself lift it, he had several talking points to circumvent it. Never underestimate the sense of control of a gold medalist showbiz host. Mr. He, lift it up a bit and take a look. Suddenly, Deng Chao, who was at the side of He Awkward, spoke. Right, Tang Ziki said it this time. They saw that it was just a bunch of ordinary flowers, and their high spirits had long since been set at rest. At the moment it felt like I was overthinking it. It is you who are measuring a child's heart with a small man's heart. So, they were full of anticipation to see what kind of flowers they were. I think it's lily, symbolizing purity, happiness and good fortune. Lilies are suitable for expressing blessings and appreciation to teachers. Or maybe it's a carnation. Carnations represent love, charm and respect and are suitable for teachers to express their respect and gratitude. Maybe. How odd. You're mature adults. It's also an old man who has been in the entertainment industry for so long. What? Don't you have any eyesight at all? Can't you see the cold sweat on the back of my neck? It's a bomb. What kind of person pulls their own ring? Just as his mind was rapidly organizing language to see what words to use to nudge Tung Chao and the others, as well as avoiding this embarrassment. Teacher, lift it up and take a look. We're dying to see the flowers the class president sent you on our behalf. It must be beautiful. The sound of a life-threatening voice rang through the teenage class. Instantly, one person took the lead, and the other students were up in arms. Yeah, Mr. He, I want to see it so bad. Oh, Hannah must be pretty. Mr. He, open it and take a look. What does it feel like to ride a tiger? Has anyone experienced this? That's what's happening now with He Awkward. Facing Deng Chao, facing Lindley, he had a million words to lift this matter over. But, looking at these children with eyes as clear as a college student's, he couldn't bear to disappoint them. He Awkward was still kind-hearted and resolved in his heart that awkwardness would be awkward. Can't hurt a piece of the kids. So, having sorted out my family's mindset, try to get yourself to the top of the heap with no change. He smiled. I'd love to see the flowers the class president gave us, too. I'm sure it's very beautiful. Having said that, swish dash, as soon as he tore away the starry gray muslin coverlet that covered it, the moment that Silverton's patch of flower gardens caught everyone's eye, and on this silver flower garden, there were 5 flowers of various colors blooming magnificently. At a cursory glance, it doesn't look like anything. It even feels like a normal, fun gift. But, on closer inspection, the photographer knew how to focus the camera on the bouquet of flowers in He Awkward's hand. All of a sudden, the whole broadcast room laughed. Blind me, what the hell is this wire ball? The point is it's not even a wire ball. It's a pile. Lindley wants to be stoic and rich too? Guys, I'm a little tense. Those 5 flowers. It's a ing dish towel. 66. I don't usually laugh at anything that isn't particularly outrageous, but this outrageous. Ha ha. Rather forgetting that Lin Hall is still a brat who can do a whole lot of work. Only a brat could come up with something like that to give to a teacher. You guys with their faces. It feels like the embarrassment cancer is don't come out. I'd be embarrassed in my place. As the netizens said, at this moment, He awkwardly their faces were already the same color as pig liver. Lindley is very understanding, and he is a small child who knows his place very well. Won't let anyone get off the hook. Besides, now that he was on camera again on the show, he had his own persona to set up, and he definitely couldn't skin it. Again, to prevent being called to the Chow Hall office later on. Preventing them from abusing their power to remove themselves as class president. He raised his voice. Teachers, this bouquet is a flower that I made all night last night, using 36 balls of steel wire. This represents the 36 students in our junior class, and on top of that are flowers folded in 5 dish towels, and I think you're well aware that this represents you. Yang Mi tugged at her frozen fake smile and looked at the bouquet, then at Lindley. I can't stop screaming in my heart. Do you know the language of the wire ball flower? Is it appropriate for you to give this? Although you look at this bouquet of flowers is beautifully crafted, you can still feel the hidden, rich colors revealed everywhere. Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Tang Ziki's eyes still looked like they were wearing a smile to outsiders, but Lindley already felt a cold, piercing chill. He got to the point in a hurry. You guys don't look at it as just an insignificant detergent in your life, but, yet it removes stains and restores the true nature and polish of the object as it is rubbed day in and day out, just as you have educated us in the path of endless patience and wisdom. Time and time again, we brush away the dirt from our minds and lead us to see the light of knowledge and find ourselves on the path to a brighter life. Does the object itself have other meanings? No. I'll take precedence now. Love is stronger than gold. Love is like silver. That's the floral message I gave for this bouquet. I hope the teachers like it. Chapter 84, A good kiss and a higher level of success. The value of a gift is not measured in money. Even the simplest, cheapest gift, as long as you can make it up, hold it up, and say it. Connect what it means to what you are trying to say and it is priceless. For the simplest example, are diamonds worth anything? It is just an ordinary transparent stone. But nay, the price has gone up when it is linked to love. A variety of beautiful slogans out. So that how many couples parted ways and became the most familiar strangers. Linley knew exactly what the steel wire balls represented. And he also knew that it was inappropriate to give them away. Flowers are kind of the most basic gift, no matter what the Thanksgiving program is. But, think about how expensive flowers are in florists these days. Cheap ones are $100 or so. Expensive ones are in the thousands. If you buy expensive, someone is bound to say something. If you buy cheap, it's 1,000 times the same and lacks emotional points. So, he decided to make his own bunch. He had purchased a skill in the system during a period of kidnapping by human traffickers. Mindfulness, you can turn any unremarkable thing into a useful item after crafting it. The whistle in Ting Ting's hand in the first place was also made through the purchase of this skill. Otherwise, who's going to study this stuff if not someone who specializes in the art? Linley continued. This bouquet of flowers likewise represents the teacher-student bond between us. Never fade. His large, soulful eyes were full of sincerity, revealing truthfulness and kindness. After he awkward and the others heard this forced explanation, the color of embarrassment was fading away. I don't think children understand stoicism and riches yet. If it's so metaphorical, if it's explained that way, they're sort of okay with it. Looking down at the bouquet made by the convergence of wire balls in his hands, well, it looks slightly smoother. Only, why is it a little heavy? There's not a lot of weight on the wire ball. With normal bouquets, the base usually has a flower arrangement of clay to supply moisture to the flowers, so the whole bouquet will be slightly heavy. But, this wire ball doesn't seem to need to be nourished by water, does it? He didn't think much about it for the moment, and looked up at Linley. Did you make this yourself? Linley hurriedly nodded. Yes, mister. I made it myself. I went there yesterday. And the normal flowers are too expensive for us students to give our teachers a token of our appreciation. The main event is a gift. Listening to his words, Yang Ni's few people stared carefully into Linley's eyes. There was no other look of dissimilarity seen other than sincerity. Guess he really meant it this time. Have a heart, Lu Yifei said softly. Yang Mi also said it this time. It's hard on you. You were just discharged from the hospital yesterday, and in the evening had to make this bouquet of steel flowers that never fade. Linley's little face slumped when he heard this. Talk about hard work. Serving the class as class president. It is my duty to serve my teachers. As long as you guys are happy, what's all this worth? No matter how hard I work? The audience in the live broadcast room went from flirting with Linley sending allegorical steel wire balls in the beginning of to the new flower language he gave it. The pop-up picture shifted instantly. How come Lin Hall is so good at talking? Convinced. This brain circuit of Lin Hall is really something. Wire balls involved with teachers. Linley's emotional intelligence is really high. Low emotional intelligence, stoicism and affluence. High emotional intelligence, brushing the dirt off the mind. 6. I don't remember teaching similes in first grade. Don't have any doubts about Lin Hall. People are geniuses. Can't you tell after so many days? Yes. Don't measure genius with ordinary people's thinking. In the junior class, he awkward and the others didn't have any curious doubts about this. During his hospitalization, they visited him often, and when they were bored, they would ask him, he can do so much. Where did he learn it all? Without a doubt, the answer every time is, his grandfather taught him. So they were only curious about the grandfather who scavenged and raised Linley alone. That mysterious and honorable old man. What kind of wise old man is that, to be able to teach such a patterned and thoughtful child? They were very curious, but they didn't make a point of investigating. After all, the dead man was a big. As for Linley, it's seen better days. He awkwardly said at this time, what did you add to this? Why is it so heavy? Linley replied, I put a couple of layers of iron underneath, and I thought expensive gift. The word expensive didn't touch it, at least put a weight on it. At the same time it signifies that the teachers carry a very high weight in our hearts. Listening to his explanation, honestly, no teacher, I should say no one, would not like to hear it. People love to hear good things. Look at this kid, he's a good talker. He's got a sweet little mouth. Wang Tianyu, who was on the side, hadn't taken his eyes off of Linley from the very beginning. Both ears were constantly receiving Linley's words. The small notebook in his heart secretly memorized every few words Linley said, and when he got home, he would analyze them word by word. At the same time many viewers were invariably giving Linley a thumbs up for these words in front of the screen. As the saying goes, 1,000 wears a horse's ass, and a good horse's ass goes a long way. Dang Chow. Several people at this moment had all but lost the embarrassment of just seeing the wire ball. The heart is glad that the child still understands. He didn't mean to put them down. Handmade. A flurry of horse asterisk 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 asterisk. Soothing. I love this bouquet, he said from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, squad leader. Thank you, students, for your thoughts. Yang Mi and a few others also thanked them. Song Ishue, Xia Shi, and the girls were all smiling broadly, and they couldn't help but praise Linley in their hearts. The squad leader is really something. If they were in their place, they would not have been able to think of such nice things to say, much less make such a gift. Good sense plus 10,086. On the other hand, Li Jianran and the others had envy and jealousy filling their eyes. Without Linley, it is they who will be the ones to receive praise for this gift delivery. Hate value plus 10,010. At that moment, Linley continued to speak. Of course, our class has not only prepared flowers. With that he dragged what he had been dragging in his hand and slowly unwrapped the red cloth with one hand. And this equally special gift. Once Louis Fei and the other teachers looked at what he was gradually unraveling in his hands, there was no longer any apprehension in their hearts. Embarrassed at having wire ball embarrassment? All of them had a look of anticipation on their faces. However, the moment a golden stainless steel plaque was seen to appear, they froze again. This kid, why does he give gifts that are so unexpected? The plaque reads, Line 1, Stainless Steel Teacher-Student Relationship, Long-Lasting and Everlasting, black font. Second line, he lost. Deng Chao, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Deng Ziki, black font. Line 3, Happy Teacher's Day, red font. Underneath Teacher's Day are today's hours, and in the bottom right corner, it reads, From all the students of the junior class, Chapter 85, Gifts are light and love is important, but now it's materialized. Who? The faded embarrassment seems to have surfaced a bit again. Deng Ziki's eyes were glazed over, her expression at the sight of the plaque that, in the awkward position of wanting to laugh and not wanting to laugh, she didn't need to turn her head to look at the awkward and the others to know that their expressions were bound to be the same. The mind kept sighing. Was he eliminating his own sense of anticipation of the gift that, and the excitement of unwrapping a delivery? Duncan felt that after this outburst, any future gifts from friends for the holidays that, she wouldn't even hold much surprise from fans anymore. Isn't that the plaque that hangs in front of our unit? This brain of Lin Hall is different from normal people. He's giving a very original gift. Needless to say, I know the significance of this gift. It's the same as stainless steel. Never fades, ha. It's indestructible. Ha ha. It's killing me with laughter. Don't you understand the meaning of sending a plaque? The netizens of the livestream are simply going crazy with laughter. There are not too many show gifts on the internet these days, but never have I seen anyone give a gift like this. Novelty. It's so damn original. Some sharp-eyed businessman netizens seemed to sense a business opportunity and hurriedly turned off their live broadcasts. Convene an emergency meeting. In the junior class. Yang Mi let out a long breath and froze. It can't be that you made it yourself too. At the moment, she really didn't know what to say. Say surprise. A little, but not much. Call it a shock. So much better than the last wire ball flowers. After all, this type of plaque, in ancient times the emperor gave down a symbol of honor. Of course, this is also true in modern times, and is usually used when leaders or higher-ups are being recognized. Wait, Emperor, leader. Her chest continued to rise and fall violently, and good lord, the wire ball bouquet wasn't the surprise that embarrassed us. This was, he lost and the others obviously thought of this, and some of them have done ancient dynastic dramas. Nature knows exactly what that means. Of course not. I had this one customized by a master. Linley's crisp voice rang out. My grandfather told me that in ancient times plaques were given to contributors with meritorious deeds, even though you're big stars, not a regular educational establishment, but the current status is our teacher. Teachers are just the greatest in the minds of our students, so I think that it's appropriate to send a plaque. You guys deserve it. Gotta. After these 3 sentences, he awkward and the others knew that they couldn't blame him for not understanding. My grandpa says you're worth it. He didn't realize the other layer of meaning in sending the plaque. He said we were contributors. He said we deserved the honor. He awkwardly couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This child. Small talk one sentence at a time. It's simply impossible to pick out. Thank you, class president. And thank you to all the students. Guess that should be the end of the gift session. The thought crossed their minds. So the time has come for them to say thank you. Students, this is the most special and precious Teacher's Day gift I have ever received. When he awkward said the word, special, he glanced at Linley and gently glared at him. This was followed by facing the rest of the class. We're not really teachers, and to see that you've taken such care in preparing gifts for us, I feel incredibly happy and proud. Honestly, if it had been a normal gift, without what just happened, he was so high and low that his eyes reddened a bit and he was genuinely grateful. However, After experiencing Linley's 2 waves of tawdry special gifts, he's just a host that, not a professional actor, can't even act it out. Not only is he like this, even professional actors Yang Mi, Deng Chao, Louis Fei can't act a bit. Thank you for making me the happiest teacher in the world. He stepped back slightly as he finished, and it was only right that each teacher should make a statement of thanks at this point. Classmates. Yang Mi had just stepped forward and was about to speak when suddenly Linley spoke. Teachers, hold your horses. I still have one more gift to give. The 5 teachers' bodies stiffened. And, it's over, isn't it? Only to see Linley quickly pull out a small, delicately wrapped gift box from his jacket pocket. He stepped forward, holding it in his right hand and opening the gift box with his left. The moment he opened the box, a sense of familiarity surged through Deng Chao. A mediocre stone sits in a gift box that doesn't belong to its price tag. The stone has no features, not heart-shaped, not any collectible stone. It's not even a pebble. It's plain as if it was just picked up off the side of the road. Li Chen at least sent one with some shape. It's too casual. Linley showed a slightly regretful look and said, originally, I wanted to find a rock. This signifies the rock-solid bond we have as teachers and students. But, his small face was extremely aggravated. I didn't find it, so it had to be a regular rock instead. I hope the teachers enjoy it. The aggrieved expression was gone, and her eyes gleamed expectantly at them. Well, the gift of a rock reminds me of someone. Brother, just give your name directly. You can't find the second person in the entire entertainment industry. No, correction, it's a successor, and Lin Hall is the second. I'm going to cry my eyes out when it's clear that there's $3,600 in class fees. Instead, he gave the cheapest gift, and cleanliness is engraved in his bones. Yep, handmade bouquets, stainless steel plaques, rocks. I'll roughly give him the math. Spent an estimated not even over $200. Gift boxes cost more than gifts. For crying out loud, this style of Lin Hall is simply, honestly, I wouldn't say a word about him if I had to spend all $600 on gifts. Really, after all, a $600 gift is groundhog in the eyes of these stars. Clean and honest director Linley's 3 gifts are cheap, and honestly, for these celebrity teachers, it's all a bit of a reach, but he was the one who won all the compliments from the netizens. The gift was bull ********, but with his words, and his various expressions, all of them are revealing the 5 words, gift is light, love is heavy. In the junior class, he awkward and the others also felt this. Obviously there's a 3,600 shift fee, and handmade, stainless steel plaques, and now rocks. Each and every one of them is a reflection of the deep friendship between teachers and students. Usually no decent behavior, but what was done was on point in every way. And in the back row of the class, Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others had a constant gleam of victory in their eyes. He didn't buy something so cheap because he bought a cell phone for his class fee. What handmade, what rock solid. Every gift that shows up in their eyes is a solid indication that he is really embezzling. Lam Hall, thanks for the great support, good comrade. From Plutonic Springs, who likes whack hen? On behalf of the entire junior class, thank you. An extra chapter in the afternoon. Previewed, not a penny spent. Director Lin, Chapter 86, Report. I want to report Class President Linley. At this moment, Deng Chao stepped forward and took the ordinary stone in Linley's hand that signified being as solid as a rock. In my heart, I can't help but sigh. Big black bull, your fine tradition has spread out. And look, 8-year-olds are giving away rocks. Thank you, Class President. We love this gift too. Deng Chao thanked. As you said, the gift is not expensive. It's the thought that counts. I think we've all felt this part of your heart. After saying this aloud, his lips quirked and, sounding like a mosquito, he asked to Linley, who was close by, no more gifts, right? Linley heard it and shook his head slightly without moving. They were all watching Linley, and seeing his shaking head. Finally, the gift session is over. For a moment, they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. This smiled with a hijacked sincerity, enough to make them in the inclusion of the acting smile textbook. Deng Chao continued to whisper, stop talking and be quiet for a while. Your super brother is going to be played by you. Linley nodded his head good-naturedly, and he really didn't bother to say anything. The mission is accomplished, and the work behind is theirs. Class, listen to me. Thank you. Seeing that he nodded his head, Hyun's hanging heart was completely relieved. Begin to address your classmates with a sincere thank you. After he delivered his speech, a few people from Youngmi were thanked for their speeches in turn. Thank you for such words. It's just commonplace for them. The artists. The routine of going on stage to receive an award at an awards ceremony doesn't require much thought at all. It just comes out of your mouth. Students, you have prepared a gift for us and we love it very much. Every single one of them felt everyone's respect, love, and gratitude for us. You can see that the squad leader is very attentive. As the squad leader just said, the teacher-student bond between us is rock solid, long-lasting, and like a flower that never fades. It was the best day of the year for us. At this point, on the occasion of their thanks, in the back row, Lee Jianrun's brain was spinning at high speed like a motor, constantly organizing his words and how to get him out of the junior class for that. Looking at the smug look on Linley's face by the teacher at the very front, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's time for you to die. He couldn't help but think of a phrase he'd once heard while swiping a jitterbug. Something about the sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, and the year is in the first year. I can't remember the rest. At the time he had understood the phrase that. The meaning seems to be uprising and impeachment to overthrow the rule of a tyrant. Today, he's going to shout that out loud. He's waiting now for the teacher to finish delivering his words of thanks. He or she is now going to set up a good student in front of the teacher who knows how to behave and is disciplined, to make a good impression on them. In about 2.5 minutes, he awkwardly ended their effusive thanks interspersed with right values testimonials. It was at this point that Kenny Lee felt it was the best time. He instantly raised his right hand high in the air and shouted, "Report! I'm going to report Class President Linley." Lee Jianrun's shout was like a signal, and all of a sudden, swish, there was a steady stream of people from their party raising their hands. Yuan Hua, report. I'm reporting Class President Linley by name. Wu Chang, report. Li Jiaqi. The whole class had been still thanking the teacher for the words of, and the delighted classmates quieted down for a moment, consternation hanging over each little face. Likewise with the live stream. What the hell? What else is going on? It's a rebellion. They have a pit in their head, don't they? Picking what time is bad. Picking the time now when Lin Hall is highly praised. Holy, it's exciting. Kenny Lee has been hibernating for so long. He's finally going to make his move. What are they going to report? What did Lin Hall do? They have Lin Hall's secret? That's not right. Isn't Lin Hall in the hospital these days? Who knows? These kids are all spooky. But I know a good show is coming. Lee Kenjin's vocal cries and their party's vocalizations instantly ignited the netizens. This is much more exciting than the TV show. Everyone knows that Lee Kinyan has always had a desire to rebel. It was clear to netizens that sooner or later, Kenny Lee would engage in a head-to-head confrontation with Linley on the show. I just didn't think it would be so soon. And it's still a highlight moment uprising like today when Linley just came back. They had thought that Yuan Hua and the others were keeping a careful eye on Linley after he returned and looking for mistakes he made and subsequently taking the opportunity to impeach. But it turned out to have been mastered by listening to the meaning. Many people's curiosity was piqued. At the same time, he was secretly marveling at the fact that these kids were not to be trifled with. The current situation tells us that Kenny Lee has long since gotten his hands on a certain piece of incriminating evidence against Linley. But they kept it quiet and hunkered down, waiting for an opportunity. I can't believe they picked this moment to expose the rebellion. Typically in these types of situations, tens of thousands of tons of mental damage can be inflicted on a person. Heaven falls from hell imo. Many of the netizens read it, and one of them called out, "What a great guy. Junior class. Really don't take losers." In the junior class, Wang Tianyu, Shi Linlin, and the rest of them, when Li Jianran shouted out that sentence, long ago, I was furious. You can prosecute the squad leader, too. What are you? They were the ones who wanted Linley to fall the least. After all, once Linley fell, they all have to fall in line. It's been a while, and they've come to appreciate the rights that come with being a class officer. It's not much, but with the class president's classic words, everyone calls their position. It's all about superiority. Guan Qian, how dare you? Who gave you the guts to report the squad leader? Shi Linlin, how dare you? The class president is not someone you can provoke. Wang Tianyu looked at Li Jianran angrily, learning from Lin Li's previous stance, and did not rush, cold eyes on them. We naturally have evidence. Yuan Hua revealed an extremely confident expression and they can really stand up for themselves now. After enduring for so many days, it's finally time to turn over the landlord and sing. Immediately, the sky changed for the junior class. This day, the last name will be Yuan. That's what's in Kenny Lee's mind. Today is the day of the change of dynasty. From now on, the name of the junior class will be Li. Wu Chang and the others looked at Sher Forest and returned their words, and immediately retorted back. The whole classroom was so lively. At this point the teachers on the podium watched the class just about copy the bench and fight. A trace of displeasure flashed through He Awkward's heart. It was not easy for the gift session to be over. It's so hard for Linley to stop acting like a demon, so he can take the opportunity to go back to his office and have a drink of water to calm his nerves. And now you guys are jumping up instead. It's a revolt. However, he didn't show it on his face, but rather with a puzzled smile. Mr. Lee Kenrun, what did you just say? You're going to prosecute the class president? Yes, Li Jianran shouted. He awkwardly frowned. You come up and say what's going on. He then faced the rest of the class and bellowed softly. Quiet, all of you. Chapter 87 Embezzlement of Public Funds. Collapse of Personality. Wang Tianyu, as Lin Li's most loyal supporter, was hastily anxious when he heard these words. Mr. Li Jianran is definitely slandering the class president. Don't say anything first. Whether it's a slander or not has to be asked clearly. He awkwardly displeased. Lightly glaring at Wang Tianyu, Deng Chao stepped forward and said, let's all be quiet until things are clear. He then looked towards He awkward, his head nodding towards the outside of the classroom with a questioning look in his eyes. Meaning, should the two of them be taken out for confrontation and questioning? He awkwardly shook his head slightly. Surely he couldn't pull it out now. After all, so many people across the internet are watching. If Kenny Lee had come to the office alone to report the incident, it would have been fine and the situation would have been under control. But it's happening at the moment with so many people watching. They, as teachers and classroom teachers, naturally cannot favor anyone and need to enforce the law impartially. Li Jianran walked over to the podium and looked coldly at Lin Li, unable to tell what kind of mood he was in right now. But his mind automatically brainstormed. He must be panicking inside right now. Boy, do you know my father is Li Gang? Teacher I'm reporting class president Lin Li for embezzling class fees. He shouted under his breath. The whole network was surprised by this statement. Misappropriation of class fees. Isn't that misappropriation of public assets? The class whispered. The neutral part of the classmates on Yuan Hua's side asked in a low voice. Is it true? Aha! Subtle sounds, once spoken by a large number of people, blend together to become unusually noisy. In an instant, the whole classroom was clamoring. Netflix. No way. Real doo-doo. Fake doo-doo. Lin Hall misappropriated class fees. The persona is collapsing. $3,600. No. $3,500. Not so much. What not so much? Isn't Lin Li's family poor? $3,000 should be a lot of money for a kid like him. So he must have had his heart set on something crooked. The school year started off with good talk about rejecting corruption and being a good class president who was clean and honest. Dare I say that I didn't bear the temptation in private. People, once they have power, money goes bad. This kid if you dare to embezzle public funds at such a young age, how can you grow up? Must be severely punished. Lin Li, I used to like you so much, but now you're letting us down too much. Tiny yuck. Disgusting. I'll be damned. You guys are turning the winds really fast, and you're still talking about Lin Hall in front of you. Now it's straight to the name. Don't take the rhythm. The internet is not a place outside the law. Don't talk nonsense before the actual hammer. The internet is a mixed bag. And 1 second the people's good squad leader, Lin Li, who was embraced by the entire internet, was, in just a few minutes, before any definitive tangible evidence was available, the pace of bad reviews came in like a tidal wave. Yeah, he's not rich, not in the same league as these rich, official kids. $3,500 is a lot of money for this 8-year-old. I don't know the whole story, but it doesn't stop some good people from bringing up the tempo. There is a trend of the wall falling down. Instantly, the live broadcast saw a severe polarization. 1 minute it's a beloved, pampered, grown-up, good future cadres who treat the people well, Lin Hall. The next thing you know, you're not doing your job right. The law-breaking bad boy who's been crooked and bold since he was a kid, Lin Li, in the junior class. He awkward, Yang Mi, and the others had a convergence of grave colors on their faces. Listening to Li Jianrun's words, they realized the seriousness of this matter. Misappropriation is an offense in itself, and their show promotes positivity. If this matter is not handled securely, or if Lin Li has indeed done this as Kenny Lee claims, then Lin Li, the child, is finished for life, leaving a black mark for life. It must be known that any little mistake in the program will be infinitely magnified by the netizens. Besides, the internet has a memory these days. What Lin Li is usually like in front of the internet, a good cadre who is upright, smart with wisdom, and has a big future to benefit the people. But this act was enough to etch it into all hearts. No matter where Lin Li went to school later on, or where he went to work when he grew up and graduated, it would be mentioned. Isn't this the child star who embezzled public funds at the age of 8? Yo, if it isn't Director Lin, we wouldn't dare to use you. Young man, you've got priors. This incident is no longer a matter of a crumbling persona. Rather, it's a question of a child's future for the rest of his or her life. This Lee Kenin is really, whether it's true or not, it shouldn't be said in front of so many people, with their minds constantly brooding over how to minimize the impact of this incident. At the same time, he raised his eyes and scanned the two men's faces over and over again, looking at the bashful and confident Li Jianrun, and then looking at Lin Li, who was frowning slightly, his eyes slightly downcast. The expressions on the two men's faces made their hearts keep sinking. It seemed to be telling them that what Jianrunli said was true, while Linli was too weak to look directly at them. In the meantime, the veteran strategist in the backstage studio center thought of that as well. The biggest show mishap since the start of Rising Stars Junior has occurred. Variety shows with kids in the name are more gimmicky than your average variety show. It also means high risk. Children's minds are not mature enough for them to consider many factors and think about some of the consequences. This leads to the fact that they don't realize that what they are currently doing, to themselves, or what effect it will have on others in the future. During the program, details will be magnified and netizens will set off opinions. Perform well and you might be on fire for a while. There are serious mistakes that directly cut off the future. As it were, this is the type of situation at the moment. Notify PR and go ahead with the contingency plan. Lao Mozi said in a hushed voice to his assistant. Make a few extra copies in case of various situations. Understood. The assistant nodded and hurriedly walked out of the studio to call the company. Lao Mozi stared at Li Jianrun, and he lost in the big screen. His brow had congealed into the shape of a chuan, murmuring, old ho, the time has come to test you. It's up to you to keep this one to a minimum. In the principal's office, Hu Jiangwo sighed in his heart. It's over. Linli, as a student of their school, if we really do this, it will affect the reputation of the school one after another. He looked at Linli's expression in the live broadcast and thought the same as Youngmi and the others. Isn't that what kids do when they make a mistake? If Linli hadn't done this, with his eloquence and intellect, he would have rebutted Li Jianrun a long time ago. What's the point of standing there? Not like him at all. The police chief watched the program together without speaking. In his mind, he sighed. Why is this kid so confused? So it looks like he won't be making the junior varsity team today either. They had tried to do everything they could to keep Linli from speaking on stage some time ago, but now it seemed that he can't even get to the podium. Chapter 88. Does not saying anything mean that you have acquiesced? Junior class. Mr. Kenny Lee, what do you know? Or do you have any proof? He awkward's face was grave as he added in a serious tone. A child is not capable of lying. Yes. Li Jianrun puffed out his chest in triumph. Mr. I won't lie. I saw it with my own eyes back then. He then, in front of the entire internet, state what you saw happen after school on the first day of school in a nutshell. This passage, which he had organized in his mind countless times over the past 10 days. Waiting for this moment. I made a point of asking the clerk at the cell phone store afterward, and the shift manager. Nope. Linli purchased the phone for $3. 200. And our class fee is only $600. Nope. Not counting his own it's $3. 500. After that, he informed them of what his chief father had analyzed in the first place through his own words. Linli a garbage collector, tuition or grandpa picking up bottles to get together. How can you have so much money on you, even if you buy a cell phone? Isn't it too much of a coincidence that all of a sudden, you're buying a 300 plus cell phone? Too extravagant? There are so many cell phone styles out there. Isn't it suspicious that he just bought the 3,200? As soon as the poor have money, their first thought is to spend it, and it's still revenge spending. That's one. Secondly, after school the next day, he appointed Quan Chin as a life committee member. However, he did not give the class fee, which should have been kept by the life member, to Tuan Qian. Is it because he simply can't get it? At this moment, Li Jianrun put up his third finger, showing a look of victory in sight. The big picture is settled look exclaimed. Point 3. The gifts prepared today. Handmade? Stone? What kind of a token of appreciation for such a cheap gift that? It must have fooled the teachers because there was no more class money. The eyes of the whole room were focused on Li Qinyan, making him feel especially honored. He raised his volume and withdrew 2 of his 3 fingers, pointing them at Linli and glaring at him. With so much evidence, there is only one truth. That would be you embezzling money. After saying this sentence, Yuan Hua and the others at the bottom immediately clapped their hands in their hearts. The pent-up grievances that had been suppressed for 10 days were finally vented at this moment, and out of the blue, the whole thing is so much more comfortable. He shouted angrily, our junior class fee of $500 is not enough for you to buy a gift? Giving such a cheap gift, you're making our junior class lose face. What a gift! He can't even afford to pay for a gift. Wu Cheng said as he took a few steps forward from the back row to the side of Li Jianrun, his eyes full of contempt. You admit your mistake now, and I'll give you 3,500 and a trifold cell phone. Then get the hell out of junior class. We don't want people like you in junior class. Zhang Chaoyu, who was in the same camp as them, sneered and shouted. His family has money too, but it's no match for Wang Tianyu and Wu Cheng. The size was a top presence in the junior class and was still big and strong. Looking at Linli, who didn't say a word and whose head was hanging down to his chest, He couldn't mention how happy he was in his heart. Wang Tianyu, Guan Qian and other class cadres were in shock at the moment, listening to Li Jianrun's reasoned words. The anger in their eyes towards Li Jianrun gradually dissipated. Stunned, he looked at Linley, who had his head bowed. Some of the class cadres even took a slight step back, as if they wanted to keep their distance from Linley. The live feed has exploded. Is Bureau Li thinking so clearly? I'm kind of convinced by what I'm hearing that Linley is in great shape. I told you, the gift is too cheap. Cheap is a bit hasty. Dare to be out of money. I figured it out when Li did that math. Stainless steel plaque, stone box, wire ball iron plates, plus 3,200 for his cell phone, is pretty much all the shift costs. Well, 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 well. Grow up. It's true what they say about walls coming down. It doesn't. With Li Qian's powerful words, the netizens brought up the tempo into a lopsided form. Forest Hall? No, it's only the Li Bureau now. No one likes a kid with bad character. The Li Jianrun faction in the junior class is either pointing accusing fingers at Linley or coldly mocking him. Wang Tianyu and the other class cadres were astonished, while the neutral faction was whispering and eating melons online. He awkwardly had a slight brain ache. He raised his volume and the usual and lame good old boy smile on his face had disappeared and was full of seriousness. Linley, raise your head and look at me. Is it true what Mr. Kenny Lee said? In his heart, he actually didn't want to believe that Linley would do something to misappropriate public funds. His rigid words on the first day of school still echoed in his mind. This is a very bad social trend that we should eliminate. I am a clean class officer, having known Linley for some time now. Although he was very official, what he said and what he did, none of it reveals the right triad. And he was also very precocious and knew a lot, and his grandfather educated him well. May I ask how a child of such good character could embezzle public funds? But looking at Linley, who was usually as skillful as a tongue, he was as dumb as a mute at the moment. There was only one thought in mind. He really embezzled. Even though he argued with Li Jianrun and defended himself, he chose to remain silent. Doesn't silence in this situation mean you're weak? Besides, it's still in his nature. Disappointment filled the hearts of several of their teachers. Yang Mi sighed softly and crouched down, placing her hands on Linley's arms and raising her eyebrows. Although he was angry in his heart, he still spoke in this softer voice. Linley, you tell the teacher what's going on here. We know you're a smart kid and a constant little role model in the junior class, but it's not scary to do something wrong. What's important is to have the courage to admit it and then correct it. Do you understand? The eyes of the class converged on Linley's head at the moment, only to see him slowly raise his head. There was no look of weakness or fearful alarm as they thought. And the little pearls did not flow out a bit, only he raised his hand and touched it between his nostrils, showing a smile that shouldn't be on his face at this time. He's still laughing? Doesn't he realize the seriousness of this? Countless people in the livestream were astonished. I didn't embezzle public funds. Linley's voice was bland. Then you, he awkwardly was just about to say. Why didn't you defend yourself when Kenny Lee identified you and chose to remain silent instead? But he was interrupted by Linley, who seemed to guess what he was going to say. I was just wondering if I should cry a little at this time. Linley grinned. Being slandered. That's kinda worth crying over. Chapter 89 Not a penny spent. Completely chilled Lin director. He turned his head to look at Kenny Lee, gaze clear and upright. Kenny Lee, I know you've always coveted my position as squad leader, but you can't compete by slandering. Class fees are a collective asset that no one has the right to use individually, and I am no exception. Before Li Jianrun could react, Linley's words changed and his eyes whitened angrily. Do you have direct evidence that I have misappropriated public funds? There was no weakness or panic in this gesture. Your father was a director, was in the justice unit, so you should have been deeply indoctrinated in that as well. Know a little about the law. What is the act of slandering and rumor-mongering against an innocent class officer? Do you know? Linley's tone carried a hint of sarcasm and questioning. A few words in a row, and all of a sudden, Wang Tianyu, he awkward, and the rest of them, as well as everyone in the broadcast room, felt Lin Hall's intimidating pressure. That familiar aura of official pressure was back again. He awkward. A few people looked slightly stunned, obviously a child's face, still only 8 years old, but the aura made them all a little weak, not to mention the kids of the same age like Kenny Lee. Just now, she was so eloquent, describing Linley's crimes. Kenny Lee, who cited the evidence, turned stuttering all of a sudden. He dared to feel that it wasn't Linley he was facing at the moment, it was his dear daddy. For a moment he couldn't hold back a second word other than, I. Wang Tianyu and the others were thrilled. It's back. All back. The familiar squad leader is back. In the same way, that surge of confidence in their beloved class president broke through the skeptical disappointment that, once again, it flooded the sea of the heart. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their wavering hearts tilted towards Linley once again. Good lord, this aura of Lin Hall is not small. Gotta call the Hall of Forests again. I go. Lin Hall to make half a day is false heart on his aura. I'm outright suspicious that Kenny Lee is slandering him. This kid is really something. At a young age he has the aura of a king. I told you, how could Lin Hall embezzle public funds? He is our future good cadre. Lee bureaus take out the evidence and fling it in his face. I won't allow a child to be so arrogant. In the junior class, because Linley's imposing return had given Wang Tianyu and the others enough courage and confidence, they have been making a lot of noise. That's right, Li Jianrun, do you have any direct evidence? I'm telling you, slandering the class officers. It doesn't matter if your dad is Li Gang. Stone Forest's back was up and he took the lead in questioning loudly. You're damaging the class president's right to honor by slandering him in front of so many people. And I'm telling you, my dad's a lawyer. I know the law. Zhang Yida, who had been appointed computer class representative by Linley in the first place in the junior class, shouted at this point. Wang Tianyu was even the first to stand behind Linley, glaring angrily at Zhang Chaoyu. Who did you just tell to get the hell out of junior class? Just insulted the class president with $3,500? I'll give you $350,000 and get the hell out of here. In the end, young Wang was rich and generous, and in one breath, he directly doubled it tenfold. Zhang Chaoyu was named by him. His face immediately turned green. If it were Linley, he would have disliked him back, but the one who disliked him was Wang Tianyu. Back at the end of the first day of school, his dad told him that, which guys inside the class can't be messed with. Wang Tianyu is one of them. Yuan Hua rushed forward at this moment. Wang Tianyu, now we're talking about Linley's embezzlement, so don't you pull away from the subject. How dare you? Linley is the one you call class president, and vice class president. Guan Qian immediately squeezed out of the crowd and shouted. Seeing the two groups inside the class arguing, he awkward let out an angry shout. All quiet. What's it like? Tang Chao was also tinged with anger. All keep quiet. Quiet. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Tang Ziqi's three women frowned lightly and followed Tang Chao to stop them. With them stopping it, a bit of quiet was restored to the class for the time being. He awkwardly glanced at Linley, then turned his gaze to Li Jianrun. Mr. Li Jianrun, come on, do you have any direct evidence to prove that Linley has misappropriated public funds? No. Li Jianrun glared fiercely at Linley, his dead duck's mouth hard. The brain had already recovered after being shocked by Linley's king's bastard chi. Teacher, I don't have proof, but you could just ask him to come up with $3,600 for the class. He was certain that Linley couldn't take it. Hearing this, he awkward looked straight at Linley, inquiring with his eyes. Linley understood, and without saying a word, took out his cell phone, opened the lock screen, and didn't show it to them. It was a direct transfer of $3,600 to Tub Qian's buddy. I've turned around. Kenny Lee, I'm telling you, you can eat without thinking, but you can't talk without thinking. The reason I never turned it over to the life member, Tub Qian, is because he's still on probation and it's not official. Linley was in the hospital when Wang Tianyu came to visit him, and he heard that he had seen a replay of that day's program. Knowing how Guan Qian helped him speak at that time, this time is considered to help its original back. Guan Qian took out his cell phone at this time and looked at the WeChat transfer. Hastily, he turned the screen to Li Jianrun. He awkward and the rest of them, as well as all the students in the class. After a quick turnaround, $3,600 for the class is all over here. It means that the squad leader did not misappropriate public funds. Looking at the orange transfer record information, Li Jianrun's eyes instantly widened. How is that possible? Didn't he buy a cell phone? How can you still have money? Where did he get the money? Did my dad analyze it wrong? Damn it! I can't believe I'm pitting my son. Along with him were Yuan Hua and the others with the same expression. But it wasn't their old man they were thinking about. Instead, it's Kenny Lee. This idiot, he's finished. Didn't he say he embezzled money? Now their heavenly lids are about to explode. Where did you get this money? At this moment, Linley simply didn't give them much time to be surprised, and rode the wave of victory. The education I received as a child told me not to embezzle, pervert the law, or commit a crime. Serve the people with all your heart. I know, you guys have always looked down on me because I'm poor. I may be poor, but I'm poor. Not so poor that I don't even have ambition. Class fees. I haven't spent a dime. It's all over here. I'm afraid to spend it. Even today's gift to the teacher is still my own advance, and I intend to explain and discuss it with everyone when it's over. Linley said without blushing. I thought that if you are not satisfied with the gift you gave your teacher, then I will pay for this myself. But, to my surprise, You slandered me for buying a cheap gift. You guys are giving me chills. After Linley finished saying this, he immediately looked at the frothing he awkward and the other teachers. He bowed deeply to them, then got up and patted Wang Tianyu's shoulder. Afterwards, he faced all his classmates and swept his eyes over their faces one by one. Lin Hall, thank you, comrade, dictator of the ancient world, the supreme and strongest Yen emperor, for your unfailing support. Extra chapter in the afternoon. The voice of Berlin will come, and the king and his vassals would rather have seeds. Chapter 90, relinquishing the position of class president and leaving the junior class. Linley let out a deep breath and looked at them with a heavy weight of aggravation in his solemn eyes. A qualified cadre who cannot command the trust of the people. It means he hasn't done enough. I recognize that I have not done anything wrong to my fellow students during my reign. There's no infringement on your interests, but there are still students who are upset with me. I guess I wasn't a good class president. Therefore, I now announce that I am voluntarily stepping down as president of the junior class. My upbringing has taught me not to take a single stitch from the masses, but you guys actually framed me, and I. Linley said, his voice lowered and paused with a slight choke. This statement came out all over the hall in shock, and the atmosphere instantly froze. A look of disbelief appeared unanimously on the faces of all the students and teachers in the class. Eyes wide and round, he awkwardly opened his mouth slightly. It was really a wave that hadn't subsided yet. What's with this Teacher's Day? Shouldn't we be happy? Even people like the Yuan Birch Party who have been trying to get Linley to step down. They should have been happy. Isn't this message what they fought to unite for? But they had no such emotions at all at this time. At the same time, I announce my withdrawal from the junior class. Linley took a moment to compose himself, and looked at Xiaoxi and the girls reluctantly. I've had a great time with you guys. Don't keep me. I want to. I really don't deserve to be here. We're not from the same world, so I'd better leave on my own. After saying this, Linley bent deeply to them and saluted. That one sentence was like dropping a little boy into a calm lake. In an instant the whole class was abuzz. Linley, you don't have to leave. Just clear up the misunderstanding. He awkwardly quickly came back to his senses and stepped forward to hastily say, Linley, there's no need to leave. I know you've been wronged. Yang Mi said as she glared at the frozen Li Jianrun and looked at Linley, who was aggrieved in his strength, and softly said, but we have no intention of driving you away. By now they had been slightly short-circuited in their heads by the succession of amazements that had shaken them. They seemed to forget that Linley was a master of the tea ceremony. Teachers, thank you. It's just that I'm not worthy in my position. Linley sighed with a sigh, his head hanging slightly. I'd better go back to my regular class. Goodbye. Don't miss me. He looked up at this moment at Young Mi. Again. He turned to the staring group of students in the class. You don't want to miss me either. Class, if you really miss me, come see me in that building across the street. In the first, second, class on the second floor. You're welcome anytime, if you'll still recognize me as class president. With these words, breaking away from Yang Mi's hand resting on her arm, she turned without making any lingering. Not even the books within the desks. The walk was so determined. Gone softly. As he came softly, Linley's series of words left the group of students in a continuous state of confusion. Stepping down as class president and leaving the junior class? No one's kicking you out. Seeing Linley, who was about to disappear into the doorway, Wang Tianyu immediately reacted and immediately pulled him back. You can't leave. Squad leader, you still have to lead me honorably. Guan Qian also sort of reacted and hurriedly said, Squad leader, stay. Junior class can't do without you. Ishimori, squad leader, I still have to keep you safe. You're too far away from me. I have no way to protect. Xia Shi, Chang Yu Shui, and Song Yi Shui were already red-eyed, little strings of pearls rolling down their cheeks. Oh, squad leader, you can't leave. What would I do without you? The many class officers of the Linley party have shouted out as if they were living and dying. When a child cries, he cries for real, and it's still the one with the butterfly effect. Lin Hall is gone? It doesn't look like a fake. Lin Hall must be very aggrieved. I understand how it feels. I was vilified for stealing money when I was a kid. No one believed me at all. And I was so dumb I didn't know how to explain. That feeling of having no one to trust is very painful. You really think our Lin Hall is easy to bully, don't you? Where is the Imperial Forest Army? Chicken asterisk 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 Imperial Guards. You guys didn't come out just now when Lin Hall was netted. Come in now when it's over. Out to wash the floor? I shudder to think how sad Lin Hall is at this moment. Where is the man who just said Lin Hall? This program can't be without Forest Hall. Just like the West can't be without Jerusalem. How ideologically conscious Lin Hall is. Not taking a pinch from the masses. How long has it been since I heard that? Does anyone remember that now? Linley's tea ceremony was only experienced by Yang Mi and the others. In the eyes of the netizens, Linley is just a slightly leathery and righteous person who likes to make official speeches. A good squad leader who is dedicated to the welfare of the people. So at the moment, they truly believed that Linley had been greatly wronged. Wouldn't want to be in the junior class anymore. That's no way for anyone to stay. Wang Tianyu was pulling on Linley's arm for dear life and wouldn't let go. Turning his head, he shouted angrily at Li Jianrun. Hurry up and apologize to the squad leader, or I'm not done with you. Apologize and get yourselves out of junior class. You're the ones who want to get the hell out of junior class. He's our good class president, good officer. Stone Forest jerk. Rising his sleeves, he now really wanted to slap Kenny Lee and the others. At the moment, the situation is kind of lopsided. What do you mean, General? That's it. Linley pretended to be determined to leave, but in reality, his feet were in place. Wang Tianyu did not understand that deadly tug on him. Li Jianran and the others were feeling the targeting of their classmates at the moment, and their hearts were unusually confused. Li Jianran, you should apologize. You guys are letting us down so much. The class president is so nice. The female classmates also started to make loud accusations at this moment. The squad leader is a hero. Is this how you treat heroes? Xia, she was tigerish with a small face and the big bright eyes were full of exasperation. Deng Chao stepped forward and pulled Linley. Don't go. Just like they said, the junior class can't do without you, and you'll have to lead the way for everyone to learn and improve together. He then bent down and approached Linley's ear, whispering, enough drama. Kid, don't get us all down. I give you my word. You'll be the class president from now on in junior class. No one can shake your position. After a brief moment of stupefaction, how could Teng Chao and the others not know Linley's purpose? This little kid is a high-end tea performer, a proper drama queen. One step backward to advance, one step to inspire conflict. A situation that was not in his favor turned around in a flash. But play him to understand. Needless to say, the originally disparaging forest of public opinion was bound to be lopsided in form. If we really let Linley go and they don't move, our show is considered completely cool. The netizens drowned the show with a mouthful of spit from each of them. Linley heard this and showed crushing eyes. Chapter 91, Your disrespect for your teacher is the biggest mistake of all. In the same whisper, what decision do you a gym teacher have? Upon hearing this, Deng Chao really wanted to give him an 80 at this time. What are you talking about? Who are you looking down on? Mister. He and the others feel the same way. My word of honor. Okay. Seeing as how you guys are so sincere in urging me to stay, I'll begrudgingly help you guys with this mess. The aggression in Linley's eyes vanished in an instant. Afterwards, he patted Wang Tianyu, whose head was turned towards Li Jianrun and whose hands were pulling himself in a dead heat. Deputy Wang, the clothes are ripped. Class president, don't go. I'm not leaving for a while. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu half-heartedly loosened his hand, only that hand was not completely lowered. It seemed that as soon as he saw that something was wrong, he raised his hand and tugged at him. Linley walked back into the class again. Seeing that Linley was back again, the students hurriedly cried loudly to retain him. A teenage class, first grade, at the moment as if kindergarten had just started. Deng Chao walked back to the side of he awkward and whispered a few words at his side. He awkwardly showed a faintly bitter smile and got. The homeroom teacher no longer has the right to replace the class president. The position was completely hollowed out. Linley waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. I know you all want to cry, but don't you cry yet. I'm not leaving just yet. Upon hearing this, the students stopped crying slightly and looked at him with tear-stained eyes. I know you are sad to see me go, the same way I am sad to see everyone else go. But what happened today has left me drained. With an exasperated look on his face, he said, it's Teacher's Day, a day to make teachers happy. Originally they were supposed to have a cheerful memory, but there are some people who have scuttled my position as class president for personal gain. Make a mess of this festival. It's just lawless. Do you still have our dearest teacher in your eyes? Linley looked sharply at Yuan Hua, Zhang Chaoyu, Wu Chang, and the others. Wherever they passed, a few of their rebels bowed their heads. Seeing them bow their heads in shame, Linley coldly snorted in his heart. Little brats still fighting me. I can't stop playing with you. If they say anything else, they might not understand, but they're well-educated people. Respect for teachers and elders, this should be accepted from a young age. Against me? No. You are now targeting teachers. I'm a class officer, and as an officer, always accept people, criticism and scrutiny from classmates. But I will not tolerate your disrespect for the division. This is what chills me the most. The high ground is stepped on, and people are convinced by virtue. Linley's got morality down pat, directly pointing the finger of their targeting themselves at he awkward and the others. In a few words, the rebels surrendered, skillfully avoiding their own questions. They were lambasted for ruining the festive mood. The same goes for getting the students to put pressure on Kenny Lee and the others. If you don't apologize, I'll leave. So, do you guys apologize or not? You have to apologize. he awkwardly if they hadn't been whispered to them by Deng Chao, as well as knowing Linley's nature. To be honest, they were quite touched by that. And don't apologize to the teachers, Linley seriously chided. It was like an elder educating his children and grandchildren. Li Jianrun since Linley transferred $3,600, and then suddenly Linley left the class president, still in a state of confusion. The brain has gone blank. Yuan Hua can no longer afford to have any resistance in his heart. Mom, Linley, no, the class president is so scary. I can't fight him. I want to go home. Kenny Lee, that asshole, screwed me over. Facing the exasperated eyes of his classmates, he knew that today was a total loss. Teacher, I'm sorry. Oh, I was wrong, he cried, partly because he couldn't stand the pressure of Linley's. On the one hand, I feel the condemnation of moral heaven, and on the other hand, I cry because I've been punked by my stupid teammates. It's hard to bear. With Yuan Hua taking the lead, the others bowed their heads and began to admit their mistakes. I'm sorry, teacher. Wu Chang, Zhang Chaoyu wanted to burrow into the ground at this point. Hearing the mosquito-like apologies, Linley raised his small eyebrows. Louder. I'm sorry, teacher. With Linley's angry rebuke, Yuan Hua and the others immediately shouted an apology at the top of their voices, and after doing so, Wo cried out. Wang Tianyu and the others looked not too happy. No wonder he's the class president and he's the other class officer. Look at that. Enough to learn for a lifetime on your own. Children are the age when they are most likely to worship others. Linley's appearance today had penetrated deep into their hearts, and perhaps some years later, he still floats back to his 8-year-old year. In junior class, the positively hairy, evil Lord class president, Xiaoxi and Song Yishui, who were standing on their seats, looked at the kingly Linley. Little stars twinkled frequently in her big eyes. If there was a segment for boys in their eyes, there was no doubt that Linley was at the T0 level, and it's a disconnected distant second. Although you don't know what love means at this age, you know what liking means, he awkward spoke up. Alright, they've admitted their mistakes, and we've already forgiven them. Go back to your seats and sit tight. It's Teacher's Day, so have a good time. Yeah, you guys are still good kids if you admit you're wrong. Yang Mi and the others also came up to round up the atmosphere in the class, but Linley felt that this was not enough. This kid has such a small mind at such a young age. It's not just robbing a squad leader, it's all played up with tracking. And go ahead and ask the clerk how much you paid for your own cell phone. Luckily, at the time, I was collecting the class fee and paying for it myself, a set process that I didn't show to the clerk. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. If he doesn't close the loophole this time, once it's exposed, he'll be half ruined for the rest of his life. Don't even think about taking the public exam. Doing 100 things right is not worth doing one thing wrong. Besides, he did it at such a young age. Although it is not misappropriation as long as the loopholes in the public funds are filled within 3 months. But it's about work ethic, and who would dare use him when he grows up? But it's live. How many people are watching? Just thinking about this made Linley angry. He had to teach him a good lesson today. So, he continued to speak. Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, Zhang Chaoyu. Linley named them one by one. Anyone who was pointed out looked up at him in shock. No, the teacher has forgiven us, and you're still here? It's over. They looked up at Linley before looking for help and then back at the teachers like he awkward and Yang Mi, trying to get he awkward and the others to help by telling Linley to shut up and stop talking. But he awkward didn't pay any attention to it. He knew very well that Linley must be angry in his heart about this matter. This kid is too precocious to be judged as a normal 8-year-old. Smears and rumors? But any other normal kid, being rumored and slandered by them in front of the live stream, this kid is really wasted. Physically and mentally it is branded to follow for the rest of your life. Chapter 92. He knows exactly who's been working against him. A cheerful child can become self-absorbed. A child with low self-esteem can become autistic. Wait, and they trust Linley to handle it, in his own way, so they stood by for the time being. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room wondered if Linley hadn't gone a little too far. Almost got it. It's all misrecognized. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your kid is being rumored and falsely accused in front of the entire internet and you're ing happy? They should have considered the consequences when they did this. This is Lin Hall. What if it was a child? Can you imagine? I'm in favor of Lin Hall anyway. What? Only the officials are allowed to set fire to the people? They're just kids. Damn. Make it sound like Lin Hall isn't a child. In the junior class, Linley points out one of the bullies who bullied him at the time. One by one, he named them all. Who supports him? He doesn't know, but he knows exactly who has been working against him. You owe me an apology. And you owe all the parents in the world an apology. Linley said righteously. What kind of behavior is this? Slandering others without sufficient evidence. Any idea what serious consequences that could have on others? Children are the future flowers of the motherland. Parents take good care of them. Teachers work hard to cultivate them. And you guys. The comment prompted an outcry from parents with children all over the internet. School bullying is commonplace these days. Many parents are afraid of their children being bullied at school. They don't have big, rich families, but which one of them doesn't treat their children like a treasure in the palm of their hand? I can't even swear at home. They'd go to the kitchen if they knew their kids were suffering so much at school. Linley finished saying this and scrutinized the weak and helplessly Jianrun and the others at the moment. Kid, it's useless for your dad to come here today. Besides, Linley was certain that their parents would not be involved in the intervention. The good thing about teenage classes is that many of the parents' identities can be picked up by the internet. Never underestimate the ability of today's netizens to pick on people. There are unorthodox practices. They are really daring to pickpocket. In the case of Li Qinyan and their father and mother, they are either directors or district governors. Can they stand up to scrutiny? Apologize to me and all the parents. Yuan Hua and the others were numb at the moment. All the bones in my body turned soft. Now they really couldn't bring up any thoughts of resistance, and only wanted to escape this place quickly. Squad leader sorry. The audience is sorry. One closed his eyes and shouted out loud. Li Jianren hung on to 2 lines of tears and shouted even louder. Class president, I was wrong. Wu Li Jieqi cried extra loud and, repeating sorry line after line. His mindset had been completely messed up by Linley. Squad leader. Ugh. Wu Chang, the little fatty, was also like that, with a snotty nose and tears. At the end of the day, it's still an 8-year-old. Li Jianrun and Yuan Hua's eyes were even more lifeless at the moment, just like an empty shell. Linley carefully swept past their faces one by one, though he could not see their inner thoughts. Yet from the cries and from the appearance of the, can roughly guess. Now they were 3 parts regret, 3 parts remorse, 3 parts fear, and 1 part resentment. And like Wang Tianyu and Guanxian, it was much simpler. 2 words revealed from the inside out. Loyalty. He knew that Kenny Lee could no longer stay in the junior class. And besides, this incident, his parents won't let him stay this way either. What did he just name? It's the discouragement list. It is an entry list for expulsion from the junior class. They pretty much don't have a leg to stand on in the junior class, coupled with the fact that they have themselves left the junior class as a reason to force them to stay in the junior class. It will not be easy for them to live in the future. I accept your apology. The corner of Lin Li's mouth grinned. It's not terrible to make a mistake. What's terrible is to know that you're wrong and not change. Or to have a mistake and not recognize it. Subsequent offenses. I hope you will keep this day in mind. He then faced the teacher and apologized in a sincere manner. I'm sorry, teacher. I've given you guys a lot of trouble today. After saying this, he turned to look at the camera again and apologized in the same way. Sorry for the delay in your precious time, viewers and friends. Netizens saw that Linley led by example and apologized 10,000 times more sincerely than Kenny Lee and the others. All are sending complimentary pop-ups. Linley came to Jianrun Li at that moment. I know you've always wanted to be class president, and if you're running for it the right way, I have nothing to say when I lose, and this will prove that you are above me. But, alas, you took a wrong turn. He turned the tables, but I'm a generous man. I won't hold a grudge against you. I hope you'll set your mind right in the future. When he finished speaking, Linley patted his shoulder in a slightly relieved manner. Subsequently to such as Yuan Hua, Zhang Chaoyu and them, students must put their studies first. And I hope that you have learned a lesson from this. Study hard in the future and try to give a satisfactory answer to your teachers and your parents, instead of fighting all day long inside the classroom. And this time I don't blame you for that. But next time, I advise you to rat tail juice. Wu Chang and the others all buried their heads deeply, not daring to look directly at Linley at all. Their hearts were already thinking of leaving the junior class at the moment. Their minds were far beyond some of their peers, and they clearly knew that this time they had rebelled and lost their faces. Not to mention that the rest of the junior class laughed at them, so did the students in the TV set. The moment. Inside a city bureau. The director of the bureau, Lee, had just returned to his office from inside the conference room after the morning meeting. It hadn't been long since his ass sat down when his own phone rang. Hey wife. What's up? I just got out of a meeting. On the other end of the phone was none other than Kenny Lee's mom, Li Gang's wife. Li Jianrun's mom's voice came. I'll give Renren the transfer paperwork this afternoon. What's wrong? Li Gang frowned. Junior class can't stay. Kenny Lee's mom then succinctly and simply recounted what she had just seen on the live stream. Li Gang sneered after hearing this. I told you not to send your kids to junior high in the first place, and now it's okay. The old man's face has been disgraced by him. As soon as he said that, he got mad. Look at that. First day of school. My dad is Li Gang. It's the chief. How much attention does that get him? And now, to give himself such a big disgrace. Didn't you tell Ren at the time that Linley had misappropriated public funds? And didn't you teach him? You didn't teach yourself well. And now you're blaming me? Li Jianrun's mom was instantly furious. Well, don't argue. Once you say it, you're in a hurry. Let's do it this way. Apply for a transfer for Renren and send him to Jinling City. What? Sending it this far? Chapter 93, terrifying as it is. Class rights stabilization. Kenny Lee's mom was shocked. Well, when the time comes for you to go over there and rent a house and take care of the junior class definitely can't stay. And that Linley, Renren can't fight. Li Gang let out a small sigh. His own son's participation in the junior class was something he was against at first. He had always wanted his son to follow in his footsteps, or into military service. There really isn't much interest in child stars. Showbiz? Really? That's why at home they've also been cultivating all kinds of knowledge related to Kenny Lee, so that he can fit in quickly when he grows up. But his wife argued that the children were still young, and that it was better to have an extra road ready, just in case. Yo couldn't beat her and ended up in the junior class. When I watched the replay on the first day, I almost choked on the scene where he introduced himself. The opening was pitiful, knowing how many people would be staring at him with that one statement. For fear that the boy would persist in talking about himself later on. He actually wanted Lee Ken-in to quit the show that day. However, after seeing Linley behind him, he stopped his inner thoughts. This Linley was, in his eyes, properly a millstone to train his son. It's just a good way to exercise your son at such a young age. So, he usually calls and points out to his own son often. Let him be what he should be in class. Well, without further ado, after school, you go talk to the program. Lee just hung up the phone, turning on Shake Shack. I would like to see how my son lost in the morning. The more he read on, the more his brows furrowed. Remarkable. Remarkable. One's own son did not lose unjustly. I'm sorry, Lee just sighed. The fart kid is very good at using human nature to build himself up and likes to take the high ground. Talking a set of words. He didn't really focus on how Linley had paid his class fees all the way through. I just secretly marveled that my son's tolerance wasn't strong enough. But whereas at that time, if they could have just let he awkward and the others view Linley's collection records, there's no telling how it could backfire. But it doesn't matter now. His own son is a complete failure. Resistance to stress is so much worse than this Linley. As soon as he pulled out his shift fee he was shocked and confused. At this moment, the junior class live screen was broadcasting he awkward announcing that Linley had officially become this semester's class president. Li Gang put down his cell phone, picked up the teacup on the desktop, and took a light sip. In his heart, he thought that this Linley was simply terrifying as hell. He was so clever that he laid a trap step by step, starting with his own son's prosecution for misappropriation of class fees. Kill two birds with one stone, completely solidify the class empire and hollow out the immediate leadership. Li Gang was sort of getting more and more interested in Linley. TSK, Renren didn't lose unfairly. This kid is practically official material, knowing how to take advantage of a situation. The idea of using the class fee thing to pressure the classroom teacher came to mind in just a few minutes, thus gaining absolute power over the junior class. If this kid keeps going with his original intention of serving the people, he's got a great future ahead of him. At a young age he has already captured the people's favor. The thought crossed his mind that it was time to give his son a boost of intensity. After thinking about it, he turned off the live video, switched his cell phone contacts, and dialed a phone number over. He's already determined which school he's going to send Kenny Lee to. Go there and grind it out. At this time, in the junior class, the students have been calmed down by he awkward, and also announced Linley as the junior class president for the entire semester. After the announcement, he glared slightly helplessly at Linley, meaning to say, is this satisfactory? If you dare to mention leaving the junior class, don't blame yourself for bullying the young. He truly loved and hated Linley. What I like about it is that the kid knows what he's doing and what he's saying, and is bursting with positive energy. Hate it. Too skinny. Too much of a bureaucrat. Too much of a tosser. Linley nodded with a playful smile as he felt the look in he awkward's eyes. Go. Are you kidding? Can't you see that you left without your textbooks at that time? Li Jianrun, you come with me to the office. He awkwardly retracted his gaze and shouted at Li Jianrun. This kid is considered to be wasted by Linley today. He needs to be enlightened. Don't give him the whole shade. Li Jianrun's essence was all gone. Did not shout to. Silently followed him out of the classroom. Yang Mi said at this time, everyone take a break. Linley, you come out with me. Linley was slightly stunned when he was called, and then he realized. Okay, Mr. Young. He nodded his head and said to Wang Tianyu at the side, Vice Wang, I'll go out for a while. You watch the class. Okay, squad leader. Wang Tianyu should not be too excited at this time. The squad leader doesn't go away and affectionately calls him Deputy Wang. In an instant, the little crybaby who had just cried himself to death to retain the class president was gone. Straighten your back and cough lightly. Quiet down, class. All sit back in your seats. The class president isn't going anywhere. Outside the classroom, Yang Mi led Linley to the stairway. She looked around and saw that no one was. Immediately, a sugary chestnut headbutt hit Linley on the head. With a stern face, she said with a light frown on her willow brows, "Little brat, you're quite good at this. Hey, honey, don't get angry. It's easy to get wrinkles when you're angry. I'm not going to talk about you today, but you're not going to explain to me about the Class V cell phone?" Yang Mi glared at him. She's the only one who's seen Linley make money playing the list, and after careful consideration, something quickly came to mind. "Honey, don't brainstorm. No such thing. My grandpa even left me money." Linley would never admit it to death. His life would not allow a stain. He knew that the only way to prove that he had misappropriated class money, it's all about accessing your own grandfather's payment collection flow records. But this is something that needs to be on file with the police. Who would be so bored to investigate an 8-year-old kid for such a trivial matter? And a deceased one at that? It is worth mentioning that a cell phone card is automatically cancelled when it is in arrears and has not been paid for a long time. Or an immediate family member with a death certificate goes to the business office to cancel. Linley's then vintage phone, with a working cell phone card and a bit of subsequent charging. Just wait until he finds a guardian and registers him for a new cell phone number. He would be able to write it off and the thing would never be found out again. He. Yang Mi laughed coldly. "Little brat, it's fine to fool others. And snubbing me, it's really not. Well, no. Look at him. He's like a dead duck. Kid, I'll keep your secret. It's really not. Okay, no." Yang Mi didn't bother to think too much with him on this topic. Just reminded. Don't do such things in the future. Just come to me directly if you have difficulties and need anything. Really no. Linley's heart was slightly touched by what he heard, but his mouth still wouldn't admit it. "Mr. Yang is fine, I'll go back first." Chapter 94, Xiaoxi, my father is coming back to invite you for dinner. Kid, I'm taking you to Variety this Saturday night. Yang Mi spoke up at that moment. After having been to his house last week and seeing his gaming skills, in order to get custody of him. The same as also to fulfill the promise of taking him to Variety when he was promised to get the first place in the vote. So, after leaving his house, he spoke to the company agent. She, Yang Mi, is at least the top stream of the inner entertainment? Thinking of a person going to the show, hand-holding things. Soon the organizers agreed. Once Linley heard that it was finally here, he was suddenly energized with energy. The eyes that looked at Yang Mi were no longer impatient. "Sis, just because you're the first one to give me a variety show, from now on, we'll be on our own, and you'll call me class president. I call you sister." Yang Mi laughed softly. "Kid, not bad, counting you have a bit of conscience." She felt that this cry of sister directly brought her relationship with Linley closer once again. It's no longer simply a teacher-student relationship. That's a must. We're a grateful people. You take care of me. Naturally, I won't let you down. What with the variety show? I'll get the heat up for you. King's Honor All-Star Game. No problem. I'm good at playing games. I'll make sure you guys win. Who's your opponent? There are anchors and stars and pros. Minor thing, just a pro. Who's my teammate? Me, Shen Tang, Edward Louis. You, and a pro. Hearing this, Linley pondered for a long time, then frowned and looked at her. Sis, is the commentator's booth short? Inside the classroom at the moment, Deng Chao and Louis Fei they were leading the class to play some small games. Because of the long delay due to the Teacher's Day gift, and the follow-up, leading up to the time came the second class, and it's been more than 10 minutes since the second class, in addition to the lack of students in the class, so they didn't have classes. Linley was on the corner of the doorway outside the classroom, rubbing his head and then pretended to walk in as if nothing had happened. Yell, report. Linley, come in. Deng Chao saw him and answered. Linley walked into the classroom and headed toward his seat, and wherever he passed, every student exercised the salute. Sitting down in his long-awaited seat, Linley looked at Deng Chao and waved his hand. Go on. Looking at his appearance, Deng Chao really wanted to go up and hit him hard on the head. What kind of gesture is this? You're making it look like the leader came to inspect the work. A helpless sigh in his heart. Hey, come on class, let's continue. However, it was clear that most of the students' attention was on Linley at the moment. For example, Wang Vice Wang Tianyu, Sports Commissioner Shi Linlin and others. Linley didn't care. Classroom discipline? There was no disciplinarian before. The class president himself has to say something, but now there's a disciplinarian. He placed his hands on the guest table, crossed himself, and posed as a cadre listening attentively to the meeting. Squad leader, Xia Shi, his classmate, was suddenly under the desk, and her small hand gently grabbed the corner of his coat. Linley turned his head in confusion. My dad came home today. Xia Shi's eyes were still a little red. She had just cried too much. She said in a small voice, Oh. Lindley was wondering what your dad was doing coming back to talk to me. It's not like it's my dad. He had long forgotten what he had told Xiaoxi in the first place. To him, what he had said in the first place was just a casual remark to tease the little girl. Xiaoxi was very simple, didn't notice anything, and softly said, "Didn't you say that going to ride a motorcycle to marry me?" When Lindley heard this, his mind instantly recalled what had been said, and he instantly raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and did you tell your father what I said then?" "I told my mom, and my mom said she's inviting you to her house on Sunday." "I don't know." Natsuki smiled sweetly. "A guest." Lindley mused slightly. "I'm afraid this isn't a honk." He's well aware of that. What kind of a shock that his own initial remark would have been to a father with a little cotton wool. It's no less than taking a wife. The daughter is the father's mistress, and now the mistress is being missed by yellow hair. "You're going to have to give me a good beating?" Lindley felt that if he were from a family like Wang Tianyu's, then Xiaoxi's parents shouldn't do anything to themselves, and their daughter booked the mansion in advance. What does your dad do? Traveling for so long? Lindley inquired carefully. "I'm not afraid that his father is a businessman, but I'm afraid that his father is the Dragon King. My dad is a pianist and plays the piano really well. He's gone abroad to hold an exchange meeting." Xiaoxi replied without hiding anything, and gave an account of what her father had gone outside for. "An artist? Dare I say that Xiaoxi is still an artistic family?" Lindley nodded. "You tell your father that. I'll be here on Sunday. If a person is invited, there is no reason not to go." "Yeah, I'll tell Mom when I get back." Summer Brook's bright eyes were instantly pleasant. At that moment, Lindley remembered that he hadn't given the application for joining the team to Awkward yet, and he thought. From the hook on the side of his desk, he picked up his book bag and took the application for joining the team out of it and out. This was followed by hanging the book bag back up. "When you go to the playground after class, give your application for joining the team to Awkward." He put his application to join the team in a drawer. Out of the blue, fingers touched an object that didn't belong in his drawer. He knew quite well what was in his own drawer. Remember, there was nothing else but books. He looked down and took the object out, freezing at the box full of foreign language. "I'll go. Who is testing me?" His mind raced with thoughts of who this was from. Xiaoxi noticed that Lindley had noticed what he had sent and covered her mouth with a light smile. The class president saw it. Isn't he happy? "I think so. This box of candy. It's delicious." "Xiaoxi, do you know who put this inside the drawer for me?" Lindley thought for half a day. Couldn't even figure out who was trying to hurt him. "From me," Xiaoxi said happily. Lindley was confused. He hadn't counted on it being a gift from his deskmate in all his calculations. "You're not happy, class president?" Seeing that Lindley didn't seem to show any of the expected surprises, Xiaoxi was slightly frustrated. "Does the class president not like candy?" "Happy? How could I not be happy?" Lindley saw his little expression that was so cute even when he was aggrieved. "Heart melts. Don't cry. I really like it." "Really? I'll take you to an amusement park someday when I have money." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately spread her face and smiled, her frustration vanishing. "Yeah, when? When depends on how your father treats me." Why? Lindley sighed softly. "You don't understand. You'll know when you grow up." "Oh." Xiaoxi felt strange. Why did the class president say things she didn't understand every time? Her own father is very gentle. He's never scolded her. Why do you think the squad leader is a bit scared? Chapter 95, Damn. I'm actually blocked. At this time, he awkward brought Li Jianrun and the others back into the classroom. Lindley raised his eyes to see that Jianrunli and the others still had that droopy look. Essence is all gone. And even they enter the class not daring to look at the other students in the class. When you get back to your seat, you just plop down on it. When Lindley saw this look on their faces, he guessed in his heart that, "I don't think I'll be able to see Kenny Lee and the others tomorrow or next week. Poor thing. What's the point of going against me? But if you were as smart as Wang Tianyu and followed me, you wouldn't be so humiliated now. Squad leader, come out with me for a moment." He awkwardly looked at him and shouted. "Okay." Lindley answered and took out the application for joining the team from his desk drawer, then quickly followed him out of the classroom. He awkwardly didn't take him to the middle of the classroom either, just in the hallway. Today's matter is over, so don't bully Li Jianrun and the others anymore." He glared at Lindley, really feeling a bit helpless towards this brat. "What bullying? They bullied me first." Lindley was immediately unhappy. Okay. He awkwardly didn't bother to talk to him more on this topic. No matter who bullied who first, you don't talk about them today. They're quitting the show. Quit? So soon? Lindley wasn't surprised, but still feigned surprise. "Do you think their parents would let him stay on the show after something this big?" He awkwardly explained. "Their parents have already called Director Zhang." "Okay, I promise not to bully them as long as they don't come after me again." With a word of reassurance, Lindley was finally sidelining those who disobeyed him. In ancient times, it was considered exile. Aha. Exile. He awkwardly looked at the paper in his hand. Application for joining the team? Yes. I wrote it last night and I'm giving it to you now. Linley handed the application form in his hand to He Awkward. He awkwardly took it and gave it a cursory glance upward. Linley wrote it in a moderate way. Didn't screw around on it either. Okay. I'll turn it in for you later. Go back and get ready. I'll take you to the playground later for the initiation ceremony. Alright, Mr. He, don't worry. I'm always ready. Linley patted his chest and said, I will definitely make our junior class famous on stage at that time. I won't let you down. He awkwardly nodded. His expression bland, while in his heart, he secretly laughed. Still want to show off? Get up on the stage and stand there. Your biggest point of exposure was the moment you were given the award and the red scarf. Linley didn't know what was in his mind, let alone that the principal and the police chief, in order to sanction him, had organized group initiation ceremonies, completely eliminated any chance for him to speak. If anything, it's the police chief who's giving him a banner and a citation. The bonuses are individually addressed to him to say thank you. It's also just 2 words, or without a microphone. The second class of the morning was soon over, and according to the weekdays, it was time for the recess period. One by one, students from all grades in the school emerged from their classrooms and lined up in the hallways of the Go to the playground with your teacher. In the hallway outside the junior classroom, students lined up one after another to find their classmates before and after them. Ishimori played the role of sports commissioner and shouted, all hurry up and line up. Linley, for his part, was currently following the school's teachers as they traveled to the new team members. Teacher, you look familiar. Have I seen you before? Linley followed behind her. Tilting his head in confusion, he asked, you forgot about me? That teacher paused in her steps, turned slightly, and said, with a smile on her face, the phone hasn't called me until now. Oh, Linley immediately recalled. This is not the teacher who was teased by himself on the first day of school. Teacher, look at you. How could I forget you? I'm just testing you. Do you remember me? You're a kid with a real mouth and a quick brain to react. How could she not see that Linley had actually forgotten about her a long time ago? Only that her brain was spinning fast. Immediately the words came to mind. Linley heatedly smiled. Teacher, what's your fancy name? Fangirl? LOL. As soon as that teacher heard those 2 words pop out of his mouth, immediately, he couldn't help but smile. My surname is Zhou. My name is Zhou Shi. You can just call me Teacher Zhou. Oh, Linley nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Honestly, I followed her to the playground for pre-stage preparation. Arriving at the back of the playground, though, he looked at the crowd of schoolchildren in a slight daze. Isn't today my initiation and award ceremony? What? So many people? You're Lin Hall. My mom really likes you. The second-year students shouted loudly when they saw Linley. Linley, you're joining the team with us. Linley's kind of a celebrity after all, and he's from the same school. Those students saw him arrive and went up to greet him. Hello, comrades. Linley smiled and waved. Hello, Lin Hall. The children responded with instant smiles and giggles. What are you guys doing over here? Why don't you go to the playground? Linley inquired. He took a cursory glance. There were quite a few students over here. Not 100 but 80. It's a little strange to have so many people converging on this side. We're joining the team today, an elementary school student said. Join the team? Linley was stunned. You're all joining the team? Aha! The Major Time team? Yes. Linley's head is big. Not that today is specially organized for him to join the team ceremony and recognition ceremony. What? He rushed towards Chelsea. Mr. Zhou, what's the situation? Didn't you say I was alone? He gives full play to the spirit of asking questions when he doesn't understand. Joshi, who told you that you're the only one who made the team? Today is also the day when the second graders who didn't make the team joined together. Said Linley, immediately shaking his head at the sound of this, and joining the team en masse. Wouldn't you not be able to have that honor all to yourself? You don't know? Chelsea wondered. I didn't get the notice. Linley's brain was a bit numb, but it was acceptable. Collective is collective. It was an honor to participate with the people, but when he hears a voice, today, as I stand here, my heart is filled with immense excitement and pride, because I have the honor to be the representative of the junior members to join the team, in this solemn and sacred moment, to express to you the heart of our new members. Damn it, isn't that my word? His eyes flicked to the, just one of them, a little girl with a nervous expression, was reading into the paper with her head down. Good lord, he's not even a new entry rep himself. That's how the principal treats himself? Even if it was a group initiation, he thought, at least he would be an initiation representative. After all, he had made a mark for himself, and besides, this time, the initiation ceremony was held because of him. But every glance at the situation today was telling him, he's blocked. Chapter 96, Hu Jiangwo, it's over. He's holding a grudge against me. Lindley was never expecting that he would actually be sanctioned by justice. Is your own word worse than your principal's? Or what? Don't you say that I'm speaking to the students and teachers of the school? What's the difference? You don't get the glory all to yourself. You're not allowed to speak. And you're just standing on the stage? He was angry. And the consequences were dire. But if you tell yourself in advance that you're going to talk less, I myself am in the way of your school leader, so I will say less. But it's very unkind of you to do so. No communication with the people. The people don't even listen. That's going to get the masses talking. Lindley squinted his eyes, his mind spinning rapidly. In the meantime, on the playground, one class came to their respective divided areas in an orderly manner under the leadership of the teacher. A red flag was waving in the wind in the hands of several students. On the right-hand side of the runway, a sixth grader held the Little League flag aloft in his energetic hands, flanked on each side by a radiant student wearing a red scarf. They are the flag guards of the school's Little League team, junior class position. Sure, Lin as the leader stood in the front row of the hands were also divided into a red flag. He stood there looking majestic. Only that I glanced now and then at the flag guard. His heart was filled with envy, wondering if he had the chance to be the one to hold the big flag. It's so handsome. In his eyes that flag guard was as handsome as the soldiers on TV who greet foreign guests or raise the flag early. He opened his mouth and asked in a low voice to Elian, who was standing together at the side at the front of the group to lead the group. Mr. I'd like to be that. Do I have a chance? He awkwardly looked at him. Then his gaze went in the direction his eyes flicked to. Flag bearer. Yes, there's a chance, but you'll have to join the junior varsity first. Oh, sure, Lin answered. Isn't the squad leader going in soon? Can I just get the class president to be this? The class, as well as the live viewers, at the end of the second session of when he awkwardly led the team to the playground, he had already informed them that Lindley would be joining the team today, so he felt that if the squad leader went in accordance with his status as his junior follower, should be able to mix it up for this post. He awkwardly looked at him strangely. Are you overconfident in your class president? Not to mention that he's new to the team and ineligible, and even if he was somewhat eligible for appointment, you've got to get into Little League yourself. Plus, at the rate they're going in the junior varsity group, it's going to be the second half of the semester, around June 1st Children's Day, by the time the program is over and you've all gone back to your respective schools. Lindley, even if he rockets up to become the captain of the junior varsity team, does not have the right to cross the school to appoint you, unless, of course, Stone Forest can stay in this school forever. Instead of answering his words directly, he awkwardly smiled and encouraged, you just have to perform well and it'll be a sure thing, even if you don't need to be your class president. Oh, but I want to be a quickie and flag walk for a national audience on the show. It's simply awesome, he muttered in a small voice. I wonder if I can get a shortcut from the squad leader. Although the voice was small, he awkward still heard it. Kid, this is a very wrong idea. Time passes by. After all, the classes in the school are all in the playground. Who came down from the complex wearing an executive jacket, and the police chief, who was dressed in a police uniform with a big-brimmed hat. They were followed by a full lineup of school leaders and police officers. It's about to start. Hu Jiangwo laughed. Aha. The police chief nodded, looking at one of the kids who were straight, and he praised from the bottom of his heart. Principal who has done a good job of educating. The children are all in high spirits. These are the future pillars of the country. I'm flattered. Chief, who waved his hand politely, his face beaming with pride and humility. And I didn't do anything. It's all about the whole school working together. It's also by standing on their shoulders that I get to see these kids thrive. The daily banter between the two carried on. At that moment, as they passed a square, the two of them felt a sharp gaze in unison. They both looked toward the gaze in unison. Only Lindley stood dead center in a group of taller second years. Looks like he already knows. Principal who smiled sarcastically. The boy is smart, and by the looks of it he must have guessed. The police chief was unimpressed. Principal who? You'll have a headache back there. Hu Jiangwo froze and immediately understood his words. Bad. Dare I say this is holding a grudge. After all, the order of organization of the school assembly was decided by myself. The police chief finished his speech and patted himself on the back. He's still in the middle of the school. Besides, it's your own school. You can't leave by yourself. Look at Lindley's stance this morning, tossing those big stars around. This, with his character as a demon, this beam today, the back should start tossing his own school. No, be confident. It must be a toss-up to get rid of the should, whose brain hurts a little. Chief, look at what you're saying. I can't control a child. It's not in the way. I'm sorry, he said, forcing a smile. The police chief looked at him with a sheepish look in his eyes and didn't point it out. Indeed. He's just a kid, too, so I'm sure principal who will be able to keep it under control. Hu Jiangwo, this matter can only break teeth to swallow inside. After all, the person is the director of a bureau, and he is in the end just a principal, and there is still a bit of a gap in status. It's starting, Hu said with a light sigh in his heart as he looked toward the distant podium. At this point, a 6th grade female student at the podium, holding a microphone in her hand, the 3-bar armband on his arm, showing a sunny smile, exclaimed, "Hello, dear students. We are here today to induct new members of the Little League." She was the publicity committee member of the school's junior brigade, made the brigade committee in 5th grade. The presiding officer of the initiation ceremony for new members of the junior league is usually the captain or vice captain, who presides over the ceremony. The 2 top leaders have graduated to high school and middle school. Both positions are currently vacant. She had to be the host this time. Present at today's initiation ceremony were the secretary of the school's Dang branch, the principal, the chief of the Yongchen Police Department, the head of the Juvenile Labor Committee, the vice principal, and so on. She smiled energetically and vibrantly. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the playground, led by the teachers, began to applaud. Pop, pop, pop. The students followed suit, and in moments loud applause broke through the campus. Junior team, the induction ceremony for new members of the team is now officially underway. Chapter 97, the Youngster Squad Induction Ceremony, Becoming a Glorious Successor. Proceed with the first item, flag out. Junior team members, junior team counselors, salute. Brush. All the students on the playground, except the 1st graders, quickly raised their right hands as high as their heads. The drums and gongs are sounding. The atmosphere of the room became solemn and enthusiastic. Junior class Wang Tianyu and the others stood in place with wide eyes glancing around one by one, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, the squad of color guards kicked up their feet and walked solemnly head-on from the side of the playground. As they walked to the side of the podium, they turned in an orderly and neat manner to face their classmates. Raise the flag high. The music stops. From the podium, the team presiding officer said, "Let's proceed to the second item of the ceremony, the singing of the team song." A team member, also with 3 bars on his arm, came up from under the podium. Then facing the students in the playground, they posed with one hand in a musical conducting motion. The student is a member of the Brigade Recreation Committee and is likewise a young girl. In a flash, the music started again. We are, successor, inheriting the glorious tradition of our revolutionary forefathers. The audience in the live broadcast room at this moment also has a lot less flirting and joking pop-ups, and the most is all emotion. You remember how honorable it was to make the junior varsity team when I was in 1st grade, rushing through more than a decade. I never knew who I was going to take over when I was a kid, and now that I'm older, I am finally taking over from my dad as a certified factory manager. Every time I see a scene like this, it's kind of nostalgic. I looked forward to growing up when I was a kid, growing up and wishing to go back to being a kid. Would you believe me when I say I never made the Little League in the first place? The teacher wouldn't let me in. It's a song I still sing today, like it's etched into my DNA. Brothers, raise your hand if you can still sing. This scene, at the moment, is broadcast all over the internet, through the show's crew. The young squad initiation ceremony is missed by many and evokes memories of the student days of countless people. It was as if I saw myself standing under the team flag when I was a child. And at that time I also had unlimited hope for the future and full of love for the motherland. Love of country, love of people, bright red scarf fluttering on chest. After the team song is sung, the publicity committee moderator lifted the microphone and continued aloud. To proceed to the third item, to read the decision to form the organization of the grade junior squadron. This is the ceremony to announce the new squadron, the last 6th grade having graduated. There is a large number of members of the team who have risen high, and at the moment the new squadron is beginning to build its organization. When this announcement is complete, the moderator proceeded to the 4th item, announcing the new team members. A total of 108 new members joined the Wachovia Little League at the school today. Please ask the first team committee to announce the new team members. Another student with 3 bars on his arm stepped up to the podium and a salute was given to all the students and faculty. The microphone was then raised for a solemn announcement. According to the criteria for joining the team and the decision of the Junior Workers Committee, Zhang Zihan, Li Zihan, Chen Zishuan, Lu Zishuan, Fong Zishuan, Zhang Zishuan, Jean Haoran, Chang Haoran, Yu Haoran. On the importance of parental naming, a class of over a dozen renames. Call out to the pile of students, without a last name, and there will be a dozen or more giving a response. There had been a somewhat solemn atmosphere in front of the screen, and the viewer. There was a lot of hilarity over this renaming rate. Are names so random now? If it weren't for the different last name, I thought he repeated it several times all by himself. Set template is not so set but where to change a tone also can Come on. So many multiple names. I have to change my son's name. How come I didn't hear the name Forest Hall? Lynn Hall is inside the wait. Sure enough, as the netizen said, after the team member had read out roughly a dozen names. The rest of the unified plan is called up aliases, and so on. In the new player's squad, Lindley's eyes widened. Was his name so hard to remember? Why did you tell me to wait? Well, at least he's a teenage hero who has saved 5 kids. You don't take yourself seriously, do you? It's not good to be the first to read your name at the beginning. At least it's outside of the wait. It must have been arranged by that old deng again. He looked at Hu Jangwo's back and added a few more points of coldness. And among the school leaders in the front, who felt how suddenly cooled down, slightly looking up at the sun above. Also clouds, and no wind. At this point, proceed to team committee number 5, present the new team members with red scarves. In the new team members squad, she straightened her ranks. Follow me. She then led the parade of new team members to the front of the podium. Meanwhile on the other side, a squad of veteran players, holding a brightly colored red scarf in their hands, together they will proceed to the front of the podium under the guidance of the teachers of the squad. Please ask the old members to put on the red scarves for the new members. The two squads intermingle so that there is one column of new players and one column of veterans. Originally, Hu was going to put the red scarf on himself, but due to a change of plans later, turning into a collective entry, it would seem extremely abrupt for him to give to Lindley to wear alone. Lindley was also worn by the veteran members just like the other new members of the team. The one who put it on him was a 5th grader who, on his way to put it on, whispered, "Class President Lin, come and sit with us in 5-2 sometime." Lindley smiled and said, "No problem, I'll go sit down sometime." "Well, be sure to come. It will come, don't worry." After all students have hung up their red scarves, they salute each other on both sides. The 6th item of the initiation ceremony begins. The new members of the team will come up to the stage to make the declaration of joining the team and lead the students to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Here it comes Lin Hall to start the show. The live audience was in a state of great anticipation, and in their eyes, wherever such occasions were represented, it would have to be Lindley. Who else, may I ask? However, when a little 2nd grade girl walked up to the podium in a restrained manner, the netizens went numb. Is it a mistake? How come it's not Lin Hall? You don't give face to me. Lin Hall? Guys, what else is there to think about? Must be afraid of being robbed of words. You got it when you said that. Well, the principal is afraid of Lin Hall, but I don't think I remember any principal's speech at the induction ceremony. It seems so. Then what is he afraid of? Strange. I guess it's not enough academic credentials. After all, Lin Hall is only in 1st grade. Lindley did not speak on stage as the representative of the new team members, which really disappointed many netizens. What's the biggest thing to look forward to as the show kicks off today? Teacher's Day? Naturally, it was Lindley who went up to the podium to deliver his speech. But, a netizen, the program group False Propaganda, refund traffic. After the new team members have delivered their words, and after leading all the new team members in the oath of office, the initiation ceremony is coming to a close. Come on, Chief, it's almost your turn on stage. I'm sorry, Hu said to the police chief with a smile. Well, go. A group of school leaders followed him towards the podium. Lindley turned his head and watched them approach, staring viciously at them in his heart. You'd better not give me any chance to hold the microphone. Chapter 98, Lindley, then I'll say a few brief words. The initiation ceremony for new members of the junior team ended in a solemn and cozy atmosphere. The bright red scarf glows in the rising sunlight, reflecting the innocent and determined faces of the children. We now warmly welcome the principal to the stage. I'm sorry, the team's publicity committee member shouted after presiding over the Little League induction ceremony, who then straightened his attire and walked up to the podium with a frank smile on his face. Take the microphone from the host. Good morning, teachers and students. He cleared his throat slightly and his voice rang out gently and forcefully. The room quickly quieted down and looked in unison at the glowing top leader of the school on the podium. Today, we not only witnessed the induction of a new batch of pioneers, it is more to recognize a good student who has interpreted bravery and commitment with practical actions at this special moment. The moment these words came out, the group of students in the junior class, led by Wang Tianyu, got excited. The sun of their hearts is about to rise on the podium. Who swept the room and continued with a smile. I think we all know who it is already. He paused slightly, his tone rising. Last week, there was an appalling incident of child abduction by human traffickers in our Yongchang area. I think the students, the teachers have heard. One of them, a student from our school, was one of the abducted. Basically, the whole school knew about it. After all, it was a pretty big deal at the time, and it was also broadcast on the Central Mom's Law and Order program. At this point, All the students' gazes were directed in unison to the new team members who were still standing dry under the podium. Look for the first grader in it who was driving without a license. At the same time, among the new team members, they were also either turning their heads or twisting their heads to look at Linley. Ahem, don't look around. Listen to the principal properly. Under the gaze of the people, Linley did not dare to have the slightest state of listlessness of spirit, and with his little face set straight, tilting his head back and puffing out his chest, he coughed softly and whispered, "Who noticed the student's line of sight and smiled lightly? That's right, this student you all know, is our school's Linley." In this emergency, he did not hesitate for a moment in the face of vicious traffickers, stepped forward and, with intelligence and courage, managed to rescue 5 children. He continued impassionedly. Unconsciously 5 minutes had passed, and who was extremely flushed. I don't know if it's the sun or if I'm just too excited to speak. In short, all his speeches, all of them are revealing one thing, thanks to Linley having a good principal. The live feed is losing viewers. Guys, I can't carry it anymore. Wait for Lin Hall to come on stage at me. I came to see the show, not to hear him report on his work. Don't worry, the way things are going down, there's a chief behind us. Takes me back to when I was a kid in the middle of the school playground is endlessly. No, it's taking up the other kids' time, isn't it? By the way he's going on. And a police chief in the back. Morning classes are out, aren't they? Please show the program camera to Lin Hall. Pretty much, in Linley's shoes, it's a gimmick, but in whose, or an adult for that matter, the internet feels uninspired. So, this led to a lot of people running out of patience and leaving the live stream, in droves, because they don't want to hear. Linley was on the stage, his face of a boarded-up senior cadre already floating with displeasure. Why is he talking so much? Is he trying to make up for that one time at the opening ceremony? On the playground, the teachers are still smiling and listening with an open mind, and a bunch of upperclassmen were already starting to look offended. It also says that school is our second home, the one that allows us to learn. But you take away our time to study seriously and swim in the sea of knowledge. How many words can we memorize and how many more math formulas can we learn in one class? Let's follow Linley's example and strive for excellence not only in our academics. What's more, we should continue to improve ourselves in terms of character cultivation, become useful talents in society, and contribute to the building of a more harmonious and better society. As these words were spoken, the stage was familiar with who, or as teachers who have frequent assemblies know, he's done speaking. So, immediately clap your hands in an exemplary manner. Snap. Instantly, applause rang throughout the playground. No matter how impatient some of the students were, they all applauded. Who made the man the principal? Again, some teachers are impatient. But, after all, they are employees and people are leaders. Surface work still needs to be done. Amidst loud applause, who continued to raise the microphone and, let's welcome our esteemed chief of police to the stage with the warmest of applause to personally present our teenage hero Linley with a banner of honor. After these few words, the vice-chancellors under the podium poked out their polite hands and signaled the chief of police to come to the podium. Meanwhile, Joshi was in the new team members' square and gently called Linley to join him on the stage. When the students in the junior class saw Linley finally go on stage, their vigor returned. Hands snapped hard. The same is true for Yang Mi, Ho Ong and others. Seriously, they, the stars, were just really annoyed, and they even suspected, for a moment, that is he or she getting less money for the announcements they are getting for participating in this program? When the police chief came on stage, who immediately extended his hand and politely shook it. Hard work, come by on a busy day. You're welcome. After the two shook each other's hands politely, Linley skimmed his lips. What a fake politeness. I'll leave the following to you. Who let go of his hand before handing the microphone over to the police chief? The latter nodded and then faced the students on the playground. Good morning, children. The teachers again led the applause. I'm very grateful to Principal Hu for nurturing the future flower bones of China for us, the people. Linley's deeds, which he has just described in great detail, and I won't say any more about them. A couple of brief remarks. Sin, no matter how great or small, is a serious challenge to the social order. Several omitted. Starting from that one sentence, briefly speaking a couple sentences. The live broadcast lost a large portion of its audience once again. Anyone who has ever been in a meeting knows that these two sentences, not really just two sentences. In its sentence, there are several large dots, and in one large dot there are several small dots. But fortunately, this time, he didn't say much, praising Linley. Again, it was a way to popularize some of the emergency hazards to the general student body, what to do to protect against them, and to promote a little positive energy. After his speech, a police officer came up from the stage with a banner. Certainly did not take the prize money, but rather a private gift from the back. The chief of police received the banner from Const. Smiling, he looked at Linley. My little friend, thank you for your valor. Linley's expression was a bit numb at the moment, and presently by now, he seemed to sense the strong scorn these two had for him. There was no intention of giving him the mic. After he took the microphone, he said with a wooden expression and a fake smile, "Thank you, comrade director." The police chief laughed. "Here's the mic. It's all set up. You know. Okay, I'll be brief too. Chapter 99 speech. It's not supposed to look like this," Linley said blandly. Could he not understand what the police chief meant? It means that all the arrangements for this meeting are led by who and have nothing to do with him. There is a head for the grievances and a head for the debts, and if he or she takes revenge, he or she will go to Hu Jiangwo. And he mic'd himself up for nothing more than the fact that they were done talking, and had said what they needed to say. The words are all said and done, and there is no fear of robbing yourself of the words and keeping a good karma in front of you. See, your principal won't give you a talking to, but I'll give you a talking to. Moved? Be thankful. In response, Linley couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Believe it or not, you two bad old men. You're bad. It must have been planned by two people together. Now it's just you dumping the pot on who? At this moment, on the side, Hu Jiangwo looked at the police chief with his eyes wide open. No, boss, we can't be so unkind. I've completely eliminated Linley's opportunity to speak. What do you mean you're offering it to him now? Well, just a couple brief remarks. Although he couldn't stop spitting in his heart, he had a doting and proud look on his face. I'll be brief in 2 sentences. Linley made a point of emphasizing on the 2 sentences. He took the microphone and then faced the students on the playground, shouting, "Students, let's begin by welcoming the 2 leaders off the stage with a big round of applause." Hu Jiangwo and the police chief's expressions lurched. There's nothing wrong with that statement at first glance, but upon further reflection, again, I think it's rich in some deep meaning. Doesn't stepping down mean collapsing? Who taught you to use words like that? Does it fit? The 2 men looked at each other. Are from each other's eyes to see a sentence. This revenge is also too fast, right? And in whose eyes? In addition to this, there is one more sentence, asking you to give him a speech. That's not making me feel bad. The heart sighed in unison. But at this point there was no intention of going to get the microphone back. How do I get it? Snap. The applause at the scene was unusually intense, far more surging than when the 2 of them were on stage. This made the duo's faces look a little worse again. I'm the principal. I'm the head of the police department. The applause represents many meanings, and there is a back and forth, as if this is the moment when the 2 of them realize that who is the most popular and who is really in the hearts of the people. In the meantime, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was also growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The netizens who had left in front of them received notifications from their friends and rushed back. Lin Hall is finally on stage. Ha ha, downfall is a good word to use. Laugh your ass off. If we're talking about downfall, would it be a little better? Lin Hall is still speaking in a subtle way. I told you, how could the school not give Lin Hall a separate arrangement for such an important occasion? I'm drowsy for other people's lecture reports, but I keep my ears open for the lecture reports from Forest Hall. The increase in the number of people in the live room was as full of meaning as the live applause. Luckily, Hu and the police chief couldn't see the live feed data. Otherwise, it should be more of a breakdown of the mind. The podium. Linley's right-hand microphone. His left hand raised and waved slightly, signaling for silence. The 2 leaders just spoke well, so I won't add anything. The people under the stage, such as He Awkward and Yang Mi, closed their eyes and had the thought that they couldn't bear to look at them. What's wrong with these 2 leaders? Why are they giving him the microphone? They're not making themselves uncomfortable. A phrase that shows what it means to be a true leader and a false leader. The 2 Hu Jiangwo, who had already walked off the stage, were unusually bitter in their hearts. To summarize, it's dash. Linley let out a deep breath and began to get into his stride, shouting in a neutral tone, "We shall not share in sin." Yes, great speech by the class president. For popping or snapping. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tianyu and the others from the Linley party were the first to applaud, and it was shouted out. None of them needed to be led by teachers or upperclassmen, and were unusually self-conscious. After being driven by them, the whole room applauded again. A high-scale speech conference, kinda waste of hands. Linley shouted amidst the rousing applause. Students, do you feel pressured by comparing yourselves to others all the time? Do you have endless homework and tutorials on holidays? Have you ever been bullied? The students who were still applauding immediately froze when they heard these 2 words. 3 questions that really quieted the entire playground. All of them had some relevant images floating in their minds. A teacher, look at the class next door. Whoever, how much do people test? How come you can't get in? A parent, have you finished your homework yet? I'll drop you off at 1800 hours for a remedial math class. I'll drop you off on Sunday. A classmate, kid, wait for me after school. Teachers and school leaders are equally confused. What's the situation? How does he say this thing? Is there a bullying situation at school? Before they could think anything more, Linley's next sentence was slightly emotional, and, in which again, very helpless words came. Students, this is not how our childhood should be. We're under pressure at our young age that we shouldn't be. Linley's voice grew high. Childhood should be carefree. Childhood should be colorful. Childhood is the best moment that should be preserved in our memories for a lifetime. After saying these words, Linley's left hand was instantly half raised, his index and middle fingers pointing to the sky side by side. The tone was agitated, but under endless oppression, under comparison, our childhood becomes one in which only learning, memory for doing the questions, one by one, the students began to react. Yeah, they seem, in their few existing memories, to have gone to school ever since all memories are learning related, and it was at this moment that a group of students still shouted, "That's right, I have school during the day, tutoring classes at night, and on my days off. It's busier than my parents at work. Oh, I haven't had a good time in a long time." With a spitting sound, the whole playground was so boisterous that the teacher couldn't help it. There's no way to manage it, because many teachers also recall their childhood in their memories. It seemed that, just as Linley had said, their childhood consisted only of memories of constantly brushing up on problems. Hu Jangmo stared blankly at the scene and Linley on the stage. "Didn't I ask you to be brief? That's a big headline right out of the gate. Also, are you off topic? I asked you to give a speech about fighting human traffickers, and you talk about studying?" The police chief laughed softly. "Quite interesting. I'd like to hear what he can tell us." He looked at Linley with interest. This kid always managed to bring different sensations to him. Of course, it's fine to speak about anything else as long as he doesn't add to his speech. Learning, a shortcut to success, but not the only way. LAM, and in the afternoon. Chapter 100. You're leading a rebellion. What are the topics that evoke emotions in students? What topics that can be supported by students? Without a doubt, that's the thing that's so relevant to their age academic performance. At this moment on the playground, in addition to teachers and school leaders, all the students were looking at Linley on the stage with dewy exuberance. These few words spoke perfectly to their hearts. "In my eyes, what is really needed on the road to success? Persistence and perseverance." Linley gradually became agitated. His voice threw the ground forcefully. Each of us had a different childhood, but one of the most similar things is the lack of joy. At this moment, even in the junior class, Li Jianrun, who had always had a problem with Linley, Yuan Hua and the others' calm state of mind rippled because of this impassioned sentence of Linley's. Their families, in contrast to other families, are much more demanding. The learning is much more extensive. The eyes that had originally been defeated by Linley causing them to be lifeless flickered with gleams of light. Looking up at Linley, who was struggling with his speech on stage, they had the feeling that they were attracted to Linley. "You are pressurized every day in every way and lack the innocence of a childhood that is uniquely yours," Linley shouted. "Now tell me, are you happy?" In an instant, a multitude of students cried out, "Unhappy." Some of them are genuinely unhappy. Some of them are totally up in arms. And, in general, the entire playground was covered in student voices. When Hu Jangwo saw this, sweat slowly seeped out of his head. "What's this asshole up to? And you students, doesn't school give you joy? Aren't you happy at school?" He muttered. "I should have let him talk. Speak my words normally. And, it's a lot less stressful than speaking about it." The police chief looked at him sympathetically and patted Hu's shoulder. "Look how energetic the students are at your school. Standing for so long and still having so much energy." Hu Jangwo laughed dryly twice. "It's hard to say what's in your heart." At the same time, he cursed the director in his heart. What's the point of giving him a microphone for nothing? In the junior class, Wang Tianyu and the others shouted especially loudly, regardless of what Linley said. "Say what you will." In short, just shouted mindlessly. Yang Mi and Louis Fei, who were standing at the end of them watching, looked at each other. "This little kid is a master at tuning his emotions," Yang Mi said. "Why do I get the impression that he's going to lead a student revolt?" Louis Fei stared blankly at Linley, who was speaking fervently on the podium. "So you're not the only one who feels this way." Deng Chao came up and said, "This guy has a grudge he is really and in the most direct and fastest way possible. Come on, it's better to offend him less in the future. This little kid's brain is different from others." "I don't know." Young Mimi snapped with a dry laugh. Several others nodded solemnly. They don't want to offend someone who has an axe to grind on the spot and can be their leader in the future. At this point, the podium, Linley let out a deep breath. "I heard you guys, so tell me, do you want to be satisfied and happy while you learn? Fill yourselves with joy in your childhood, so that when you grow up you may remember, 'Oh, so I had some good memories from my childhood.'" A few words that hit the students right in the gut. Classes are boring and every day you open your eyes to study. Endless books to memorize, endless lectures to receive, endless questions to brush up. The higher the grade level, the closer to finals, the worse the gym teacher's health gets. Think, elementary school students are always the most emotionally provocative age group, and by speaking to their hearts, and they'll be completely tabula rasa. The mood was instantly infectious, especially with the other students, even the most academically gifted students in the class. Geniuses are, after all, a minority, and excellence is basically accumulated over time. Linley was satisfied with their answer. He continued to agitate the students. We're in a school where there's only a 10-minute break between each class, but it's still going to be misappropriated. Linley opened his left hand to the students. We have a 40-minute class and a 10-minute break between classes. 50 minutes, class after class after class, so that we don't even have time for a little bathroom break. The pressure doesn't get released. It's not learning, it's crushing. Those few words directly caused the upperclassmen to hoot and holler beyond the underclassmen. Substitute teachers for various upper division classes, as well as the homeroom teacher, froze as she listened to the shouts of her students and began to wonder. That's the way it is with our teachers. Teachers like to drag out their lessons. 2 lectures. The next class bell is ringing. Words of wanting the same kept ringing out among the seniors. Some teachers have noticed that even those students with better grades and at the top of the class are complaining. It's not just teachers and school leaders at the moment. The audience in the live broadcast room were all reminded of their own student days by Linley's words. But if there are any high school students, or junior high students, at this moment, they'll be high and low on the pop-ups for a whole 2 sentences. They can be more emotionally resentful than elementary school kids. However, unfortunately, they were in school at the moment and couldn't see it at all. School playground. Hu Jiangwo looked at the group of excited students and could not stop sighing in his heart. Chaotic. It's okay for the 6th graders to yell, but why are you 1st and 2nd graders up in arms? He raised his eyes to Linley on the podium. Son, I'm just trying to keep you from stealing my words. Why are you making such a fuss? You're still only in 1st grade. Besides, you're getting seriously off topic here. I told you to talk about sin and to establish 3 views, but I didn't tell you to lead a rebellion. On the podium, at the moment, Linley didn't end the topic. Instead, they moved on to another topic that resonated most with some of the students. Class, how many of you have been on the receiving end of bullying? With those words, the high spirits lowered a little. Some of the students bowed their heads darkly. Clearly, they were being bullied or students who have been bullied. Linley continued, bullying exists in any school, anywhere, even in adult society, the world of grown-ups, it remains the same. Bullying is one of the evils that not only violates our own rights, more than that, it casts an indelible shadow on our childhood. It may stay with us for the rest of our lives. Hu Jiangwo sweating like a pig at the moment. What kind of stuff did this bastard kid say? The word bullying is more or less sensitive. You're speaking in front of the entire student body right now, and you're doing it live, and all of a sudden you're talking about this. Will it be misunderstood? It's not. Just don't let you talk. You're going straight to me on such a high intensity. There were so many people in the student body with bitterness in the corners of their eyes. Bullying. Oh, how could there not be? Linley's tone was serious at the moment, his voice gradually rising, his fingers pointing at the students in a pistol-like position. Chapter 101, You Need a Leader. The fact that you have not answered me means that you do not have the courage to face me on this. You're afraid to tell your parents. You're afraid to tell your teachers. Because you are afraid that the bully will exact even more insane revenge on you. Those students' heads hung even lower. Sue the teacher and you're dead. The words were unfamiliar to the others, but to them it was like a nightmare. This is a cowardly act on your part, and it will only make the abuser more and more aggressive. Linley's spittle spiked out as he said these words, his boyish face filled with anger. You don't have to live in dark cowardice. The turning point in your lives is the need for someone who can give you justice. Linley on the podium spoke excitedly. The bullying students on the stage seemed to be touched inwardly, raising their heads slightly and looking at him timidly. You need a leader, Linley said as he clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it forcefully at his chest. A visionary leader. One that will both facilitate your learning and bring you joy. One who can still listen to your injustices and administer justice. Thereupon he again compared his left hand to a pistol position, and again raised it halfway to the sky. Sputtering, now he's here. He's in this school right now. Hearing this, even the slowest teacher, even the slowest school leader, reacted. This little kid is talking so much and pulling so many topics for the purpose of being the head student. You're a first grader. You've been in school for 10 days. You're actually going to be the ruler of the entire school? Had it not been happening right in front of their eyes, they would never have believed it if they had heard about it. Lu. Lin Hall, this momentum, this words, the whole of me an adult blood surging. Give him a speech and he can turn it into a campaign meeting. 66. Lin Hall is simply a born commander. That's a bit middle of the road, but it sure is up there to listen to. That voice in Lin Hall I found a little out of place, and shudder to think that if he had grown up, and then spoken that, I reckon I'm sworn to follow. Brothers, before and after, did you notice that the false leader a bunch of crap? A true leader for the people. Good job finding the emotional points in Lin Hall. Studying, bullying, I'll go. It's all about the kids. I'm the only one who thinks Lin Hall's ambition is expanding a little too quickly. This is about establishing your own power right here at the school. Let's just say that people like this, who speak for you and serve you, support you or not, the live bloggers, while out of their student days. After all, anyone watching the live stream at this point in time is either a cow or a horse, or a homegrown business. Linley's speech couldn't resonate with them much, but it can't hold up to Linley's impassioned and emotional speech. No one said he was 8 again and how it was, because they're starting to get a little used to his behavior. It always surprises them. If Linley had really just gone on stage and simply said a couple sentences, then they would have found it counterintuitive. Likewise, no one asked him on the air how an 8-year-old knew so much, would speak so. In short, he had a grandfather who was filled with red political energy. On the podium, Linley continued to speak, with the air of having formed a party today. Setting up a team and then going into the principal's office to sit in the principal's chair means, in the junior class, Wang Tianyu, Guan Qian, Shi Linlin, and others had their voices muffled from shouting how his own class president was so good. Is this what our class president looks like when he's on fire? The admiration for Linley in their hearts was like a torrential river, unceasing. The squad leader is awesome. Voice breaking, squad leader. Xiaxi's eyes were filled with little stars, although she didn't quite understand the ones Linley was talking about. After all, she hadn't experienced them, but it didn't stop her from being impressed by Linley's fervent speech. Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others had been completely bowled over by Linley's imposing speech, eyes wide open, feeling the whole place boil over. A thought kept flashing in their minds. I can't believe I'm fighting against someone like that. Ask yourself, if it were up to them, they would never be able to do what Linley did. Seriously, they kind of want to progress, but, a little pride in themselves, still not willing to admit it. The last of the junior class line. Several of the star teachers' scalps went numb. Deng Ziki froze and spoke. Do you guys still remember what he said to us after he was appointed class officer? Having heard this, Deng Chao, several people's minds immediately popped up at that time Linley appointed class cadres came to the office to say, if it's a solid group with no infighting, their ambitions are magnified. The guts grow. What does that mean? These few people froze, looking in unison at Linley on the podium. Dare I say it, he was the most ambitious one in the whole class. The junior class has now put in place after Kenny Lee failed to overthrow him as class president in the morning. Tomorrow this group of voices against him will disappear into the juvenile class and be sent to the frontier. That is to say, the entire junior class, in addition to the forest parties, and the neutral ones. It has been counted as no internal trouble. A situation of great unity has been reached. According to successive dynasties, when internal troubles are removed, it is time for territorial expansion. Now Linley was expanding directly across grade levels and directly into the entire school. It was such a nice thing to say in the beginning, to help us check and balance the whole class, to control the junior class. Turns out he's the most dangerous himself. Deng Chao quickly figured out that this little kid is ambitious. If this boy had been placed in ancient times, with this mouth, and a brain that mobilizes emotions, one of the main heads of the uprising, Louis Fei was stunned. Look at the way it fooled these kids. Yang Mi raised her hand and rubbed her mid-brow. Honestly, I'm all excited by what he said. Suddenly, a vibration came from the cell phone in Yang Mi's pocket, and she looked down and took it out. WeChat messages. Li Egg, Sister Honey, can you tell Director Zhang to let this kid come to a talk show together? The paycheck is not an issue. On the podium, Linley has talked about poor students, honors students, rich families, ordinary families. In short, stir up emotions however you can. Hu Jiangwo on the side of the stage had his face completely blackened. The director of instruction behind him stepped forward and whispered, Principal Hu, should we pull him down? Pull? Hu Jiangwo turned his head with a look of acuity, like looking at him. Where's the live feed that? How do you pull it? Don't you know what it does to our school when it gets out? The head instructor hastily apologized. It was my lack of consideration. Pull Linley down now. And the internet beats are bound to be all over the place, talking about student speech. The teacher purposely interrupts to keep the students from vocalizing or something. Why don't we go turn off the speaker center? The director of instruction rose to another plan. Look at the principal's face. As a subordinate who wants to get ahead, he must help the leader out. Horse's ass should always be kissed. Then you go. Who said with an expressionless face. Chapter 102, Come sit in my office. The chief should come too. The head instructor gave a sardonic laugh that was a joke at first glance, and he didn't want to be the one to take the fall. If this moment wasn't live, and there was no police chief present, can't say I'd really go ahead and unplug the center speaker wire, but it's never to be done now. The police chief said at this point, let him talk. In fact, about the bullying behavior that was just described. Rather positive energy. Ha! Hu Jiangwo's skin smiled and his heart was currently cursing the nth generation of his ancestors. It's a sin. The podium. Linley raised his arm and shouted, all poor students, please raise your hands. You should not receive discrimination from others or look down on yourselves. By heaven's command, both life and eternity, kings and lords would rather have their seed. When this statement was made, the whole audience of teachers and school leaders unconsciously bent their bodies. Good man. The slogan of uprising is shouted out. And you still say it's not an uprising? But they thought that elementary school kids wouldn't understand it. This appears to be middle school textbook content. But then they saw the enthusiastic schoolchildren who were tearing up and yelling everywhere. It seems that they don't even need to hear it. Shouting is the right thing to do. We shouldn't be discriminated against. We shouldn't be oppressed. We don't deserve to be bullied. We are responsible for our own childhood. And we have to say no to all injustice. Linley's right hand holding the microphone trembled slightly. A tremor of excitement. He talked himself into excitement. The left hand was again in a pistol stance, swinging hard. We are the future successors. The future belongs to us. After saying this sentence, Linley withdrew all his gestural postures, his expression returning to its original state, eyes bursting with determination. A real speech does not need too much padding, as long as it starts from the immediate and practical interests of the masses. The ability to drive their emotions is what makes an effective speech. Linley knew that it was almost time, and if he said any more, Hu Laodang was going to give himself a refund for his tuition. Rarely established forces can't afford to be hit by high latitude. Thank you, students, for listening to me so much, and I apologize for taking up so much of your time. In the future I will be running for the position of junior varsity captain, and I am running for the position of junior varsity captain in the first place. It's all about listening to the students and for bringing a fun and harmonious campus environment to the students. Everyone vote for me then. Thank you all. Linley gave a deep bow to his dear classmates, and then frankly and calmly walked off the podium. The corners of the many teachers' mouths involuntarily twitched. This kid dares to play this one idea in the end. Do you know you just joined the team today? You've just joined the team. You haven't shown any concrete performance in the junior team yet, and you're thinking of becoming a first sergeant? It also crosses over directly into the two stages of junior captain and midshipman. If we didn't have a 5-bar chief at our school, would you be running straight for this? Really just straight up surprised by this little kid's ambition. Hu Jiangwo saw that Linley was finally stepping down and gave a wink to the director of instruction. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly went up to the podium to maintain order. Although this task was a bit tough at the moment, but who called him a subordinate? Linley had just stepped off the stage, and before he could walk into the squad of newly inducted members, he was called by Hu Jiangwo. He stepped forward and stroked Linley's head affectionately. Linley, well spoken. Don't look at his gentle smile and extremely doting tone, but the murderous aura in those eyes that Linley was feeling it clearly. It's not bad, it's only good when you tell it. Principal, I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Linley humbly rubbed the back of his head. On the shoulders of giants? You're not standing on your shoulders? It's riding on my head. Hu Jiangwo cursed lightly in his heart. Come on, go sit in my office for a while. Linley froze in his tracks. This went without being lectured behind closed doors. Headmaster, I have a class to teach. There's no rush for class. It won't take more than a few minutes. The main thing is to give you your bonus. At the mention of the bonus, Linley knew that, whether it was an inner desire for money, or whatever, he has to go to both. Look to the money. At that moment, the police chief spoke up. Principal Hu, then I won't continue to disturb you. There's something else going on inside the bureau, so I'll go first. Chief, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's go sit together. It's not that bad. How could Hu not understand what he had in mind? You made the sins. Why should I be the one to take the blame? Trying to run after dumping. You're amazing. You're so noble. I've got quite a lot going on at the station, so I'll come back next time I'm free. The police chief waved his hand in denial. The office is definitely off limits. It's hard to shake off the hate. However, he knew that Hu would definitely not let himself leave so easily. Must have stayed again and again. Gotta figure out a way to get out of this. Suddenly, a police officer behind him stepped forward and said, Chief, I didn't bother you just now. There's a tough case inside the bureau that needs your presence for a bit. When the police chief heard this, he was happy. This comrade is very good. There is room for upward mobility. Yes? His expression frowned, showing slight displeasure as he reprimanded. Why didn't you say so earlier? He then faced Hu Jiangwo, Principal Hu. I'm really sorry. I've got to go do justice to the people. I'll come next time I'm free. When he finished, he gave an apologetic smile to the other school leaders and, then without even waiting for Hu Jiangwo to continue to stay, his feet hurriedly walked towards the school entrance. Hu Jiangwo stared blankly at his departing back. You subordinates, you're well trained. He looked down at Linley and said, Linley, aren't you going to say goodbye to the director? How could Linley not hear what he meant? And hurriedly nodded. I understand. I understand. He tilted his head and called out to the police chief, who was fading away. Comrade Chief, I'll personally come to the station to find you to thank you some other day. The police chief in the distance suddenly stumbled in his steps. The classes on the playground began to leave the playground in an orderly fashion to return to their classrooms under the auspices of the director of instruction. After the catharsis they had just experienced, the students were only now feeling a touch of exhaustion, especially the voice. Though tired, though a little hoarse, he kept talking in the line. First graders are so good these days. Just kidding, it's Lin Hall, as he's called in school for his position. When do we start voting for the first captain? I want to vote for him. At this time, the junior class team, Ishinobayashi followed Hiku with his flag raised, raising his eyes to look at Linley not far away as he followed Hu Jiangwo away. He innocently opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Ho, the class president left with the principal is he going to be appointed as the first captain? He awkwardly kept his feet and didn't answer him. Appointed? Be punished? Hey, it's been a rich morning. What would happen to Linley in the principal's office? He didn't bother to think about it because there was no need to think about it. Chapter 103, Hu Jiangwo, I'm so hard. Principal's office. Linley was mortared in front of his desk, holding $20,000 in cash in his hand. Hu Jiangwo sat in his chair, slowly sipping his tea. It's been 5 minutes since they entered the office. As soon as he came in, Hu didn't say any other superfluous words, and directly gave his bonus to Linley. It was then that he sat down on a chair and didn't open his mouth to speak or reprimand Linley, just sipping his tea. Silence always depresses. Linley felt that if he didn't open his mouth, this old dang would probably have to finish brewing that slab of tea before he would speak. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, I'll go first, he said tentatively. Hu put down his teacup and his eyes focused on his face this time. Linley, I've always thought you were a very understanding and obedient child. Hearing him finally speak, Linley instantly had a relieved expression on his face. Principal, just as you thought, I'm very understanding and obedient. Hu Jiangwo sniffed at this one shameless remark, blowing his beard and eyes out. He said, what do you know? The last word he instantly paused, degrading and humiliating to the great rector. Do you have any idea what kind of pressure you're going to put on the teachers today? Do you have any idea what you're going to do to the network today? Linley couldn't stop nodding. I know. You know what? Hu Jiangwo, a little broken defense. This little calf, how so will be angry people? Headmaster, steady, don't swear. It brings me down. Linley's expression of fervor really made Hu Jiangwo's blood pressure spike a bit. Hu tried to calm himself down, picked up the cup of tea, and did not savor the mellow aroma of tea. Smothered hard, putting down his teacup, he took a deep breath and said, Linley, at your current age you should be receiving the knowledge that, instead of going for power, principal, I didn't. I'm an adult. Would I not be able to see your little mind? Hu Jiangwo glared. You, too hasty. You're a student at our school, and based on your performance, sooner or later you'll be a first sergeant. At the moment, he was saying nothing about not allowing Linley to speak, knowing in his heart that this situation may have been caused because he did not give him a chance to make his speech. That's why the students were incited. When it comes down to it, they actually caused all this. But, how can a great leader go wrong? Headmaster, in fact, to be honest, I'm sure I'll be a first sergeant someday, or even a five-way chief, but not necessarily at your school. Linley hemmed and hawed, winking. You know the drill. I'm high and low on being a child star and an orphan, and there are plenty of people who want to raise me. There's no shortage of rich people among them, and you say that if I'm raised by them, will I still be in public school? Not sure about study abroad. At least it's an expensive school. His dependents have not yet been confirmed, but Linley wasn't in the least bit of a hurry right now. Whereas other orphans are picked, he picks others. Nothing else. Those people saw in him the opportunity to become a rich generation. Hu Jiangwo's complexion gave a start. These words sounded as if they were a little threatening. Indeed, as Linley has said, on some of the recent information he and the old schemer have received, a lot of rich people want to raise Linley. It's just that the kid is so smart and tactful. It's a bright future for money. Not the future, but the present. Nowadays he's high and low on being a child star. So let's get him into some variety show. some kind of jingle. Money can be made in a big way too. Hu Jiangwo exhaled a breath, his slightly sunken face immediately becoming conciliatory. And, Lin Li tired of standing. Sit. In the world of adults, profit always comes before everything else. As long as there is interest in you, then you will face any situation with a smile. No, this is a perfect example. Principal, I won't sit down. I have to go to class, Lin Li said with a smile. Just as well, so get back to class and behave yourself. Hu Jiangwo didn't mean to reprimand at the moment. Lin Li's meaning was clearly expressed. It's hard to say in the future, but for now at least it's still in the junior class and still in their school. If we scold him too much today, we can't allow him to go straight to a good provider. Straight out of junior class. I'll leave you then. Goodbye, principal. Lin Li finished speaking and flew out of the principal's office. Hu Jiangwo is a deep headache for him, and it is too difficult to take advantage of this child. He didn't bet against himself directly, like a little kid saying something like, yes, then you guys won't let me talk first or something like that. Instead, they use all aspects of their strengths to get him to recognize the form straight away. That's outrageous. Hu Jiangwo sighed in his heart. I hope this kid doesn't take a detour in the future. Or else. The morning hours, because of the Little League initiation ceremony, plus the nonsense of the two leaders. Coupled with Lin Li's impassioned speech, it had come to the just ringing time slot for the fourth class of the morning. In the junior class, the fourth class was math. Young Mi was methodically listing basic topics on the board. Wang Tianyu and the others didn't even have the heart to listen at the moment, staring at the teacher's entrance with lustful eyes. Expect that great, radiant figure to walk in. Yang Mi listed the topics at the moment and turned to look at the students in the class. Seeing that one is distracted, mentally, she sighed, and truthfully, she didn't have much of a mind for class right now. Still, as a teacher, you must fulfill your duties as a teacher. Wang Tianyu, come on, tell us what the answer to this question is. She didn't bother asking questions to get them to raise their hands, but instead just named them. Wang Tianyu froze. Immediately responding, he got up in a hurry. Look at the math question above. 9 equals, plus. Require the numbers in parentheses to be the same. This question type of topic, naturally difficult to Wang Tianyu. Look at a glance. The heart has the answer. He was just about to speak when suddenly his throat felt a dry pain. Hiss. Shouting is too intense when you're on the playground, and the exuberance doesn't feel like it yet. It hurts so much now that the emotions have cooled a bit. What's wrong? Yang Mi inquired, seeing the pained expression on his face. Ouch. Hearing this, she hurriedly stepped down from the podium and, coming to Wang Tianyu's side, he asked with concern, where does it hurt? Wang Tianyu gulped slightly, lubricating the, make your voice not so hot and voice dry. Yang Mi instantly understood, gently white, but she remembered it very clearly. When they were in the playground, Wang Tianyu and the others were the ones who shouted the loudest. Sighing in my heart, I deserved it. Sit down, she said helplessly. Anyone with a dry throat answer? Chapter 104, Logic Geeks. You'll only raise your wages after you've had enough to eat. Adults have topics of interest to adults. Young people have content of interest to young people. The same is true for students. Other schools across the country have some sneaky students with cell phones during break time periods. Take advantage of the free time to get your cell phone out, either to tweet back to your early love interest or otherwise. But none of them are seeing the hot news that is currently exploding on the internet. Lin Hall, childhood shouldn't be like this. Roar from the students. We want to be happy. How can you imagine that an 8-year-old child is a speech genius? What's that? The students revolted? When? Don't think of yourself as a student? Uprising doesn't call itself? One by one, they rushed to click in to watch some clips and replays. This is not what our childhood should be like. 50 minutes a class. You need a leader. Bully. In various schools, the mouths of the students who saw the scene gradually fell open. It speaks to the heart. Middle school, high school students, their hearts were on fire. Which is a good class president for the junior class. Simply a great leader for all students. Speak what we are afraid to speak. Said what we were afraid to say. Mentioned what we were afraid to mention. Some students get carried away in the excitement of. Even more so, he sent Lin Li's words repeated in the class group. But immediately after. Hint, you have been banned by the group owner. Group leader, class teacher, the student, please come to the office with your cell phone. Death. In the junior class, Lin Li returned to his class to pretend to stare at the blackboard and listen to Yang Mi's lecture, while other students, such as Wang Tianyu, returned from Lin Li's. That sight didn't move away at all. Even Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others who were about to leave for the frontier were glancing at Lin Li from time to time. Class, focus, Yang Mi said rather helplessly. Lin Li also came back to his senses from the way she bellowed at him, and twisted his head to look at his surrounding classmates. Immediately understood. Immediately, he said. Students, listen carefully. Don't look at me. Look at the teacher. Look at the blackboard. I know I have a great figure in your minds, but as great as I am, and not as great as the teacher who gave us the lesson. As soon as the horse's ass was snapped, the helplessness on Young Mi's face dissipated and she glared at him lightly. It's still the little kid who knows what he's doing. All listen carefully to the lesson. She clapped her hands, greeting the students and drawing attention. End of morning session. Instead of leaving, Young Mi took the students to the cafeteria to eat. Once in the cafeteria, a group of students, who had just arrived, or the students who were grocery shopping turned their attention to the junior class. Lin Hall. Good. When's the vote? I'm definitely voting for you. When are you going to be first sergeant? Linley showed a peaceful smile, his hands behind his back, and was in an extremely old-fashioned state, gently raising his hand in greeting to them. Hello comrades. Comrades, how was the meal today? It's great that the grocery beater auntie doesn't have shaky hands when you're here, an elementary school student yelled. Linley heard and frowned at the ants inside the grocery window. Sisters, don't let your hands shake, but keep your classmates fed. When students are well fed, they have the strength to learn and their academic performance improves. The school's reputation will also be enhanced. The fame has increased, the grants from above have increased, and your salaries are higher. So, you mustn't have shaky hands. Yang Mi was listening to the remarks from the back, and in her heart she called out to the good guys. Going around and around ends up being about a little more food. The logic really does make sense to you. It sounds as if that's what it's all about. She stepped forward and poked Linley in the back of the head. Cut the crap and hurry up with the dishes. Alright. Linley immediately got honest and started lining up with his dinner plate. The other class students didn't quite understand the meaning of Linley's words, but it always felt like what he said was for their benefit. No, Auntie, whose hands were shaking just now, isn't shaking anymore. Steady hands can even lift a dumbbell with one arm. Suddenly, Linley heard a sentence that made his heart cry out for the end. Just listen. Next door to a long line of students playing grocery next door, an elementary school student who was doing the dishes said to the auntie who was doing the dishes, Sister, you're even prettier than Yang Mi. When these words came out, any elementary school students in the room who heard them looked sideways at Yang Mi, who was the leader of the junior class. Awkwardness just comes when you're caught off guard. Yang Mi responded to the neighboring elementary school students with a nonchalant smile. In his heart, he had long since cursed Linley. What's that if not a faceplant? Viciously glaring at Linley. It's all because you led the way. Linley felt Yang Mi's death stare. His face did not turn red, and he could not stop cursing in his heart. It's been so many days since this stunt and you guys are still using it. Can't you think of something new to say? He winked at, meaning to tell her that childish talk was not to be listened to. He then immediately turned back and it was his turn to hit the dishes. The grocery aunt is still the same one who gave them groceries on the first day of school and has not been fired. Little friend, it's you. It's been a long time. Are you healed yet? Auntie Grocery was the first to ask with concern when she saw Linley. Sister, it's already better. Thank you for your concern. I want to eat braised lion's head. Linley flashed a smile that belonged to his age, and it was adorable. The grocery beater aunt grinned under her transparent mask. Here's the biggest two for you. Just got out of the hospital to make up for it. The smiling one knocked 2 braised lion heads into Linley's bowl. Linley looked at the lion's head on the plate that was indeed so much larger than the others. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew even wider. Sister, listen to me. You'll always be the kindest and most beautiful in my heart. Someday I'll ask Principal Who for advice and give you guys a raise. The grocery beater's aunt laughed at the news. Fine. You pie. Sister, eat it. Linley's mouth was known to basically everyone at their school, not to mention the whole country. That's quite a mouthful. And the best thing about it is that it's a pie in the face. Sister, you're looking down on me. What do you mean by pie? Linley's little face pouted in dissatisfaction. He or she is sincerely trying to help the working people. Well, what else do you want to eat? The grocery aunt didn't act like it was the first day of school and, being coaxed by Linley, he couldn't find his way out. Sister, I want this, that. Linley reached out and pointed. More food. More food. When he finished playing the dishes, Linley carried the dish and laughed. Sister, when I become the first captain, we'll definitely help you with advice. Well, Auntie Vegetable Beaters was really amused by Linley, and said that it wasn't a pie in the sky. Being a first sergeant? The captain can't control the cafeteria either. Not to mention a wage increase. Chapter 105 Meeting at the Table. I'll be back. Linley finished his meal and went to his seat. Not long after, Wang Tianyu and the others all finished playing dishes and came to Linley's table in unison. As Linley ate his food, he said to Guan Qian, later on, you'll keep an account. All of the teacher's gifts combined cost $210, and I have all the tickets, so I'll give them to you later. Okay, class president. Guan Qian nodded. This table was currently made to be considered Linley's most loyal junior class backbone. Are they eating? No. Is conducting table meetings. Linley added at this time. Zhang Yida, your father is a lawyer? Zhang Yida, who was in the middle of a large mouthful of dazzling rice, heard Linley call out to him and hurriedly looked up. Immediately, he swallowed a large bite of the still-chewed vegetable in his mouth. Yeah. My dad has a law firm in Mordor. My dad is famous. Aha. Linley responded, then turned to Wang Tianyu and said, after all I said this morning, one of the topics about bullying, and when the time comes, I can't say that a student who's been bullied will actually sneak up on me, and if I'm not there when the time comes, you pick it up. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu came to life and said with a dry voice, Weed, you'll handle it with Zhang Yida when the time comes. He should know more or less about the law. If you don't understand, you can still ask his father, and in any case, anyone who comes to you, you must take care of this properly. Linley was by no means someone who just talked about it and forgot about it. Since it was said on such a big occasion this morning, it will naturally be implemented. Besides, he is a future cadre serving the people, and what he has said must be honored. Before he was incapable, but now, see, the junior class is full of people with families. Wang Tianyu wanted to say a lot of words at the moment, but his voice didn't allow it, so he just waited for a vigorous nod. Zhang Yida said, Class president, this bullying thing, I've heard my dad talk about it. Many students are afraid to talk about it because they can't handle it if they do. After all, they're still in the same school. It's not like teachers and parents can keep an eye on it all the time. Linley smiled. So yeah, this is the time to test your abilities. Package True Million Program Mission. Wang Tianyu tone cannot even say. If it gets tricky, ask your parents for advice. If really encounter hard stubble, Linley said with a chilly gaze, you guys use the next your family background. In short, there will be no bullying issues in my jurisdiction. Linley will never condone bullying. Remembering in particular the school bullying that was reported in the last life. How can some kids be so bad? No problem. I'll take care of it. Zhang Yida swore. Aha. Wang Tianyu continued to nod his head in reply. Linley felt that there was nothing more he could say for the time being, so he said, well, let's eat. Guan Xian had just picked up a mouthful of rice when it suddenly occurred to him. Squad leader, Li Jianran and the others are leaving. Should we refund their portion of this class fee? Refund? You subtract the money you spent on today's gift, and when you equalize it, give them back the rest of the money. Oh, their little dinner table meeting was not captured by the photographer. This time, the photographer did not photograph Linley's table alone, but photographed the entire cafeteria meal. After lunch, Nina Young took the juniors back to her classroom for a lunch break. As soon as they arrived at the class, he awkward was already waiting again for a few moments, and when he saw them come back, turning to Li Jianrun and Yuan Hua, they said, your mom and dad are here to pick you up. Pack up and come with me. During the last class of the morning, all 10 of them could tell that Li Jianrun and the others didn't want to stay in the junior class for a single minute. As a parent, you know your son's character even better. So they didn't wait for the next day, and came over to pick them up in droves at noon. Li Jianrun let out a long breath when he heard that. It's finally time to leave. This classroom, this class, he really didn't want to stay anymore. The same was true for several people from Yuan Hua. Hurriedly, he began to pack his book bag. Put your stationery box, your own belongings in your book bag. Then he looked faintly at the surrounding students who had gathered around them, his proud little face slightly sad. It's not about getting attached to your classmates. 10 days, what classmates can come out of that? It's just a little humiliating and aggravating. In all my life, I've never suffered such a stifling defeat. Li Jianrun put on his backpack, slightly stunned, and came before Linley. The students were watching their every move, and the classroom, except for their walk. Outside of the sounds of packing, there were no other loud noises and it was extremely quiet. Seeing this, Sher Forest immediately came to the front of Linley, looking intently at Jianran Li. Deeply implement the responsibility of protecting the safety of shift supervisors. Something wrong? Linley patted Sher Lin's shoulder, signaling him to step back and, looking to Kenny Li, he asked. Li Jianrun said expressionlessly, I'll be leaving soon. I know. You're great. Thanks. I'll be back. Once again, a hint of the small pride that belonged to him appeared in Li Jianrun's eyes. Any time. Linley adhered to Awkward's instructions not to bully him or dislike him. Besides, Awkward is still in the classroom right now. Again, not bothering to say anything more. To him, Kenny Li was nothing more than an NPC in this life. There's no telling if we'll see it again. Kenny Li didn't put up any hard feelings either, and with a small pout on his face, he turned around and left, walking out of the classroom. Yuan Hua glared at Linley from afar with the same little proud face. I'll be back. also following the same words as Li Kenin. As for the others, such as Zheng Chaoyu, they did not dare to raise their heads. He is a real clown. More than money was snapped by Wang Tianyu. More than brains and was snubbed by Li Jianrun. Live stream. In the end, Bureau Li didn't fight Lin Hall. Isn't this nonsense? One chief and one director. How can you fight? After all is said and done, it's still Lin Hall that's more capable, and Li Bureau is still short of fire. I wonder if the two of them will run into each other later on in their careers. Hiss. It's exciting to think about it. Li has his father to choose. His career should be much more stable. Lin Hall. It's hard to say, he said. It's still up to his own abilities. Numerous users sent sentiments, but the bout of emotion was only for a moment. After all, losers are quickly forgotten. The conversation comes back to Lin Li again, and it's the successful ones who deserve more attention. Li Jianran and his group gradually disappeared from Lin Li's sight under the leadership of He Awkward. With 8 gone, is this going to be 8 again? He couldn't stop thinking about it in his head. Suddenly, Guan Qian said, I haven't paid them yet. It's okay, you do the math. When it's time to transfer inside WeChat, can't transfer to Mr. He and the others. Have them forward it on your behalf. Lin Li said indifferently, can you not give away money these days? Got it, squad leader. Once these 8 people left, the others instantly felt the classroom was a bit empty. Chapter 106 Arranging for the forestry department to visit the countryside to inspect the agricultural situation. Outside the school, Lao Mozi and some other executives of the program, as well as He Awkward, watched Li Jianran and the others leave. After all, these kids have backgrounds, so a personal delivery would be a good karma. It's so hard to make a show these days, and in 10 days, 8 of them are gone. I don't know. The old mogul sighed softly and shook his head. Oh, an elementary school student-themed program? Hard for us to make it into an idle talent show. And there's a knockout, he awkwardly said with a bitter smile on the side. The head of the planning team opened his mouth and asked Lao Mozi, gone are 8. Should we get 8 more into the program? There's just 28 people in the class right now. Looking is definitely the way to go. I just don't know what other parent would dare to send their child here now. The old mogul tilted his head slightly to look at the parent's vehicle that had disappeared into the intersection. He awkwardly said, also, Li Jianran and the others are considered to have a strong heart capacity. If it were an ordinary child, he might have given Lin Li a whole heart attack. The head of the planning team immediately disapproved when he heard this. If Jianran Li and the others hadn't taken the initiative to trouble Lin Li, how could this have happened? General children, look at Wang Tianyu and the others. They are not doing well. And those little girls, who take their classes seriously and learn by the book. Where does that come in? He awkwardly laughed. That's true, but didn't this also appear to be a very good program? You should know better than me what the ratings are like for normal classes and intra-class conflicts. The head of the planning team didn't say anything. And indeed, that was the case. Lao Mozi listened to their conversation and was quite helpless. If it weren't for the fact that, in addition to Lin Li, a demon, who likes to live the whole job, if you follow the normal lessons, their show would never reach the heights it is at now. The simplest example is the comparison of Lin Li's time during his hospitalization and his time on the show. The polarization is particularly severe. Although while Lin Li was hospitalized, Wang Tianyu and Li Jianran and the others were fighting. But the effect is still no better than when Lin Li was there. His mind raced. After a long time, he turned to He Awkward and said, let's do it this way. We'll link up with other programs. Hasn't your longing for life suffered a decline in word of mouth in recent times? He nodded his head. More than a decline. It's been off the air for over a year. The program can't go on. The brunt of the Huang lay that do. Let the netizens all kinds of flirtation. What kind of no? Kind of loose. What determines the treatment depending on the status of the guest? What Life Aspire could be renamed the Acting Training Center. In short, The Wayward Life has now become a program for netizens to have fun and flirt with. Lao Mozi smiled and said, Yearning for Life is a farmland variety show, delivering hard work positive programming. It just so happens that normal schools also have programs that arrange for students to go to farmland for extracurricular practice. Let's give the kids a taste of what's to come. And in the meantime, save up the popularity of aspirations. Redeem the word of mouth. Program-to-program collaboration, which rarely occurs. It's usually a guest from another show parachuting in and linking up slightly. The head of the planning team immediately clapped his hands when he heard this. Could be. He thought the offer was very good. Look at what the junior class in school is now getting screwed over by Lin Li. It has become an official environment of power struggle. Instead of spreading positive energy, they publicized how to rebel in the workplace, how to hook up. He awkwardly fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't agree, but there was the uncertainty of Lin Li in it. Schools organize trips for elementary school children to work in the farmlands. The aim is to cultivate their respect for labor. reverence for nature and practical skills through hands-on experience. It's positive energy. It's something to be publicized and learned from. It would fit right in with Life to Live. But, Linley, doesn't he know what Huang Lei is like? After all, he's been recording with Huang Lei for so many episodes now, and everyone usually holds him up in the way of saving face as well as showbiz follow-up. But Linley, this little brat, he doubted that he'd be able to get on Huang Lei's bad side. There's a real possibility that this little kid will put the last nail in the coffin of their program. Besides, Linley, with that old cadre demeanor, was sure that he was going to experience the hard work of the working people. Instead, Director Lin went to the countryside to inspect the agricultural situation. A picture gradually emerged in Awkward's mind. With a hand on his back, Linley directed Huang Lei to work in the field and pointed. He shook the image off with a quick shake of his head. The picture was too beautiful for him to even continue to imagine. Alright, I'll go and communicate with the aspiring program team. He awkwardly didn't refuse. Honestly, Life to Live is kind of what he's watched grow up, step by step. As a resident, he also doesn't want the show to be completely relegated to the past. Now there is a rare opportunity to improve the reputation and share the traffic. How to try? Taking a step back, even if they don't look for him, Lao Mozi went directly to Director Wang, the director of the Xiang Xiang program. One must have agreed straight away. It's a splash of riches. At present, the internal entertainment, New Star Teen Class is considered to be the sole existence of the variety show. In 10 days, the ratings have already surpassed many variety shows. The number of people online, the number of broadcasts, those who are in their line of work are all envious. Aha! The old mobile could guess what he Awkward was worried about. Smiling broadly, he said, this child Linley has a sense of propriety. As long as you talk to Huang Lei about it when the time comes. Besides, didn't you promise Linley you'd take him to a variety show? And this isn't coming. It's kind of like fulfilling a promise. I know. He awkwardly nodded and thought about it. I'll have to go talk to Mr. Huang about it. Practice your cooking skills for a while. These kids aren't much of an act. In mid-sentence, he paused. Nope. Linley has acting skills, but it's not clear if he can act. Don't worry about it. The program can be operated. We can't arrange a chef to go there. Stub the kids out. As long as the camera isn't on the chef. Lao Mozi laughed. The program, the script way more than one. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Truthfully, he was also afraid that Linley would make a whole mess of things in the program. The images that Lost Ho thought of in his head, Lao Mozi also thought of, and even thought of more. Lao Mozi faced the head of the planning team and said, Mr. His side is done. You just plan the show with the forward planners and make a program out of it. Understood. The planning team leader responded. What about the time? About what time? Is there a definite one? Lao Mozi looked up at the sky slightly. In a couple days when the weather isn't so hot. He Awkward was always still worried in his heart. Thought it was better to give Linley a piece of my mind first, so he wouldn't make a mess of things. Don't let the word of mouth fail to pick up and the show go completely yellow by then. Chapter 107. I'll eat every grain of rice in the bowl. There were about 10 minutes left before the lunch break ended. He awkwardly has already called with the director of The Wayward Life Wang. When Wang Guan heard that there was this good thing, he hurriedly agreed. What kind of person sends a fortune and doesn't take it? When I think of aspiring the only domestic program, this Sunset, as the main director of his, I can't tell you how hard it is on the heart. Granted, a lot of money was made during the first few seasons of the show. But, who the hell cares about money? He briefly discussed with Hoang that there wasn't necessarily enough time to start a new season. Besides, as a resident, he Awkward now has a residency on Rising Stars Junior Class. It's a show that he's really resident on. So, it was decided to go ahead and have a special episode of Aspirations. Only one installment will be broadcast and we'll see what the response is. If the response is good, then when Rising Stars Junior Class is over, and he Awkward returns and reopens the show, one more whole season out. At this moment, he awkwardly headed to the junior class and his mind kept going back to the last words he said when he hung up the phone with Director Wang. Linley from the junior class must come. I like him too much. Our program's survival depends on him. He awkwardly was slightly speechless at this. In the eyes of others, Linley is a kid who knows what he's doing, can do the whole job, and is the flavor of the month on variety shows. However, only those who had come into contact with Linley knew how much this little brat tossed people around. Since it was confirmed, he Awkward thought it would be better to greet Linley alone in advance. Besides, Lao Mozi also gave him a task, asking Linley to think of a slogan to come up with for the enrollment of junior class. Why make Linley think? No other way. He's now the bully of the boys' class. If they programmers want slogans, or enrollment, following the lead of Kenny Lee and co. At the moment there are no parents or children who will be attending. Of course, regular students would definitely come. being child stars and having exposure. But the average kid, like those neutrals in the current junior class, it doesn't work at all. I can't say that in time. I'll become Linley's pony. There has to be some hard-hitting, show-stopping action that can fight Linley a little bit. So, they decided it was better for Linley to enroll directly in front of the program cameras, in a provocative way. Stir up those child kings with temper tantrums. The program is bound to not be able to invite enrollment in an overly aggressive way, but Linley can. Kids, it's natural to let small children step in. When he last arrived at the junior class, he saw that basically no one was taking a lunch break, more or less in a circle, chatting. Squad leader, come out here with me for a minute, he awkwardly shouted at Linley, who didn't know what he was talking about, from the classroom door. Coming. When Linley heard this, he immediately left Wang Tianyu and the others behind and walked towards the classroom door. Mr. He, what is it that you want to see me about? Before he awkward could say anything, Linley said with a slight reproach, Teacher He, you should be more careful next time. It's lunch break, not work time, and come see me during work hours if you need anything in the future. Are you trying to get knocked in the head? He awkwardly pretended to raise his hand and glared at him fiercely. See, now that he's in power, he's all ridden up. Before, there would have been a little respect. Now, it's a direct demand on myself. Hey, Mr. He, don't bother with a kid, and you know you're a child. Do you even look like a child now? He awkwardly said without a good mood, gently shaking his head. I'm not going to bull you. I'll tell you something. You say, I'm going to take you on a variety show. Oh, Linley's eyes lit up at that. What's going on today? In the morning, Yangmi said she'd take herself on a variety show. This noon he awkwardly wants to take himself on. So, in the afternoon, are the others going to take themselves on? He awkwardly nodded his head. Well, aspiring life. You've heard of it. Isn't that cool? Linley looked at him suspiciously. Since he had a cell phone, he was also continuing to learn about the entertainment industry in this world as well as paying attention to it. Life aspiring, cooler than the last one. What cool? Can you talk? He awkwardly heard this description and immediately became unhappy. An artist's favorite word to hear, you're on fire. Least favorite word to hear, you're cool. Variety ditto. I'm sorry Mr. He, it's my poor choice of words. It's not cooled. It's puffed. Linley corrected himself in a hurry. Looks like you really want to taste my chestnut head. He awkwardly gritted his teeth in hatred. The wording is harder than the others. Take it easy, Mr. He, mostly, my language teacher didn't teach me well. As soon as Linley's words fell, he awkward's hand fell together. But, it missed. Linley had the sense of advancement to immediately dodge out of the way as he finished speaking. He's kind of gotten the hang of this whole thing about teachers hitting themselves in the head. What's the saying? If you eat a trick for a long time, you'll naturally develop a conditioned reflex. Perform a dodge. Seeing that he awkward was about to make up a second strike, Linley immediately shouted with a straight face. Teacher He, when will I attend? What do I need to prepare and how do I need to perform? Don't worry, I'll never embarrass you. Definitely pass on the spirit of our junior class. He awkwardly felt that his blood pressure was a bit high, and since joining this program, technically speaking, it's the contact with Linley that's becoming more and more subdued. Thinking about how many great storms I've been through in the hosting world, how many hard contacts I've had, barbed wire, he's all over the place, but, he's now frequently angry at someone with no hair on his head, trying to regulate his emotions. He mentally recited the self-mastery of the facilitator. A few moments later, he awkwardly revealed an affable smile. Linley, teacher told you that the program is not confirmed right now, but it's definitely on, and it's the whole class going together, and when you do, you're going to play your role as class president and manage the class. Know what? At the moment, he was very calm and answered seriously. He's going to finish this quickly and get the hell out of there for fear of staying one more second, and then you can't restrain your temper. The whole class? So many people? Linley was slightly startled. Yes. He awkwardly nodded calmly. Is Huang Lei attending too? I heard he's a terrible cook. He awkwardly grinned. So that's what I'm going to tell you. When the time comes, no matter how well Mr. Huang cooks, you can't say it's not good, okay? Oh, I understand. Take care of Mr. Huang's face, right? Linley nodded in understanding. Right. Don't worry about that, Mr. He. Linley patted his chest and promised. No matter how well Mr. Huang cooks, as long as it's in my bowl I'll definitely eat it all. I was brought up not to waste food. Every grain of rice in the bowl, I'll eat it all clean. Chapter 108. What? You guys are making me offend people? Listening to the words that were still quite educational, he awkward finally revealed a hint of a genuine smile. That's a good idea. Every grain is hard. You can remember what I say now when you get to the show. I remember. Don't worry about it. It's not just about not giving Mr. Huang any trouble. I understand. How could Linley not hear he awkward's meaning? But he awkwardly felt that Linley didn't understand. After all, in his eyes Linley knew better. Even smarter than that. He's just an 8-year-old. So, he restated it carefully and thoughtfully. Tell him not to get into any funny business at that show and be a little more honest. I understand. Mr. Ho. I promise I won't mess around and cause trouble for looking forward. And I'm going to give this show a second life. Believe me. Linley said with conviction. You better be telling the truth. Just put your mind at ease. He awkwardly looked at him carefully. Seeing that he didn't have any expression meaning to lie and fool himself. Nodding, he said. So that topic is over for now. And there is a second matter. Mr. Ho, you say. Aren't there only 28 people in the junior class now? Aha. Linley responded. Is there still too many people that? Want me to help you weed out a few more? The smile that had just surfaced in he awkward immediately froze. What's in this kid's head? No. He thought it would be better to talk to him directly about things. And after he finished hurrying away, his blood pressure seemed to rise a little more. I mean, again, what the program is about is enrollment. Need you to step in and come up with an enrollment slogan. After being messed up like that by you, the junior class enrollment. He awkwardly paused and sighed slightly. It's gotten so difficult that regular kids are definitely afraid to come, whether it's provocation or not. In any case, this mission is yours. Understand? He awkwardly expressed Lao Mozi's meaning roughly. Then turning to him, he asked seriously, is that clear? Linley tugged at the corner of his mouth. You all want me to control enrollment? And you still let me pick fights? I'm too good a boy to say anything provocative. I've always stuck to the principle that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. You're making me the bad guy. I can't do this. He thought about it for a moment and realized what was going on. Let yourself attract a few kids who can fight with you and give them a whole lot of showmanship. With Kenny Lee in this case, the average parent is bound to keep their kids out of it. But if one taunts and provokes with condescension, I can't say that it will attract some of the heavenly beings who look at them with displeasure. And when the kids get rowdy, the parents can't resist and can't say no to sending them in. No, you're not letting me offend people. It wasn't that Linley was afraid of those Heaven's Pride children. To get one thing straight, he's the protagonist template. What do you mean by protagonist template? It's just invincible in the same realm. It was to crush any heavenly pride. It's just that you can wave as much as you want and die any way you want. And you can't die in the end anyway. It's just that any close call, there's a big guy who comes to his rescue. So he's not afraid at all. Just don't want to help for nothing. He awkwardly said. I won't let you work for nothing. Director Zhang said that our program group just doesn't have any good slogans either. The jingle, if you can come up with it, gives you a commission. A good jingle, a good tagline, is worth a lot of money. The tagline is able to accurately communicate the core values and characteristics of the brand. Resonate with consumers and get their attention. So many companies, or programs, are very selective about their jingles. Some go to great lengths to have them written. Deal. 2 words that made he awkward wonder if he had heard wrong. Why are you suddenly so happy? What did you just say? He awkwardly suspected that he had misheard. Linley, who had just been dead set against it, would actually agree so painfully. Mr. Ho, just watch. Right away your enrollment phone will be ringing off the hook. Get ready. Linley said confidently. Provoking wasn't easy. Stimulating wasn't easy. He could make people like he awkward gnash their teeth in anger, and it would be even easier to deal with small children. After He Lian was sure he heard correctly, he nodded slightly. Okay, just think about it and say it directly to the photographer. Well, you guys really don't want to share the pot at all. In the end, I'm the one who carries it all. Linley sighed and shook his head. He awkwardly completely ignored his expression and ignored it. Alright, go back to class. Wait, what was the commission again? Minimum 10 bucks, and we'll see how it works out in the end. Okay, Linley wasn't really familiar with the tagline, and wasn't too sure how to price it. But think about it. I don't think they would have cheated me as a child. Back in the classroom, when Wang Tianyu and the others saw Linley return, they hurriedly surrounded him. Xia, she asked in a milky voice. Class president, what is Mr. He looking for you for? You guys wait. Linley coped with their cry. The male students, including Guanqian and Shi Linlin, were then called aside, whispered a few words to them, and as to why he did not call Wang Tianyu Wang vice squad leader, it's because he's losing his voice. Do you hear me? Squad leader, I hear you. Sure Forrest said. Fine, follow me. Linley nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, he walked towards the photographer in the last row to the puzzled stares of the others. Uncle, can you turn the camera on me for a moment? Linley said politely. Yes, the photographer was cool with it. After the first experience, He knew that Linley was going to mess up again. Soon, the live broadcast camera single uniquely revealed the image of Linley. Hello everyone on the air. As soon as he finished speaking, many netizens in the live broadcast room immediately sent pop-ups to give Linley a response. Although it is known that while Linley cannot see, but does not prevent them from unilateral interaction. Good day, Director Lin. Hello leader, Lin Hall. But transferring Linley's words caused the netizens who had just sent their pop-ups to freeze for a moment. I don't know if you guys are watching the show right now, but I'm sure you'll see it. I know a lot of you are actually disdainful of me and think I'm doing too much on the high road, or a lot of wrong. As soon as the netizens heard this, one by one, they understood. I'm sure it's not greeting us, so-called buddies. They're the same age. Harm. Does this make you feel like you've just been a little too enthusiastic and self-absorbed? But this emotion was immediately washed away by Linley's later words. There are now 8 enrollment slots in my junior class, so feel free to monitor and correct me, or overthrow me. At this time, Sir Forrest spoke up. Don't say that, squad leader. Who has the ability to overthrow you? Yeah, you're the best, most capable class president we've ever had. Tub Qian also spoke with his mouth open. Chapter 109 Teenage Stage. Come if you dare. Old Muji, who was following the movements of the junior class in the background, heard this and the corners of his mouth instantly tugged. Good boy. After explaining to Linley, he awkwardly informed Lao Mozi that's why he initially thought Linley would just say enrollment ads, but as things stand, this guy, seems like they got Stone Forest to top the pot. We don't want to go overboard. He's a chicken thief. 2. Give the offense directly to your own minions? Use Sure Linlin and Guan Qian and the others as guns. Just looking at the current tempo, they had thought of that. Isn't this a double act? As expected, the picture of the situation behind them is just as they thought. In the junior class, Linley hurriedly stopped Sure Linlin and Guan Qian. Don't say that. You too. Our great China is full of people. Everyone is like a dragon, and geniuses are like the carp in the river. Surely there is someone who can surpass me as the class president. I don't believe it. Guan Qian immediately retorted. I don't believe it either. Zhang Yida echoed. Me too. Su Gaojie shouted. Don't be so adoring of me. You guys, I actually have a lot of shortcomings. I believe that many of Huaxiao's youngsters are capable of holding the position of junior class president, Linley said with a pretense of modesty. Sure Forrest hastily shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Wang Tianyu didn't know what the squad leader had told them, he came up. His throat was muffled and he couldn't speak well, but that didn't stop him from nodding his head in approval, nodding uncontrollably like a faceted bird on the side. Xia Shi and San Yishui and the others likewise didn't know the specifics. Why did the squad leader suddenly have to say that to the camera? But, it's okay. None of this matters. All they know is that it's alright to support the class president. Class president, don't be so modest. You are the best class president in our minds. I'm sorry, said Summer Creek sweetly. Class president is the best. San Yishui and Chang Yushui agreed in unison. Linley frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. You guys are going to make it so that we'll discourage the little ones who see it on the air from coming to the opportunities are given to those who can perform. Sure Forrest shouted. Don't say that, class president. You will always be our good class president. After saying this, he turned to look at the live camera. There must be someone who doesn't like our class president. Just come. There are 8 spots. He was very middle of the road and arrogantly uttered a sentence. The day my squad leader put his hands in his pockets and didn't know what it meant to be an adversary. And you dared to come. I'm sure I'll run away with my head just like Li Jianrun and the others. It was abrupt, middle of the road, and unlike anything a child could say. That's right, this was the sentence Linley had just taught him. With Linley's currently established persona, he couldn't be too arrogant and bossy. A good leader must be kind, affable, humble and courteous. Accept the criticisms and corrections from the public. How can you do something that offends the people? So there was this. Offensive words. Linley had plenty of them, but he couldn't say them. Couldn't be this outlier. But your own subordinates can. This is the reason why the class leader enjoys the benefits and the subordinates carry the pot. Forrest, don't say that. It'll make the little ones misunderstand. I'm sorry, Linley admonished softly with a raised eyebrow. Sure Linlin showed a look of knowing his mistake, but his mouth still bragged. Squad leader, I'm telling the truth. That's right, the sports commissioner is right. Tub Qian also faced the camera at this time, shouting, there are still 8 spots left, so come on. Let's see what you're really capable of. Teen stage, come if you dare. As soon as he took the lead, Su Gaojie, Chang Junyu, and Zhang Yida all faced the camera. Extremely arrogant shouted in unison. Junior grand stage, come if you dare. Said a few even danced their fists at the camera. Provocative look. 2 beat up. Lao Mozi in the backstage studio. He Lian and Deng Chao in the teacher's office. A few people. They are not in the same place, but they move exactly the same way. Raising his hand to cover his head helplessly, he was convinced that Linley was a brat. What a bit of pot calling the kettle black. Let him provoke to say over-the-top things and end up putting other students on. Pre-verbal. It's kid style. This little kid is just too refined, Tung Chao said in an extremely speechless manner. He awkwardly didn't say anything, just pursed his lips and laughed dryly. Linley, he's not willing to suffer at all. This group of kids from Stone Forest. It was really fooled by him. Yang Mi held her forehead and laughed bitterly. Just this little tactic. Let's not show up holding out for a kid who can break bread with him, either. There's no way there is. Lu Yifei said slightly exaggerated. These can be adult means. He's an 8-year-old is using it with ease. How could the other kids, who had to break a few plus a few on their fingers, beat him? But this junior class admissions language is good. Junior big stage. Come if you dare. Ha ha. Tung Ziki laughed. A few others nodded. That's undeniable. Live in the booth. Are kids so arrogant nowadays? Who dares to come to this enrollment of yours? If you come you won't be bullied to death? I think Stone Forest, the athletic commissioner, is trying too hard to get ahead and blowing it out of proportion. Ha ha. I wouldn't necessarily come if you guys were talking normally, but if you guys are talking like this, I can't even stand it at the senior college. Are all the guys in the junior class this crazy? I don't know if my little 252-month-old can participate. The arrogance of each and every one of the teenage class really made a group of netizens laugh and grit their teeth. I'm not afraid of children trick-or-treating, but I'm afraid of children who have no one in their sights, though they knew full well that it wasn't addressed to them, the adults. But it couldn't hold up to that one arrogant little look that was so beaten up. In the junior class, Linley continued to be disgruntled. Lay low, don't scare the other little ones. He felt it was almost time, though not provoked himself, too, but the task assigned by the higher-ups is considered done. Uncle, well, go ahead and shoot the panorama. Trouble you. I'm sorry, he said politely to the photographer. He then said to Sher Lin and the others, all of you, go back to your seats. I have good news for everyone. Oh, well, when Sher Forest and the others heard about it, they immediately put away their wild little expressions and hurriedly returned to their seats. Sit quietly. Linley walked to the podium, clearing his throat and then looking over at one of his well-behaved classmates. He spoke aloud. Between the fact that I performed extremely well and managed my class well, so Mr. Ho is going to take me on a solo vacation for fun. But then, I think that the reason the class is so harmonious and united, it cannot be done without the support and joint efforts of every student here, and I must not have this honor all to myself as class president. That's why I suggested to Mr. Ho that he take us all on a tour. Chapter 110 Xiaoshi, Dad, that one is my future husband then. He awkward in the office let out a deep breath and closed his eyes. He felt completely speechless by this little brat, with a thing or things given by himself and said to be his, and go in his name for the goodwill and support of his classmates. Yang Mi's few people had been stunned by this series of Linley's operations. These are tactics that they have used in secret and have been set up in the same way. But I didn't think that a little kid would actually use it on. Deng Chao raised his hand, gestured a 6, and swung, 66. Then he said, Mr. I think that, in the future, if there is anything, let's just announce it inside the class. What do you think? Definitely. From now on, no matter what, announce it directly in class, unless you approach Linley alone. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. Agreed. Duncan gently raised his hand. I can kind of see how eating anything that just doesn't eat a little bit of loss. Anything he has to put to maximize the benefits. I have to say, this little kid, he's playing a real 6. Tung Chao shook his head and laughed. He awkwardly this is slowing down. Looking up at them with lifeless eyes, he said, I'm already worried about looking forward. I don't know what's going on. In the junior class, when the students heard Linley's words, they immediately became excited one after another. Starlight flooded the eyes of all sizes. Thank you, squad leader. Wow, you're great. Squad leader. People are naturally playful, adults and children alike. When they heard that this was a good thing, they rejoiced. I'm so touched that the squad leader had to take himself along. Obviously he could have kept his mouth shut. Su Gaojie said cheerfully. When and where is the class president going? Chung Yushui asked excitedly. Linley looked at the children who were rejoicing and showing their gratitude to him. Lightly, he said, the exact place has yet to be finalized, but everyone can rest assured that I will make sure that no one will be left behind. Thank you, class president. Class president, you're so nice. Xiaoshi sweetly thanked. Okay, announcements are over. Class is about to start. Listen up, people. Don't desert. And if anyone misbehaves, I have the same right not to take him. Linley said fervently, his rights held in place. Be sure to listen carefully. the students assured one another. What kid doesn't love to play? As soon as he says he'll take him to play later, he's absolutely dying to be honest and obedient before he does. Lindley left the podium and returned to his seat after he finished speaking. Afternoon classes were one art class, one computer class, and one gym class. In art class, Louis Fei led her classmates to draw the simplest flowers. Sun, grass. Computer class, Deng Chao taught power on, power off, mouse, keyboard. That said, these basic operations, some of the students played 6 more than Deng Chao. Gym class, it's still radio calisthenics. Time passes in an instant. Come to the end of the school day. First grade gets out of school earlier than the upper grades. At the entrance of the school gate, the first grade pupils were delivered to their parents in turn under the leadership of the teachers of each class. Lindley stood in line and was in no hurry to leave. Nowadays he is also transported and treated as a leader, and he doesn't have to squeeze the bus every day. Creak, did you miss Daddy? Dad. Xiaoxi saw her dad, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, come to pick her up. In a hurry, he trotted over. Baby girl. Xiao Lisheng opened his arms to hold Xiaoxi in his arms, lifting him up high, and then propped him up in his arms. His left hand couldn't stop doting on Xiaoxi's small head. The creak is getting prettier and prettier. The more my father looked at his little cotton jacket, the more he liked it. Daddy, I miss you so much. Oh, Xiaoxi's head snuggled into Xiao Lisheng's shoulder, soft and sticky. Daddy misses you too. Xiao Lisheng smiled and said softly, I watched the replay of your performance in the program. Xiaoxi, my baby is doing so well. That's for sure. I'm a very smart one. Xiaoxi's tiger face showed her proud little tiger teeth. Seeing his daughter's adorable strength, Xiao Lisheng gently pinched her little face. Look how proud you are. Then he tilted his head and looked towards the school entrance to go. That's Lindley, your class president. Right. The tone was no longer as doting and gentle as when he spoke to Xiaoxi, and it slightly carried a hint of raw coldness. The gaze also changed from being kind and friendly to a cold glare. Xiaoxi didn't notice the change in her dad and craned her head to look at the school entrance. Yeah, it's him. He said he wants to marry you when he grows up. Charleston's eyes gradually narrowed. His wife, Xin Yutong, had already told him. Said a little kid named Lindley in the junior class has set his sights on his baby girl. This hearing, every day, I look forward to returning home. No, as soon as I got off the plane, I didn't even reverse the jet lag, didn't rest, and immediately came to pick up my daughter from school. Aha, Natsuki nodded. At this time, the Audi A6 that had come to pick up director Lin and Dasha Wang had already arrived. The driver, Uncle Zhang, opened the car door and bowed to greet him. Lindley and Wang Tianyu walked towards the Audi one after the other, and suddenly, he felt a surge of murderous spirit. It's thick. Lindley was slightly startled, raising his eyes to look at the source of the killing aura. Seeing a quite handsome and tall-looking man holding Xiaoxi was staring at him. Old Den? Lindley frowned slightly. This killing aura. It wasn't like he'd heard Xiaoxi say that his father was in the arts. It doesn't feel a bit artsy. Instead, it's kind of like being a sniper. He didn't think much of it, just as long as it wasn't an assassin. And then he smiled and waved at Xiaoxi. Creek, 88, see you tomorrow, class president. Xiaoxi heard Lindley greet him. Hastily, he also waved his little hand pleasantly and shouted. Xiao Lisheng's brows kept knitting up. This kid, it seemed like he was provoking himself. Mother-in-law is looking at her son-in-law more and more favorably. The old man sees his son-in-law as a problem everywhere. No, a very simple greeting turned into a provocation in his eyes. Lindley's figure drilled into the car and disappeared into Xiao Lisheng's eyes, and he withdrew his gaze. Immediately it was replaced with a doting smile again. Xiaoxi, what do you want to eat? Daddy's taking you to a big dinner. Instead of answering that, Xiaoxi asked, Daddy, did you bring me a present? Yes, your mom went home first and brought it home. How many are there? And are there any particularly fun ones I'd like to give to the class president? Xiao Lisheng's smile froze. Would you be unhappy if Dad said, don't give it to him? Xiaoxi looked at her dad with wide eyes and said crisply, it will. Okay, an old father's heart, gently broken. Xiao Lisheng couldn't stop sighing in his heart. His own little cotton jacket, it seems to be leaking. For this Lindley, on learning that he was going to abduct his daughter, he then went through all of Lindley's reports. To summarize in 5 words, not a nice guy. Chapter 11, King's All-Star Game, Red Political Energy. At the entrance to the school, he awkwardly watched as Lindley followed Wang Tianyu in the Audi and left. The heart couldn't help but sigh. He saw at once the purpose of that Audi's role. In the end, the president, who has been paving the way for his son since he was a child, began for the sake of his son's future. And to please a little 8-year-old kid, Lindley the brat is getting better, too, with his broken mouth. Hard to climb up to Wang Tianyu's family. When the children were all safely picked up by their parents, the awkward's task for the day was officially completed. Lift your feet and head for the studio to carry out the follow-up program team meeting. Time turns. Come Saturday, September 13th. The second week of the school year arrived on a double holiday. Lindley woke up at home and tidied up a little, then got into the nanny car that Youngmi had sent. Travel with it to the Magic City for the Honor of Kings All-Star game. It's your first time in Mordor, isn't it? Inside the car, Youngmi was wearing white loose short sleeves and a simple long dress, elegantly sitting on the car seat with a sideways smile. He asked Lindley. Pretty much, Lindley replied indifferently. What do you mean almost? If you go, you go. If you don't go, you don't go. Where is there such a thing as almost? I've been to Mordor a lot in my dreams. Sort of, but not in real life, so I can't really answer whether or not I've been there, Lindley said with unusual sincerity. Youngmi rolled her eyes at him. For such a simple question, he could mess with his head a little bit. 2. Is it that hard to communicate? The process is generally understood tonight. Leaving aside the topic of earlier, Youngmi said seriously. After school yesterday, Friday, she then handed Lindley the process for the event, and briefly said so that it would be prepared. I know, isn't it just a 2 out of 3, BO3, system? I'm just going up there to take you guys to win a couple, and I don't have anything going on back there? Good to know. Win prettier, and my sister will treat you to a big dinner tonight. There were no outsiders at the moment, and under that first sis, Youngmi had already substituted herself into Lindley's sister mode. Sister, to be honest, it's quite difficult. After you tell me the opposite lineup, I think, let's just say the loss wasn't that bad. Lindley is not at all confident in his lineup picks. Don't look at the fact that he has all of King's Honor's talents in the system point full. But King's Pride is not a one-man game. It's a group game where 5 people fight as a team. How do you play a team with 2 vegetables? Shintang not to mention, purely to make up the numbers. Edward Louis, who used to be quite a bit stronger, has become abstract. As for Youngmi, barely. It's one of the better types of play among players. And the only one on the team that's a pro is still a pro support player. The opposing lineup is 1 star, 2 anchors, and 2 pros. Hu Xia, Bei Mu, Zhang Dexian in 2 careers. The 2 careers are still the leading singles and leading top singles of each team. Zhang Daxian and Hu Xia aside, 2 pro lineups and a peak number 1 regular. Lindley thought this lineup of theirs was just hilarious to watch. You wimped out? Youngmi was dissatisfied with this answer. Even though it's a recreational competition, she has a strong personality and doesn't want to lose. If you replaced one of Shintang and Edward Louis with a slightly more powerful, I promise I can take a flyer. Lindley's small eyebrows furrowed lightly. It was supposed to be 2 pros on my side. Ya know, understand. It's not because of me. You played your part in squeezing another pro out of the game. It's good that you know. So that means you have to play well and you can at least win me 1 out of 3 games. Youngmi actually believed in Lindley's gaming level. After all, she'd seen him play the game with her own eyes. Those little fingers, they're quick. Awareness is also fantastic, and in her eyes no less than a pro. Suddenly, she continued, do you know anything else besides Li Bai and Han Xin? I'm afraid they're targeting you. Che, my hero pool, it's deep. Let's just say, any hero currently in King's Honor, except for Yao and a handful of jerk heroes. I've been able to hit nationals solo, Lindley said proudly. Isn't the game the easiest for a hung dog? Blow at you. In Youngmi's ears, it was obvious that the bragging component was relatively large. You'd better worry about Shintang. Have you practiced any other heroes? I'm afraid he'll really be a poser if his Angelus is banned. Youngmi said, don't worry about that. The officials have gotten people to talk about it in private. The tournament won't purposely try to ban his Anks. And Lubu won't be banned. The version of the vulnerable heroes, and besides, Lu Dehua will be quite a lot. That'll do. Although neither Angela nor Lubu was forbidden, Lindley still had no bottom in his heart. Character lineups are just that. Regular King's game. 1 toe, 3, 5. People with power basically don't have any problems. But once there are professional players, famous anchors to participate in the battle, it is not so easy to say. Lindley and Youngmi had arrived in Mordor in the morning. After all, Yongchang and Mordor were relatively close to each other. It won't take more than a couple hours once the bridge across the ocean is up. As soon as she arrived in Magic City, Youngmi first took Lindley back to her mansion in Magic City. Once inside the house, Lindley's first reaction at the time was that being a star was really lucrative. The entertainment industry must be fixed in the future. After lunch and a short nap at Youngmi's house, her exclusive makeup team came to her house. Honey, boss. Upon entering, the makeup artist and assistant, among others, called out cordially, come in. The group changed their shoes and walked into the living room, and the first thing they saw was on the couch in their school uniforms, Lindley, who was holding his cell phone and seriously didn't know what he was reading. Hello Lin Hall. Assistant Xiaoting greeted enthusiastically. Linley took his gaze away from his cell phone and looked at the pile of people at the door. Hello comrades, make yourselves comfortable. I'm entertaining you when I'm done with this. Xiaoting and a group of makeup artists froze. How it sounded, how it felt. It's like you're not at Yang Mi's house? Yang Mi guffawed. Don't mind him, that's just the way he is. Famous as you are, you can indeed pretend. Xiaoting's eyes curved into a crescent moon-shaped smile. Sister honey, what is the little cadre looking at? Looking so mesmerized? Makeup artist Ling Ling asked curiously. Ideological education. Red Pulpit, Huaxia Youth Daily. Yang Mi exhaled a breath of. A series of reported the software app in Linley's cell phone. She also inadvertently saw a bunch of apps in Linley's cell phone today, and one of the pages of apps that clearly read software. She was really stunned at the time. At that time, she also asked, "You're downloading so much software. Can you read it?" Linley said, "Understanding is secondary. The main thing is to absorb the political energy inside." Chapter 112, Showbiz Before Adulthood, Benefiting the People After Adulthood. Late afternoon, Yang Mi and Linley came to the event organizing site. At the moment, she was in the official restroom specially arranged for her. Yang Mi was wearing a black dull lace-trimmed dress at the moment, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, a world away from the plainly dressed schoolgirl she was at school. Linley had also changed into a fashionable children's outfit, arranged by Yang Mi, white printed t-shirt, black casual pants, wearing the AJ that was specially bought for him. Her hair was also well groomed by her makeup artist, with slightly curled bangs in front of her forehead. Yang Mi elegantly sat on the sofa, looking at Linley, who was brushing Jiayin on the side. The more I look at it, the more I find the little brat agreeable. With this simply dressed face, he'll definitely be a fresh meat when he grows up. It would be a shame not to be in the entertainment industry. Linley, what's wrong? Linley looked sideways at her, revealing a puzzled expression. How's the decision on your provider coming along? When Linley heard it, it was this problem again, and his cell phone was also locked screen placed aside. These days he's already determined where his future belongs. The street office also approached Linley individually on the Thursday before last. Inform him that there are many families willing to raise him, but Linley rejected it outright. They raised themselves because of what? He doesn't know? You want to retire them yourself. Linley could only politely decline this. Sis, forget about raising. I have no intention of letting anyone raise me. Yang Mi frowned. So you're going into an orphanage? No, I'm going to get a guardian. I can make my own money. I don't need to be supported. Linley had also been learning about the relevant laws over the past 2 days. It was eventually decided to go to a guardian rather than a custodian. There is quite a difference between the two. One of the articles, the guardianship relationship may be terminated when the person under guardianship reaches the legal age or regains her civil capacity. Linley felt that this one was the most suitable for him. Guardian? Yang Mi's lips flicked up to repeat those 3 words. Right. Linley nodded. Yang Mi understood Linley's thought concerns after a slight pondering. You're thinking ahead. Linley smiled. It's also for your own future consideration. Okay, so has the guardian been determined yet? And who is he looking for? There. Linley lightly spat out 2 words. As far as he's concerned, it's only a guardianship anyway, and it's the same for whoever's in charge. The guardian steps in for a bit when something is wrong, and when nothing is wrong, each goes his own way. You also don't have to move into someone's home or deal with an unfamiliar home environment. Who? Yang Mi asked. Whether it was a provider or a guardian, it didn't matter to her. Just get in touch with this little brat Linley more often and get closer. You, right. Linley paused slightly. Who let you be the first to take me on a variety show? Yang Mi did not rejoice. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This attitude of yours, it feels a bit far-fetched? You heard me? Linley grinned, a look of indebtedness. I really want to slap you now, Yang Mi said, without a trace of anger, feigning the motion of raising his hand to look at his head. If you're really going to slap me, then I'm going to have to think about changing. After all, I'm not short of guardians at all. Linley's words caused Yang Mi's movements to stop in midair as she glared at Linley and, pretending to be angry, he withdrew his hand, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise in an arc. You little slicker, you've even learned to threaten me? Yang Mi laughed and scolded. There was no real displeasure in his tone. Now that it's confirmed, I'll check in during the workday. Well, that's fine. Remember to go over to King Lu's side to help me sign the contract on my behalf when the time comes. $500,000. I know. I'll get you a bank card in the back. Linley nodded his head as he listened. The reason why he chose Yang Mi. One part of the reason is that she's in the entertainment industry. Celebrities are too lucrative and likewise have some exposure. Whether it's harvesting emotional value or making money, Yang Mi is the most compatible candidate. After all, She's the gatekeeper for some of the movie contracts, and won't be hard on them, deliberately bullying him for being a child. Until he was 18, he was still mainly in the entertainment industry, and as an adult, he took the public exams and benefit the people inside the arena at this time. Invited guests, as well as the audience, entered one by one. At the entrance to the check-in lane, a couple of the girls really caught the eye of most of the male audience. If Linley were here, he could barely recognize a few of them. The 4 girls were one of the gold masters that Linley's King's Honor had gotten: Jiang Rui, Tong Rannan, Li Qiuling, and Chen Yuqian of the Magic City Drama Academy. The faces of the 4 are basically the same as their avatars in general. The internet has pics, reality has fine makeup, all looking at us. Li Qiuling whispered and proudly said to Jiang Rui, "It should be looking at you. After all, you're wearing the least." Chen Yuqian teased. Li Qiuling straightened her waist, showing off her proud curves. "Good figure. It's only natural to show it. Don't be a stinker. It's our turn." Jiang Rui smiled lightly. "Yang Mi is here today, too. Hopefully see us and sign us into the company. That's what this is about." Tong Rennan said, "I heard that Sister Honey and her company have a rule that female artists who don't go to a company alcohol are guaranteed to enter her company." Inside, sisters. Once the 4 were inside the arena together, they found their seats by following the seat numbers on their tickets. They were positioned in the 3rd row. After taking their seats, a few people opened their cell phones and started taking selfies without a second thought. Or take photos of the venue and send them to your friends. At this time, Tong Rennan asked Jiang Rui, "By the way, do you still have contact with that wild king?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Rui immediately puffed up her face and said angrily, "Scummy guy, what's the connection? It's been days since I've played a game with him, and he hasn't even been on his game. Yo, why are you so resentful? It's just a netizen." Li Qiuling joked. "He cheated me out of money." Rui, I have to correct that. He didn't cheat you out of your money. After all, you had a good time, didn't you? Jiang Rui sniffed in shame and wrung Li Qiuling's thigh lightly. "What kind of car are you driving?" "Oops, you're the one who got the wrong idea. I'm talking about the fun of scoring points in a game. You see your provincial Luna and China now too." Tong Rennan nodded. "It's your own poor choice of words. You should have said cheating on your feelings." "Ha ha, Che." Jiang Rui bristled. "Where are the feelings?" Chen Yuqian said. "Alright, don't talk about that wild king. There will be so many professional players on the scene later. It's not enough for you guys. Which one is not better than you? Wild king? By the way, when I approached my mentor who works on the show yesterday and asked for a shot of us, I heard something." At this time, Li Qiuling said, "What?" He said that Honey hired an expert to play an exhibition match today and squeezed out a pro. Chapter 113 Donkey's Shock. 8-year-old master? An expert? Tong Rennan's few people froze. What kind of expert? There are more than professional players? Jiang Rui was puzzled. Li Qiuling shook her head. "I don't know. Anyway, at that time I heard that it was strongly recommended by Sister Honey." "Hey, it's not one of Honey's company's artists, is it? Pulling in for more exposure?" Chen Yuqian couldn't help but speculate. "There is still a larger group of King's Honor, with the largest percentage of young fans. New artists. Young artists are naturally the first to break into these types of circles to suck up fans as a result." Ginger Rui and the others nodded. Thinking about it that way, if it's an entertainer, squeezing out the pros is obviously intended to be a programmatic effect. "I'm sorry," Tong Renna said. "Definitely, if for the sake of winning, definitely kick out Edward Louis. The rookie, Shen Tang, although the rookie, but an entertainer? Yang Mi doesn't have that much energy to squeeze people." Chen Yuqian made a small wave of analysis. "Then I instantly don't have much interest in tonight's exhibition match." Ginger Rui was slightly disappointed that, "I still like to watch normal competition. It's exciting." "Hey, I didn't have anything to do with the competition in the first place. I came over here to show my face and get the attention of the entertainment company." "I don't know," Li Qiuling said. "It starts in about 10 minutes. Ginger Rui mumbled as she looked down at her cell phone. Backstage artist lounge. Several people from Yang Mi's team had arrived. At the moment, except for Shin Tang, Edward Louis and the pro froze for the rest of their lives as they looked at Linley, who was drinking milk tea and eating snacks. "MS. Yang Mi, is this the master you were talking about?" Edward Louis stared in disbelief. As soon as a few of them came in, Yang Mi introduced Linley to them. Of course, now Linley didn't need to be introduced by Yang Mi. There was still a little bit of visibility. Anyone who has swiped Shakeology basically knows him. "Yeah," Yang Mi smiled gently. "He's great. How powerful can a little kid be?" Lu Dehua looked at Linley, who was simply ignoring him. There really are elementary school kids within the ranks. Lin Hall's name has been on his lips lately. I just didn't expect to actually see it in person today, or in the form of a teammate. Linley raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Edward Liu, saying in dissatisfaction, "Comrade, watch your wording." After saying this, he then shivered down his milk tea and held his phone to absorb the political energy. "Mimi, you're not kidding." Shintu couldn't help but shake his head and, "Granted, we're just here to make up the numbers, but you're pulling in someone who's a better mixer than I am." Yisheng didn't say anything, but his eye expression was exactly the same as Edward Liu's. "Performance match? It's really becoming an exhibition match." Yang Mi didn't directly tell them Linley's game ID, but instead sold her story. "Don't underestimate him, he's powerful." Shintang tugged at the corner of his mouth and joked, "I don't see if it's awesome or not. Paul gas I do feel out. Ha ha, that's the way he is." Yang Mi laughed softly, and in her mind she wondered if she should give Shintang a word about this kid has a future in public service and is aiming for broadcasting. I wonder what his reaction will be. "Mr. Young Mi, does he position play the field?" Professional player Yisheng had already accepted Linley on the same team as them, so what could they do if they didn't? Well, he just plays the field. So what does he know? I'll see what subs I pick to go with him then. Yisheng had just finished his question, and before Young Mi could speak, Linley raised his head again and, "I can field anything. Take whatever you want, and when the time comes, you can just main protect the shooter." They didn't listen to the latter part of the sentence, but the first part of the sentence. "Bragging? You don't pay taxes for bragging, do you? You're a little kid who can field anything." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "Kid, didn't your adults teach you that kids shouldn't brag?" Lu Dehua snickered. Linley looked at him and said seriously, "You take care of yourself later. There's no sniper boy today." When Edward Louis heard this, his eyebrows instantly raised. "Hey kid, aren't you sniper boy? No more nonsense with you." Linley didn't bother with him, and was again looking down and shivering milk tea to himself. Yang Mi laughed, "Don't get on his bad side." "But I'm serious. He's really good." Edward Louis bristled. "I really don't see it." Yisho chimed in. "Neither did I." Shintang said, "No matter if it's awesome or not, I can basically win anyway with me. Angela, and no matter how good you are, you still have to lose." Ha ha. He was ready to lay down, and didn't really have any hope at all of winning. Of course, even the original Double Pro had just as little hope of winning as he did, because he was self-aware of himself, and he wasn't particularly attached to winning or losing. The main one is heavy on participation. Yang Mi is not going to sell the story at this moment, otherwise I feel that it is a bit demoralizing. So, she smiled and said, "With his game ID, I guess, besides Tang. You two must have heard of it." She used the word sure, not likely. The idea of Lin Shamsi Ri, although the heat is down for a while, or is it because Linley is pressing the line to play? At the time, it was unknown in the Circle of Kings. A few days to rush to the top 10 at the top, and top 10 with 2 weak heroes. While there are circles that have used these 2 heroes in the top 10 and at number 1, in terms of individual wins, definitely not as high as Linley's. What's his ID name? Ludwig and Ishing got curious instead. Lin Shanxili. Yang Mi gently spat out 4 words. "What is it?" "Ha, a few of them, except for Shintang." Lu Dehua and Yishing immediately stared with wide eyes and mouths dropped open. They looked carefully at Yang Mi, and after making sure they hadn't misheard, they again looked at Linley, who was shivering milk tea. "Forest Deep Sea Ri? Is that the super high wind Raidly by Han Xin from a few days ago? Is it this little kid? Are you kidding?" The two of them couldn't stop talking to themselves in disbelief. The news certainly sent shockwaves through their hearts for both of them. In their anchor circles, in their pro circles. In the beginning, there was an excessive amount of discussion and research about Rinzenmoli. The anchor circle believes that this person must be a trumpet of some profession that, or the outstanding masters within the YMCA team. And the pro circles are assuming it's some upstart that, the head coach of their team was interested in trying to absorb him into his team. Their 2 circles share the point of view that at least it's a 15-plus-year-old gifted kid. But, today Yang Mi told them that this supermaster is a small child, or an 8-year-old in elementary school. Yang Mi was extremely satisfied with the expressions on both of their faces. It was exactly as it had been when she had first met Linley as Lin Shin Metli. Of course, one has to be a little more steady and reserved than they are. When Shintang saw the 2 of them, he asked blankly, "Lin Shanxili? Is it very powerful?" Chapter 114, "I'm not here to give a speech. I'm here to save the day." His expression was in stark contrast to the 2 Ludwigs. At this time, Linley raised his head slightly and said to Yang Mi's dissatisfaction, "Sister Mi, keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Yang Mi couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Linley's serious demeanor. The little brat could indeed pretend. She also ignored the fact that Linley was facing Ludwig and the others. Nodding his head in affirmation, he said, "He is indeed Lin Shen Weili, as good as fake. So, do you guys still have any doubts about his strength now?" Ludwig and Yixing were in continuous shock. Truly this news is amazing. But if one were to say that the Linley in front of him was a king of glory, or a peak top 100, or maybe it's the fact that Rin Shenmulai is a 15 to 16-year-old teenager and none of them would be so. But, an 8-year-old peak top 10? They gradually became convinced in their hearts, because Yang Mi could not have lied to him. Shen Tang looked at their expressions but his curiosity was hooked. Mimi, Lin Shenmulai is he? What do you mean? Is it great? You don't know the game, Tongue, but you can tell by the look on their faces. Ha, let's play well tonight and win. Yang Mi didn't explain too much to him as explained it to Shen Tang. He also doesn't always fully understand the gold content of Rin Shenmai Rikyu. Let's just say it's a must-win tonight. After a long time, Lu Dehua absorbed the news thoroughly, and hurriedly came up to Linley. Kid, how old were you when you started playing games? Linley didn't ignore him, and his gaze lifted. It started on September 1st, I think. As soon as he heard this, Edward Lu's eyes began to dilate again. What year? This year. Donkey NN. He verbalized off the top of his head. Linley immediately frowned and reprimanded. You little comrade. Ah, full of foul language. Will bring me down. To change no. Edward Louis wasn't even listening to that. The mind continues to be pounded with the words, September 1st of this year. What a genius. That's ing genius. Kazushige's head had gone numb as well. He was eager to be the first to tell the news to his team members and coaches. The painstakingly searched for fielder is just around the corner. And a ing 8-year-old kid. Yang Mi spoke up at this time. Okay, don't be surprised. It's starting. At the moment a live scene began to play on a screen in the middle of the lounge. The All-Star game process is simple. In addition to the exhibition matches, there are also the awards for the pros and the entertainers' singing performances. There is no doubt that the singer for this program is Hu Xia. After all, of the 3 artists, he was the only one who was a serious singer. Scene. The host and commentator, Li Jiao, came on stage and hosted with great enthusiasm. Good evening, summoners. Welcome to King's Pride's annual All-Star Awards ceremony. The summer season is over. The program is still live. Currently competitions and awards like those in the gaming world are basically done via live streaming. Likewise, many King anchors are linking the program to put it in their live rooms. Pop-ups were flying in all the live streams. With an award, and a stage show over, go to the showdown. We have a lot of artists in the King's Circle who also play, as you may know. As soon as these words came out, Yang Mi's fans at the scene started chanting her name in unison. So today our entertainers will each lead their teams. Have a unique exhibition match for a feast of both sight and action. Li Jiao's voice was full of passion, as if it could ignite the entire venue. The atmosphere at the scene instantly boiled over, and the fluorescent sticks in their hands waved into a sea of brilliance. First we invite the team led by Hu Xia to take the stage. Under his presidency, Hu Xia led Bei Mu, Zhang Dexian and the others onto the stage in turn. Miss Manners handed a microphone to Hu Xia. Li Jiao asked, we can see that Hu Xia came prepared today. Ah, invited Bei Mu, Zhang Daxian number 1 player to help out. Hu Xia, I often 5-row with Mimi, and I know that she plays very well and puts a lot of pressure on me. That's why I've invited a few great gods to press me. Brief player introductions, and commercial blow-by-blow afterward. Li Jiao started to invite the Yang Mi team to the stage. Under the intersection of spotlights, Yang Mi entered the stage with Lin Li and Shen Tang. Honey, Tug, Donkey, as each of their figures appeared. The fans from all over the scene chanted their names in unison and affectionately. But, upon seeing Linley, who was several heads shorter than the others in the group, appear, there was a pause in the crowd's clamor, followed by Lin Hall, the people's good squad leader. I actually saw a living Forest Hall. They didn't wonder why Linley had appeared over here first, but instead called out his name first. As I said, the King's group is generally young, and the most players are college students, high school students. Like Linley's impassioned speech on the podium at the beginning, which sentence is not speaking into their hearts. Therefore, Linley's popularity was currently much higher than Yang Mi's and theirs. After all, he was beloved by his students. In the major live broadcasts, it is also the first wave of Lin Hall-related pop-ups, but immediately after the question mark began to rise in all directions. Lin Hall plays games too? What's Lin Hall doing on stage? To be the mascot? Raise the political morale of the young honey team? No, morale? Isn't this a loss? A situation where it's 4 against 5? The matchup appears elementary. Real elementary. The audience also began to gradually talk to each other and ask each other about their doubts, feeling surprised and confused by Linley's appearance. Stage. Li Jiao first interacted briefly with Yang Mi and Shen Tang. He then changed the subject and joked at Linley. Yeah, I was never expecting that. We'll see the Linley kids on the esports stage. You're here to give a speech today too. Ha, oh. Yang Mi had wanted to pass the microphone to Linley, but once she heard this sentence after Li Jiao, She gave a slight start. What's the point of bringing up speeches when there's nothing to bring up? Don't you know this kid's favorite thing is to give speeches? Should I give him the mic or not? But while she was hesitating, Shintang had already passed the microphone to Linley. Linley's face was unsmiling and calm, without the least bit of stage fright. He said, "Good evening, comrades who are taking over soon, and those who have already done so." He didn't open his mouth to educate, at length, as Young Mi had thought he would. It was a very simple greeting. This made Young Mi slightly as relaxed. She was genuinely afraid that the kid would get the microphone and open up by first representing the organizers. Also on behalf of the people as a whole. It's okay. The kid, he's still aware of the occasion. I'm not here to give a speech today. I'm here to save the day. Chapter 115, bragging? Isn't this just a matter of having hands? 2 words, save the day. It was a moment that made Yang Mi's heart begin to clench. I wasn't planning on coming, but as you all know, Yang Mi is my teacher. She needs me to help her win this tournament. And you know what kind of a person I am, who is not only a teacher, but also a member of the peoples. The people need me. How can I stand by and do nothing? After Linley finished saying this, he put down the microphone and looked at the audience on stage with a rigid, impartial face. Yang Mi couldn't feel the black lines skimming down the back of her head. It feels like this string of black lines is turning into a barcode, and the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha! Laughter abounds in the arena. The same was true for Jiang Rui and the others in the third row of the audience. Ha ha! Lin Hall is too funny. Sister Honey is probably embarrassed. Jiang Rui laughed. Li Qiuling said, Lin Hall is still cute and, he is literally the one who can make me laugh like a goose on any occasion. Goose. That said, Lin Hall without the school uniform is still quite handsome. Tong Renan's beautiful eyes frequently flashed with appreciation and praise. Sister Honey dressed him up. A team of professional makeup artists. Ginger Rui said, but I think Honey's clothes are wrong for him. He should have been given an executive jacket. Yeah, that makes a great image. Chen Yuqian automatically switched Linley's clothes out in her mind. At first they thought the person Yang Mi brought was a newly signed artist, but seeing Linley immediately removed all thoughts from his brain. It didn't matter anymore. Not even how good Linley was at playing the game. Stage. The crowd of contestants and Shintang and the hosts were all amused by Linley. Shintang couldn't help but look at Linley a few more times. This kid was perfect for the big screen. No stage fright. Open mouth and fun. The host opened his mouth and said in mock surprise, "Oh, did I hear you right? Sister Honey asked you to save the day?" Linley said, "Yeah, you know how much of a noob Mr. Yang is at playing games. How is she going to win if I don't step in against such a strong opponent?" He sighed in a more old-fashioned manner, then swept his gaze over Shintang and Lu Dehua. The eyes were extremely thoughtful. Shim-tung. He took back what he'd just thought. This kid was so not cute. Edward Louis smiled sarcastically. If he hadn't already known Linley's identity, now he had to dislike it back in the end. What do you mean by that look? What are you looking at me for? Mizuna Yang? Ha ha. Lin Hall's taunting attribute is pulled full. One word, one look, and a direct statement about the other 3 on their team. Thought it was an esports game, but it turned into a funny variety show. Laughed me to death. Not Lin Hall. It's not even if you mocked Yang Mi and Shintang. You mocked the donkey. Donkey at least used to be a national service Lubu, and although his level has slipped recently, he's still better than Shintang even if he's not. Lin Hall, I hope you'll play a bright operation later, otherwise that would have slapped you in the face like a boomerang by now. Say, when did donkeys get so good-tempered that they shouldn't dislike them? The occasion isn't right. Besides it's the person Yang Mi brought. We have to give Yang Mi face. The pop-ups flew up in the live stream, and it wasn't even the start of the game yet, and the laughs were coming one after the other. It's just not the exciting intense interest of esports. On stage, young Mimi felt she had to speak up to stop the host. Otherwise, at this pace, one's face will have no place to put it at all. And so, she gave Li Jiao a look as she lifted the microphone. Linley does play the game very well. He's but a secret weapon I've hired specially. Li Jiao noticed and nodded without moving, while still wanting to continue to pull some strings and fish around with Linley. After all, this kid is so hot right now. Besides, it's always a shocking statement, trying to stir up the scene with this. However, when he saw Yang Mi's eyes, he immediately stopped his mouth, and his gaze and topic connected to Yang Mi's channel. Getting to the point. Oh, a secret weapon? So then Linley's little friend is very good at playing games? He then took a step forward and looked at the 5 members of Yang Mi's team. Let me guess. Yisheng must be assisting. Dua is against the road. Brother Tang is the center single. Not surprisingly, and Sister Honey should be in the shooter position. In other words, Linley's little friend is playing the field? Yang Mi nodded. Yeah, he's the fielding position on our team. Wow. Upon hearing that Linley was in the fielding position, the audience was in an uproar. The fielding position is crucial. But of course, every position in the king's honor is important. It's just that fielding stands out a little more. Another point they didn't think of. Thought Linley was just going on stage to mix it up and make up the numbers. But I didn't think it was actually the most important fielding position in the lineup. Li Jiao turned to Yang Mi and asked, "Fielding position. So what kind of fielding does he know?" The whole time, he only communicated with Yang Mi, and did not throw words to Linley. Linley, who was standing by Yang Mi, was upset in his mind about my question. "You don't ask me, ask Yang Mi? I'm not human, am I human or not?" So, he lifted the microphone intending to insert himself into the conversation and answer the question asked of him himself. But, Yang Mi was aware of Lin Li's temperament, and she spoke before Lin Li could. The answer was snatched at the first opportunity. He can play a lot of field, and all in all I'm sure it won't disappoint. When Sister Honey said that, "I'm looking forward to it," Li Jiao immediately picked up the conversation. "What level is little friend Lin Li at King? The segment isn't that high. It's only the top 10 in the peak race." These were Lin Li's own words, and after being robbed of his words by Yang Mi, he was always ready to snatch them back. If it weren't for the lack of time, it would have peaked at number 1 already. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene was filled with laughter. The people who came to the site to watch are basically people who play King's Honor, and they are bound to know about the Summit Tournament. Not to mention peak number 1. The gold content of the peak top 10 was something they all knew extremely well. Can you just whenever you want? Everyone invariably thought that Lin Li was bragging. Are all kids so braggadocios these days? Zhang Rui in the audience laughed out loud. Do you know what top 10 at the peak means? Lin Hall, this is a little defeat good feelings. Really still a child's heart. I'm sorry. Li Qiuling sneered slightly. On stage, Ludwig and Yixing looked down at the audience, who were roaring with laughter at the moment. Sigh. Guess you won't be laughing later. Guess why we both didn't laugh. Peak top 10? Li Jiao is obviously also as a child blowing air to each other. No kidding? This is the least worthwhile thing for me to take out and say. Top 10 at the peak. There are hands not on the line? Lin Li was very upset about the laughter on the scene. Laughing? What's so funny? Never seen a hanging dog? You know that the top 10 at the summit can all be masters who can call out their IDs. So what's your ID name? Rin Sham Si Ri. Chapter 116. Are you looking down for a crack in the ground? Lin Li spat out 4 words with slight impatience. The game hasn't started yet? Do young people nowadays like to waste their time so much, and like to mobilize emotions? Cut. Lin Li's heart was extremely disdainful. If according to the host in Yang Mi Bowl *******, I'm guessing the level could be sold for another 10 minutes. At this moment, the facial expressions of the audience gradually began to change. From the initial open laughter, the slow freeze of the smile, in becoming filled with uncertainty, it changed immediately to skepticism, to final consternation. Lin Li's voice was not loud, but through the microphone, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Rinsha Mimitachi? Sound familiar? Seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Wait, did he just say he's top 10 at the summit? Lin Shenmian Li? I'll be damned. Isn't that the Li Baihan Xin who rose to prominence a few days ago? It's him? Fake it. Stun shifted again, becoming dumbfounded, followed by a loud clamor. The same is true for the live streaming room. Third row of the audience. Ginger Rui's delicate face changed expressions more than the audience. It should be noted that the 3 roommates in her connecting seat had much more on their faces than the rest of the audience. Li Qiuling froze and nudged Zhang Rui's waist. Rui, did I hear wrong? She couldn't believe it, looking at the small child on the stage, always suspecting she was hearing things wrong. After Tong Renan's eyes had been opened to the maximum of his power, his pupils took over and continued to dilate. Like I heard right. He just said those 4 words. Chen Yuqian was the first to react, looking at the noisy audience around her, all discussing and whispering. Explained that each one hears 1 word. Ginger Rui's mouth was half open, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The head went blank. Wild King? Rui's Wild King is a little kid? I'll go. Tong Renan couldn't care less about her ladylike reserve and the little nationalist spat out of his mouth. What dead geeks? What money-grubbing masters? What beggars who live on games? Uniformly not. At first they had guessed at the many possibilities and thought about the identities of the countless people across the screen, but the only thing that didn't occur to me was that it was a small child across the street. No, little kids they thought about, but I didn't realize it would be this small. Ginger Rui's brain started to work. A voice that had been whiny at first filled his head. It feels like it's going to be a social death. To actually flirt with an 8-year-old? All of Zhang Rui's expressions finally changed to a crying face. Lingling, Nan, Qian. Where's a crack in the ground I'd like to get into? Chen Yuqian simply ignored this sentence of hers at this time and began to analyze it after the battle. No wonder Rue is all Thai like that. And the opposite side is unresponsive. No wonder he's not at all curious about the four of us being excited about our avatars. No wonder he never turns on his voice. Not only does he not initiate a conversation with us, but he's so cold. A look of business as usual. No wonder you're not online during the daytime hours and are only there at night. Dare I say you have classes during the day. We're actually making a strategy plan against a little kid. Holy crap. Ginger Rue listened to a sentence of conclusion and analysis, already wanting to actively dig a hole herself. It's so humiliating. Stop it. Stop it. Ginger Rue begged. Even the most elaborate makeup today could no longer hide the look of embarrassment on her face. Tong Runnan said to Li Qiuling at this moment, "You're still a love master. How can you be an army master? A little kid can't even analyze it. It's all in vain. In your place, you analyzed it?" Li Qiuling revealed her displeasure after her stupor. Chen Yuqian said, "I don't blame Ling Ling. I can only say that it was too unexpected. Any other man would have attacked long ago. He's 8 years old and his love sinuses aren't even open." Several of them then turned their gazes to Jiang Rue in unison, only to see that her best friend, her roommate, had by now put her head infinitely closer to Her Majesty. Rue, are you looking for a stitch? Stage. Edward Louis and Yixing were pleased with the expressions on the faces of the audience. Look at this scene. What a spectacle. Laughing? Why aren't you guys laughing? Is it because you're not a smiler by nature? Yixing whispered to Edward Louis at the side. Edward, we should have just been a little more calm than they were. It has to be. Edward Louis nodded affirmatively. They Mu, Zhang Daxian, and the others on the other side of the host had looked sideways at Linley. Their expressions mirrored those of the audience. Hu Xia was the first to react, and hurriedly whispered, "I've seen his video. Li Baihan Xin is super powerful. Should we target and ban him later?" Their center single said, "Ban it." If it was 5 of their pros, they wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Originally, the two heroes were not very useful except in the early stages, when they were either scraping or stealing towers in the later stages, but they have 2 other shortcomings here. Zhang Daxian is not in as good a shape as he used to be, and Hu Xia is on the upper end of the level, not up to the top. It's easy to be used as an ATM by Linley. Don't worry, it's just one Rinsen Mitsuru. They've got Deva and Mr. Shinto. It's still a no-win situation. Bei Mu said. The professional upper single said, just not so fast to lose. A Lin Shenmalai cannot flip the situation. They hadn't underestimated Linley. Having seen Linley's videos and knowing the opponent's playing style and operational awareness, players who do not belong to their respective teams in their eyes, but there are 2 more in their lineup. No, 3 regular players. That's the biggest deal breaker. Harass him up front when the time comes. This side has already begun to discuss the strategy against it in whispers, and the moderator in the center lets out a deep breath and, after digesting all the shock, I was never expecting that the famous Lin Shenmianli of the other day was actually Lin Hall. Lin Shamsili, Linley, ouch. Why didn't I think of that at the time? He let out a jokey self-deprecating laugh, then faced the audience. I'm sure I'm not the only one who was surprised by my friends on the scene. Were you surprised too? Yes. The crowd was very cooperative with the yelling. Who would have thought it? Let's not talk about Lin Shenseeingly. As long as Linley himself hadn't opened his mouth, hadn't stood on this stage, no one would think on him, even if the word, Fakami, is removed. Alone, Linley still wouldn't think of it in terms of Forest Hall either, would just assume it was the same name. It's still mostly outrageous. To be honest, I'm starting to look forward to it now. Li Jiu revealed a look of excitement. I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Hall live, and I know people are already getting excited about it as well. Linley is slightly impatient. It is not just a Lin Shenseelie. It's been a long time since I've been shocked. He lifted the microphone and said, we'd better get started. Get the fight over with early and I'll go early to learn the spirit of Deng's 18th Congress. Chapter 117, Crows and Airplanes. Hemisphere Pass Formation. The scene is nothing but Linley. Everyone, even the organizers backstage, as well as the major anchors and netizens in the live broadcast room were all of a sudden dryly silenced by Linley's words. Spirit of the 18th Congress. Aha! Listen often. However, for the first time, the word appeared in this kind of occasion. The esports arena. And from an 8-year-old. They say that Lin Hall has a high level of ideological awareness. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. Compared to him, my ideology is horribly low. Telling the host to hurry up and start the game because you're going to study political education after the fight? But I wouldn't be so surprised if he said he was rushing back to do his homework. The audience had a twisted look on their faces, not knowing whether to laugh or what. By all rights, one should have laughed at Linley's words just now. Little kid actually pulling some 18th spirit. But it's a word they can't laugh at, so the expression was extremely strange. Li Jiu tried to regulate his emotions as much as he could. knowing that, at the moment, as the host of the, more than that, you can't laugh about it. Not only can't you laugh, you have to praise. Nowadays, kids are so conscious. Ha ha. With that he immediately changed the subject to the formal part. Then I'll cut the crap and let's get right to it. Will both players please take their seats? Yang Mi and Hu Xia each led their teams to their tables and chairs. After taking their seats and putting on their headphones, Yang Mi asked, how to fight? What's the strategy? Shento, I'd rather Angela take the middle. As long as it's not banning. Lu Dehua was more low-key and silent at this time, not opening his mouth to command blindly, but looking towards Yisheng and Linli. Yisheng, on the other hand, followed Linli and analyzed. The opposite side should ban Yuhan Xin. Li Bai is not necessarily. If Li Bai is constantly harassed in the early stage, it's not good to get up. Linli nodded. It's fine. Whatever they ban, I'll be more than fine. After that he looked at Yang Mi and said, directly targeting Hu Xia, what hero will he be? He Mark. Missy is pretty good at shooters and such. Young Nini replied. First ban Mark, second ban Missy. They moo. Zhang Dexian, these don't matter. I don't know. Linli thought seriously at this point. Opposite two anchors, two professions, both are hero pool deep people. Can be said that every hero will play? Both are good at it, and simply banned. They have a Shento in their lineup, which outright nixes many of the setups. Set combinations, naturally, are heroes working with heroes to complement each other. Shintang's hero pool was shallow, and it was more practical to expect him to cooperate with them, or to pray for a few less heads to be delivered. Uncle Shun, pick whatever you want, just go in and clear the line in the tower, and you don't have to go to support. It's okay to go home and replenish your status below half-blood. Okay, I get it. I'm the best at clearing lines in the tower. Shintang laughingly said. Linli was analyzing and laying out strategies one by one. Isho adds a couple of lines now and then, while his mind marvels, is this really the 1st of September when you start playing? At this point on the big screen, go to the Pick Heroes Ban Heroes screen. Yang Mi, Shen Tang, and Hu Xia used the accounts specially prepared by the officials, while other pros, anchors used their own main accounts. As for Linli, it was still the same account that had been registered for less than 10 days. Therefore, the ID of Lin Shenxili is on display. The audience looked at the ID, and some of those who were still skeptical were completely convinced. The true 8-year-old Wild King, the first ban hero of Yang Mi's side, Marco Polo. At a glance at this ban, the people on the scene and Hu Xia's pair instantly became clear about their opponent's current strategy. Against me, Hu Xia laughed, but it would be an underestimation to think that I know only a few heroes, and I've been practicing hard for a while. It doesn't bother me, you can win with a halibut. The professional top laner laughed. Don't be gullible, Zhang Daxian reminded. Ban Han Xin. Aha! Hu Xia team, 1 ban Han Xin, 2 ban Shield Mountain. Team Yang Mi, 1 ban Mark, 2 ban Missy. Enter the Pick a Hero segment. Team Yang Mi is the first to lock down the Ancora. Without any surprise, there was no suspense at all with the first hero choice. Seeing Angela appear, the entire audience and the live streamers laughed out loud. Li Jiao, as host and also commentator, smiling, he said, well, we can see from the current ban that Team Honey is targeting Mr. Hu Xia, and as soon as Mr. Hu Xia's team bans Han Xin, it's kind of aimed at the Linli kids. Yeah, honestly, it's been a while since I've seen Han Xin in the ban position. It looks like Linli's little friend's Han Xin is putting quite a bit of pressure on them. The female commentator on the sidelines chimed in. Team Husha picks the heroes. First choice, Di Renjie. Second choice, Nejia. Team Yangmi, second choice Lubu. Okay, pulling out your native hero in the first game? The female commentator feigns surprise. It's because he's afraid that his original life will be banned. Ha ha. Dehua's Lubu was once in the canyon but he had a certain reputation. Li Jiodo. Team Young Honey. What's the third pick? Aid or shooter first? Yang Mi asked. Auxiliary out first. On Doria. Linli instantly spat out the hero. Understood. Yisho nodded. Doria matched Lubu's double big yes? This trope is often seen in normal games, and the double large Lubu is truly a demonic god. However, Lubu must have some economy in the early stages. What's banned down there? The Eastern Emperor, and Zhang Liang. Linli said. Ludwig gave a slight lurch. You're going to play Luna, aren't you? That's right. I'll show you what it means to have an infinite company under the moon. With the heroes banning and picking, soon enough, both lineups were set. Team Yangmi, Angela, Lu Bu, Doria, Yu Ji, Luna, Team Huxia, Di Renjie, Nejia, Lu Bang, Mirror, Nuwa. Both heroes have confirmed that, as expected, Honey's team Lupo plus Doria double big combo. Mr. Huxia's team, Neza, Lu Bang Crows and an airplane combo plus Nuwa. hemisphere pass. It's pretty obvious to respond to the meaning. Li Jiao shouted with excitement. Linley's little friend is actually playing Luna. It's the first time I've seen him play Luna. I'm looking forward to seeing if Linley's little friend's Luna will perform the infinite connections under the moon on the canyon. The female commentator said, "It feels like Mr. Hu Xia's team is a bit gullible against Mr. Linley's children." After banning Dong Huang and Zhang Liang, it should be expected that the opponent might play a hero with a very high ceiling like Luna. The last pick didn't directly target the restraints. Yes, come let's see Luna, little friend of Linley's. I think the main view can be directed at him. The game has officially begun. Linley directly maneuvered the purple haze fairy skin Luna to the blue zone. There are V10 bosses on the team after all, and the skins are at your disposal. Otherwise, with his new numbers kryptonite, well, none of the companion skins. Yi Sheng, on the other hand, was maneuvering Doria to occupy the river line of sight, ready to support or back up the middle of the road. Chapter 118 Luck or Strength. First Blood of Prejudice. They're not invading. 30 seconds later, red and blue were refreshed, and Yisheng saw that no opposing heroes were seen in the river grass and other places. Directly, go see what they would open. Linley's spirit was highly concentrated at this time. Understood. Yisho responded. The audience was God's view at the moment and were all whispering. Luna Red is gone. Beimu and the others are invading the red zone directly, pressing into the blue zone. It's normal to invade. Originally, the middle road also carries a look at the wilderness in addition to clearing the lines, but now the middle way is Shinto. Team Honey is clearly vulnerable. The early stage is going to be scratched and blown up. An ATM, one play is not always steady. Showmanship? Xian and the others have already let go. Or else when the East Emperor Zhang Liang banned, surely you'll pick heroes that check Luna. After Beimu and the others successfully got the red, they directly grabbed it without any hurry to go back and brush their own wild area. We're out of red. Be careful down the road. Yisheng was a pro after all. After a brief observation, he immediately guessed the intention of the other party's thought process. Good. Yang Ni didn't even care about the troop line and went straight back to the tower. In the end, it's still an average player. There's no such thing as a great artist, and it's all about stability. Linley didn't speak or command at the moment, completely following his own thoughts. After the blue brush goes straight to the opposite red zone. After safely brushing the opposite side's red buff, he felt that perhaps there was danger that the experience bar is still a little short of level 4, so head straight for the road. I'm coming. Watch the point go. Edward Louis responded. Maneuvering, Lubu killed straight out and pressed on with a big swing. Linley was flat as swiping his passive in the grass. It would have been inevitable to call for the middle to come along as per this scenario. The success rate of catching and killing will be much greater and can be. Linley saw his side's troop line approaching the range of the opponent's defense tower under LV Dehua's lead. The opponent's top laner, Neza, had obviously guessed that there was someone nearby. In front of LV Dehua playing goatishly, suddenly so arrogant to press the tower, is a person can see. So hide directly inside the tower and alert your teammates. Luna is on the top lane. Not for support. I have no problem catching the center or staying down. Understood. Team Young Honey. After Linley saw Neza get the troop line stuck outside the defense tower, revealing his vision, he didn't wait. Direct exposure. Crossing the tower to kill is difficult. There's nothing wrong with eating a troop line. Consume a little bit of the opponent's blood in the process. Out of the blue. First blood. Voiceover. First blood is born. Linley froze and looked at the broadcasted kills. Angela kills Nuwa. Not to say that Linley was stupid. It was estimated that everyone was in a state. A blood is actually born. Or is it Tang's? Let's watch the replay. Li Jiao froze and then immediately hosted the narration. Just now their perspective was on Linley. Both were thinking about what effect his first wave of infinite connections would have after level 4. Is it to cross the tower to show Neza a wave? Or to scare Neza? The view replayed and the audience watched. And the ass-kissing had begun in the Young Mi ranks. Brother Tang is awesome. A single kill career. Edward Louis was the first to compliment. This can blow for a long time. Ha ha, Yang Ni said in a happy mood. Luck. I didn't expect that he would actually go towards my second skill road. It's really a coincidence. Shintang pretended to be modest. His face could not hide the smile. Mr. Shintu is awesome. He actually predicted his alignment. 66. Yixing assisted in the middle of the road and took the head of Shintu. Most knowledgeable about what just happened. It was expected that Shintang's second skill would be released, but as it turned out, Nuwa just went in that direction. It really surprised him. Luck or strength? At this moment, Huxia's Nuwa's face was a bit ugly. He was never expecting to be killed by Angela. And it's still a frontal Angelus that Shintu manipulates. What's going on? Baimu wondered. He predicted my prediction. Nuwa lowered her eyelids in disbelief. John Daxian froze. What is it? I thought he was going to put his skills to the right, so I went left, and, well, misjudgment. The replay of the match ended, and the audience exclaimed that Shin Tang's operation was a great prediction. A couple of the commentators in the commentary booth were even more boastful. Mr. Shin Tang didn't think much about the KPL tournament in private. This wave of early prediction is the biggest highlight of the day so far. Lee Jiodo. That's right, it's on the level of the national service Angela. The female commentator bragged. After watching the replay on all the major live streams and anchors, it's hard to believe that this is the operation Shinto played. Everyone was impressed with Shin Tang. Only Shinto himself knows. He actually pressed in the wrong direction. But it doesn't matter. As long as you don't tell them yourself, no one will ever know. The game continues. After the heroes are all level 4, skirmish leaders are breaking out everywhere. Huxia team, their lineup is extremely offensive. As long as Neza has a big, immediately locking down the opposing heroes. 3 at once. The early pace was quickly dominated by them. The game goes to Tyrant Juggernaut refresh. The score came to Youngmi 1-4 Hoosiers. 4 heads. Yangmi contributes 2. Shentang contributes 1. And Yisheng contributes 1. Robbing the dragon? At this moment, the situation belonged to the state of gradual collapse for Yangmi. I can't fight at all. The opposite side is too well coordinated. You guys go and grab it. Just harass and consume it. It doesn't matter if you grab it or not. The main thing is not to die. Linley's mental state was extremely taut, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. His economy was currently second in the game, with the first being Baimu's mirror, who had a 2-head lead after all. Hearing this, Yangmi and the others cleared out a few soldiers and started to rush towards Lunking. Linley, on the other hand, was maneuvering Luna to reveal her vision in the middle of the road, helping Shintang ease the pressure of clearing the troop lines. It then disappeared into the grass. Baimu looked at the mini-map, saw Luna disappear, and guessed in his heart that he should be going to the upper road, or their own red zone. Straight up. It's on. Luna's up there. You go drive. I'll occupy the side eyes. Zhang Dexian maneuvered Lu Bang to the grass behind the dragon pit. Yisheng is hovering nearby, broadcasting at all times. The mirrors are opening up the dragons, and Lu Bang is nearby. Almost there. Lu Buddha. As soon as Edward Louis heard this, he jumped straight into the dragon pit without saying a word. Jumping straight into the dragon pit, playing a deterrent in the main. Going again with no return. Shintang, Neza Flumi. The battle of the dragon pit reunion is imminent. Hit you with a refresh. Deva. Yisho shouted. Understood. Eat my halberd. The wave is finally here, and Deva's taking the lead on the big one. I wonder who this dragon will end up going to. Li Jio mobilized the atmosphere of the scene and narrated with passion. We can look at the mini-map. The female narrator said. Little friend Linley doesn't seem to have any intention of joining the group at all. It's a little far away now. Nope. The guide view came to Luna as she narrated this one sentence, only to see that Neza opened up a big lock on Shintang directly from the 2 pigs in the wild area above their middle road. However, a moonlight flash in the middle grass marked the 2 pigs on and Neza. A classic bridge scene of Luna chasing Neza was played out at this moment. Chapter 119, the same consciousness as a hangman. Can't be caught at all. If you lose to me, you're my man. Same as my donkey. To be stamped. At this moment, the entire audience stood up. Live audience pop-ups disappear. Every single person was shocked at the moment as they watched the scene on the screen. The 2 boars in Neza were marked with seals. Luna opens up her big entrance and slides over to the big boar. At the same time Neza leapt up in the air and flew into Uncle Shin's arms. Linley maneuvered Luna to once again use the small boar as a springboard to follow behind Neza, and by this time the first minion of the center line was already in the middle of the tower. Luna flattens at light speed, tags the minions, and continues to follow Neza while using the minions as a springboard. And on Neza's flight to Shinton, Nuwa spaced out on the road again. Successive springboards, before Neza reaches halfway up Shintang before he can impact him. Neza crash, pawn. Neza's role has not been realized, and sent a Luna who was not supposed to make it to the dragon pit, and a full-state Luna at that. Nima, Luna chased Neza, and chased her to death? Holy, that's classic. Day, I can't believe I saw that at the game. It's silky smooth as hell. Is this Lin Hall's Luna? It's an explosion. Luna chasing Neza is not unheard of by viewers and netizens. Numerous Luna masters in the king's honor have had relevant operational material, but it was the first time they had seen this type of situation in an official game. Li Jiao exclaimed. What's going on here? Luna chasing Neza under the moon in infinite succession, and chased to death. Is this the Luna of Rinzumi Rikyu? The regiment is open. The other side is 1 man short, and sending people who should never have reached the battlefield. My god dash. The female commentator similarly exclaimed. Linley's little friend's maneuvering calculations were just right at every turn. Protecting Tang, Another kill, another tailwind to reach the dragon pit. Is this the legendary 3 birds with 1 stone? The scene was abuzz because of Linley's maneuvers, and the passionate words of the commentator. Jiang Rui and the others in the audience had already turned from being embarrassed at the beginning to being dumbfounded. This scummy Wild King is so good that they have experienced. But, that's also an normal matchup. Against a normal gamer. What is it now? Match. It's an entertainment match, but the Neza he's chasing on the field is a pro. While everyone was exclaiming in shock, the situation in the canyon was already in a white-hot state. Linley enters with full status and a couple silky smooth infinite combos, taking away the mirror that just collected the dragon. After Lubu opened his big mirror also opened his mirror image at the same time, and was consumed by a small wave of Lubus. Flying Thunder God unfolds, and the mirror's skill state is not good after Linley Luna's entrance. Facing a full-state Luna, before Lu Bang could fully teleport, he directly turned into a corpse. With 2 people falling one after another, their situation was instantly defeated. Sister Honey, trick his second skill to uncontrol and go, Linley said. The final wave of the Dragon Pit battle ended with Linley taking 3 kills. Nuwa ran away and Lu Bang was deeply surrounded and taken away by Yuji. 4 heads for a dragon. Seems like a bit of a loss. Honey, you go down the road and break the lower tower. Auxiliary and Angela pushed the center. Lubu went home to replenish his status. Linley commanded once again. Luna who can play. As long as you don't encounter a particularly targeted hero, you can basically show off to fly. Moreover, this Luna controller is a hung dog with every GameStat talent point. It doesn't break big at all except by necessity. Donkey NNs, that's awesome. Lone Shadow Luna isn't even as you, Ludwig said excitedly. Linley frowned, and swearing? You're really trying to bring me down. Beware of my swinging. Ha, wrong. Get used to it. Ha ha. Lu Dehua immediately corrected his attitude. Yisho said, pace yourself back a bit. I guess the back is going to target you. Don't panic. Just take care of Donkey Edward and Uncle Tang. The high end of the game doesn't let one lost group battle cause the whole scale to tip completely. Even with all 3 routes in the highlands broken, they were able to turn the tide against the wind. It's all about the spirit of game unity. Linley was well aware that the game had only just begun. Turning the game time to 10 minutes, the big dragon refreshed. The score came to 12-16 Hoosiers for Youngmi. Although they won the small dragon wave in a big way, the Husha team's lineup was too targeted. One flight at a time. Headcount is still behind. However, the good news was that Linley was just $1,500 short of the economy for a 6-god suit, leading the second highest economy in the game by 100. The lowest economy in the room, Shintang's Angela, is currently at just 500 economy. The other side flew me again. Am I that easy to bully? Shintang's eyes were full of helpless and bitter smiles. All claymen have 3 points of fire. From the opening game was flown to now. He's starting to get angry. It's okay, you're almost worthless. Yang Ni half joked. No wait, you'll put out a meat suit, and I don't expect you to play output. Makes sense. I actually should have put out a meat suit a long time ago. Seeker, Linley does magic damage too. Linley said, it doesn't matter what comes out. Revive and go across to the red zone with them. Lord Open D. He didn't say anything about what Shintu was giving away or any of that crap. Just a hemispheric pass lineup of anchor professions. Catch whoever is dead. No super ghosts yet, which is good enough. Okay, Ashang said. They're coming to our red zone. Do we have Luna's side eyes? Nuwa saw Doria's figure. Hastened to report the point. D, be careful. They invade our wild area. You guys directly open UG to counterattack. Beimu said. I'm going to see if the support can collect. You guys are flying UG to derail them. Yes, they are under quite a bit of pressure right now. They didn't take Linley lightly from the hero selection session, but it does water it down slightly. Being gullible and letting go are 2 different things. In their eyes, Linley and Yisheng were certainly powerful, but there was a soft underbelly in the form of Shintang. The most you can do is to fight a little longer and win for sure. So there's no intention at all to put out a hero that restrains Luna. Bald Schwanzon didn't go to the cell, but there was no choice. However, up to this point in the fight, they realized that the situation was currently a 50-50 situation. Once they realized this, they quickly shifted their thoughts intending to target Luna. But, this Luna is like a lens. She disappears as soon as she pops her head up. You'll never find out on which side. Go crouch him on the line. Man on the other line. Go look for him in the field. People aren't even in the field. If I didn't know that this is now a competition, point a report when the highs and lows are over. Consciousness is really as good as open. It seemed that he could guess all the intentions of himself and the others. This is outrageous. The game is on and the regiment is open again. Doria invaded the red zone with Lubu, and when she saw D, she jumped straight up without saying a word. Doria also immediately gave recovery skills. D immediately flashed to the upper tower as Lubu jumped big. But, Lubu has two big ones. Chapter 120, taking the first game. Direct targeting to death. It's mid-game now, and the hero's gear is basically semi-formed. With higher attributes, you dare to cross the tower. Even if D has the second skill to uncontrol, it's still hard to escape death. And after UG ventured out, the hemisphere pass was turned on again, cutting straight through the back row of UG. In an instant the battlefield was split, with Lubu and Doria more forward, near the enemy's second tower on the upper road. The UG is still near the boar in the red zone. Both sides targeted the opposing shooter's offense. It doesn't seem to do much, even though there's an Angela on UG's side. The real one is buy one get one free. D Rengier was killed by Lubu at the second tower, but Lubu carried the tower hard twice and his form was failing. Without any surprise, UG and Angela returned to the spring to take a dip. Big deal. Withdraw. Edward Louis shouted. A bit of a loss. Yisheng said. The pack is coming over. It can't run away. At this point in the canyon, it's just that. Beimu and the other four surrounded LV Devois and Yisheng, who were bouncing home furiously on the upper road. No loss. Just the mirror is still big. Nothing else is big. I'm coming. Linley had been dragging a small screen to watch both sides of the battlefield, knowing that this was the moment for him to reap the rewards. On the river, using the Juggernaut as a springboard to slide right into the opponent's red zone. Lightspeed tags the opponent's end NWA. Luna's here. Nuwa shouted. I'm dead. It's okay. I've been waiting. Beimu said. His big move hadn't been used. The waiting is Luna. After Nuwa died, Mirror and Luna clashed heads, and immediately the two sides went to war. Blade of the Broken Mirror vs. Infinity under the moon. 7 seconds passed. Luna double kill Mirror. Beimu put down his cell phone, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. His Luna is really dope. All kinds of maneuvers can be played. Consciousness to no bounds. Once again, the entire audience rose to its feet. They were again shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. Luna actually went after the Flying Thunder Mirror. All sorts of preliminaries. The various divine operations simply gave them a visual feast. Perverted. So perverted. In the front, Luna chased Neza. And in the back, Luna chased the Flying Thunder God. Two famous scenes in one game. Is this the speed of a kid brother's hand? You have to realize what level of Neza and mirrors these are. The audience netizens all gasped. Shocked frontal scalp. Li Jiao shouted excitedly. This is Lin Li's Luna. Is there really no limit to the number of tricks? One must know that he is facing the peak number 1 Wild King Beimu. Let's watch the replay again. The detailed maneuvering completely anticipates all of the opponent's preemptions. He's the new face of Luna. And once again, little kid Linley has shown that with strength. What a T0 version of the Moon Goddess. Everyone on the floor and even in the broadcast room was abuzz. Even Jiang Rui and the other 4 girls, who had completely returned from their awkward state of mind. Even Li Qiuling, who was completely uninterested in the match, was shocked by this scene. The Wild King is awesome. Little brother is awesome. Inside the canyon, with the fall of Mirror, the other 2 evil Lu Bang and Neja have no big moves in case of, and just lambs to the slaughter. Quadra kill. 4 kills. Luna's path to supremacy is unstoppable. One wave. Linley did not get excited by the 4 kills. The base manipulation only, quickly commanded up and, don't go home. One wave. Running away, Lupo and Doria immediately ran back. A wave of regimentation plus a troop line nearing the second tower pushed it straight to the high ground. Even after D's resurrection, what ability is there to stop Luna in her 6 godly outfits? The first sentence of the match was successfully taken. Yangmi put down her cell phone and took off her headphones before the crystal could fully explode and, getting up and coming behind Linley, he couldn't stop rubbing his head. Awesome, kid. The atmosphere in the room was high, and the mood was infinitely infected by Li Jiao's passionate commentary. People like Shintang, who cared nothing about winning or losing, were also unusually exuberant at this moment. This eye candy, a game can still be played like this? He grinned. I didn't think I could win at all. Yishang, Lin Hall 66 donkey. Edward Louis was just about to spout his trademark profanity, but the thought of bringing down a small child, hastily stopping, bullish really bullish. When it's over I'll have to go and taunt Beimu properly. Ha ha. Cool. Linley's expression was bashful. Base, do not 6. Hurry up and prepare for the next hand. After the first inning of play, Li Jiao interviewed the 2 captains, Yang Mi and Hu Xia, respectively, and then started the second set. With the excitement of the first set, the atmosphere of the audience is high at the moment, and the Hoosiers are already starting their tactical analysis. Ban all the hitters that can show off and have a high ceiling. Zhang Daxian said, we can't let go of the water. If you put any more real, you'll lose. Yes, the 4 bans are only for the Linley kids. The professional mid laner said, don't target anything else in the opening round, just screw him, pick Tiger, don't let him develop so smoothly. Well, but he has a dangling sense, so I guess he's not easy to catch. Baemu thought back to the last game. It wasn't as if they didn't invade the opponent's field to harass them, but they couldn't find anyone at all. The last game was too dominated by withdrawals from the opposite side's weaknesses. Now that I think about it, those few up don't do much good. It's still the Lord targeting Linley. Yangmi plastic surgery. In addition to Linley, a hitter can lead the rhythm. There is also a professional auxiliary. Auxiliary can be out of tempo though, but the advance is whether his teammates can have the same awareness to keep up. Apparently the rest of their team didn't have that sense. The second inning of the exhibition game begins. It is worth noting that this is not a regular tournament. There aren't the various regulations required on the KPL. Heroes that have been banned can still continue to be on the ban, and heroes that have been picked can still continue to be picked. Gotta take care of certain celebrity guests, after all. Otherwise, once in accordance with the KPL regulations, Shintang really become a setup to play soy sauce. Yang Mi's team ban Dong Wang, ban Zhang Liang, pick Tai Yizhen, pick Sun Shangxiang. Hu Xia team 1 ban Luna, 2 ban Li Bai, 1 pick Su Lai, 2 pick Marco Polo. Immediately after that, Yang Mi's team ban Shishir and Lu Zhen. From the ban position, the Hoosiers immediately realized that the opposite side is again planning to come to the kind of hitter who has no control and all kinds of show, so they just banned Mirror and Lon. They ended up with a lineup of Su Lai, Marco Polo, Fire Dance, Sun Tzu, Payout Tiger. Against the plus harassment lineup, the other three are all with control skills, except for the payoff Tiger and Marco. There's more than one control, and the young Mi's, Tai Yizhen, Sun Shangxiang, Bai Qi, Angela, Han Xin. Han Xian's appearance was both surprising and unsurprising to the audience. What are the representative heroes of Linley? Han Xin, Li Bai, and one more Luna. Accidentally, because their team bans so many control targeting heroes, ended up picking a late-stage powerless Han Xin. Chapter 121, Defeat is assured? What does it mean to have a unrivaled nationalist? Is Han Xin good? The Han Xin who can play can just as well show off the sky. Moreover, it's still a top-tier talented fielding kid brother of Han Xin. However, the more Han Xin reaches the late stage, the more powerless he becomes. And it's clear that Hu Xia's lineup is now the one that invades the field in the early stages. Su Lai with his own resurrection armor, Fire Dance with his harassment and high burst, and Sun Tzu with his support at all times. There's also a rhythm master payout Tiger. Li Jiao said, "Good lord, I thought little friend Linley wouldn't pick Han Xin. I'm now looking forward to what kind of highlight scenes we can expect from Linley's little friends Han Xin in this round." Now we start the game. Baemu and their goal is clear. Directly invade Han Xion's field area. Canyon, Linley said to Edward Liu and the others. Don't mind the field this game. You guys charge Marco directly at the first chance you get, and Bai Qi goes straight down the middle after level 4. Don't need support for you to field as well? Yisho wondered. The wild area definitely can't be defended. They have a center field and auxiliary linkage, and a Sun Tzu. It's better to fight as soon as the field meets than to just give up, Linley explained. This one he knew was coming straight at him from the moment the heroes were picked. He didn't intend to pick Han Xin at all, but he thought it would be better to have a more flexible heroes with lots of displacement, good runners. Moreover, he didn't even think about fighting in a group. He didn't even need to think about it. He definitely couldn't beat it in a group. Heroic restraints aside, how can a bunch of shrimp soldiers up a regular army on the opposite side of the field, just in terms of players? So, he just gave up on any group battles and had a Han Xin with a line to steal the tower. Roger that. At the moment, the main viewpoint on the big screen was facing Linley, because everyone wanted to see how Linley operated this hand, such as Shintang, Edward Louis and their step-by-step obscene line clearing. And again, the pros are mid-range KPL sets. Li Jiao said, did Linley's little friend give up the field directly in the opening game and attack the opponent's blue zone directly? It's about to swap buffs. The female commentator laughed. Hoosiers. Fire Dance to check out our own wild area. AAL alone. When Baemu saw that Han Xin wasn't in this wild area, he immediately thought that his opponent had invaded his own wild area. As for the red zone, it's too late to get there now, and if you're in your own field, there's no way to say you can round up a wave. Aha! In fact, without Baemu saying anything, AAL was already heading for the field. In our field, harassment, pull a little and get over here now. Enemy blue zone. Linley saw Yalan come over and let him rub himself as he played with his own blue. As Fire Dance rushes in, it directly collects the blue buff with punishment. However, it was difficult for him to leave at this point. The tiger had already arrived. Do you need help? Ludwig asked in a hurry when he saw the small map. No, just mind your own business, Linley said calmly and coolly. knowing that it wouldn't help if they came at this moment. Solely directly maneuvered Han Xin to avoid the fire dance fan, as well as cancelling the YAL hate, directly sent the tower at, turning the clock to late 10 minutes. Yang Mi plastic surgery on the other side of the fire, the middle of the road to play through, the development road to play through the two towers left on the confrontation path. The head-to-head ratio is an exaggerated 4-16. Their team, with the exception of Linley Hansen, has an average economy of just over 500. This hand was really pressed. It looks like the Hoosiers are going to win this game. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were clear that the Yang Mi team lost this game. The economy was so different that it was in the opposite tempo the whole time. The commentators were equally unimpressed with the young mice's ability to bounce back. Even at this moment, Han Xin's economy is still number 1, and the 5 godly costumes have appeared. In fact, this Linley kid has already played very well. It's not easy to stay first in economy despite being targeted, the female solver said. He's scuffed up 3 lines, he's just stacked up his field knives, and he's relying on the lines to keep this economy going. The headcount economy didn't take up much at all. Li Jiao laughed. Right now, they're double opening Dragon King and launching a general attack after the fight. The Hoosiers can be congratulated in advance for taking the inning. As the commentator said, at this moment, Team Huxia finished the tyrant and immediately supported the Juggernaut pit, trying to take the big dragon quickly and launch a general attack afterward. Yang Mi looks to the mini-map, only to see Linley flash directly into the grass behind Juggernaut with a shadowless step. You want to steal the dragon? Should we come over? Linley said, leave one to clear the line. The other 2 go against the road. Take the line and push straight through. Tai Yi came to the dragon pit to resurrect me. He was confident that he would be able to grab the Juggernaut and still be able to limit the 1-for-2 wave. At this moment in time, all hearts in the room were lifted, and on the small screen, they were both aware that Linley had arrived at the dragon pit grass and were clear about his intentions. This wave is, without a doubt, the key single. Failed to grab the dragon, the game is completely over. If it succeeds, it can still survive for a while. It feels a bit risky. A certain anchor who was watching the live broadcast frowned and analyzed. Facing a bunch of experts, Han Xin is weak. Go in and vaporize straight away. He should have gone to break the troop line at this point and changed his strategy to steal the tower. The netizens were sending out pop-ups, none of them favoring Linley. The dragon pit battle started. Su Lai was very alert and went to the dragon pit bushes to scout his vision. Observe if Hansen is here. If others can think of it, they can naturally think of it as an anchor profession. However, once in the bushes, did not see Han Xin figure, simply because, from the viewpoint of the audience, Han Xin uses his displacement skill to jump away and hide in the grass by the red buff. There's no one, hurry up and fight, it's too late, Zhang Daxian said. Aha, Team Young Honey, comrades watch what it means to be a nationalist. Linley shouted, calculating the time in his mind. He sees the opportunity, it's now, Tai Yi flash in and blow it up. A pit hears and hears, and ears, and brain, and fingers, and all at the same time makes a judgment. And, flash in from your side of the blue zone and pull in. Linley's Han Xin similarly shifted into the dragon pit at this moment to pick off the tiger, opening wide to continue tuning, and a quick press of discipline. Han Xin kills the big dragon, and the moment he got the dragon soldier, Linley immediately released it again. Put it directly on the path of confrontation of the amount that is carrying the troop line. When it was too late, after grabbing the dragon, Linley was also set to be killed, but Tai Yi's big move got him back on his feet in an instant. Meanwhile, while waiting for the resurrection phase, Linley sold the zoner with extremely fast hands. By resurrection armor, the damage is down, but it can still do some damage to crunchy skin. Besides, at the moment the payout tiger is only losing blood. Linley had no intention of running, and with this resurrection armor, he could really do a life for a life. During the resurrection of the resurrection armor, he again sold his resurrection armor and shoes at lightspeed and bought the famous sword. After triggering the famous knife, leaves safely. Economy is not enough. Sell the original equipment to make up for it, and enjoy dressing up in advance. After all, living is the most important thing. Chapter 122, Deep Implementation and Revitalization of China. A turnaround against the wind is just around the corner. A flurry of maneuvers dazzled the audience. Some people didn't even see what was going on. I only saw Han Xin enter, grab the dragon, and then leave with blood on his hands. In their perspective, it's just so simple and dry. In this way, 4 of the Young Honey team are still alive to this day, having died honorably in the Tai Yi Dragon Pit. The Hoosiers are missing 2 CS, plus the confrontation road leads straight to the high ground. The scales of victory are beginning to tip, with the last few waves of Linley Han Xion's extreme bandwagon breakers cutting C around the back. Yang Mi and the others watched the opposite side of the crystal explosion so far had not reacted. Win, Her expression froze. It seems like, Shintu replied with a bit of uncertainty. Seems like the plot didn't work out that way. According to him, it should have been his own crystal exploding. What? How did you win? Winning, Yisho chanted at the first opportunity. Winning, Edward Louis bellowed. And Ishin gave each other a hug. A situation where the army is losing, and it's actually turning around against the wind? Being on the field for the game they were just reacting, let alone anyone else. The scene was silent for a few moments before immediately erupting into amazing applause. Snap. Bull. This ing can even go against the wind. Han Xin still needs to be cut. Lin Hall is really good that wave of Dragon Pit absolute material On the field, Linley was surrounded by a few people from Youngmi, constantly bragging about him. Why are you so excited? It's just a routine operation. Linley looked calm and self-assured. Press did not show an expression of triumphant joy. It's quite usual. Will you stop acting like that and win? Looking at his expression, Youngmi really wanted to pinch his face and pull a smile out of him. It's too pretentious. What is there to be happy about when it would have been a sure win? There are no surprises with me, Linley said lightly. Although on the surface he looked like this, only he himself knew how thrilling it had just been. But if you miss even a little bit, this one is cold. And once this one is cool, the next one the other side does as they do. And it's a certainty that they'll end up losing. Li Jubian got down from the commentator's booth and went to the center of the stage. The side said in a loud voice, it's true that opening champagne at halftime is a big no-no. Mr. Huxia's team, lost by my milk. Ha ha. Let's congratulate Nmez, Youngmi's team for winning this showcase. Congratulations. I think today's exhibition match was more than just a regular game. More than that, we witnessed the birth of a legendary hitter. At this time, both players once again came to the main stage and stood on the left and right side of Li Jiu. Does Mr. Huxia have anything to say? The usual practice of interviewing the losing side first. It's true that we let the first one go, but there's no excuse for us losing the second one. Huxia sighed and shook his head, and after a pause spat out 4 words, convinced. It's just kind of sad that elementary school kids are so good at playing games nowadays. Ha! Said Amount. He looked sideways at Linley who was standing straight. I shudder to think of him growing up. The future of the King's Glory gaming circle will be some kind of scene. Huxia was horrified in shock. It's so good now at this age. Won't it be even more in a few years? The best age for a professional esports player is 16 to 23 years old. He couldn't imagine what Linley would be like behind him. Linley raised his hand and gently nudged Youngmi, signaling for her to give him the microphone. At this moment, Youngmi did not do much thinking. In the past naturally would not easily give the microphone. It was clear that Director Lin was in a state of mind with a microphone in his hand. But at the moment, having won the game, he was in a good mood, so he gave it to him straight away. Linley took the microphone, looked at the audience on stage, and opened his mouth to speak very old-fashioned, very official words. Mr. Huxia, thank you for looking forward to my future, but I'm sorry, I won't be in the gaming industry in the future. Li Jiu and Huxia, they didn't feel anything. After all, people look like they're headed for the entertainment industry. And look how well the show Rising Stars Junior Class turned out. The game is no better played than being a star and making money. And some of the viewers were slightly saddened. If you're that good at the game, you're going to go pro. No more than being a game master. Li Jiu pretended to be regretful. If a talent like yours enters the professional world in the future, no matter what game it is, it might be able to lead the Chinese esports into the world championships and win glory for the country. No one felt flattered by that statement. With the talent he's shown so far, there's a bright future ahead of him. At only 8 years old, there's no doubt about the game's talent when you can play at this level. Gotta give the youngsters a chance. I'm still going on to greater things. I don't know, Linley said in an old-fashioned way. The previous sentence directly gave Li Jiu and Huxia, Youngmi and the others a dry mute. Nice line about giving young people a chance. That's quite selfless and caring. But, want to see how old you are? As if you weren't a young man. Wait, he doesn't seem to be currently associated with young people, or an 8-year-old kid, so it sounds as if he's not wrong. It always sounds weird though. The audience didn't think that much about it, and were all amused by the line. Zhang Daxian, on the contrary, was suddenly interested in the great event he was talking about. Curious, he asked, so what are you going to do when you grow up? What do you think? Linley looked at him sideways and, naturally, it is to deeply implement the spirit of the leading grandfather and revitalize China. A sentence that directly made Li Jiu and the others give up on continuing the interview to ask Linley. A stage for laughter. A variety show. He opens his mouth, not the spirit of the 18th Congress. It is to revitalize China. How to keep talking to him. It's not that you can't talk about this on a live variety show. Rather, they don't know how to pick it up. After all, they haven't learned deeply in the field. If you say the wrong thing, your career is over. Even Shin Tang, who often picks up on the storyline and likes to joke around to amuse the audience, was silent with his mouth closed at this time. Couldn't pick it up. Didn't dare to pick it up at all. Good. Very great dream. Li Jiao applauded solemnly and, by the way, it drives the slightly awkward atmosphere of the stage. Zhang Daxian pondered for a moment, controlling his emotions. Cheer up. There was no more Linley afterward, and the interview questioning completely avoided Linley. I'm afraid he'll suddenly come up with a political thought. After a friendly handshake on both sides, it's time for everyone but the star to go to the auditorium. It's time to go back to the background. Of course the one who went backstage was Linley alone, while the other pros anchors went to the audience. After all, there are other programs behind it. Linley returned backstage and was led by the staff to Yang Mi's lounge. Chapter 123, Does Dad Hate the Class President? Little friend Linley, take a rest over here. Don't run around the staff member said to Linley, his tone still treating him like an ordinary child. Tell the people outside what you want to eat when you get there. I'll be back when Honey and the girls are done with their activities. Linley nodded. Okay, thank you Auntie. A young girl who had just graduated from college suddenly seemed to have a broken heart. You called me Auntie. I'm that old. Yang Mi still seems to be older than me. You call someone sister. Call me Auntie. The staff left gently with tears in their eyes. Linley sat down on the couch and casually picked up a bag of chips on the coffee table and dazzled it. Edge opens his cell phone to check. When he was on stage just now, he saw a very familiar person in the audience that, it didn't come to mind for a moment. When he opens WeChat and looks at the avatar with the note Milk Fierce on it, that's when he remembered. So this gold master stole the avatar of the girl on stage. Let's just say it's a net map. He didn't even think in terms of the two being one. Look at how pretty that girl on stage is. How come there's a shortage of lickspittles to score for him? As for hiring a substitute? Besides, just now when he looked over there himself, there was this moment of locking eyes with the girl for a few seconds. He had excellent eyes and didn't see an enthusiastic response at all, but rather a bit of cold strangeness, so it's even less likely to be one. How flirty is it in the game and how cold is it in reality? Apparently not recognizing his own. Ding dong. Wow. Class President. You're Lin Shinmian Li. It's so bomb. Class President, you're so good at playing king. Class President, you are so strong. Wow. I saw it all. Awesome. Within the junior class students, a group of people have been at Linley. There are even private chats, such as Wang Tianyu and Shi Lin. Wang Tianyu message. When is the class leader free to take me to score points? I'm getting scared of college students. Sure Forest Information, Squad Leader. Late 5 Platoon I shout 66. Thief 6. Xiaxi, Class President. You're in Magic City, so will you still come tomorrow? Linley's other people's messages were simply glanced at and turned off. Responded to Summer Creek's message alone. I'll be here tomorrow, but your dad doesn't seem to like me very much and I'm a little scared. Ding dong. Xiaxi was obviously holding her cell phone at all times, and it wasn't long after the message had just been sent that she then returned the message. No it won't. My dad kinda likes you now. He said he's going to treat you tomorrow. If these were the original words and a child didn't understand the meaning, could Linley still not understand? The so-called good hospitality is severe torture, right? Okay, you send me your home address and I'll be there in time for dinner tomorrow. Summer Creek. Oh, my mom says you're not going to dye your hair yellow tomorrow. Black hair is pretty good. Linley simply sent a yellow hair? Just kidding. He wouldn't really dye it. Not in his life. But Ghostfire. I can't say I'll ever really get a chance in this life to write it. In the meantime, the home of Xiaxi in Yongcheng. Tell that to your squad leader. Xiaxi's mom, Xin Yutong, was wearing a purple halter nightgown. Elegantly, she sat on the edge of Natsuki's pink-colored bed and smiled. Aha, the class president said he'll come over tomorrow day. Xiaxi's eyebrows curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Pleasure overflowed on his face, and he couldn't have been happier. Had we known he was in Mordor, we would have gone to Mordor, too. Xiaxi shouldn't have seen your Auntie Hotba for a long time. Xin Yutong laughed. Creek kinda misses Auntie Hotba too. When your Auntie Hotba comes back from the theater, we'll go to the Magic City to see her. Good Xiaxi clapped her hands excitedly and turned. Mom, how is Dad going to treat the class president tomorrow? Every time I mention the class president to Dad, he looks a bit unhappy. Does he hate the class president? How can it be annoying? Xin Yutong smiled, while in her heart, she secretly said, can it not be annoying? The coats are leaking, but if your class president doesn't say dye your hair yellow, but just says he'll be good friends with you, then you'll be good friends with me. Your father wouldn't have been so nasty. As long as you don't hate it, Dad will love the class president. I don't know, Summer Creek said with great certainty. In her eyes, but class president is a millionaire. At a young age, the mind of Hikaru already appears in the eyes of the lover. Will definitely like it. Shen Yutong dotingly touched Xiaoxi's head. Alright, it's almost time to go to bed. Your father has to take you to piano practice in the morning. As soon as she heard this, Xiaoxi's small face became unhappy and said with a slight grudge, Humph, Dad says every day that he'll teach me to practice in the morning, but every day he can't get up. A trace of embarrassment flashed under Shen Yutong's eyes. Can you get it up? She's had all the energy in the world all night. Don't worry, I'll be up tomorrow. After coming out of Xiaoxi's bedroom, Shen Yutong returned to her room. Looking at her husband, who was reading a score, she said in shame, Tonight you're going to sleep in the second bedroom and tomorrow you'll get up early in the morning and teach Creek to practice the piano. Ha, we're not even old enough to sleep in separate rooms so soon? Xiao Lisheng was puzzled as to why he was asked to go to the second bedroom for a good reason. If outsiders see this, they can't help but gossip about it. Every day you say you're going to teach Creek how to practice the piano, and every morning you stand her up. Our girl has a grudge. Shen Yutong said helplessly. Do you still want to lose your image as a great father? I'll definitely get up early tomorrow, so splitting the room won't be a problem. Xiao Lisheng hurriedly said. You say this every day, and you don't see it getting up in the morning. Shen Yutong bristled with disdain and, you're only going to get farther and farther apart as a father and daughter if you keep putting her off like this. And now there's a little yellow hair leering at us. As soon as he said little yellow hair, Xiao Lisheng immediately slapped on his face. I know, I will definitely get up early tomorrow. He lightly scolded. Little kids don't learn at a young age, and the students are yellow-haired and ghostly fire that. It makes me angry when I hear it. Shen Yutong, it's good that you know. And don't make things especially difficult for Linley tomorrow. The person is still a little kid. So I can't say that comment was just a random comment after reading too many internet segments. Xiao Lisheng nodded slightly. Don't worry, I have my measure. I will at most test this child. Didn't he promise to write a song for Creek? Let's use that topic tomorrow. Forget it. Shen Yutong shook her head. People can't say they're joking. As a man, you can't just joke around and promise what you said. I'm sorry, Charleston said with a stern face. Oof. Shen Yutong rolled her eyes at him. Her husband was so double-standard that, to be so harsh on others for this breach of faith in your own daughter. Honey, it's late at night. Don't sleep with the veggies today. Chapter 124, Are you preparing the bride price? Early the next morning, Linley woke up from his sleep in the big bed in the guest bedroom of Yang Mi's house and sat up, stretching. Then he put on his slippers and went to the washroom to wash up. The sink, full of children's items, brand new. These are the ones Yang Mi asked her assistant to buy over yesterday. If nothing else, this one bedroom, furnished in the ordinary style of decorating. In a little while it will be a children's room. After Linley washed up, he put on the same set of clothes from yesterday and walked out into the living room. Yo, the little hall director is up. The assistant, Xiao Ting, came in early, and as an assistant, delivering breakfast and taking care of the artist's normal routine is a regular task. Good morning, sister. I brought you buns and milk and sandwiches on the table. Xiao Ting laughed. Aha. Linley walked over to the dining table and looked at the full breakfast. Rich people are so comfortable. Breakfast can all be turned into a buffet-like meal of your choice. He picked up the meat bun and feasted on it. Tiny walked over to the table and sat down at that point as well, grabbing a random sandwich and eating it. Hasn't Sister Honey gotten up yet? Linley asked. No work usually leads to more sleep. Linley nodded and didn't bother with Yang Mi, looking at his cell phone as he ate. Yesterday's Honor of Kings All-Star game was an instant hit in the gaming community. His various highlight reel maneuvers have been edited and played by countless gaming bloggers on their accounts. Throughout the night until now, the entire King's Glory circle had been discussing and chatting about Linley. It gave him a clicking up of emotional value. Linley didn't care much about this, and didn't even bother to read the comments of the netizens underneath those bloggers. After breakfast, Yang Mi hadn't woken up yet. Xiao Ting started to clean up, and Linley sat down on the sofa and turn on Shakeology and follow some music bloggers. He never forgot that he was going to write a song for Xiaoxi, and it was about time for Courageous Outburst to come out. Going to Summerbrook's house tonight, High and Low will have to teach the old board a lesson. He is now a genius persona and is perfectly capable of composing his own music without having to ask anyone for help. But in order to make a lot of things explainable, it's special to learn from bloggers who teach music on short videos. Watch, how talented am I? Listen to them and I will. Although Duncan had explained it in music class, she had taught the most basic of the basics at the time, like stuff and things that are perfectly fine to dump on your own grandpa, but music, piano and such, his family circumstances would not allow him to. Near 10 o'clock, young Mimi yawned in her nightgown as she emerged from inside the bedroom. As soon as she arrived in the living room she saw a frozen and surprised Xiao Ting and Linley, who was bent over the desktop writing. What about homework? Genome asked suspiciously. Shoo! Sister honey, don't make a sound. Xiaoting heard a loud noise and, hastily, he made a silencing gesture at Yangmi. What? I didn't send him homework either. What for? Xiaoting left Linli's side and walked over to Yangmi, whispering, little cadre is writing a song. What? For a moment, surprise washed right out of the wake-up call. Writing songs? He's writing songs? Ah! Xiaoting kept nodding her head. Yangmi lifted her steps up to Linli's side and looked down. Good guy. It's really writing a song. She had the same expression that Tiny had just had, her head buzzing. Linli ignored her and continued to bury his head in his writing, scribbling and writing and listening to for everything to become reasonably compliant. Xiaoting followed, continuing in a whisper. He's been watching music bloggers teach all morning, and then can write. Yangmi couldn't say anything for a moment. It was too anticlimactic. At this time, Linli frowned with slight dissatisfaction and muttered, is this tune that difficult to compose? No, it's not good to learn just by watching the live broadcast. I have to give M.S. Deng Ziki a call. With that he picked up the phone and dialed. He's got the easy version of the scale scored. Now, that is, simply, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. Of course, there are many flaws, many mistakes, which are intentional, striving for authenticity. He thought it would be better to communicate and learn from Deng Ziki, who was actually studying music. So, he simply ignored Yangmi on the side and dialed Deng Ziki. Hey, MS. Ziki, I just wrote a song. Help me out. I'll send it to you later. Help me refine it. And you turn on the recording now. I'll hum it for you. Far away in the hotel in the city of Ningbo to sleep until they wake up naturally like Yangmi. Dunji, who hadn't been up long, froze. What's that? Wasn't he playing games yesterday and writing a song today? Afternoon. With the help of Duncan Ziggy, the complete courageous outburst came out. Linli looked at the sheet music in his hand and was satisfied. It's not worth wasting so much time acting this scene. Honey, are you going back to Yongcheng at night? Go back. We have to go on the show tomorrow. What are we not going back for? And I have to go to Yongcheng to process your guardianship. Yangmi said as she brought the sheet music from him and looked at it. Oh, set out back now. Then, I'm going to be a guest at Summerbrooks in the evening. And I'm not going now that. It's going to be late at night. Linli said. We'll leave later. Don't be in a hurry. Yangmi wasn't surprised. Visiting a classmate's house. Elementary school kids do it all the time. After reading the sheet music, she narrowed her eyes with a sly mind and said, this song is for Xiaxi. Right. Though represented so far by just one song. Love Offering, but it didn't stop her from seeing that it was a good song for a little girl to sing. Right. Linli nodded. I've told Xiaxi before that if she's good, write her a song. Besides, when you go to someone's house as a guest, you can't go empty-handed. Yangmi said. The reasoning is this, but you are a small child, going to be a guest. People won't say anything if you go over empty-handed, and they'll only say it if you bring a gift. Being empty-handed doesn't make me look like I don't take it seriously. After all, I'm meeting my father-in-law and mother-in-law at the door. What? Yangmi didn't respond for a moment. He just said DD and DH, right? Didn't you hear me? I'm talking about meeting my father-in-law and my mother-in-law. In the future, you and Xiaxi's mom and dad will barely be considered in-laws. Linli repeated. Yangmi's eyelids twitched up slightly. I treat you like a child husband, and you're out thinking about child brides? Don't talk nonsense. You want to find a wife at a young age. Man-child. Linli said seriously. You don't understand. The only way to solve the personal problem first is to. Only then can we go back to solving people's problems. As a leader, one must be free from all the worries of family. That way you can take care of the people with all your heart. As soon as she heard that he was going to start talking again, Yangmi hurriedly interrupted. Okay, you're right about everything. But you're only 8 years old now. Just think so far ahead. Anyway, I'll give you this. When we get to Summerbrooks' house at night, you can't say that to someone's mom and dad, okay? Chapter 125. Who are you? Are you Xiaxi's sister? I know. Don't you just dislike people who don't deserve to be in-laws with you? Linli said playfully. Yangmi frowned. I mean it? Then he huffed. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know who his father is? To match. And I don't deserve to know? It's just a piano player. What piano player? His father is not just a piano player. He's an artist, you know? And his dad is the principal pianist of the National Symphony Orchestra, and has a reputation in the classical world abroad. Yangmi briefly explained to Linli where Xiaxi's father came from. Originally she didn't know, but that day during the canvassing session, learning that her artist Dilly Hotspur is Xiaxi's aunt. In the back, when Board talked to Dilly Hotspur, she talked about it. Summerbrook is not related to Dilly Reba. Dilly Reba's father used to be in music, too, And Summerbrook's dad used to be a student of his. It's that simple. And with Xiaxi's father's status in the art world, Yang Mi thought she was unworthy. Even though show business, entertainment stars are considered a form of art, and are all about presenting art to the audience. But there are levels of separation between the two. In any country, the classical music scene is not as big as the entertainment scene, but it is beyond the entertainment scene in terms of status. Xiaxi's dad is again one of the most powerful few in the classical scene. The status is at least 3 or 4 floors above showbiz stars. Lin Li nodded. Oh, so it's a regular establishment. Got it. Yang Mi was slightly helpless when she saw that his mouth said he understood, but his expression seemed to have no understanding at all. Covering his forehead, he felt that he was also stupid. What was the point of talking to a small child in such detail? Perhaps there was no such concept as an artist in his conscious perception. Too much to say you don't understand. In short, don't go to his house today with your mouth full. Take it seriously. Yang Mi added. And I heard Xiaodi say that Xiaxi's father dotes on Xiaxi a lot. If you dare mention taking her as your wife today, you can bet I'll have to pick you up at the door tomorrow. Don't have to come pick me up. I don't think he's gonna keep me overnight. It's not good for Xiaxi's reputation if this gets out, Lin Li said with fervent seriousness. Yang Mi twisted her head away, not wanting to face him anymore. What brain circuits? Is that what you mean? I'm keeping you overnight because I like you. If it weren't for a lack of profanity, high and low would be whole at this point. Sighing slightly in her mind, she didn't bother to say or care. Let it be. Anyway, I'm just the guardian. We'll be back later, so get ready. She left that behind and went back to her room to change and put on her makeup. Late afternoon, Lin Li got out of Yang Mi's nanny van. I won't walk you up. Press the elevator myself, and when the driver finishes dropping me off, we'll be waiting for you downstairs. Just come down and take the car home. Janon barked from the car. Okay, honey, I'll send you a message if I'm staying over for the night. You can tell the driver master to go back earlier. Lin Li waved his hand and walked into the elevator, leaving behind a sentence. Yang Mi in the car was speechless. Still thinking about spending the night? She shook her head helplessly, then turned to the driver and said, take me back first. I'll trouble you to come back and wait for him a little later. Okay boss. At this time Lin Li took the elevator to the 10th floor. Xiaxi's home is in the Yongchang rich people gathered in the neighborhood, although not as upscale as Wang Tianyu's home. However, it is also at the forefront of high-grade neighborhoods in Yongchang. Lin Li left the elevator and came to the door and rang the doorbell. Clanking sound. There you are, squad leader. Not long after the door had just opened, Xiaxi's pleasant voice like a silver bell came out. Xiaxi was wearing a white fairy dress. Her hair wasn't tied up. It was softly scattered. Looking at Lin Li with eyes full of smiles. Creek, you look so pretty today. Lin Li smiled. Really? I think I'm so pretty too. Xiaxi smiled even more once she heard his compliment. What could be happier than a compliment from your future husband? Even parents can't compare. Of course it's true. Lin Li nodded affirmatively. This Xiaxi is really getting more and more watery the more you look at it. It's really cheap for your future self, especially after seeing her dad and mom's face and body. If the genes don't mutate, Xiaxi's future is at least 170 or more, and his face value is even more guaranteed. As Xiaxi invited him in to change his slippers, Lin Li had been thinking in his mind that girls developed earlier. About 15, 6, 7 years old development is almost complete. Let's see how tall Xiaxi grows by then. If she's really over 170. He felt that the 180 he had added to his system ahead of time was a bit insufficient, and that he would have to round up another 2 centimeters. At that moment, the hostess, Xiaxi's mom, Xin Yutong, came over with her apron tied and said enthusiastically, Xiao Li is here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lin Li raised his head and looked at Xin Yutong, and instantly, his eyes brightened. Ha, are you Xiaxi's sister? Wow, you're beautiful. Sis. At first, Xin Yutong was slightly stunned when she heard, who are you? Hadn't we just met on the first day of school? Forgotten so soon? It made her slightly angry in her mind. Is your beauty that hard to remember? However, Lin Li followed up with the next 2 sentences. Angry? What's so great about gas? The displeasure that had just risen was washed away at once by joy. The smile on his face smiled even more happily than Xiaxi. Liz, am I really that young? Lin Li nodded his head with certainty. Well, sister, you're really young and beautiful. He then played dumb. Say, you're Creek's sister, aren't you? As soon as he said this, Lin Li suddenly felt the air around him condense and, it's as if there's something imprisoning it. It was also accompanied by a gust of killing intent. It's killing again. He glanced out of the corner of his eye into the living room of the house, only to see that Olden was looking at him with an almost murderous gaze. That look was like an invisible sharp blade, causing the hairs that grew all over Lin Li's body to stand up. If eyes could kill, Linley felt that he would be dead by now. It's a real shame that Olden doesn't become a sniper with those eyes. He sighed slightly in his heart. Sister, who is that uncle? He looks so fierce. Linley said, putting on a weak and scared look and shrinking a tiny bit. Shin Yutong, immersed in the compliments of a small child, had wanted to answer Linley's last question. When she suddenly heard these words, she raised her willow eyebrows to look at Xia Lisheng, gave him a light glare with his eyes, as if to say, forget what you said last night? Don't make things difficult for the little ones. You use that face as soon as you walk in the door. Who are you trying to scare? That's sister's husband and Creek's father. Xia Lisheng's brain was a bit cluttered as he listened to this reply there. You can't even understand your seniority after a few compliments? What's sister's husband? Creek's father? Or see what you're talking about? This asshole kid, in 3 words, took 2 women from his own family. Chapter 126. Don't take the public examination. Go into a pyramid scheme. He's too good at drawing cakes. Oh, this is Xiao Shi's father. Linley looked like he'd come to a realization when he heard that, but then his brow furrowed. Sister, you're lying. You're so young. How could you be married? LOL. Shin Yutan laughed pleasantly. This child was just too good at talking. Okay, no kidding. I'm actually Creek's mom. Xia Lisheng couldn't stop frowning in the living room. His wife was really brainless. Being complimented twice confuses who's teasing who. Can't you see he's teasing you on purpose? More than 10 days on the program. Haven't you seen this kid's temperament yet? This kid is so full of it at such a young age. It's just annoying. We even met on September 1st when school started. You've forgotten. Shin Yutong slightly bent down and raised her hand to gently nudge Linley's brain, laughing. This kid is just so articulate and simply delightful. Oh, no wonder it feels familiar. Linley nodded as if he remembered something. I haven't seen you for 14 days. Sister is really getting prettier coming. Relationships are like that. It's okay if your old man hates you. Then please your mother-in-law. Generally, husbands are afraid of their wives. As long as you make your mother-in-law happy, you have no fear at all that your father-in-law will trip you up. Mother-in-law will definitely help. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better she looks. Okay, don't be poor. Come in and sit down. Make yourself at home. Don't be polite. I'm sorry, Shin Yutong greeted with a smile. Aha. Linley walked into the living room and came up to Xia Lisheng. Hello, uncle. My name is Linley. It's a good friend of Natsuki's. What he said was commonplace, but in Charleston's ears, every word was a provocation to him. However, as the head of the family, naturally, he would not lose his manners. Although he had a million dislikes in his heart for Linley, his surface efforts were still in full force. Hello, Roku. May I call you that? He smiled extremely gentlemanly. Of course you can. You're Creek's father, my elder. Of course you can be called that. Lee, sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. Sit down for a while. Okay. Linley answered and sat down next to Summerbrook. Shin Yutong went to the kitchen to cook. Xia Lisheng accompanied and sat on one side. The atmosphere in the living room was a bit subtle. Xia Shi's big eyes are full of Linley. The class president who doesn't wear a school uniform is a bit good-looking. Before Linley came here today, he was specially dragged by Yang Mi to have his hair done and his head properly organized. It's more meticulously organized than it was yesterday when I was on the show. In Yang Mi's words, since we're going to someone's home, we naturally have to be courteous and not unkempt. It's respect. Xia Shi suddenly remembered that she hadn't poured tea for her dear squad leader yet, and hurriedly got up. Crisp said, Class President, do you drink Coke? Or milk? I'm alright, I'll drink whatever Creek gives me. Oh, drink milk then. It's nutritious. Xia Shi smiled sweetly and, a quick run to the kitchen refrigerator. Xia Lisheng glanced at Linley out of the corner of his eye. This little kid's mouth was really capable of talking. Look what he's done to his daughter. Since he's been here, he's not even looking at his old father. Hey. Taking advantage of the gap when Xia Shi went to get a drink, he opened his mouth and said, Shali, thanks for taking care of Creek when she was at school. I didn't take care of her. Creek is so good and her classmates love her. Linley similarly spoke words that were no more than normal, and then added, Uncle, I heard from Xiao Shi. You're an artist. So is Creek going to move into the art world in the future? Yes, my Creek will be an artist in the future. Oh, then you must train Creek well. Uncle. Xia Lisheng's heart did not think secretly sighed. This still needs you to say ah. On the other hand, his face showed a conciliatory smile. Of course, Creek will definitely be a great piano artist in the future. Aha, then I'll thank Uncle over here. Linley said. When Xia Lisheng heard this, why did he feel that something was wrong? Why are you thanking me? Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Nope, that always felt like words. You mean you'll pick it when I've cultivated it, don't you? Not subtle at all, is it? Sharpening the knife straight to your heart is right. If Yang Mi was there at this moment, she would not be able to stop patting herself on the head. I've been telling him all day not to talk about it. He didn't listen to a word of it. I only heard Linley continue. Until Xiaoxi is 18 years old. You will take care of her. I'll take care of it after 18. And our Creek kids will take care of her after 60. Guarantee that Creek won't suffer a bit in this life. Xia Lishang's eyes narrowed. Good guy. If that just now can still be related to implicit a little bit, that statement is straight up stating the obvious. You're planning pretty far ahead. I'm thinking of my grandchildren. Granddaughter. A sentence that wraps up the Creek's whole life in a way that seems to be for the Creek's benefit. Let her live her life in peace. But now you've offended me. Does Xiaoxi know that you arranged his life like this? Xia Lishang's brows clouded over. The color of frankness and lameness dissipated. Linley nodded. Creek knows that. And uncle. I think Creek should have told you the same thing. I think, right, that a man should be spontaneous. Should be held accountable for what they said in the first place. He looked at Charleston's grim face. All uncaring. And, continuing, Xiaoxi's future dream is to become a big star. And my dream is to enter the central propaganda in the future. With my help, Creek's future artistic path will be a straight one. Xia Lishang's eyes froze. Yang Xian? You're quite ambitious. Although they artists, entertainment stars are not directly under the jurisdiction of the central propaganda leadership, but they have absolute power over the life and death of their artists. It sounds great. If he does make it to the central declaration, my own daughter will have a stellar career ahead of her. Why don't you see how old you are now? Are you painting me a picture? Xia Lishang said. Listening to you. You are going to take the public examination in the future. Yes, uncle. My teachers know that I'll take the public exams first, and then get into the broadsheet. Step by step on the central announcement. Linley was full of solemnity. At that time, if uncle is still in the art circle unretired, I'll be just as likely to help uncle when the time comes to take your artistic career to the next level. Charleston was silent. It wasn't silence from being thought of by Linley still thinking of himself. Rather, it's because the pie is painted all over itself. At the moment he was extremely speechless. The boy, he felt, should not have gone for the public examination. Should be in a pyramid scheme. It's almost like the holy child that the pyramid scheme is looking for so hard. For a moment just now, he was a little heartbroken. If this child can really enter the central propaganda in the future, his position in the art circle will be unshakable. But, Chapter 127, The Little Cotton Patch. Can't stay. Waiting for him to look at the child in front of him who was only 8 years old. Thinking about it again. The incredibly difficult road of central declaration. He shook his head. If he were to take the public exam, with the intelligence he's shown so far, it's possible to get in with hard work in the future. Into the radio and television. With his head as well as this mouth. Step by step is also able to go up. Hold some power. But, central declaration. Can you get in just because you want to? You have pretty great ambitions. Oh, Xia Lishang was silent for a long time before. Exhaling a breath, he said. So don't worry uncle. I'll take good care of Xiaoxi when she turns 18. I'm sorry, Linley assured him fervently. Wait until you pass the exam first. When Linley heard this, his eyebrows were pleased. Uncle, are you agreeing to this? Won't let you down. Charleston froze. When did he agree? Can't you hear that you're stalling for a refusal? Xiaoxi went to the kitchen refrigerator to get a drink. It was supposed to come back after getting it, but she was pulled back by Xin Yutong. Xiaoxi, look, how happy your father is talking to Xiao Li, which is not as annoying as you said it was at the time. Xiaoxi peeked at the two people who were talking happily in the living room and spread her smile. I knew the class president was a favorite, and Dad must really like the class president, too. Well, go on, take the drinks over there and give them the message that dinner will be ready in 5 more minutes. I'm sorry, Xin Yutong laughed. Aha. Natsuki trotted merrily from the kitchen to the living room couch with the milk in hand. Squad leader, here you go. It's a little icy. Thanks Creek. Linley smiled and took the milk from her. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly and asked Xia Lishang, Dad, what are you guys talking about? Why are you chatting so happily? Can you tell Creek? Sweat slightly seeped out from within the shirt behind Xia Lishang's back. He was surprised. From which could his daughter tell that she was having a good chat with Linley? Your squad leader was just painting me a picture. Brainwashing me. Happy? It really doesn't matter a bit. Looking at his own daughter's pleasant expression, he naturally wouldn't say anything bad about Linley. Your class president is smart. Right. I told you the class president was smart. Dad, you finally felt it. I don't know. Natsuki laughed softly. Linley took a light sip of milk, then placed it on the coffee table. Raising her eyes to Xiaoxi, she said, just now, I was talking about you with Uncle, and Uncle said that you will definitely become an artist when you grow up. Charleston, you took the words right out of my mouth. Right. He nodded and smiled. Then the words changed to, Riku used to compose a song and thought it was great. Say, aren't you going to write a song for Creek? Riku, here we go, Linley said in his heart. Lao dang, do you know that I have predicted your premeditation in advance? Sure, I just said a man's got to keep his word. I've already written Shashi's song and have gotten Mr. Dengziki to assist with the tune as well. Saying that, Linley took out the folded sheet music from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoxi. Creek, check it out. I think it's super for you. There's this song. I guarantee you will set the internet on fire. This statement Linley was by no means blowing smoke and blowing awesome. The proliferation of this song was something he had learned firsthand in his last life. But these words were undoubtedly another pie in the sky bragging in the eyes of Xiao Lishang. Xiaoxi took it and opened it lovingly, looking at the note lyrics on it. A seed was planted in the heart de la dida. It grants little wishes with magic. She half read it, half sang it. Artist family, and his dad's centered on nurturing, notes melodies and all that. She started learning when she was 3. She had been swimming in the sea of music since she was a child. And for this score, she understood it at a glance. At first Charleston was unimpressed, but as he listened to Xiaoxi's chanting, his heart was slightly surprised. The song was still a little short of a masterpiece in his eyes, but the lyrics, the melody, coupled with his own daughter's tender and pleasant childish voice, how did it sound a bit good? Dad, look at it, it's very nice eh? Xiaoxi's joyful expression overflowed on her face. Afterward, he turned to Linley and said, did the class president really write this for me? I like it so much. Of course it was written for you. I customized it for you. Linley nodded and smiled. Lao dang, how about it? Are you going to return the bride price? Xiao Lishang actually did not need to look at the notes on the sheet music. Just now Xiaoxi lightly hummed and sang once more. This section of notes in the mind then takes shape. Still, he took it from Xiaoxi and looked at it for a few moments. Courage to explode. Then he looked at Linley again, and secretly sighed. Good boy, this song is so appropriate for my own daughter's age. Whether the song was hot or not he couldn't guarantee, but the fit was a real fit. At this time, Xin Yutong came out of the kitchen with her apron untied. It's time to eat. Xiaoxi twisted her head to look at Xin Yutong. Mom, the class president wrote me a song eh? It's so good, check it out. It's natural to share what's happy. Really? Xin Yutong was slightly stunned. She really wrote a song? She walked over to Charleston and leaned over slightly to look over her head. Not bad. Riku is very talented. After reading it, she praised it heartily. It's over. The more I look at this kid, the better he looks. Talented, smart, and mostly complimentary. Say write a song. Really write a song for your own daughter. It's also a good man who is a promise from this point of view. Sister, it's good that you guys like it. Linley revealed a coy and modest expression and, Xiaoxi is going to be a big star in the future. As long as you guys like it, I'll pay for all her future songs. He then looked at Xiao Lishang with a slightly smug look. Is Lao Dang still satisfied? Xiao Lishang didn't notice his eyes and only focused on his daughter's expression. From the time Linley had come in until now, it had been clear to him that his little cottontail belonged to him until he was 18. After 18, can't stay. Linley, this little kid, has a mouth that can talk, and the key is that he's quite talented, with a musical talent that surprised him, and future plans to take the public broadcasting. His own daughter must have taken the path of an art student. How can you get away from the future bending between the two? Even if one were to block it anymore, the trajectories of the two of their lives would, sooner or later, intersect one day. He slightly withdrew his hostile feelings towards Linley, and in his heart he was despondent and, another helpless forehead sigh. Very nice indeed. I'll have to find a chance to nag after the kid alone later. Let's eat. Roku-chan. Let's eat first. Xiaolishing greeted with a warm and welcoming smile once again. Seeing this, Xin Yutong secretly nodded. It seemed that her husband was beginning to accept Linley. The one who knew Xiao Lishang the best was naturally her as the person on the pillow. The same expression, the slightly slower tone, she could tell at a glance. Let's eat, she greeted with the same smile. Sooner or later, in her eyes, her daughters would have to get married. And they, as parents, my biggest wish is that my daughter will have a good life and not be bullied. Chapter 128, A Family of 4? A real little yellow hair? Help your daughter to keep an eye on her, and help her to pick and choose on the criteria for choosing a spouse. At present, it seems that Linley, this child's mouth 1 2 3 4 5, 789 no 6 outside the, all other performances were pretty good. It's hard to say about the future. After all, people change, but so far, it seems to be considered a good kid with straight politics and a heart for the red table. The four of them, Xiao Lishang, were eating in harmony as if they were a family of 4. There wasn't any alcohol on the table. Charleston doesn't drink. Alcohol may make the pianist's fingers inflexible and affect the precision and technique of his playing, so he doesn't drink a drop. The two kids are still underage and even less able to drink. As for Shin Yutong, she'll take a sip or two, but there was clearly no intention of drinking at the moment. So, there are only drinks on the table. Linley ate his food, and his words were few. Basically Shin Yutong. Xia Lishang asked a question. He replied with a very disciplined sentence. The manners piece is impeccable. A meal is very harmonious. Xia Lishang did not nitpick to make things difficult. The family is happy. After the meal, Shin Yutong cleaned up the dishes. Xiaxi had long been eager to run to the piano to play the piece under the guidance of Xia Lishang. Under Xia Lishang's guidance, Xiaxi quickly became skillful after playing it twice. Xiaoxi, you're awesome. Xia Lishang complimented, dotingly touching her head and, you keep playing, I'm going to go talk to Lit for a while. Aha, okay daddy. Xiaxi nodded sweetly, slightly raising her little eyebrows as she reminded, Daddy, you can't bully the class president. Don't worry, how could I bully him? Xia Lishan laughed. Okay. Xiaxi responded, then turned to Linley. Class president, if my father bullies you, you remember to call me. We'll ignore him together. The corner of Xia Lishang's eye twitched. His arm has already turned outward, right? Is it that fast? 7 years of parenting is nothing compared to a little yellow hair you've known for 10 days or so? Okay, little creek. Your father is so kind. How could he bully me? Linley smiled. Xia Lishang led evil Linley to the inside of the study. As soon as Linley entered, he saw that several windows in the study were filled with a variety of forehead trophies. He doesn't think it should be called a window display case. It should be called a wall of honor. It had Xia Lishang's, Shin Yutong's, and Xiaxi's on it. Of course Summerbrook's is dominated by awards, and there are lots of pictures of winning awards. On the occasion of the meal, Linley was also aware that Shin Yutong was also on the art route and had learned more. Western music, traditional music are all involved, but also because of learning a lot and not learning one of the same, the achievement is mediocre. Sit down. Xia Lishang didn't show any shocked surprised expression for Linley to see those trophies and whatnot. Slightly offended. Do children understand the honorary nature of trophies? That look of bemusement. As if he had pursued his whole life. Spending time and energy fighting for something that is as posh as it gets. Linley sat down across the desk and suddenly noticed it counts as a family photo. Why it counts? Because there's an extra little yellow hair on it. Blonde little brat. Standing in the middle of Xia Lishang and Shin Yutong, while Xiaxi was held high in the air by Xia Lishang. The four of them got weird and snapped pictures. As you can see from the photos, he should have been in a good mood at the time. Linley frowned slightly in the face of the many trophies without even frowning. Looking at this happy and harmonious family photo, Linley couldn't help but think, is this little yellow hair a half-brother, or half-brother, to Xiaxi? The genes of foreigners are very strong. Not a single Chinese trait. Usually on the desk, or on the bedside table, put photos of the most important people in your life. The same is true for the whole family. Why would you put this picture on your desk if it wasn't the closest person to you? Don't they have any pictures of the family? This is Xiaoxi's brother? Linley couldn't stop his curiosity and asked in a small voice. Xia Lishang smiled and nodded. Yes, he's Xiaoxi's older brother, named Vincent. Oh, Linley nodded his head if he had any idea. Carefully, he asked. Why not? Seeing this Linley's cautiousness, Xia Lishang always felt that he hadn't misunderstood the brainstorming. He's the son of a close friend of mine. He's abroad. What are you thinking? I don't know, Charleston asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Linley immediately shook off those thoughts in his own mind and sighed in his heart. A bit of a novelty in his own brain wiring. I can't believe I'm associating so much. Rather a bit rude. Nothing, just curious. I see that you guys are so close to this little yellow. I can see you're so close to this little yellow kid, so you should be very good friends, sons. Linley changed from the careful state he had just been in and resumed his normal color and said, you were just about to say little yellow hair. Xia Lishang glared at him without a good look. As a professional piano virtuoso, one is extraordinarily sensitive to sound, because a complete piece of music has to be listened to for all kinds of dissonances and flaws in it. Don't look at Linley's quick change of words, but he still heard him. Yes, Linley didn't try to be sophomoric. Having heard it all, what was the point of being sophomoric? Oh, you're just a little yellow hair in my heart, and you call people yellow hairs. TSK. There was no one else in the study either, so Xia Lishang simply stopped pretending. Since he can say the paragraph about dyeing yellow hair and writing a ghost fire, I think he understands the meaning of yellow hair. Furthermore, in his eyes, Linley, the little brat, was precocious again. Solely open up the sky as well. Uncle, that's where you're wrong. I'm not yet. If and when I dye my hair yellow, but this man was born yellow. Lindley began to playfully smile when he saw that Xia Lisheng had said so. In my heart you are. Charleston sighed slightly, as his eyebrows rose slightly. You kids are honestly the most special of all the kids I've ever met. Uncle, are you praising me? It's a bit flattering to me. I'm sorry, Lindley continued playfully. Sort of. Xia Lisheng did not deny it. You are too smart and have too many tricks. Adults love smart kids. And once that kid gets too smart, or even play with adults so they don't think the kid is cute, it can even be resistant. All of Lindley's exploits in junior class, the heart and the means, none of them made Xia Lisheng feel a chill on his back. If you're so young and you play your tricks like this, how can you grow up? Who can play him? Lindley smiled at that. I don't have anyone else at home anymore, and going out, I can only rely on me. If I don't get smart and show a little tact, I'll be bullied to death. It's going to be miserable. Chapter 129. The fish seller's uncle told me not to be afraid of the wind and waves. Xia Lisheng nodded slightly as she felt his serious demeanor. There's nothing wrong with that. A child like Lindley who has no one to turn to, no matter where he is. All look at him with discrimination. The rich bully the poor and the poor bully the honest. Poor and honest. An underling, a human being who can be bullied. In the old days, honest people were praised, but with the public opinion of the times, the honest people became a pejorative term at some point. Xia Lisheng sighed darkly, and when he said that, he could understand his display of intelligence, just to show people that he's not a bully. I hope this cleverness of yours stays with you and is used in the right way. He wouldn't say much more on the subject. He could only pray that the boy didn't go astray. A child as bright as he is, without proper guidance from his parents, people of the right three senses, it's really easy to go astray. Family of origin reasons can make many small children extremely mentally unstable. The political path? Lindley said. Of course, I'll definitely use it for my political career. My childhood dream was to be a good cadre for the people, for the people's welfare, he said as he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the lock screen interface, and aimed it at Xia Lisheng. Uncle, look, I'm receiving political energy every day and would never go any other way. Xia Lisheng always felt that what he said about the right way and what he said about the right way did not mean the same thing, but see the full red icon on his cell phone. He knew that it was really different. Positive, became, political. Good boy. Who put these on him? So ideological? More app software than you have in your own phone. Just by looking at the icon, he could already feel the overflowing red thought energy. You're very nice. Charleston stuttered. A state chief pianist. It's also rare to see an internationally renowned artist surprised into stuttering. Uncle C, so you may rest assured that what I told you earlier wasn't a pie in the sky. It's true. Lindley said fervently. I'm definitely going to take a political path in the future. Xia Lisheng raised his hand and rubbed his temples. This child is really too amazing. The heart said. No matter whether it is to take the political path or not, or any other way, as long as it is positive, it will be fine. It seems to be ironclad that he wants to go into politics in the future. He lamented. Yes, it has to be. How can we protect the people if we don't take the political road? Uncle, I, as an adult, need to remind you that the political path is not a good one. There's a lot of wind and waves in there, and if you go down the art path, Uncle can't say that he'll be able to help you out. Xia Lisheng's animosity towards Lindley had been unloaded back when he gave Xiaxi the song. It was a good reminder at the moment. The road of the career, seemingly beautiful, which is full of thorns. The slightest misstep may be all but irreversible. If Lindley took the path of art, he thought that with the sonic talent Lindley had shown so far, with a little training, the future in the art world is definitely more stable than the career path. Lindley was unimpressed by his reminder. Uncle, I'm not afraid of the wind and waves. When I used to go to the market with my grandpa to pick up leaves, there was an uncle who sold fish who used to say, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Xia Lisheng was stunned to hear this. A good phrase, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. It's amazing how a fish seller can say something so meaningful. It's really true that the master is in the people. I can't imagine that such a character exists in a small marketplace. Good, you have this determination. Uncle, I won't say anything more. I wish you a bright future. Charleston did not say much more, and from all Lindley's manifestations and words, it had been very intuitive to him, the path he would take in the future. But let me remind you, you and Creek aren't allowed to have a relationship until you're 18. Don't interfere with her studies. Do you understand? He felt that Lindley, being so precocious, should be able to understand the meaning of falling in love. Otherwise, if it had been any other child, he would never have mentioned those 3 words. Kids don't even have that concept. No problem, even if you don't say it. I won't, Lindley solemnly responded. Charleston nodded in satisfaction and changed the subject. Do you have dependents now? No, but there's a guardian. Ho, awkward? No, ms. Young me. It's her. Xia Lisheng murmured. It's fine. Yang mi is not bad. A bit of family money. It will provide you with a quality educational environment. In the future in school. Help me take care of Xiao Shi more. Don't let her be bullied. Linley heard the meaning of these words, meaning that in the future, no matter which school he went to, Natsuki would all turn with him. Gotta. The childhood friend cultivation begins. No problem. Don't worry, uncle. Except for me. No one will bully her. When I become the chief captain of the junior team, I'll promote Xiao Shi to be the literary member of the junior team. Linley really wanted to smack himself in this mouth. I don't care if you're usually fast-talking. In the face of this melody can hear the slightest flaw in the piano master still fast-talking. This is not looking for uncomfortable ah. Xia Lisheng obviously heard it again, laughed coldly 2 times, but did not say anything. And you're the head captain of the junior varsity. Studying hard is the top priority. Studying to promote me both. After Linley and Xia Lisheng came out of the study, they only saw that in the living room. Xia Shi had already left the piano and, sitting on the couch with Shin Yuton on the TV. Boiling goat, can you eat in a more civilized manner? I'm sorry, I won't do that next time. Wesley, can you be a bit more civilized when you eat? It's okay, that's what boys call bold. Just 2 steps out. Linley heard the double standard green tea quotes from the American Sheep. Class president, you're out with dad. What were you guys talking about in there for so long? When Xia Shi saw the 2 of them come out, she immediately got up, leaving behind Shin Yuton on the side and happily jogged over. Class president, did my dad bully you? Xia Lisheng's doting gaze was filled with helplessness. Why would you think I would bully your class president? Because you used to say that whoever marries me will beat him to death. Xia Shi said in a soft and sticky voice. I was joking. Xia Lisheng smiled awkwardly, and the words changed to, you're so worried about me bullying your class president. What if your class president bullies me? How could the class president bully you? The class president is so nice. Linley was satisfied to hear how kind and magnificent his image was in Xia Shi's mind. It's comparable to his dad. I mean, what if? Charleston said. Then it must have been something you did wrong, Daddy, that the class president bullied you. No one knew how many pieces Xia Lisheng's heart was broken into at this moment. He looked up expressionlessly and said to Shin Yuton, don't show Xiao Shi this cartoon in the future. Chapter 130, Linley, I'm actually quite regretful today. It was already 20:30 in the evening when I left Xia Shi's house. Linley left resolutely amidst Xia Shi's reluctant gaze, and Xia Lisheng's hateful gaze. Today's copy of the old DD was very restful and smooth. Linley gleefully rode the elevator down the stairs, counting the time Yang Mi's driver should have been waiting for him downstairs ages ago. After arriving at the negative floor, he looked around for a while and quickly locked onto Yang Mi's one nanny car. Dang, the driver master had obviously noticed Linley as well, and immediately started the car. After Linley sat in the car, he said to the driver in the driver's seat, Master, you've worked hard, having to wait for me this late. No hard work, this I work. The driver's mind lamented the understanding of small children, and in the course of his normal work duties, but no one gives him the word hard work anymore. Linley leaned back in his chair and changed his sitting position to a comfortable one. Then he smiled and said, I'll ask Sister Honey to increase your salary some other day ha. Ha ha, yeah, I'll wait for you to mention it. Ha. The driver's master smiled. This kid is kind of cute. The slightly irritated impatience of waiting so long was swept away by Linley in 3 words, on the way back to the residence. Inside the car, the master driver was in a good mood because of that one caring greeting. Instead, he chatted casually with Linley. Driving can be a lonely business, in and of itself, as a driver usually carries Yang Mi these bosses when the natural closed mouth not to speak. Serious driving. But now Linley wasn't considered the boss. And besides, the kid was quite pleasant. The 2 were also chatting quite a bit. Nothing went wrong going to your classmate's house, did it? The driver asked with a smile as he looked at the road ahead. Linley sighed slightly. Master, we come from a poor background. How about getting high on this kind of artist family? The driver frowned slightly, listening to the tone and accent of the, seems like the kids aren't doing so well at their classmate's house. That's not true. It was quite fun to go downstairs at the time. He quickly relieved. You're still young. What high climbing or not? You're so excellent. It's going to be big in the future. Thank you, Master Driver. Linley leaned his head against the car window. Actually, today went quite well. Smooth, why aren't you happy? It didn't go the way I expected. Linley's eyes were filled with regret. The driver's master got a little curious. What did you expect? Linley said, I was expecting a check for 5 million from his father. Told me to stay away from his daughter. But alas, the shortcut didn't work out. The driver's master was silent. He raised his eyes to look at Linley in the rearview mirror. What was that little head thinking? Lean, And a $5 million check? How old are you guys? That's a TV show bridge. The driver master was extremely speechless. But dramas come from life. Lindley gave a stubborn retort. Now that I think about it, the reason why it went so well is that I guess his family couldn't come up with 500W. The master driver shut up completely. It felt like my head was going to turn off if I kept talking. After safely dropping Lindley off at his home, the driver watched through the glass as Lindley entered the house after that. Then he took out his phone to give Youngmi a report. Hello, boss. It's delivered to the house. Yeah, please. Did that little kid go well? Yangmi's pleasant voice rang out from the phone. It looked like it went pretty well, but he seemed a little upset. The driver said truthfully, not daring to hide anything from the boss who paid his salary. What? This kid got in the car and said that his classmate's dad didn't give him a $500W check to get him out of there. Kind of a shame. What is it? Yangmi's voice was full of doubt and surprise, not understanding the general meaning at the moment. Subsequently, after the master driver had given her a detailed account of what Lindley had said, the phone was silent for 25 seconds. A few moments later, Yangmi said, he's not in his right mind like a normal person. And a $500W check? What kind of TV shows are they watching? She then continued, okay, just get it home safely, hang up, okay, boss. At this time, Yangmi in the hotel, the brain is still immersed in the 5 million checks. Leave her inside this sentence. This little kid's brain is always so refreshingly different. Never know what he's thinking or where he's headed. Women aren't even as hard to guess as he is. The following day, Monday, September 15, was cloudy to overcast. Rising Stars Jr. celebrates its third week on the air. Lindley routinely arrived at the school in an Audi, a symbol of noble power. Wang Tianyu followed behind like a secretary beside a leader. Class president, take me to the score tonight after school. Along the way, Wang Tianyu on the topic of king scoring. It had been mentioned in Lindley's ears countless times. Tianyu, the game is just entertainment. Don't take it so seriously. The top score comes with the territory. Don't deliberately pursue it. Lindley spoke at length without turning his head. I know it's entertainment, but I still want to score points. Wang Tianyu muttered. I'll take you guys some other time when I'm free. Lindley shook his head slightly and, how come such a rich young master is addicted to online games? No future. Okay, class president, it's a deal. I'll send you a full set of skins. Wang Tianyu got excited all of a sudden. No need. Ordinary fun between friends. Saying gift would be tasteless. Lindley still had a rigid look on his face. Oh, I understand, squad leader. So I'll transfer money to you for every star you take me on. That way it's earned labor, not a bribe. Wang Dashou had been following Lindley for a while, and with his parents' teaching, he had still grown. One way, another way, he's reasonable. Lindley nodded, paused slightly, turned back, and gave him a deep look that, good for you, kid. You've made a lot of progress. When you say that, I'm interested in putting the king back down. After the match last Saturday, Lindley deleted King's Honor without hesitation. Games that will only stop him from moving forward and distract him so that he deleted it decisively. The King's Honor itself was a tool for him to make money, but it's no longer needed. Although Liu Tianwang's $500,000 has not yet arrived, it is already ironclad. The police department rewarded $2W for the human trafficking case. King's Glory All-Star Tournament, I don't know whether it's the official notice fee or Yangmi's private giving, but it's also 8W, although this money is not in his hands at the moment, but Yangmi said he would give it to him. There's also the bottom 10W for the junior class enrollment jingle. A lot of it hasn't arrived, but it will sooner or later. So, he's not exactly short of money right now. Straight away, I uninstalled the game, but now that Wang Dashou has said that, well, with Mr. Wang's wealth, a star must start at 3 or 4 digits? There's money to be made. Chapter 131. What could be a bigger headache for a child than him? Leading Wang Tianyu into the class. In an instant, the students who had arrived early gathered around. Class president, you're so six. I didn't realize you were my idol. Squad leader takes me to score. I'm aided by a thief. Squad leader, it's normal for elementary school students to play a couple of games in their spare time. And nowadays it's the time when mobile games are all the rage. There is no shortage of students in the junior class who have addictive games. Lindley didn't outright refuse at this point. After all, Dashou Wang had made an appointment. Aren't there 3 empty seats here? The ass-kissers and the upper pit seats. Okay, I'll take you guys sometime. How can you be a good class president and turn down your own classmates? This is not conducive to unity. Wang Tianyu's little head was full of questions when he heard Lindley agree so dryly. You weren't like this to me just now. Lindley continued to his classmates. Just on my way here, Vice Wang said that he wants me to bring the gang together to score points. So if you guys want to be thankful, go ahead and thank Vice Wang. Wang Tianyu raised his eyebrows and the question mark swung away. The class president is so nice to me, giving no image and prestige yet. Vice squad, you're so nice. The vice squad leader is awesome. The students immediately aimed their words of thanks at Wang Tianyu and complimented and praised him. Wang Tianyu's tiny heart, vanity overflowed, and a smile was put on his face. We're all in the first class, so naturally we have to bring everyone together when there's a good thing to do, so that we'll be more united. Linley nodded his head gently. The lad was quite responsive. And then, not caring about this side, straight to his desk. Natsuki had arrived at school long ago. She was usually one of the first few people in her class to arrive. Squad leader, she called out sweetly. Good morning, Creek. Linley hung his book bag on a hook on the side of his desk and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Xia, she said in a lively and cheerful manner. When will the class president take me to the amusement park? It's on her mind all the time. I'll take you there someday when it's windy and sunny, huh? Don't be in a hurry. I never lie to children. I don't know, Linley said. Good. Xia, she happily clapped her little hands. In the meantime, inside the program's studio conference room, the regular weekly meeting of the organization's officers is underway. The backbone of the show's departments and the 5 stars fell into their seats one after the other, quietly listening to the old mastermind's account of the week's developments, the show's reported word of mouth, and the upcoming related events organized by the school. This Friday is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, and the junior classes program hasn't been rehearsed yet. Ziki, you grab some organization and rehearse a chorus out. Lao Mozi looked at Deng Ziki and said, Okay, I'll start music class. The songs are already picked out. Tong Ziki answered. Who do you think is going to be in it if each one goes on stage? Other classes in the school are currently signing up to run for the opportunity to perform on stage, so you'll have to hurry. There's already a candidate, and Summer Creek is sure to run, and the rest of them. Linley, if he has the ability to sing and perform, also has the ability to go to the school and campaign for a spot to perform on stage. Yesterday, on Sunday, Linley had contacted Deng Ziki and knew that he was writing a song for Xiaoxi. Once she heard that song, Deng Ziki felt that Xiaoxi couldn't help but be on fire. It just happens to be stuck before the Mid-Autumn Gala, which is not for Xiaoxi to prepare in the Mid-Autumn Gala. Xiaoxi is fine. As for Linley, Lao Mozi paused, and after a moment of contemplation, spit out the words, I hope he gets on stage and is actually singing. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room burst out laughing. Should be singing normally, Duncan said uncertainly. Well, I'll leave it to you to organize the Mid-Autumn party, and we'll carry out the next topic. The old mogul doesn't say anything more on the subject. In terms of performing talent, he was completely at ease with Deng Ziki leading the way as the gatekeeper. As for Linley, it's useless for them to discuss it too much. Linley will never move forward with the plans he and others have made, unless one goes to talk to him alone. So, what's the use of their talking now? Old Mushboom said, the last week of the end of the month the school will organize a field day. Super. That's an area where you'll pick some of the more athletic students to go for a bit when the time comes. He then handed a piece of paper to Deng Chao. The first grade program was simple. 50-meter dash, standing long jump, jump rope. There's a tug of war for the team event, and a relay run. There's not much in the way of high-intensity events for first grade sports. Small children are not physically able to do so either. And the main one is heavy on participation. Yes, no problem. Deng Chao took the A4 paper and looked at it twice and nodded. He had doubts about the tug of war. Though, class-to-class tug of war. We're only 28 in the junior class right now. How do you compare? Don't worry, 8 other students will join in before the games. The school has also said that when the time comes, to be fair, only 36 people will come out of each first-year class. Lamozi said that since that day, junior stage, come if you dare, the effect is unusually pronounced. The phone calls from parents wanting to join the junior class are flooding the program's phones. Of course, even without that statement, the calls would still be plentiful. Only most of them are ordinary house calls. And there's this quote, after the collective provocation of the junior class, some high-minded and talented kids want to take a trip to the junior class. Then I have no problem. Tang Chao nodded his head upon hearing this. Old Muji showed a hint of a smile and said, tell you about the students who have signed up for this enrollment. TSK. I have to say that Linley's little brat is capable of making things happen. What? He awkwardly asked curiously. Those who want to join our junior classes, in addition to some domestic kids, and some kids from abroad. Our program is so hot, it's all caught fire abroad? Deng Ziki was shocked. No. Technically it's foreigners living in our China. I'm not sure, explained the veteran mogul, before saying, of course, there are parents born and raised abroad who have signed up, but given the language barrier, I basically turned it down. Deng Chao heard this and let out a sigh of relief. Almost got laid off. Yang Mi noticed Deng Chao and teased, ha ha, Chow, you escaped. Make it look like you're not the same. We've got everyone but Fifi here, Jen. Deng Chao skimmed his lips and said sarcastically, Mister, he can do it too. You should be the only one who doesn't speak English well. Louis Fei opened her mouth and scoffed along with Yang Mi. Go go go. Lao Mao laughed. Well, no kidding. I will send someone to arrange for the selected students to enroll as soon as possible, and a few of them are not to be missed, so I may have to work hard for you then. He awkwardly wondered. Why? Is there any child that gives us more headaches than Linley? In his eyes, Linley was the head of the demons and monsters. Is there a kid who can do more than him? You'll see in time. Anyway, the effects of the show definitely won't be the only one Linley messed up. Chapter 132, Lin Hall's proper view of learning. No choice. He awkwardly frowned up. Why did that sound so oozy? One Linley was enough of a headache, and from what he was saying it seemed like a couple of tough guys had come. Deng Chao also understood the meaning and hurriedly said, Director Zhang, you don't want to recruit some problematic students for the sake of the program's effect. I can't stand it. Don't worry, it's manageable. My show isn't Metamorphosis. How come you're looking for those problem students? The veteran strategist laughed. At that point, the staff member in the conference room who had been assigned to watch the junior class situation alone looked up. Director Zhang, Linley has started his speech address again. The program staff is basically in a meeting that it is natural to arrange for people to individually check the movements of the junior class at all times, so that they can be notified of anything that occurs at the first opportunity. A bunch of kids still doesn't quite put them at ease. Lao Mozi, Yang Mi and the others focused their attention on him. It was early in the morning, and I thought the kids should have just arrived at school, so I guess they weren't all there yet. Linley, this little kid is up to something again? It really doesn't save them any heart at all. Look, aha. The staff nodded and, hastily, the live video link was dropped onto the projector's curtain. At the moment in the junior class, Linley stood on the podium. With a grave face and a tone of hate, he said, all you guys do is play games all day long. Can you read more? Learn more about the spirit of the higher-ups. Our junior class is a place of learning, and in the morning you have nothing but games to play. How are we going to be an example to the nation's children this way? Under the podium, Wang Tianyu's few people lowered their heads in shame. The cause of the incident. Linley was chatting with Xiaxi when the group of people who wanted Linley to bring on points finished thanking Wang Tianyu. After the tug of war, it was time to gather around Linley's desk again, either brag or ask for advice. At first it was fine. Linley would still pull a couple of strings and chat with them. But they were chatting up a storm. People should focus on their studies. Games are just entertainment to pass the time. Linley's face was unhappy as he said, I play games to kill time because I'm bored. Spice things up when studying is boring. Backstage, Old Schemer and the others listened to Linley's words, a pleased smile on their faces. This kid, at least his 3 views are still positive. He awkwardly nodded. Yes, isn't that the original meaning of our program? Though usually a bit more mischievous and unreliable, at least the ideas are fine. None of the others agreed with this point. Linley's ideological awareness, as well as his 3 views, are still positive. For the moment, this is what pleased them the most. Also at this time, the netizens who watched the live stream early on, some washing up, some squatting, some eating breakfast. Without fail, one hand is freed up to send complimentary pop-ups. Junior class podium. I know that your family is very privileged. Even if you don't study hard, you can come home and inherit the family business when you grow up. 2. Linley snapped. I, on the other hand, grew up with 2 dead parents and a small family, with no choice but to succeed. So I won't have much time to take you guys to games because I have to study. Linley slowed down his tone slightly and spoke to Wang Tianyu and the others. Junior class. You remember, games can be played, snacks can be eaten, trick-or-treating can be done, and if you need any help, I will help. But whoever doesn't love to study, doesn't work hard, doesn't think about getting into the ministry, I'm sorry we can't be good friends. After saying this, he walked off the podium and patted Su Gaojie on the shoulder as he passed by him, sighing in a serious tone. I advise you Rattletail Juice, do not rely on your families having assets, just play with things. Yes, Lin Hall is too aware. Holy, this is what junior class is all about. Why am I the only one who feels like laughing at the idea of a regular guy teaching a bunch of rich kids how to work hard? I'm not afraid of the rich kids playing with things, but I'm afraid of the rich kids being complacent. This group of kids under the leadership of Lin Hall later. Ahem. Ha ha. As soon as I entered the broadcast room, I saw Lin Hall delivering a correct view of thought and learning. Another day of heightened awareness. My favorite thing to watch is Lin Hall educating the rich kids. It's great to watch. The audience in the live broadcast room watched as one rich second generation bowed their heads in shame, which really made them happy. This kind of scene is kind of rare. A little kid from the bottom of the barrel, educating these born in Rome kids to nothing. And at this moment in the live broadcast, one by one, the students of the junior class ran to Linley to apologize plus reassure him. Song Ishue, the teacher isn't here, so take them and start reading aloud. Linley said with a stern face. All go back to your seats. Okay, class president, Song Ishue, as the study committee member. Immediately, he rose to the podium clutching his books. Not long after, the junior class opened up without an early morning study session. Linley followed along and read aloud, doing a good job of modeling what it means to be an example, all the while reading aloud and watching the others to see who wasn't paying attention. Once the so-called morning study session was over and there was a short break, the first class began. The language teacher, he awkward, walked into the classroom and first complimented what had just happened. A few more brief rants about the proper view of learning followed by a lecture. Before you know it, a class is over. During break time, Linley and Xiaoxi and Kai Chenfan were called to the office by he awkward. Inside the teacher's office, Deng Ziki sat in front of them and briefly told the three of them about the Mid-Autumn Gala. The three of them were told that they could go and campaign for the Mid-Autumn Gala stage. I will definitely go. Xiaoxi immediately showed her determination. The class president wrote me a song. I'll go too. I've just learned a lot of dancing and rap recently. Kai Chenfan said. He doesn't belong to the Linley party. He's a neutral party, but he's close to Kenny Lee and the others in the early days. But then it changed to neutral for some unknown reason. That's why he's not on the list of exiles to Lingnan. What about you, squad leader? Duncan inquired with a smile. Linley looked at her and asked, Ms. Ziki, do you have to perform a talent on stage? Can I make a speech? No. Duncan didn't do any thinking and just vetoed it. Now when they heard Linley say the word, speech, everyone in the office panicked. It's already giving them the whole shade. The boys' speeches were more appalling than ever. Oh, okay. It's okay if I can't give a speech. I'll simply sing a song. Deng Ziki's eyes twitched. That sounds like you're in a difficult position. Did you get a kick out of singing? Okay. I'll talk to the school director later. You guys get ready. Go to the candidacy show in the afternoon. Chapter 133, Growing Up to be an ACE Man. Okay, Ms. Ziki. Xiaoxi and Kai Chenfan nodded in response. Linley didn't respond the first time, only nodding his head thoughtfully. What are you thinking? Deng Ziki's heart tightened when she saw Linley in this state. With what she had learned about Linley in the past 10 days or so, once he gets that look, he's definitely holding something bad in his head. It's nothing, Ms. Ziki. Linley shook his head. You'd better not be thinking about anything. Remember, put on a good show. I'm trying to get a chance to go on stage at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Deng Ziki gave a slight encouraging cry despite her misgivings. I will, Ms. Ziki. Just don't worry. You guys go back. I'll take you there this afternoon. Bye, teacher. After the three left the office, Deng Ziki turned to look at Yang and the others, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of her mouth. I suspect he's up to something this time. I panicked at his hesitant expression just now, Deng Chao said. I saw it too. Just get used to it. If Linley doesn't straighten something out, then he wouldn't be Linley. Aha. Louis Fei and Yang Mi nodded with extreme approval. He awkwardly said at this point, normal stage performances are fine. The worst that can happen is that they go on stage and don't go out of their way. Don't sing, act like a leader and say a few words. I'm most worried about my show right now. Hearing him say that, Tong Chao and a few others would understand. By itself, the wayward side is already in a semi-cool state. If Linley had participated, perhaps the show would have officially said goodbye to the entire network. After all, Linley's nature would never follow the show's script. Besides, there's no guarantee he'll go head-to-head with Huang Lei with that mouth of his. Lin Hall can't tolerate a grain of sand in its eyes. Louis Fei said, how's the preparation for Xiang Xiang going? Have you communicated with Mr. Huang? It's been in preparation for a long time, he awkwardly said. As the program's king director, after hearing about this, the same day, I went to work fast to prepare the planning program. The address has even been picked out as well. Previously recorded mushroom houses were either deserted or became Netflix hit spots. That the basic building is still there, so it's not necessary to build the idea from scratch. Spoke to Mr. Wang too, as to whether or not he's gone to learn to cook properly or something like that. That remains to be seen. He awkwardly called Huang Lei in the beginning and specifically instructed him, informing him that Linley of the junior class is not a saving grace, so let him pay attention when the time comes. What did Huang Lei say? He said, what else can I do with a little kid? He awkwardly helpless. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be bothered with a child. It's whether or not the child will be bothered with you. Just say it. We've got reminders in place. Deng Chao also had some knowledge of Huang Lei's character, and hearing he awkward say this, roughly, I also understand his state of mind at that time. Has the time been set yet? Yang Mi asked. Director Wang said this week. It just so happens that Friday is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. followed by the mid-autumn holiday. So it was decided to have a special mid-autumn edition. He awkwardly replied. Yang Mi sniffed and sighed slightly. Then it won't be for a few days. Don't expect Mr. Huang's cooking skills to get better in a few days. It's better to let Director Wang prepare the chef. Louis Fei laughed softly when she saw he awkward who couldn't stop tightening his frown. If Mr. He is afraid that Linley is fooling around on the show, why don't we ask Mimi or Cha to pull Linley away to another program alone and detach him? And wouldn't that be the perfect solution? He awkwardly let out a dry laugh. Forget it, Director Wang specifically named Linley who must participate. He's still counting on Linley to give his show a spark in the fire. Yang Mi, Louis Fei and the others' eyes immediately flashed with playful smiles. Come on, Director Wang can't think for himself either. And naming names. If you don't want to be good yourself, then no one else can save you. Was hoping for another fire. Maybe it's a throwback to the wayward side that burned off the last of its heat. The time turned to afternoon. Deng Ziqi took Xiaxi, Kai Chen-fan, and Linley to the school's ladder classroom. At this moment, inside that classroom a group of performing students from various classes were lined up waiting to perform on stage for preliminary elimination. We'll line up outside, and when your names are called, we'll go in and... Natsuki, you're not nervous. Deng Ziqi squatted down to affectionately touch Xiaxi's small head and warmly said, It won't. I've participated in other competitions before. Xiaxi said sheepishly and sweetly showing her little tiger teeth. Kai Chen-fan asked suspiciously, Teacher, why don't you ask if I'll be nervous? Then will you be nervous? Deng Ziqi laughed lightly. Is this little kid jealous? Of course I won't. I'm a gifted ACE with top stream talent in the future. Kai Chen-fan said confidently and proudly. Tung Ziqi said, So yeah, I didn't ask you, knowing you wouldn't be nervous. In his mind, this kid knows ACE at a young age. I guess his mom didn't put much thought into being an idol love child. I can't say that his mom is still a groupie, and it's a fan who specializes in chasing boyband love. Of course, Mr. Ziqi, you'll see, when a few more years go by, I'll go to the talent show and I'm going to make a debut. When Kai Chen-fan finished speaking, he had a confident and longing smile on his face. It was as if he had already seen the moment when he stood on the stage in all his glory. When the time comes when I ascend to the bird's nest for a concert, I'm inviting M.S. Ziqi to be my resident singer. Okay. Hearing his words, Tung Ziqi laughed. Fine. I'll wait for you to invite me that day. I'll be sure to come. Linley stood on the side and listened to him blowing his power. Che, at a young age, he was giving a pie in the face. The bird's nest. Can you just go up there? Perhaps. Unusual circumstances. Maybe you can actually get on. But, excuse me, in the future you'll have to go through me for approval and a nod of the head. While applying for a concert at the bird's nest doesn't require broadcasting approval. But Linley could have blocked him before he applied. At this time, Xiaxi asked Deng Ziqi softly, Teacher Ziqi, why don't you ask the class president if he's nervous? Deng Ziqi raised an eyebrow at his words and glanced sideways at Linley slightly. It's the teacher of the judges who should be nervous. Linley only heard the first two words, and combined with Deng Ziqi's expression, without fail, she was telling him that she had actually just paused and was going to say, has thick skin. It's just a little inappropriate for a teacher to talk that way about an elementary school kid, so immediately changed his mind. Linley didn't care and looked at Deng Ziqi. Teacher Ziqi, have you found a song for our junior class chorus yet? Find it, and I'll announce it later in music class when you three are done. Xiaxi asked curiously. What song is it? You guys can sing Hear Me Say Thank You. Duncan laughed. Chapter 134, Plagiarism? No, it's borrowing. It's an excerpt. Yeah, I can sing. I learned this song a long time ago. Xiaxi nodded pleasantly. Linley was disappointed that there was no heart at all. The usual children's chorus song. Teacher, leave the chorus to me. I'll surprise you. Surprise? Duncan froze. Hearing about surprises would be something she would look forward to and be curious about. However, these two words came out of Linley's mouth. Instead, she was a little flustered. The memory of the day of the teacher's day gift is vivid. The so-called surprise is only a surprise, not a joy. Forget it. You haven't organized a chorus. It's better if the teacher does it. Trust the teacher. It will surely bring you to a successful conclusion of this performance. She refused in a hurry. Really letting Linley come, she might mess up. Teacher, trust me. This chorus, led by me, will resound throughout the network. Linley has so many songs, though not every one of them is better than this one. But there are a lot of songs that definitely fit the core values of today's youth. The Mid-Autumn Gala, broadcasted live around the world. Such great exposure. Can't you just sing the words? A young man's got a young man's heart? Hear Me Say Thank You is more appropriate for Thanksgiving. But now, it is natural to make yourself a continuous output of positive energy songs to gradually pave the way for your future career. And, He was pretty sure that the song would sell for a good singing rights price. Oh, what one thing have you done that didn't resound through the internet? Deng Ziki gave a dry rip, but this time he didn't outright refuse either. Did you write another song? Or do you have a better song? I was writing a song for Creek the other day when inspiration struck and my thoughts flowed and I wrote a few lines. I don't know, Linley said. You sing me a couple lines first. I'll listen to them, and if they fit I'll choose your song. Deng Ziki smiled, extremely certain of Linley's musical talent and brilliance. Ahem. Linley cleared his throat, and didn't hum. Instead, it was read aloud. A young man is free. A young man is wild. His body is like a mountain and a river, and he dares to measure the sun and the moon again. I'm the only teenager today. After one sentence, Deng Ziki's expression froze. Did you write the words? She asked. Frowning, Linley nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. Sort of came to me, but it's just borrowing some words from old Mr. Liang Qichao's sayings of the young Chinese. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziki quickly took out his cell phone and searched the internet for Liang Qichao's young Chinese sayings. Read it word for word. Xia Shi, on the other hand, was filled with little stars as she raised her little hand and shook Linley's arm. You're so good, class president. Wow. She didn't know too much about the meaning of the words yet, but she just thought Linley was super awesome. Kai Chen-fan was just as unintelligent, only using narrowed eyes to be secretly vigilant. The class president may be the toughest opponent on his own future draft path. Definitely stagger the draft with him in the future. Linley smiled bashfully at Xia Shi. Xia Shi, this is just the tip of the iceberg for class president me. Well, be good, and I'll write you many songs later. Xia Shi was tigerish. I'm super well behaved. At this point, Deng Ziki had already read the entire chapter and looked up at Linley. Showing doubt, he said, you know so many words? There are a lot of out-of-the-way words and a lot of complicated fonts in just this article's poetry. On a funny note, there were a few words that she still read while searching. It's thanks to the fact that I had a good language teacher. After finishing this sentence, Linley felt that Deng Ziki would misunderstand and hurriedly added, of course it's not Mr. He's only been teaching for a few days, and I used to learn from an old grandpa who played chess in the park. Old Mr. Liang Qichao told me about this one, too. He often emphasized to me that young people are the hope and strength of the country's future, and inspired me to be active and take responsibility for contributing to the realization of the country's prosperity and strength. He said it with a straight face, making it impossible to tell that he was making up a lie. Deng Ziki heard it and immediately stood in awe. Not for Linley. Rather, it was for that one old chess grandpa. In that case, Linley has such a high level of awareness that, in addition to his grandfather's red ideology of irrigation, the same can't be said for the enlightenment of others. How many lines have you written now? She felt that if this song came out as a finished product, it would definitely resonate all over the internet. As he had just said, there's no telling. It'll be nationally recognized. She had this premonition. The premise is that every sentence that follows is as stunningly talented as this one. One sentence. Linley hemmed and hawed. How much? One sentence. Just one sentence? More or less? Deng Ziki was speechless. He was going to perform on stage on Friday, and only now he had a line that. Besides, there are rehearsals and stuff going on in the meantime. How is that enough time? If it's a professional choir, an artiste, a day of overtime, it was manageable. But, they're just kids. Originally set off in her mind to determine this song as a performance song. It's starting to get uncertain again at the moment. Ms. Ziki, don't worry, I'll write it tomorrow. Linley teased her. You just tried to tell me I was thick-skinned. Tangled up in you. Deng Ziki had no trust in that statement. Write it out tomorrow? What good words can you write in such a hurry? She was beginning to grow less hopeful. It's still, hear me say thank you. A song you've written properly. Not in a rush to. Writing sucks. What a great mood and moral song. Don't spoil it. Linley didn't think so. Ms. Ziki, don't worry. I'll definitely write it out for you tomorrow. There's time for that. And it's definitely not perfunctory. Big deal. I'll copy it. Nope. It's pick and use. It's borrowing. Deng Ziki really wanted to knock him on the head. The first time he had seen someone say plagiarism so directly. Bullying old Mr. Liang Qichao can't sue you, right? You write this song, and come back to me anytime you need my help with anything. Never abuse it in a crude way. She didn't directly promise Linley that she would use the song for the Mid-Autumn Gala, but she didn't completely reject it either. The heart still hoped that Linley would be able to write it in the next few days. Okay, said Linley, giving an okay sign. One student contestant was called in to perform, and came out with a beaming. There are weepers. Finally, junior class Linley. The judge's teacher went out and called out Linley's name. Linley said to Xia Shi and Deng Ziki, Teacher, Xia Shi, I'll go in first. Go squad leader. Xiaoxi danced and pumped her small fists. Sing well, Duncan instructed. Linley nodded and waved his hand, signaling that they were at ease as he walked into the stepped classroom. Walking straight to the stage, the three judges and teachers immediately smiled and greeted Linley when they saw him. Chapter 135 Singing the Red Song. In principle, cannot be interrupted. Little friend Linley is here. Hello, little friend Linley. One of the three teachers is also Xiaoxi. The first day of school was teased by Linley, followed by the teacher who took the freshman into the junior varsity team. When Linley saw that she was also at the judges' table, he immediately knew that she taught music. Hello three judges, I'm Linley from the junior class. Linley stood on the stage and bowed slightly. Joshi's trio nodded slightly, but they did not exchange too many pleasantries and flirtations. Time is limited and there are many students waiting outside. Straight to the point, Josie said. What's the song you're going to perform? Teacher, I'm going to sing the song you all know. Linley said aloud. Oh, which one? Xiaoxi smiled. Sing for the motherland. As soon as the three judges and teachers heard it, they immediately began to reproduce the lyrics of the song in question in their minds. Please start your performance. The teacher on Joshi's left-hand side laughed. Red songs, super positive red songs. It's not guaranteed that everyone in the country will sing it, but when the melody comes on, or one of the lyrics comes out and everyone can hum it. Linley steadied his mind. He did not choose to create his own song and did not redeem it from the system, simply because there are no live cameras in the stairwell at the moment. Perform as well as you can, or sing a self-bend song, and that emotional value is provided by just those three. You can't just pull the wool over these three teachers over and over again as if they were sheep. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. How loud the victory song is. His voice was slightly tender, but it was full of vigor in the middle, and Linley made a point of suppressing his voice. The makes it sound a little more robust, with all the innocence of a child. Another wonderful blend of old artist-like depth and flavor. The three Joshi couldn't stop nodding, looking at each other. It had to be said that Linley's voice was in pretty good condition. They're not professional level singers. They're not professional level judges, but you can still tell the good from the bad. Again, with the other students in front of us as a comparison, it's clear that Linley has a strong talent for tonal singing. Which side to bass and drag? He was precise in his control. Sing of our beloved country, from now on to prosperity and strength. As in the previous lyrics, how loud and clear the song is. Linley's voice also gradually became loud and clear in the middle. Joshi looked at Linley, who was singing his song on the stage with a single board, and in her heart she had already determined that Linley is the caliber of power that has the ability to go on stage and sing solo. She wasn't the least bit worried about Linley getting stage fright or anything like that when he got on stage. The kid, there can be no such behavior. In the eyes of all the teachers, and all the netizens, their biggest impression of Linley was that this kid, cheeky. The nation's only unified assessment of Linley's opinion. Stage fright, shyness, fear, nervousness? What a joke. How could Lin Hall have stage fright? Joshi and the three of them looked at each other twice and nodded to each other, intending to give Linley a pass. The opportunity to perform at the Mid-Autumn Gala. But they did not interrupt Linley from singing. The other students sing half of the song, and once a decision has been made they interrupt at any time to give a reply. But at the moment, what is Linley singing? Red song. It's like singing the national anthem. They don't dare interrupt. Had to wait for him to finish the whole song. This is just as it was when a drunken man sang the red song. Naked, on the street at night. The police could only stand aside and wait for him to finish singing before making an arrest. Unable to check. After the song was finished, Linley seemed to feel the blood in his body redden even more. Teacher, I'm done singing. I'll see you at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Linley smoothed his mind for a moment and said after a slight bow, then walked off the stage and headed outside. Aha! Joshi's few people looked at his actions and were slightly confused. What's the situation? We don't seem to have announced the answer yet. As Linley passed by them, he smiled faintly and said, Teacher, from the look in your eyes, I can already tell that I'm very happy with my performance. We're satisfied, but don't rush off just yet. Joshi laughed helplessly. The boy, always so smart, could read people's minds at a young age. Is that the song you sang at your mid-autumn party? The teacher on the left-hand side said. No. Linley shook his head. So you are going to sing? I'll tell you all about it on Thursday. I'm not sure about it yet. Linley sold out. Joshi and the others frowned. They were just as worried about Linley as he awkward and the others. It was Linley's unorthodox move. He awkwardly they are worried that Linley does not whole live, but also afraid that Linley whole too big. After all, there's still Linley to rely on to boost ratings. But they didn't have that much doubt as teachers. They were afraid that Linley would just come right out and say it then. When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed after my flower blooms. That's when this mid-autumn party changed. After all, Linley was someone with a previous record. I think you'd better make sure. Joe, she said. Yes, after the song is finalized. We will also give you the order of appearance according to the process as well as the moral of the song and so on. The teacher on the right-hand side said. Linley saw through what they were worried about at a glance and smiled. Teachers, don't worry. I'm not doing any funny stuff or speeches this time. I'm just serious about singing. But I promised Ms. Tying Ziki. After all, I'm a good boy. Obedience is a fine quality in a good boy. The corners of Joshi's mouth tugged slightly. You'll listen to me? Good. Those 3 words would never be refuted by them if they were any other children. But what are you like, Linley, yourself? You seem to know as little about yourself as you do. Which word goes with it? The only thing you can be sure of is the last 4 words, excellent quality. Linley continued. The main thing is that I haven't written it yet, and as you know, I am a songwriter and talented singer, a future Chinese language leader, definitely singing songs I wrote, and this time, if it hadn't come so suddenly, I'm sure it's already written. You write your own songs? Chelsea froze. They are aware that Linley has creative talent. Wasn't he the one who wrote The Wahine Man? But it's just a few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival party? You write songs on the fly. How good can that be? Yeah, I write my own songs, and in case you guys didn't know, I'm incredibly talented. My deskmate, you know, Summer Creek. I've written a song for her in the meantime. Later she'll probably come in and sing, so you can hear it. Seeing Linley say this, Joe, she didn't ask any more questions. All right, the teacher will believe you for now, but when you've written, be the first to review it for us. Understood. You'll definitely be given approval. Linley nodded. Aren't they just afraid they'll fool them blindly? After all, this time there's a program to broadcast to a full network audience. There is no room for sloppiness. Chapter 136, with me, no accidents. Dala de Dara. After Linley's repeated assurances, Joshi and the girls let Linley leave. Only a bit of apprehension was still in the back of his mind. I think this is something we still need to talk to the principal about. I don't know, said the right-hand teacher with misgivings. Well, it's better to say so when it's over. Chelsea agrees. They were 10,000 times more relieved by what Linley had done. There are always all sorts of original ideas and approaches. It always keeps all their adults on their toes. Linley walked outside the stepped classroom, and when Deng Ziki saw him, she was the first to go up and ask, well, did it pass? With me, no accidents, Linley said with extreme pride. Seeing his extremely dejected appearance, Tang Ziki gently blanked him and was relieved. The kid is pretty solid despite his mouth. Alright, then wait for a while and go back together after Xiaxi and Kai Chenfan finish their performance. Okay, Ms. Ziki. Linley nodded. At that moment, the judge teacher came out and called out Xiaxi's name. Class president. I'm going. Wait for my good news. Xiaxi smiled cheekily and there was no trace of nervousness on his face. At least a minor artist. Under Charleston's training, he has participated in many competitions that are much larger than this one. Nervous? Non-existent. Mental fitness is something you develop from a young age. Well, go ahead and sing well. Linley laughed. Aha, Ms. Ziki. I'm going in. Go on. Xiaxi nodded sweetly. Walk into the step classroom. Come to the stage. Behave yourself and bow politely to the 3 judges and teachers. Hello teachers, I'm Xiaxi from the junior class. Hello little Summerbrook friend. Joshi's trio's expressions towards Xiaxi can be even more enthusiastic than towards Linley. Who doesn't love a cute, well-behaved little girl? Why do couples like to have little girls? Little girl warming up, without any surprise, in another 10 years or so, when Summerbrook's batch grows up. Or a batch of them grew up before their age stage. There will be a huge skew in the male-to-female ratio in WA. What song do you want to sing? Xiaxi child? The teacher on the left-hand side asked in a doting manner. The Courage Busters. Although the 3 Zhou are music teachers, but there are not as many songs that I know from listening to as there are singers like Tang Ziki. If Linley hadn't said earlier that he'd written songs for Xiaxi, thought it was a song that had already been released on the internet. Did Linley write this for you? Ta-da! Xiaxi answered with a brilliantly sweet voice. Please start your performance. Joshi's heart melted as she looked at Xiaxi's sweet little face. Why are their little girls so cute? I must have been like her when I was a kid. Xiaxi nodded, her mind recalling the great method of breathing to adjust her emotions that her own father had taught her. After calming your mind, she sang with a bright, quiet smile. Plant a seed in your heart. Dala de Dara. Natsuki sang and gestured a little dance. Her mom had someone choreograph the dance for her and thought it was such a nice, fun song that, if it is accompanied by a small dance, it has an icing on the cake. Once Linley left last night, Xiaxi didn't even go straight to bed for an early night. Excitedly, she was again pulling Xia Lixing to teach her to play and sing properly. Xin Yutong saw this, seeing her daughter so happy. It was also WeChat that entrusted a dance artist he knew to help Xia make up a quick little dance. How much their family favors their daughter is evident from this. Last night, Xia had a rare late night. Xia Lixing and Xin Yutong were also harmonious and didn't fight. The three Zhouxi teachers listened to the songs and showed their ant-like smiles. The more you look at it, the cuter it gets. Meanwhile, the three of them seemed to have turned into an atmosphere group that hands unconsciously followed Xiaxi's little dance in an unconscious manner. In the front, Linli's song performance, with its principle, is not good to interrupt the performance. At the moment, Xiaxi's song was so lovely to their hearts that they couldn't interrupt it. Mom and Dad say every dream is great. Brothers and sisters charged together. Deng Ziki, who was outside, was slightly puzzled when she saw Xiaxi's delay in coming out. Why isn't it out yet? Looking at other students, they go in and come out in about 3 to 5 minutes or so. Except for Linli, who was 6 to 7 minutes out. She was clear that Linli, with his quirky personality, could understand being out for such a long time. I guess it's in there pulling the wool over the eyes of the three teachers. What's taking Xiaxi so long too? Don't worry, Ms. Ziki, don't worry. Xiaoxi will definitely pass. Linli is as confident in Xiaxi performing as he is in himself. What if Summerhill doesn't get through with courageous outburst? Then he'll have to do some thinking for who. Did they bring in a music teacher without a teaching license? So unprofessional. I'm not worried about Summerhill not passing. It's just a little surprising that it's taking so long. Deng Ziki is briefly aware of Xiaxi's situation. Having heard Xiaxi's performance of the song, Rekindling has a high opinion in his mind. If she does go the singer route in the future, even if it's the girl group route, she will definitely be a C-lister. I guess Ms. Zhou and the girls were shocked by the Creek's vigor and vitality. I'm sorry, Linli said fervently. I suppose so. If he said that, Deng Ziki would understand. And after maybe less than 2 minutes or so, Xiaxi joyfully trotted out from the step classroom, the high ponytail at the back of her head fluttering, really full of vigor and vitality. Teacher, I passed. Xiaxi cheerfully reported the happy news. Congratulations. Duncan congratulated. I knew you'd be absolutely fine. The class president wrote me a song, and the judge's teacher loved it. Xiaxi's big eyes were pleasured into a crescent shape, which was very sweet and lovely. They don't like my songs, they like you. Linli nodded. In terms of Xiaxi's delicate and well-behaved little face, as well as her lovely innocent and clear character, adults, both men and women, can't resist. No duh. They really like the song you wrote. Class president, Teng Ziki said. Alright, you two don't brag about each other. She turned to Kai Chen-fan and said, it's your turn. Go in and behave yourself. I hope all three of you make it to the Mid-Autumn Gala. Not long after Xiaxi came out, the judge teacher called on Kai Chen-fan. Aha, don't worry, I'll pass just the same. I'm prepared for a rap. Kai Chen-fan said proudly. Get in there, Ms. Ziki, I'm going in. Wait for my good news. Aha, go for it. Kai Chen-fan bowed to Zhouxi's trio just as he did when he entered the stepped classroom. After a brief questioning to understand, please start your show. Kai Chen-fan cleared his voice, then held up a very rapt gesture. Never dared to believe. A big bowl can make you happy. Chapter 137, My Little House Will Give Me Red Inspiration. Outside the staircase classroom, Deng Ziki, Linli, and Xiaxi, who were waiting for I had thought that Kai Chen-fan going in would take about the same amount of time as them, but I didn't think about it. Not for 4 minutes or so. Kai Chen-fan walked out in tears. One look at his expression and Linli knew. Zhouxi's 3 juried music teachers are certified to teach, and did a fair job of making the move choice. I don't know what song Kai Chen-fan sang or exactly how he performed, though, but going by past performance of Kai Chen-fan, well, Linli felt that the 3 teachers had not, because he was a junior, with a strong family background and deliberately allowed to run for office. In my heart, I silently honor the 3 teachers for their fairness and impartiality, and for their spirit of not bowing down to the dark forces. Kudos! Deng Ziki as a teacher rushed forward and comforted. It's okay, don't cry. Although this time, after eliminating but there will be another chance later. Ms. Ziki, I think I sang well, but why was I eliminated? Kai Chen-fan was a bit reluctant. Confident people always think that what they show is the best. When once others veto him, he doesn't look to himself for reasons. It will always feel that it is the other person who is incapable of appreciating themselves. That's the mindset he's in right now. Obviously did a great job. Didn't sing the wrong words. The various endings come with an extremely rap, yo. But, it's still out. What did you sing? Duncan asked. Broadside. Broadside? Duncan's brain did a quick search for songs with broadsides in the name. Quickly, she figured out which song it was. will you sing a couple lines for me? Look at this big, round bowl. We must raise our cups when we meet. Look at this long and wide noodle. Yoo-hoo! Kai Chen-fan obediently sang a few lines, wiped his tears and then looked at Tang Ziki with anticipation, desperate to get approval from her. Linley was on the side and had already heard why he was eliminated. The song isn't one of the gems, and it's not particularly good on its own. It's hard to sing out of his mouth +1. It has the speed and bite of rap, but not the flavor of rap. Deng Ziki apparently also heard the problem in it, and organized his words in his head. Using the right and appropriate words, he pointed out the problem without hurting Kai Chen-fan. Just as she was organizing her words, Linley pulled Xiaoxi and said, "Let's go back to class." He no longer paid attention to Deng Ziki and Kai Chen-fan. The youngsters still needed to practice more. Slightly away from them at some distance, Xiaoxi whispered, "Class president, he sings so hard. Why didn't you say anything just now?" Linley laughed. "Because I saw him cry and didn't want to hurt him anymore. And my mom said that, can't throw cold water on someone when they're sad." Natsuki said knowingly, "What a kind-hearted little girl." Linley nodded. "It's still our creek that sings so well. Put on a good show at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Hey, it's the squad leader who sings. Let's go." By the time they got back to the classroom, it was just after the first class of the afternoon. The moment she was about to walk into the classroom, Deng Ziki called out to Linley, "Squad leader, you're coming down to the office with me." "Okay, Ms. Ziki." Linley smiled and said to Xiaoxi at the side, "You go in first." Aha! Kai Chen-fan was still full of frustration and lost his mind as he walked into the classroom alone. "Xiaoxi, have you passed?" Sonia Shui asked cheerfully when she saw Xiaoxi return. "Passed." "Wang Tianyu, where's the squad leader?" "Passed it too. The class president will definitely pass. He's so awesome." "I'm sorry," Natsuki said with a look of more trust than belief in herself bubbling in her wide eyes. Guan Qian listened to their conversation from the sidelines, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "I knew the class president would pass. The squad leader says he's going to write us a song." Xiaoxi is still a child at heart, and can't hide good news at all. The same goes for sharing it with your best friends to listen to it together. After a short period of time together, Song Yishui and Chang Yushui were already her good friends and girlfriends. "Ha? Really?" Chang Yushui hurriedly went forward to make sure with excitement upon hearing this. "Really? Aren't we going to sing in the Mid-Autumn Festival party? The class president is going to write a separate song for us to use in the chorus." Yay! Song Yishui and Chang Yushui, a few little girls, jumped up and down in excitement. Inside the office at this time, Linley was not standing like when he came to the office in the morning. Now that's sitting in a seat. "You write that song well. Why don't you come and stay at my place in the meantime?" The purpose of Deng Ziki calling him over was for the junior Huaxia speaks. She felt that this song could definitely be a big hit and mean a lot. Linley couldn't be allowed to be in a hurry and still casually perfunctory. The song, after all, according to Linley, it is based on the old Mr. Liang Qichao's Young China Speaks fusion. If the words are poor and just take up the gimmick, someone is bound to bring up the tempo or something or other, saying something about tarnishing the masterpiece of old Mr. Liang Qichao for the sake of a heat gimmick or something. "If there's anything you need help with, I'll be the first to help you too." Yang Mi and He Awkward had also already learned from Deng Ziki that Linley was going to compose a song. They are also naturally aware of the risks involved as artists. It's the same thing Duncan thought. It would be fine if the song Linley created was truly original and didn't fit in with the rest of the work. If you can't write it well, you can't write it well, and the internet won't say anything. But now we are borrowing from the Junior Wahini sayings, which has a certain status on the literary circle. "Don't. You'll affect me." Linley narrowed his eyes. "What am I affecting you? I need a quiet environment to focus on creating." Duncan wondered if his own place couldn't provide a quiet environment. And Yang Mi looked at him with a strange expression. "Your place isn't quiet either." It must be known that she has been to Linley's house. I vaguely remember the little shabby house built on a couple of pieces of awning, a little wind, and it's just all kinds of wobbly and creaky. Quiet. It doesn't seem to fit in at all, does it? "You don't understand," Linley babbled. "Even though my house is broken, but it's overflowing with red political energy from the inside out, and any sound is an inspired revelation from my grandfather." Yang Mi, shut up. Why did that sound so creepy? Your grandfather's inspirational revelation to you? Linley continued. "So don't you worry. Tomorrow. It will be created the day after tomorrow at the latest." With that he turned to He Awkward again. "Mr. He, can I borrow your Xinhua dictionary for a while? I feel like so many words. Got to learn." Chapter 138, Director Lin really knows how to gather people's hearts. Linley was changing the subject. When you're in your own home, it clicks and you write it all at once. The finale ends with a chat with Dunji and a pretense. But once you go to her house, You can only use your acting skills. You can't write that smoothly. And you have to deliberately encounter difficulties or something or other. It's too painful. The dictionary is fine. But can you read the dictionary alone? He awkwardly questioned. I can call you if I can't read it. Video chat. Communication is so convenient now. Alright, get a grip. This kid thinks like an adult and recognizes things they won't accept no matter what they say. But he did not say much to advise him, but only said, take care of yourself, and don't abuse your vocabulary. If you don't know the words, if you don't understand the sentences, remember to come to me in the first place. No problem. Linley nodded. Dang, Ziki saw the situation, and did not say something to find me. Melody score do not understand the same first time I was approached. Aha, I'm definitely looking for you. You're the only one around me who knows about music. MS. Ziki. Others. Linley raised his eyes and swept them one by one from the faces of Yangmi, Lu Yifei, and Deng Chao. What do you mean by this look? Tong Chao felt a mocking look and was immediately dissatisfied. What I mean is, you have an English teacher and a math teacher. There's also a gym teacher who really can't teach me music. Linley said. That's true, but I think you mean something else. Don't think too much. MS. Ziki is a professional singer. Linley didn't want to continue with this topic, because he had seen Deng Chao's hands slowly raising up. Hurriedly said, Mr. Deng Chao, when are you going to take me to join Running Man? You said that you. Obviously. He was the first one who promised me to take me to a variety show. And now what? MS. Yang Mi has already taken me in. And MS. He will take me in soon. What about you? He said and shook his head slightly, full of disappointment, then raised his eyes with a sardonic smile. Mr. Tung Chao, you don't want Wade and Hannah to know that you cheat on little kids. In case they find out, your prestige as a father might be lowered in their minds. Deng Chao froze. What's this little suddenly got into me? And start threatening yourself again? However, he didn't fight Linley hard this time. After all, it was a bit of a pinch to the aorta. His own children are his weakness. Wouldn't want their image of a glorious, great father to crumble in their minds. I'm still not ready. You know what type of variety show our Running Man is. What can you do up there with your little arms and legs? Well, never mind. I can't count on you. Linley sighed softly and, Mr. He is still good. In order to take me to participate in the variety show, especially to take the suspension of the yearning to rebranch up, sincerity abounds. Deng Chao froze. That's a good way for a kid to step on one and hold it up. However, if we knew that it wasn't your Mr. Ho's idea to participate in the Aspire, I wonder what kind of mood you're in. He awkwardly laughed dryly upon hearing this. He saw that Deng Chao was slightly embarrassed and opened his mouth to round off the conversation and divert the attention. The program has been scheduled in Mid-Autumn Festival to attend. Where? Far away? Tonglu County. The location of our second season taping. Oh, I see. Linley nodded. Mr. He is really reliable. While saying the last sentence, eyes glanced at Deng Chao. Then he said, then, teachers, I'll leave you alone and I'll go back and share the good news with my classmates first. He nodded slightly at he awkward and immediately left the office. It was gone in a puff of smoke. Deng Chao helplessly covered his face with both hands and, sighing, he said, this kid is getting harder and harder for me to deal with. Is there a human nemesis to take a crack at him? With a grumble, he looked to Yang Mi for help. That last look from Linley was so hurtful. His little heart was cracking under the gaze of his eyes. Mimi, you're his guardian. Can't you educate him properly? Yang Mi said. Don't joke. Education? Who educates who? Louis Fei said at this time. He ran so fast because he was afraid that you, Mr. He, would give the students a heads up in advance. Poke at his last loner. Yeah, right. He awkwardly shrugged. Never mind, let him round it off this time. In the future, group activities will be announced directly inside the class, as we said last time. Aha. Yang Mi held her forehead inside. This kid, he's playing us up. Linley flew towards the classroom, and when he was still about 5 meters away from the classroom, he immediately stopped walking and resumed his airy demeanor. You're back, squad leader. Xia Shi and the others had been chatting cheerfully in a small circle about the mid-autumn party. This is the topic, but the topic is always about Linley. At this moment, when they saw Linley return, they immediately took on a spreading form, surrounding Linley in their hearts. Why are you all so happy? Creek has told us that you're so talented, class president, that you even wrote a song for us. I don't know, Chang Worksu said. Linley smiled and nodded, secretly blaming Xia Shi a bit for the little girl being so unable to hide her secrets. Robbed me of an opportunity to gather people and grow in prestige. Since everyone is so happy, let me give you another piece of good news. What the hell? Song Ishue asked curiously. The other students also looked expectant. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, the teachers will take us on a trip to Tonglu County. Ah! As soon as they heard that it was the last time Linley had brought it up, the students immediately cheered. Squad leader, you're too good to be true. Did you implement it so quickly? Zhang Yida said excitedly. What child, I ask, would refuse to go outside and play? Mid-Autumn Festival. That's soon. It's this week. Fantastic. Zheng Yushui excitedly clapped her little hands. Seeing how excited the students were, Linley smiled and continued. But then, since it's after the Mid-Autumn party, as you know, we're going to perform a chorus on stage as a class at the Mid-Autumn Festival. Aha! Xiaxi and the girls nodded their heads obediently. So, we've got to be on our best behavior. And anyone who doesn't practice their performance and screws up, Mr. Ho and the others can't say they won't take us. After all, as you all know, Mr. He was planning to take me alone in the first place. I offered to bring everyone along. And do you know how much pressure I was under? In the office, as soon as Linley left, not long afterward, he awkward opened the live broadcast, wanting to see how Linley had informed them of this news. In what way? What words? But when the familiar scene resurfaces, he awkwardly and unceremoniously directly turned off the live broadcast. Blind STH. Director Lam does know how to gather people. What a way to give back with gratitude, sacrifice and dedication, and responsibility. Chapter 139, Wherever there is a script in your heart, there is a lectern. In the junior class, this wave of morale boost from Director Lin lifted the spirits of all the kids. There were assurances that they would be on their best behavior in the coming days. It's almost time for the Mid-Autumn Festival party, so I hope you won't make any mistakes. Linley said solemnly. I don't want any of the Mid-Autumn reunion to be absent. So, go for it, teens. Class president. I will definitely rivet my spirit and perform seriously. Xiaxi's small expression was unusually serious. Don't worry, squad leader. We'll implement your spirit deeply in the back. I strongly support your rules and regulations and will never hold back the junior class. Wang Tianyu, as the vice class president, immediately swore on behalf of all his colleagues in the junior class. That's right, squad leader. We'll do whatever you say to screw up, and we won't let you down. Stone Forest embraced them one by one. At this moment, the entire junior class is high, and morale is high. The hearts of all the students have come together. Linley looked at them with satisfaction and continued. This is the second group activity for our junior class. This event is going to show the audience, the moms and dads, the cohesive soul of our junior class. We're going to sing our teenage class off the charts. This time, we, the junior class, represent not only ourselves, but all the children of the show everyone what it means to be the flower of the motherland in the new era. Wang Tianyu and the others' emotions were suddenly stirred up by Linley. On behalf of all the children, these words can mean a lot. It instantly stirred their fighting spirit and sense of honor. Right. We're going to show everyone what the junior class is all about. Chang Junyu's eyes glittered with determination. It was as if they had already seen the moment when they would shine on stage. That's right. We're going to prove to everyone what it means to be a new age teenager. I'm sorry. Su Gaojie let out a loud cry. The entire classroom of children was, once again, filled with Linley's chicken blood. One little face was red and extremely exuberant. In the live broadcast room, Xiaola Shang, who was idly watching the program at home, saw this scene, sighing breathlessly. And this kid says he's not the holy son of a pyramid scheme? The kids were stirred up in 3 words. I don't blame my own daughter for leaking. Look at the other kids. Heads all washed up with him. These kids can be rich, have seen the world, and have a family. Hardly being fooled by this little brat Linley. At this point in the junior class, Linley hasn't stopped and still continues to inspire. And the more the atmosphere rose, the more intense and resounding his words became. Tonight, I'll be working overtime to get our junior class songs written to represent all teens. Linley shouted, his right hand gesturing into pistol form out of habit. It's been a while, and we're going to put in the work. Surrounded by Wang Tianyu and other students, he began another passionate speech. I know that the process will be hard. It might take up a lot of everyone's time. But, Linley's voice froze, and he raised his right hand high in excitement and, for what we have given, we shall surely be rewarded. The applause will be ours in the end. His expression was grave, and his eyes, like burning flames, blazing and incendiary. It seems to penetrate the mind of every student. Let's chant together. Linley's left hand was clenched in a fist on his chest, and his right hand trembled slightly with the passion of a pistol. The applause will finally belong to us. When the last 4 words fell, instantly, applause and hoots rang out within the junior class. Wang Tianyu applauded wildly while roaring and shouting, the applause will be ours in the end. The applause will be ours in the end. The applause will be ours in the end. The entire junior class, all students, Even Kaichin Fan, who had been eliminated in a dejected mood, was driven by Linley at the moment, standing up and chanting, "Yes, it was just eliminated today, but one's future is still long. One will not be eliminated forever. Your future self will surely stand on the brightest stage, singing his most loved rap and dancing his best dances." He presented to the audience. He held his hands high and let out a cry. "The applause will be ours in the end." A burst of passionate voices came out of the junior class. For those who don't know, it's the Pledge of Allegiance for the junior class. Listening to this cry, it doesn't sound like it came from 28 people. Obviously hundreds of people. Each was yelling at the top of their lungs. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all surprised as they watched this scene. Suddenly caught off guard. In his mind again, inexplicably, Linley's figure at that moment on the podium at the beginning surfaced. Good lord, is this a pep rally? Lin Hall is really worthy of the natural leadership style. This chicken-blooded tube to fight. I'm getting excited to hear it. Lin Hall tells us that anywhere is a lectern as long as there is a script in your heart. He's so damn good at driving emotions. If it weren't for the red glow emanating from Lin Hall at all times, I almost thought he was from a marketing family. Daring, actually dare to think so. Lin Hall. No Lin Hall politics of hair evil. I hope Lin Hall will never fail the public examination in the future. At this time outside the junior classroom, Duncan stayed outside with his music book in his arms, after he awkwardly closed off the live cell phone booth. She was also preparing her textbooks to come to the teen class for music lessons. As he gradually approached the junior class, the voices inside became clearer and clearer to his own ears. Exhale. She was a little relieved and a little helpless. Happily, with Linley spearheading the declaration. Rehearsals behind it perhaps went exceptionally well. Helplessly, the other students won't recognize whatever song they've prepared now. One would only look forward to songs written by Linley, shaking his head to get rid of all the thoughts in his head. Now he himself can only expect Linley to create the song. Steadying himself, he walked into the middle of the classroom. A crowd of chanting students who were so high-spirited that they even ignored the class bell. Seeing Deng Ziki come at this moment, the coaxing immediately quieted down. Seeing this, Linley, class, go back to your seats. We're going to class. Listen well. Okay, class president. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately organized his classmates to return to their respective seats. Linley sat back in his seat, crossed his arms together and laid them flat on his desk. Started soul-searching. A music class. Organized. Perhaps because of the atmosphere driven in front of Linley. It makes many students who are not interested in learning music listen extremely attentively. From time to time, Duncan would ask Duncan how to sing this note, how to press that note. The students' faces were filled with a desire to learn about music. Chapter 140, Dreaming of Linley. A nightmare of sorts. Going to class and studying will always be a staple for students. Another day of classes slipped by. After school, Linley returned home in the A6. After getting out of the car, I was about to go back inside the small shabby house and start copying the junior waxing sayings when Wang Tianyu rolled down the window and said to Linley, "Squad leader, why don't you stop living over here? My dad bought me a house in the front neighborhood. Let's live together." At the moment, he had turned into Linley's loyal little fan. You've always been able to enjoy the glory when you've followed the squad leader. Without the squad leader, he also couldn't hear the other students affectionately calling him Vice Wang. It was all given to him by the squad leader. Every time he sends the squad leader back, he is a bit saddened to see him living in such a simple environment. So, they have been urging their parents to quickly buy a house near the class president's home, trying to improve life for his dear class president. When Linley heard this, he cursed in his heart, the evil capitalist. On the other hand, there was a relieved and grateful smile on his face. No need. I'm used to living here. Oh, Wang Tianyu's face showed disappointment when he heard the refusal. Squad leader. Then why don't I have someone come and decorate it for you? Thanks. No need. Linley declined again. Say hi to your mom and dad for me. With that said, he stopped paying attention and waved his hand slightly, walking straight towards the house. Wang Tianyu in the Audi saw the figure disappearing outside the house. Slightly regretfully disappointed, he asked the driver, Uncle Zhang, why doesn't the class president accept my kindness? The consecutive rejections filled Wang Tianyu's heart with confusion and disbelief. He scratched his head and frowned. Look at that place he lives in. It's run down and old and I just can't watch it anymore. But why won't he just accept my help? Driver Uncle Zhang heard, through the rearview mirror to look at their own young master. Small children do not understand. He was still slightly aware of what was going on in Linley's mind as an adult. Being a parasite always leaves a multitude of mouths to feed. The boy has high aspirations and even less awareness. Ask yourself, if you were his age. There was an invitation from such a wealthy rich kid to move in and enjoy the brocade. and there was absolutely no reason for him to refuse. Lin Xiao is not wanting to trouble you. How is this considered trouble? Wang Tianyu wondered. This is a piece of my heart for the class president. Young master, everyone has everyone's thoughts, perhaps in young Lin's thinking. This is just bothering you. Your kindness is definitely appreciated by Lin Xiao. Uncle Zhang smiled. Perhaps Lin Xiao has a different kind of emotion for this house. It's the only thing his grandfather left to think about. Listening to Uncle Zhang's words, Wang Tianyu seemed to begin to understand something. Considering how often the squad leader mentions his grandfather, he must not be able to forget his elders. For the squad leader, the ramshackle shack was more than just a place to live. More than anything, it was the emotional link between him and his grandfather, the anchor of his soul. At the thought, he came to his realization. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone and called his dad, who was busy with his businesses in the Magic City. Hey, Dad. Son, what's up? School's over? Aha, Dad. I have something I want to tell you. Wang Tianyu directly entered the topic. What? I want you to buy the lot where the class president lives. Wang Mingchen, who was far away in Mordor, froze. At 2:30 in the morning, Linley, who had barely woken up from a nap, looked at the time and, well, almost there. After getting up and opening the door to go outside and pay the water bill, he came back inside, picked up the phone and started dialing Duncan's number. Working through the night is materialized in this moment. Hey, MS. Zeke, Linley's movie star possessed, his tone tinged with a trifle of fatigue. 3 parts exuberance, 3 parts confusion, 1 part excitement. Hey Linley the caller, Duncan, on the other hand, was very sleepy. I've written it. I've made it. Linley's voice gradually rose, 3 points of exuberance immediately turning into 5. After I worked tirelessly, kept drilling and burned up an unknown number of brain cells, I finally wrote it. Oh, Tang Ziki's voice was heavily nasal. Now it's down to the tune, and I'm still a bit lost on many of the note scales and desperately need your help. Dang Ziki couldn't feel any joy at all, couldn't empathize with Linley's exuberance. Now she just wanted to sleep. Linley, could you find me again tomorrow? I'm really too sleepy. Brain spinning. Duncan's voice was full of sleepiness, and every word felt like it was being pulled back from the edge of a dream, and with a heavy sense of sleep and powerlessness. I'm sorry, MS. Zeke, it's just that I'm so excited. I couldn't resist telling you the happy news and bothering you. It's okay. Congratulations first. I'll show you the tune tomorrow? Alright, Mr. Zeke, you continue to sleep. It's the student who took the liberty. It's okay. It's okay. After hanging up, Linley skimmed his cell phone to the side. Work report completed. Sleep in peace. In everything you do, you must be seen and heard. Never sneak around behind your back to let everyone know what they've done. Although it's rude and immoral to disturb someone in the middle of the night. But he was fighting hard to stay up late for the group. I'm sure the teachers will understand. Early morning moments. Deng Ziki was sleepily awakened by her alarm clock. Since being on this program, there has never been a day Monday through Friday that I woke up naturally. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned and got up to put on his slippers and head for the sink. After turning on the faucet and listening to the sound of clattering water, her frontal brain gradually began to wake up. Last night she had a dream. I dreamed that Linley called to tell me that he had created it. An involuntary self-deprecating laugh escaped the corner of his mouth. It's really a daydream, and a night dream, and it's okay to be tormented by this little brat during the day. I have to mess around a little bit with my dreams at night. At the moment she was relegating last night to a dream. After washing up and putting on light makeup, I changed into my clothes and headed out the door to school. The actresses, such as Yang Mi and Lu Yifei, have been wearing light makeup on that show. The heavy makeup is obviously inappropriate. Arrive at the office. Zeke, why do I get the feeling that you didn't sleep well last night? So depressed in spirit? Tang Chao asked with a smile when he saw Tang Zeke walk in poor spirits. Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night. I had a nightmare. Deng Zeke put her bag on the desk and grabbed a cup and went to the coffee maker to make some coffee. Nightmare? What nightmare? Hey, I dreamed about Linley last night. Deng Zeke sighed, pressed the start switch on the machine. That was a nightmare.